Hatred and violence that they keep up. Their emergency broadcast system and everything is gonna be okay. There was me, dynamics, and my three Jews, that is Pete, Georgie, and Dylan. We sat in the clover milk trying to make up our razoo dogs what to do with the evening.
Motherfucking Orthodox Guy, motherfucking Doc Guy. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Hey, what happens when you bring 9 soldiers from Brooklyn together?
Listen, if we don't stick together, we're not gonna get anything done.
Can you dig it? How are you guys doing? What is up, Becca and Chaos Queen? How are you guys doing today? Did y'all catch the NPC stream that we did last night? And if you did, how did you feel? What's up, Abe Dinkus? The panel link is pinned if anybody wants to go, if anybody wants to hit it. It's a bit too early for me to repost it. Double check before I found myself a liar. No, I'm not finding myself a liar. It is pinned up at the top. So how did you guys feel about the NPC stream? Did y'all like the topic? Did y'all enjoy the show? Because I quite thoroughly enjoyed talking to NPC, Ike, and Chuck, making jokes, chilling. I thought it was very wonderful, and I thought it was pretty good. I thought it was a pretty good collab. I'm gonna be honest. I have something from Crab that I woke up to this morning, and Crab is an awesome fucking person. Really cool. And if you pay attention to the banner changes, if you pay attention to the stuff on the YouTube, you would have already seen this a split second before coming to the video. But I tried to use this as the thumbnail, but I couldn't use it as a thumbnail because it was slightly too big. I think it's like 2.5 megabytes is the size, but and you can only have up to 2 megabytes for a thumbnail. But it does make the perfect banner because, like, I literally almost touched my screen and squared it off my fingers, like you can see that. That's crazy. So like right here is where the banner cuts like perfectly. I wish you could show the whole image because like the whole fucking image is nice. And like I really appreciate stuff like this. I think that's awesome. Thank you very much, Crab. I woke up to that this morning when I checked DMs because Lauren had messaged me about going live and putting some stuff in the production chat to share with y'all. And like I woke up this morning, saw you had messaged about streaming, or she actually told me to do a morning show several hours ago, actually. But I was really tired. I wasn't really tired. I slept very well. Going to sleep was the hard part. But once I was asleep, I slept very well. And I woke up, took Tucker outside to pee pee poo poo because it was from like 4 till 11, and I did not want him to have any accidents. I checked I checked my room, make sure he didn't have any accidents. I checked the house, and he didn't. So I took him outside, put him some food on the ground, and bought me and Mom breakfast, and like played fetch with him until the breakfast got here. And that was my morning, besides Lauren telling me, motherfucker, go live. Cracking the whip. And then I saw the "That's crazy" banner. So it was actually pretty awesome. Dead air, excuse me. I had to finish my drink off. So there's a few funny videos that I had showed off to Lauren. I told her I was gonna play these on channel or on the stream. This is I woke up when I first came back inside from taking Tucker outside and playing fetch with him. This is the first video that I saw, and this shit made me laugh my ass off. What's up in 8 ways?
Dildo and told me with my
restart.
dad found my dildo and told me with AI. What?
Bruh, I can only imagine her struggle, bruh. This poor girl.
What?
Hi, sweetheart. There's no reason to be embarrassed, but I found your green goblin. Or that's what your mother used to call it. You should be a bit more careful about what you leave in the...
Bro, she got destroyed in just that opening salvo. I found your green goblin, or that's what your mother used to call it. That's crazy, bro. Like, that is absolutely fucking wild. Oh my god.
bathroom. Your younger brother is in there all the time for like hours on end. Please keep these things private. To be frank with you, I didn't believe it when I first saw it. These things are so much bigger than I remember. Anyway.
So much bigger than I remember. That is crazy to tell your daughter, bro. And via the Trump AI video, that's crazy, dude.
Anyways, take it easy, champ. You're not training for the Olympics. Let's keep
easy, champ. You're not training for the Olympics. Oh Lord.
Keep the bathroom a family-friendly space, and don't worry, I won't tell mom. Love you. Yapper.so.
This is probably...
That is fucking wild, y'all. That is absolutely crazy. Oh, you was at the Ark? The Noah's Ark, the remake? I've always wanted to go there. I thought it would be really, really, really cool. And then so like I've just never been there. Now I used to be, and I still am, a little bit of a shit lib when it comes to the Noah's Ark story, like the recreation of the Ark. Like I do kind of scoff and laugh. I ain't gonna lie, because I feel like the Ark is a metaphor for some technological device that held the DNA samples of the planet. I know that's getting into sci-fi, but I just don't see how. I don't see how a boat can hold 2 of every creature. I feel like it is some type of metaphor. And I'm still a Christian. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm still a Christian. The Ark doesn't destroy my faith at all. I just feel like it's a metaphor. Oh, I got this funny ass video too. It's actually funny sad. It's actually funny sad given the context. But these are the 2 videos that I actually saw today.
Spare a veteran some change.
Take it.
Sure. Looks like it's worth, well, a ton.
Nah, not worth a damn to me anymore. Do what you will with it.
Cyberpunk does not let you have a happy ending at all, ever. What's up, Gorilla Biscuits? How you doing, buddy? Oh Lord, I do want to go to it. Like even if the Ark in real life or the biblical Ark is a metaphor or it's a real object, it's irrelevant. It's still a testimony in the faith in God, doing what you're commanded to do. So I do want to go to it just to have fellowship with my fellow Christians. But like, I don't actually believe the Ark I believe it's a real thing, but I believe it was a metaphor for, like I said, for some technological device that held the genomes and the DNA sequences of every creature on the planet. I don't mean to mix sci-fi and religion, but like I don't think it's possible to have two of every animal on a wooden ship. Let's see here. Well, I mean, it's fucking massive. I've seen it from pictures and stuff. And like I said, me and a friend, like when we were in high school, scoffed at it and then joked around about it, and we were even Christians, like because it is absolutely and utterly fucking massive. Like, it's weird when people do those things, especially when it's privately funded, because like as an American Christian, you think to yourself, well, they have the right to spend their money how they want to. But if you're a Christian, don't you think you could better spend your money like helping the poor or helping people like Christ said and not some vanity project? But then again, who's to say it's a vanity project? Maybe it's an exercise in faith in of itself. Like, it's hard. What's up, 13? And there was something Lauren wanted me to cover at the beginning of the stream. Before we actually get into it. So, since we got about 13 viewers, did you guys catch the NPC stream that him and I did yesterday? The two dope boys in a Cadillac stream? What did y'all think about that? Because I thought it was absolutely fun. I thought it was wonderful. And I loved talking to Ike and Chuck and NPC about Southern culture and just experiences in life in general. I thought it was cool as hell, personally. You liked it? Okay, well, that Lauren, that makes me actually want to go even more. You so you enjoyed it, Becca? Nate Ways, you enjoyed it? That's awesome. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. I feel bad because I didn't watch the hour-long video that he sent me, but I did watch the Thomas Sowell, like I was cramming in the knowledge before the test because that's just how I kind of do things. I unfortunately procrastinate and then I cram and cram and cram, and it like the knowledge typically sticks with me from doing that the night before, and where just studying and trying to memorize has really fucked me over in the past in general. So, oh, we got to do the mantra. We got to do the mantra. I'm sorry. We got to play this video at least once a stream. I almost forgot to play it early in the stream for everybody. Here we go.
Yeah, nigga, yeah, and what?
Just don't. All you have to say
Don't
is
grab nothing. Oh.
This man just goes, man. The Ark is in Kentucky, and Nate Ways was saying how he just left. And I love your Emmett 3D pixel art. Did I ever show y'all mine? Like Emmett, I have it saved in my computer, but it's just easier for me to show stuff on Discord. So forgive me, anyone who sends something and expects me to save it and then show it off on my computer. It's just so much easier for me to do it this way. But Emmett made this one for me, and it was very cool. I feel like I fucked him over, so I'm probably gonna send him a little bit more money because like it was he only charged 25, and I was like, can you combine these two images, which was my old profile picture and my new profile picture? And it was like him, it was the character putting on the hat, and I feel like I kind of feel guilty. I feel like at least 30, 35 was necessary. So I'm probably going to send him about 10 more just on principle. I'm not sure yet. I'm gonna be honest. I'm feeling a little bit guilty because he was talking about how much work it was, and that he may charge more for complicated stuff. And I don't want to just be like, oh well, you said 25, and because I made a really complicated request, and I feel a little bit bad about it. But I love the work that he did, and I will always show it off to the fullest ability because as long as he's willing to do the art, you guys should definitely pay him to do it because, in my opinion, I love culture, I love art, and I think this is a very important skill just on the arts alone. And Emmett's really good at it, and he can do 3D images as well. So as long as you guys are looking for art, you should definitely look at sending Emmett some cash. And that's Emmett that streams with Abe. He's good at it. He gets it done quick. Because it took about 3 days. And the only reason it took 3 days was because I talked to him about it. I told him what I wanted, and then he had to work those 2 days. And then on his day off, he did it in like less than a day. And it was like all together, it took him like 3 images. But I'm gonna hit him up and I'm gonna tell him I feel kind of bad. I want to give him a little extra, see if he'll accept it. Because some people won't, but I don't. I feel bad because he had to create 3 images just to make this work. But he did such a good fucking job, and I want to show him some appreciation. So he did a really good job. I like my 3D. I like my 3D artwork. Only reason I don't have it as a profile picture is it is hard. I want to try to find a way to make it actually work as a profile picture and move. Just give me 1 second. I'm messaging Emmett now. Actually, I'll message him during this video. I got pulled up. Like I said, you guys should definitely reach out to him on Discord if you want artwork done or you want your own. He charges like $25. Definitely worth it. And if it's a more complicated, he may charge you more, but that's between you guys. Y'all come to that deal when y'all discuss it and you tell him what you want. And it's really, really, really good work he does. And again, like Crab also does great work. I don't know if Crab does commissions, because for those of you who didn't see it, I'll pull it up again before I play this video. I woke up to this in my DMs, and like Crab also does extremely good work. That is now my channel banner. You can see the background and everything is really pretty. And like I am thankful for that, Crab. I appreciate that. And if you want a little cash for anything you do, because I'm gonna use it because it's so good, let me know. Or I'll just find your PayPal or Cash App so I can send you some stuff. Because I appreciate stuff like this. Like, it's really awesome. So yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, Crab is a fucking G, bro. Like, a really good guy. Like, he is the most neutral and honest person. Like, whenever there's an issue and Crab's in chat, I'm like, we should refer to Crab. He will be the most neutral and honest person to ask. Because even if you're his friend, if you fuck up, he's gonna fucking let you have it. Like, I have mad respect for Crab. Doesn't mean I always agree with Crab, but I have mad respect for Crab. That's what I'm saying, the detail. Oh shit, what's up? What's up, Kev? You can hit the panel link if you want to. I'm just bullshitting right now. No, I didn't. I didn't even ask him to do anything. Like when me and you was messaging this morning about me streaming, like when I opened Discord, I saw I had a message from Crab, and that was it. And I'm like, damn, that's fucking awesome. Like, yo, did you catch the stream that me and NPC did last night? By the way, Kev. For those of you who don't know, me and NPC were streaming about black and white culture in the South specifically, and in the U.S. generally, and how they influenced one another and it was a pretty good stream. We come to the conclusion that I'm a day walker. I can say the N word at night because I'm stuck between both worlds. Oh Lord. But I want to talk a little bit about something because, like, my friend and I were chilling yesterday after the NPC stream. He came by after work, and I had played something for him, which was something I had listened. I kind of want to see. It's gonna be a bit sad because the subject matter, but I want to see if it elicits the same response from you guys as it does other people. What's up, 10th man?
Just woke up.
Shit, I know the feeling. I just woke up like 2 hours ago.
A minute and a half ago, literally.
Damn. You should marathon Kev. You should Kev. It feels weird calling you by your full screen name. You should Kev. It was a really good stream. But dedication obviously way more important than YouTube streams. I hope you had a very fun time being a pops and spending time with your family. That is the most important thing in the world. Is family and friends. That's kind of why I feel bad about it, because I told NPC I'd be there in the stream, but I had to cut it short because my homie, like real life friends and family, wanted to spend some time together. So, you know, that always comes first, even though I love my internet tribe, my internet peeps. So I was like, you know what? We talked for about 3 hours. I think this is a good cutting point. They went on, him and Ike, and then even Joe Cool hopped up. They went on for another 2 hours. So it's all in all, it's good content and a good stream. Like all in all. And I just feel bad for having to leave early. But I mean, like, I have fun. I even went back and showed my friend the because he plays this game and he always tries to get me into it. It's a long drive simulator with like zombies. They had a backrooms update and he wanted to show it to me. But while we were playing that, I played this for him, and like, this shit is chilling. I did not ever realize the horror aspect in Call of Duty games. I said horror, not whore. Well, I'm gonna grab my vape and I'm gonna let this play out. So I'm gonna mute up and let this play.
What you're hearing right now isn't just background noise. It's the radio chatter from Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, specifically from the missions Wolverines and Of Their Own Accord. These aren't scripted hero lines or over-the-top monologues. They're panic bursts from soldiers in the middle of a war zone, all fighting for acknowledgement over the constant threat of death. And when I hear them, I don't think of some blockbuster action moment. I don't get that, hell yeah, let's blow some stuff up feeling. I feel something heavier. Fear. The kind of fear that sinks in when you realize these aren't just fictional voices, but eerily close echoes of what real combat might sound like. Most players don't even notice it. The radio chatter in these missions is faint, but when you really listen, it's some of the...
So, like, I was showing my friend that, and we watched the video for context. We can actually finish that video up as well for context, so I'm gonna drop it. But like, something about... Go ahead.
If you're going to keep it up with these video game references, you're going to make me start showing people the real video game references and make people have nervous breakdowns and shit.
I did not see the
Silent Hill.
Oh, I don't like Silent Hill.
You do?
I do, but I don't. Like, I don't. I like my horror. Like, I like my horror more grounded in reality. Like, for instance, what's being played now. There's something about hearing like there's something about hearing your nation's military specifically. There's something about hearing radio chatter of them getting their shit pushed in that shit sends a chill down a lot of people's spine. And like whenever you're in like some of the stuff that you hear in that radio chatter in Call of Duty in this particular like Russian invasion, because this happens after the No Russian mission, and for those of you who knows what that is, if you know, you know, if you don't, you don't. Like, it was chilling as a young person. Like, I like my horror. Yeah, no, exactly, Lauren. My friend kind of he had said it kind of gave him shudders down his spine with the quasi martial law going on, because I think that especially when you're from a country like America, just hearing that in general fucks with you, because you're a superpower. You know, your nation is undefeatable. That's nationalism in play, right? And I think that really fucks with people, and it gets what I'm trying to say is it's even deeper than this guy who made this video is thinking. He's thinking that it's just something because, you know, you like the video game, you get accustomed to the characters, plus you love your country. No, I think there's a deeper fear to it, a deeper understanding. Like, especially because like Call of Duty Modern Warfare, I think this is Modern Warfare 2, fucking came out a long ass time ago, like over a decade ago. And with what we have happening now, gotta be crazy. But it gets even worse than that. So we'll watch some more.
The most chilling audio in the entire game. It's not some kind of throwaway lines that developers will typically use in their games. They're fragments of other soldiers' stories, often in situations just as desperate as yours. What makes it even more unsettling is how accurate it feels. I've looked into real military communications, and Modern Warfare 2 gets remarkably close. The fact that this level of detail is hidden in the background, almost as an afterthought,
By the way,
makes it even more impressive.
Either now or later on, you guys can click the link and go give this video a like if you enjoyed what I'm showing you. Share it around, and props to the original creator.
But before we get into the specifics of what's being said, let's talk about why these voices sound the way they do. Because they're not coming from soldiers in a balanced, even fight. They're coming from people in a city that's already lost the upper hand. After the No Russian attack, an airport massacre staged to look like it was carried out by Americans, Russia doesn't hesitate. They use the stolen ACS module to blind America's early warning systems, knocking out the ability to detect incoming aircraft. That's how they're able to send transport planes and paratroopers directly into US cities without resistance. And they don't start small. They go straight for major population centers such as Washington, D.C. Within hours, it's full-scale war on the East Coast. In Wolverines, you're...
Now I'm going to do something that I don't typically like doing. Because of the war in Ukraine, we know that Russia and an invasion of the mainland United States by paratroopers or by even landing craft for that matter is nigh impossible without the aid of Mexico or Canada. That being said, like, I always find it funny with the tropes of the invading the US. Like, you see them in both the remake and the original of Wolverines. I forget the name of the movie. Red Dawn. Yeah, Red Dawn. And like, I don't know if that comes from the fear of being a superpower and like national paranoia, or if it's like a legitimate fear that people have in our government. But like, I don't think that it's possible after seeing what we've seen in Ukraine. Also, Lauren has a question. 10th Man, do you play video games?
Not now, because I only have one hand that works right. But I have been an ultimate gamer for a very, very long time. Since before any of you were born. I had an Atari and smashed Atari cartridges when I couldn't beat Command and Conquer. No, maybe that wasn't. Whatever the dumb one, or the missile command.
Damn, you broke missile command. That's crazy. Gary Baxter. See, the thing is, the programmed fear is fun. Like my homie, I'm starting to think he is autistic, but he's a functioning autistic person like me, and I just never noticed it because dude does not share his emotions. He doesn't talk. He doesn't like. He'll laugh and joke around, but like we were playing the game we were playing with the back rooms. Like he's never played a survival horror game. And so he was listening to this video in the background. Like we had just the audio where it was talking about that. So like on both screens and like the whole audio, like he was being chased by the entity in the back rooms. And the car game he's playing, like you have to put together a car. And in the back rooms, you have to put together a car using a grocery cart. Well, he was being chased by one of the fucking monsters, and he's never played a game like that before. So like he was freaking out. Like he wasn't actually scared, but it was more that oh fuck, I can't get away. That programmed fear, and he was just like he wasn't wigging, and like he randomly like your heart starts to race, and you start getting into it what you're doing, and like he found a hole in the wall to hide into, and he barely made it in without being yoked up by the monster, and he fucking like slapped me on the shoulder, was like ah. Yo, I made it. I'm like, nah, you didn't make it. He's out there waiting. He's like, ah, you're a dick. Ain't no way. He peeked his head out. That motherfucker was like, hello there. And yoked him up out of the hole. It was quite humorous. But like the programmed fear, like that's kind of part of the fun, you know, for video games and everything. Hey, you be quiet there, all right? What's up, Beth? What's up?
When you're done talking about video games, give me like a few minutes. I'm just getting coffee ready and stuff. But when you're done, I have a clip for you. I don't even know what it is.
Well, if you don't know,
it's about Raz and another guy that I don't think you know. To try to show you, some people have had strokes. Some people, and you gotta, Anyway, we'll talk a little bit.
Robbed into suburban America as U.S. Army Ranger Private James Ramirez of 2-1 Actual. This isn't some fortified checkpoint that you're going through. It's gas stations, banks, diners, parking lots, fast food restaurants, now littered with burning vehicles and the wreckage of civilian life. You move from location to location.
Fun fact, when I was younger and I played this game for the first time, I was hit by that car, and it was an insta-kill. By the way, my friend is French-Canadian, and he loves America, has been here. His mom is American. His dad is Canadian. And he's lived here, even though he was born in Quebec, he's lived here most of his life. And that's kind of like what birthright citizenship was for people like him with a U.S. parent that is that is born in a foreign place. And like he caught so much hell immigrating here. Like his green card stuff was like given like him and his brother were given 2 different batches. Because like his 3 sisters were born in the U.S. Him and his brother were born in Canada. And him and his brother were given like 2 different batches of Social Security numbers for people coming in from different places. Like he was given one from somebody who would be coming from Egypt. And his brother was given one from somebody who'd be coming in from India. So when they went through the nationalization process as teenagers, because they were going to be permanently living here for the foreseeable future, they caught so much hell trying to get nationalized. And like I say that to say this, because we were joking about this mission, how the Americans are just like they make their final stand in the Burger Town. he's like you know what McBurger Town is a special place to me, but I fought hard to get my naturalization. You're damn right, I would defend Burger Town with my life.
Fighting off Russian patrols. Then, and of their own accord, you're fighting in the heart of DC itself. By this point, Russian forces have already pushed deep into the city, Landmarks are just
War with
reference
tanks?
points for targeting and navigation, not symbols of safety. You're
Uh,
tasked with taking.
you say World of Tanks?
Correct.
Nah, I don't play World of Tanks. I play War Thunder. I don't
Right,
I don't
right,
really
right,
like
right, right.
I don't really like the World
Same
of
thing.
series. Yeah, pretty much. Like gameplay is different, but it's pretty much the same premise.
Yeah, but they teach you a lot about the historical battles and stuff like that.
Yeah. Hey, look, I don't do what I'm told. I do what I want.
Buildings such as the Department of Commerce, but it's clear to see that the city is on the brink of collapse. This is where the radio chatter really stands out as horrifying. You get the chance to hear the sounds of other battles that you will never see happening all around you. That's mainly what I want to talk about. Moments that most players pay little attention to, but once you hear it, it completely changes the way you experience these missions. Before I dive into the main chatter I want to focus on, there's one transmission I absolutely need to bring up. You only hear it if you choose not to provide support for the Washington Monument evac site while you're on top of the Department of Commerce building. Originally, I wasn't even going to include it in this video, but once I heard it, I realized there was no way I could leave it out. It's honestly one of the most chilling pieces of audio in the entire game. I'm not even going to over-explain this one beforehand. I think it's better if you hear it in full exactly as it plays in game.
That's how you know a lot of these developers are foreign, right? With that totally untrained. Because me and my homie was sitting here, like, as we was watching it, he paused the game, and he's like, Americans untrained with firearms, like even in DC. Like he's like the amount of gangs, the amount of country boys, the amount of ex-military that would be considered civilians in that aspect. He goes, that kind of breaks the immersion. I'm like, yeah, but like there's a difference between being trained in military combat and like kind of defending yourself with a firearm in a civilian sense. Plus it just is a video game. He's like, yeah, but he's like for them trying to create like a realistic sense of dread, that he's like that part doesn't make sense to me, because as Americans, and like all the Americans that I know, like even if you want to consider me foreign because I was born in Quebec, like every American dude, every dude that I know that's grew up in a post 9/11 world has been like itching for the chance to destroy terrorism because of all the propaganda and everything we've been fed. And like so like an invasion of the
I
US,
maybe should go now.
Huh?
I maybe should go now.
Why?
Because as soon as you start talking about that, then I'm worried that you and I will get into an argument.
I'm not gonna argue with you on my channel. I just won't let the conversation go certain places. Me and my friend are just talking about being young men growing up post 9/11. I'm just telling the story about it. Like I'm not gonna argue about the specifics of 9/11 ever. But no,
I can tell you this: when that happened, I worked on a military base. Told you that. I also lived right beside the Navy base, and for a few months until I moved, every time I heard a loud bang, I was terrified because down at the shipyard, yeah, I was terrified. I should show you sometime where I used to live.
Well, I mean, no, that makes sense, because if you work near any government in any Western country, like any military, big civilian target or anywhere important, if you heard a loud bang, yeah, no, it should scare you. That's perfectly fucking normal. But Lauren asks,
good.
What is considered trained well? You would have to ask Kev and Chuck for specifics, or you could ask. Well, never mind. You would never ask that person. You could have to ask a military veteran what that means. But from my understanding, just until you get the chance to ask one of them, it means somebody that's drilled in like repeatedly, day after day. Their entire life revolves around training for combat, to the point that it's muscle memory and reflexes that they know what to do, right? Somebody who's like had to defend themselves once or twice or go shooting on the weekend, even if they do the shoot house training that they offer civilians, which is very similar to what the military does, it's not the same because they do it every day. It's their career to know how to fight. And I think that's the difference between the trained well or well trained versus civilians just picking up arms in defense of their country because it's necessary. But like I think my friend does make a good point when he brought that up, because at least in America, the average American would have more firearms experience. There we go. Ability versus proficiency. Like I think Kev is saying everybody is able, but not everybody is able to be proficient in it, be accurate, and be able to deal with shit while under fire. If I'm not mistaken, if I'm wrong, Kev, let me know. But I think that's the difference. And like the thing is, like the point of this, like over the radio, it builds this sense of dread within the player if you're paying attention, and it builds this really, 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 really realistic. No, I wouldn't say realistic because it's never happened. There's never been this level of combat in the U.S. outside of our Civil War and our Revolution. So, like, our generations are completely, even our military is completely in the dark of what would happen if an invasion to the U.S. So this really, it's scary for a lot of people, and this builds upon the horror.
Additional fire support, over! Whiskey Mike evac site to all call signs. Enemies pounding rapidly on our position. We're hanging in by a clear. Over! All call signs be advised. Whiskey Mike evac site is combat ineffective. We're totally pinned down. They're coming in at any second now. Enemy troops are inside the evac site. Repeat, enemy troops are inside the evac site. We lost the cities. No!
Now, just the over dramatics there with that. No, that's the only part where the build up of fear and chaos leaves, and that over dramatic no kind of makes me laugh. But then, like, you realize you're hearing this dude not even shoot a rifle. You're hearing this dude shooting a sidearm, like his own weapon, and like the commenter of this video points that out.
The moment I heard this, it was like everything around me went quiet. I just sat frozen, staring at my screen in shock. Now, what makes that transmission so terrifying isn't just the desperation of what's being said. It's how it all unravels in real time. You're able to hear panic building with each call, with civilians yelling fearfully, louder and louder each transmission. The collapse is straight out of a horror movie. The civilians screaming louder and louder really pushes it over the edge and is something genuinely haunting. At the very end, as the operator shouts that the site is lost, you're able to hear him firing his own weapon in the background, able to squeeze off those last desperate bursts before the transmission cuts out entirely. Now, it's not just dialogue. It's an audio snapshot of people being wiped out in real time. That's what makes it so horrifying.
Oh yeah, no, Vince. So like me and the homie was like reminiscing playing this as like kids, and like we were wondering what the future holds with the conflict with the potential conflict with China and Russia and North Korea and Iran. And we're just like, man, this is crazy. We were wondering if anything like this would ever take place, because like people really underestimate the defensive strategy of being the U.S. Right? Not only did Yamamoto quite simply state a true fact that if you ever invaded the U.S., there'd be a rifle behind every blade of grass. Like, people also don't realize we have 2 oceans separating us between anybody who's really able to do any damage to us militaristically. Like, anybody who could stand up, who could realistically stand up and fight a toe-to-toe fight, right? And then on top of that, not only do they have to actually deal with the logistics to invade our shores, once they invade our shores, they then have to cross 2 mountain ranges, the Appalachian Mountains and the Rocky Mountains. And that right there, for the bulk of a modern mechanized military, that right there is a bridge too far. Like, the logistics concerns is something that is already to our advantage. But then when you have a bunch of rednecks and then military personnel being able to hold up in the mountains and having an artillery position in the mountains on both shores, it's nigh impossible. You would have to start producing aircraft now at like a rate of like 20 to 100 a month just to have the air superiority to even be able to do that. So the only way the US will ever truly be invaded is through Canada or Mexico. You'd have to have them on your side. And then like America, what we're more than likely going to face is collapse from inside. That seems to be the strategy. Yeah, no, I watched a video on No Russian right after this one, but I think this guy talks about it as well. It may have been the same person, but like I really like this video actually made me fucking think. And then here's the thing. Let's say they get over the mountains, right? Then you have some of the largest rivers and creeks in the world to navigate through. Like and that's a double-edged sword because like over the I think it's over the Mississippi River, there's one bridge. I think it's Highway 15. I can't remember which highway it is, but there's one bridge over the Mississippi that if like in like a foreign nation targeted, it would split the logistics of this country almost in half. And like even with that being said, like we have backup logistics networks that would then take like rail would become super important, and then the navigable rivers. And we had like through most creeks and waterways, you can get to most places in the country with a relatively medium-sized, like relatively large boat. So like logistically speaking, or geographically speaking, we are king. Oh yeah, no. Like whenever people talk about like Russia or Chinese paratroops like dropping in Appalachians or the Rockies, and it's always like the PTSD soldier, that's what it makes me think of, Kev. Like a bunch of good old boys playing fucking banjos is the last thing you want to hear as a foreign invader. Like real shit.
For our first transmission, we're going straight into Washington, D.C. By now, the invasion is in full swing. The Russians are grinding its way towards the capital. Every squad is fighting just to survive the next few minutes.
1-2, can you link up with 2-3 from where you are? Over.
This is one squad checking if they're able to reach another through contested ground. The 240 guns are M240 machine guns, belt-fed 7.62 millimeter weapons.
Nah, they usually say it's cute. But they always come back for seconds, so I don't know.
It's capable of sustained suppressive fire. If they're being rushed to the right flank, it means that it's in serious danger of being overrun. The repeated move isn't a suggestive command. It's urgency turning into desperation.
I think we lost Orthadox.
T-80s are Russian-made battle tanks, designed to destroy other tanks in fortified positions.
No, I'm here.
They're Soviet-made, and in American formations, a platoon is typically 3 to 5 tanks. So a couple platoons could mean anywhere from 6 tanks or 10 or even more closing in. The voice is sharp. It's the sound of someone who knows their position.
It's also a joke.
Can't hold against what's coming. Here, Broken Arrow isn't about lost nuclear weapons, which is usually what it's referred to. It's a last resort distress call, meaning we're about to be overrun. It authorizes all available aircraft to drop what they're doing and provide immediate air support, even at the risk of hitting friendly forces. You don't make this call unless every other option is.
Kev, since we're in a roundabout way talking about the military in the U.S. and combat, you should hop up if you have the time. That would be awesome.
It's gone. And then here, the call is pretty much confirmed. And then comes what's essentially a final goodbye. It's been an honor is something you say when you don't expect them to survive the next few minutes. This exchange is so devastating because of how quickly it unravels. It starts as a simple coordination call. one squad checking if they can link up with another, something routine in combat. There's nothing to make the moment seem sad or heroic, no music to give it any emotion. It's just the audios of a unit realizing they're not going to make it out. You're not watching this unfold from a safe distance. You're hearing it in real time, the same way every other soldier on that frequency would. And that's what makes it stick.
Oh, that is fire. And like me and the homie and like several other of our friends are trying to also go to the lake sometime, but I have to film the archery video on Sunday, and that's like the only time we all have off. So me and the homie's gonna go probably gonna go film that video in an open field, so we can go to the lake and chill with everybody. So I feel you that go to the lake, swim, fish. That is fucking amazing. There is no better feeling than stretching out by the fucking shore side, whether it's at a lake or at the beach. So I hope you have fun and y'all be safe, Kev.
Stick with you. It feels less like a video game moment and more like you've accidentally stumbled into something you weren't meant to hear. That first call was from soldiers locked in a fight they couldn't win.
Oh, no problem, Shadow Buddha dude. I had so much fun with Gabe yesterday. Like talking to him, Ike and Chuck. I wish I could have been there for Joe Cool. I hit the rewatch this morning to see what I missed. And like it was fucking awesome. Like I wish I could have been there for Joe, but me and the homie was smoking some weed and we were chilling. And like I said, we were watching this video while playing a game and just having a fucking blast. Like, so all in all, life's been really great. I got to go to bed thankful to God and being happy and actually well and like kind of well tired. Like I said, it was hard. I have insomnia, so it's hard for me to go to sleep, but I was genuinely tired and I was high. So like I got to stretch out, relax. Tucker was laying down next to me and he laid down with me like all day or all night until this morning when I woke up. So like I was really just happy and it was awesome. That does sound like fun going to the lake right now. That does sound like fun. No problem, Kev. I hope you and yours are safe, and I hope y'all have a blast at the lake, broski.
This next one happens nearby, where Russian tanks are pushing through DC and US forces are calling in an airstrike to stop them.
Stalker 2, you have Warhorse 5-1, flight of 2 810s at Angels 10, pushing to IP Cadillac.
Stalker 2 is on the ground. Warhorse 5-1 is the lead aircraft in a pair of A-10 Warthogs flying at 10,000 feet and closing in to start their attack run. These planes are built to destroy tanks, and their arrival is a rare spark of hope in the middle of chaos. But you don't call in A-10s unless the fight is bad. And I mean really bad.
Your target is a column of 6 enemy T-72s moving from east to west along that road. The convention center is about halfway between our OP and the oval track. Be advised, major civvies are packed into that convention center, awaiting evac.
The tanks are moving right past a major landmark, the convention center, which is full of civilians waiting to be evacuated. Now the mission isn't just about stopping armor.
Unfortunately, there will be no Bert in this video, unfortunately.
It's about doing it without turning a crowded building into a kill zone.
Apex inbound. Break right. Ejecting.
Enemy fire or aircraft, codename Apex, is incoming. The warning turns to panic as one of the A-10s is hit. The pilot ejects, then shouts that they can't see. It's very messy and it all happens fast. The situation goes from an organized attack to survival in seconds.
Overlord, this is Stalker 2. Warhorse 5-1, flight of 2 A-10s is down. That's the only one shoot deploying. BDA is 80/15.
One thing as an American, why this would be very scary to think about is in this scenario during the Russian invasion of DC and America in general, we don't have air superiority, and that'd be like the first time since World War II that Americans don't have air superiority over the battlefield they're on. And like people, that's one of the points that a lot of people miss during this video game sequence. Like that's how the A-10s are able to be relatively shot down quickly. Like it wasn't ground fire or like surface to air missiles or like explosive shells coming from a 20mm cannon. It was enemy fighters shooting down the A-10s. And like, I think that's something that gets missed. Like even the guy here kind of doesn't think about that. And like in real life, militaristically speaking, the US has had air dominance everywhere it has ever been. And I think that is, while I think that we would beat China and or Russia and even them combined if it were like a world war event, Like, I think that this would be the first time where the air would more or less be contested, even though we have better jets. They would have sheer numbers on their side.
Convention Center is taking heat rounds from T-72s. It doesn't look good from where we are. Copy, over.
Both Warthogs, the aircraft that could have stopped the tanks, are now gone. One parachute means only one pilot likely survived. The battle damage assessment is just numbers on the radio, but the meaning is obvious. The exchange was a disaster. And then comes the...
Not really, right? Because if Canada and Mexico hypothetically were to host foreign military bases, they could muster their foreign invasion. And I think that's a lot of the people, like the conspiracy theory of China, of Canada hosting the Chinese military. Because unless we declare war on either the country of China or Canada or Mexico for hosting that foreign military, like there's really nothing we can do about it. So, I mean, yes, they, like, hypothetically speaking, if they declared war and then tried to muster at that point, yes, the Navy would be able to stop it. Because as it speaks right now, like tonnage wise, we have the largest Navy of pure military ships. But tonnage wise of just pure ships in the Navy, China does hold that. But then again, they conscript fishing boats at that point just to make those numbers bigger. So, I mean, you got to remember too, we have the first and second largest Air Force. Like I believe it is the Air Force or the Navy. I don't know if it's the Navy or the Air Force that's the largest Air Force, and then like right behind it is whichever one is the second largest. Because I think our Air Force is the largest, and then the U.S. Navy has the second largest Air Force, and then you also have the air wings that are both in the Marines and Army. So like, I don't believe that the U.S. wouldn't be able to defend itself against an invasion. I don't think one's likely. Don't get me wrong. Like, that's not what I'm saying at all. But I just think that's an interesting concept to think about. Plus the atmospheric horror of the DC invasion and modern warfare is specifically what we're talking about here. And like, as an American, yeah, these things are frightening to think about. Because it puts you, there's an era of safety being an American, right? You feel like your military is invincible. Then you have the geography that you subconsciously know about. And there's just this era of safety. So when you actually hear your military getting its shit pushed in, it's frightening. It is frightening.
Gut punch. Those tanks are now firing high explosive anti-tank shells directly into the convention center. A building still crammed with civilians. That tiny, almost involuntary in the middle of Stalker 2's transmission isn't how military comms are supposed to sound. It's a sound of someone who's trained to keep their voice steady, but can't completely hide the shock of watching hundreds of lives about to be wiped out.
Stalker 2, this is Overlord. Solid copy on all. We do not have any other close air support in the area at this time. Displaced to a more secure location south of K Street. And await further instructions. Out.
And then command confirms the worst. There's no replacement for the lost air support. The order is to pull back, leaving the civilians behind. That's the point where hope dies, and survival becomes the only mission left. This moment is so...
I also don't think that there would be like open attacks on civilians by an invading force other than China. Like, this is pure propaganda, like Russian tanks firing on a convention center full of like evac civilians in the evac. Like, I don't think for a minute that would actually happen. But it is scary to think about, and it goes along with the horror of modern warfare too, because you also got to think that Russia is invading the U.S. because they think the CIA just did a massacre of Russian civilians, and they do want revenge. So you never really know how that might play out if it were to happen in real life.
So heavy because it was the only plan that could have stopped those tanks from firing on the civilians. And in under a minute, a coordinated strike turns into a disaster. The tone shifts from calm, precise comms to just raw disbelief. And then, of course, there's a civilian factor. These soldiers aren't just losing ground. They're watching an evacuation site turn into a target. Like I said before, That small in Stalker 2's call says more than words. It's a trained voice slipping because they've just seen something that they can't process. By the time Overlord orders a retreat, it's flat and final. Not because they don't care, but because they can't change it. Everyone knows what's about to happen to the people in that building.
Fun fact about this scene, I didn't realize growing up that when you're doing the submarine mission with the SAS, I didn't realize that it was Price who shot this nuclear missile to cause the EMP to like stop the invasion and like give the US a chance to fight back. I did not realize that. I thought this was a Russian EMP that was shot to aid the invasion, and then like I didn't, and I feel stupid that I didn't put two and two together because you see Russian equipment falling out of the air. I did not think about that.
And the only thing left to do is walk away. Now, with the convention center lost and air support gone, the fight for DC shifts from holding ground to getting the hell out alive. This next transmission shows the sounds of the city being abandoned in real time. This is one unit calling another and making it crystal clear. The defense of Washington is done. It's not a request for support or a suggestion to fall back. It's a flat-out announcement that they're abandoning the city. In a war zone, hearing that from another unit doesn't just tell you that the fight is lost. It tells you that every...
Bro, did y'all see that friendly fire? He dropped that motherfucker. That's crazy.
It's not a request for support or a suggestion to fall back. It's a flat-out announcement that they're abandoning the city. In a war zone, hearing that from another unit doesn't just tell you that the fight is lost. It tells you that every plan, every defensive line has just collapsed. BCT stands for Brigade Combat Team. A brigade combat team usually consists of 4,000 to 4,700 troops. That includes tanks and artillery. In real-world terms, once you hit about 30% casualties, the unit is considered combat ineffective and pulled off the line. At 90%, you're not talking about a weakened brigade. You're talking about one that's essentially been destroyed. Almost everyone is dead, wounded, missing, or unable to fight. And for anyone hearing that number, it's a sound of an entire fighting force being erased from the battlefield.
Not only that, from like a realistic perspective, right? These are things that the American psyche have not had to deal with since, I would say, maybe Vietnam, but definitely World War II. Like World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. And that's almost 100 years ago. Right? It's at least 50 from the last time we've had to deal with that many casualties. And think about that on our own home turf. Like, to the American psyche, just the thought has to damage our ego as a nation. So like the horror, the quote unquote horror that's going on in this video game, like it fucked with a lot of people. Because like the American psyche, just thinking about that, gotta be crazy. In real life, they wouldn't get past the YNs. So true, Nate. So true. In real life, the fucking T1, the T80s would be sitting on cinder blocks outside of the White House with graffiti and shit.
Untenable means the position can't be held anymore. Staying put would mean certain annihilation. This is the moment that the unit accepts that the fight is lost. You can hear the shift from trying to resist to just prioritizing survival. It's not about regrouping or holding out for reinforcements anymore.
In all actuality, though, if there was an invasion, like untrained soldiers and like militias would get their shit kicked in by an invading force. Like it's a good supplement, and guerrilla warfare does win out. But if you actually look at the losses that guerrilla forces face when fighting standard military, like the losses are immeasurable compared to the losses of the standing fighting force. What makes guerrilla warfare so dangerous is the type of way they kill people by psychological warfare and the economic cost. So, you know, I mean, a shoot on sight order for armed civilians would probably be given if there was a U.S. invasion, and they probably would not play by the same rules the U.S. does.
It's about getting the hell out while they still can. This transmission hits especially. It's the last admission that the capital is gone. There's no more we'll regroup or hold until reinforcements. Entire brigades are being erased, and the only orders left are to run. Hearing that over the radio isn't just grim, it's final.
Well, no, even if they are U.S. military, right? What makes a military, what makes American military so frightening is we can deploy a fucking Burger King to any combat zone within 48 hours. Now that's mainly a joke, but think about the logistics capability, the ability to deploy troops and weapons and ammunition to anywhere in the world, and then set up a fucking Burger King to give them a slice of home. Like, one of the things that demoralized the Japanese army so hard in World War II was the fact that Marines had ice cream on the front lines. Like, that scared the shit out of the Germans even. And like, logistics matter a lot more than people give it credit for. Like, the reason that militias and guerrilla fighters are not as combat effective as a standing army is because of their lack of logistics chains. So even then, like, even a militia in the US fighting against a foreign invader made up almost entirely of former military, if they did not have the logistics in place, they would still suffer severe casualties.
When you put these transmissions side by side, the broken arrow call, the failed airstrike, and the order to abandon the city, it hits you how much of the story isn't in what you're doing as a player. It's in what you're hearing in the background. None of this has music.
Nah, bro. See, Vanta, I don't think you were here. My homie is French Canadian, and his sisters were born in the U.S. His mom is American, and like, he got to do an easier route towards naturalization. But because of how fucky our immigration process is, like, they gave him and his brother 2 different like green cards or social security type things for immigrants. Where the batch that my friend got, his was from people coming in from Egypt, and his brother's was people coming in from India. So they had to do a bunch of extra work because they were expecting to deal, like, the immigration services were expecting to deal with Egyptians and Indians when they went, and they had separate times based on their batch numbers and shit. So it was very fucky. And me and my friend were joking, because I was joking around earlier in the video. You can see the Burger Town, and then you take a final stand in the Burger Town in the Modern Warfare games. And like, me and my friend was joking. He's like, you know what? I had to be able to be a legal citizen. I had to fight harder. He's like, you're damn right that I'd make a stand in Burger Town. All right, McDonald's are our embassy. They are our final land, our final fortress in enemy territory.
Welling in the background are slow-mo hero shots. It's just short, messy transmissions from people who are out of options. And that's what makes them hit so much harder. They feel real. Like you accidentally tuned into something that you weren't supposed to hear. And honestly, these 3 aren't the only ones. Not even close. And I may make another video analyzing some more. I picked these because they stuck with me the most. But there are plenty of others in these missions that are just as brutal. You realize there's this whole other war happening just outside your field of view. And you can only...
Borgerville will remain intact. So true. So true.
Catch pieces of it through the static. And once you notice it, you can't unhear it. Sometimes, the stuff that stays with you the longest in a game isn't the big set pieces or the main plot. It's the small moments, the ones you weren't even looking for, that hit you the hardest.
And I'm not, and don't get me wrong, military vet bros that are out there, I'm not trying to conflate Call of Duty with real life military experience. This is just a fun thought exercise. And I think that it really does shatter the psyche of the average American to think about our country collapsing, much less DC, right? Imagine Red Dawn if it actually showed DC captured by communists or by North Koreans, if it was the remake. Like, the game Homefront is a much better example of the American psyche and like schizophrenia that we tend to have. Like, Homefront, the video game, for those of you who don't know, takes place in a alternate history, but with the way things turned out, because like Homefront is from 2012, and nobody really expected Donald Trump and the current political landscape. And Homefront was meant as like a propaganda warning of if the U.S. starts neglecting its allies, what will happen. And like so, basically, in the Homefront universe, North Korea takes over South Korea, and then when America pulls out of Asia, they take over Japan, and they start building up militaristically. They conscript almost like every man in the country, and they invade the U.S. West Coast, and then like they manage to make it over the Rockies, and they like the U.S. is on the back foot somehow. And the North Koreans are occupying as far as Colorado in the Midwest, and then they use nukes to turn the Mississippi River into like a nuclear no man's land. So that's how they were able to do so in the Homefront universe. And you play as an actual American insurgent against the occupying force of the North Koreans. And again, that's one of the games that fucks with the American psyche, because we're not used to that. We're used to being the hold your ground, reinforcements will come type last stand people. We're not used to seeing our citizens shot for reprisals by a foreign occupying state. And it really fucks with the American psyche. And it shows you the schizophrenia that we have as a nation, I guess. Thank you, Vanta. You should hit the link, bro. Come up for a little bit. Here, I'll drop it for you. Oh, yeah, no, I'll play the actual intro video to Homefront. The second one sucks ass. The first one is actually still pretty fun to play. What's up, Logical Spark? If God intended there to be no military, he wouldn't have said, live by the sword, die by the sword. That's not a threat. That's just saying that if you live by a certain lifestyle, that lifestyle you'll typically die in. And then Jesus did say, if you don't own a sword, sell your coin purse and buy one. Yeah, no, I agree with you in 8 ways. During the Afghan and Iraq wars, Detroit and Chicagoland had more death than 2 countries at war. They don't want American problems. You can blame Eve for that. That's crazy. That's dirty work.
I have so many thoughts.
In truth, Lauren, I forgot what video you actually wanted me to play. So if you just want to at me in the production server with that link, I'll play it. Fair enough. Fair enough. I have never been in the military either. So when I'm sitting around talking about vets and whatnot, I make that very clear. Like when I'm hanging out with people who are in the military, I try to make that very clear. Like I love my country. I don't like its institutions, and I'll leave it at that. Fair enough. Well, once you get little man to sleep, you should hop up. What are your thoughts, Tiff, man? Go ahead.
I've talked to online and offline a lot of military veterans. I think that the ones who speak of the glory of battle are covering up for the truth, but I'd rather not get into that. Again, if you'd like, your show. So
I don't
you want to.
I don't mind, but I'm gonna say this. I told a little bit about my story, about my defensive situations that I've been in on NPC stream.
Yep.
And I'm gonna be real with you. Getting shot at, like one of the things I probably should have said, because we're talking about redneck culture and that ghetto culture and how
I watched. I was watching.
Ignorance happens. Like for those of you who watch the NPC stream, that story I told, right? When I talked to my little cousin about why he joined me in that, and why him and my other little cousin were so willing to help defend, is like, well, you're for one, your family, and doing that to one of us is doing that to all of us, and 2, that shit fun was his legitimate reaction. That shit fun. And I'm not gonna lie, he's not wrong. It was fun. I know that may seem retarded. I know some people might think I'm crazy, or they might think I'm lying because of it, but it was fun. I don't want to do it every day of my fucking life. It was fun. There's something
All
about
right, this for sure is not where I hope the conversation would go, but we'll do it. We'll see where it goes.
it just is what it is. What's up, the machine lines? How you doing, broski? I mean, and I'm not even conflating that with being in a war zone, right? It's different having to defend yourself from a psychopathic idiot versus having mortars launched at your position versus being in combat every day or being shot at every day. Like, there is a huge difference, and I'm not even trying to conflate the two.
I understand, and I wasn't trying to relate it to your stuff.
Yeah.
I was talking about specifically war. Right? So just a lot of things came in my mind, and so I never even thought about this until you were playing this video and talking about what you're talking about, and all these times where people have been like, "You're Canadian," blah blah blah, all that stuff. And then while you were describing this,
just say me. Just say me. It's okay.
No. Listen, oh my God. Wow. No, it's not about you, 10th man. So I was thinking about it, and while you were playing that video, and I'm like, because I told somebody about this a couple days ago, and which is the Halifax explosion. And I don't think a lot of people know about it or very much about it. But in 1917, the city that I'm from, the majority of it completely got wiped out by a French munitions vessel. It was the largest explosion before the atom bomb. Supposedly it was an accident. I got some doubts. We just had to forget about that because it was over 100 years ago at this point. But, you know, it before Hiroshima, it was the most devastation. 2,600 people died. You know, it literally flattened everything. And when I think about stuff like that, and that my grandmother told me that she remembered it happening, she was driving down the road, felt it, right? They were far away from the explosion though. And there's still to this day parts of that ship spread out all over Halifax and surrounding areas. The anchor's in one place where it landed, a good 5 or 10 miles from the shore, right? You know, there's a French munitions vessel coming, and that now you're not allowed to have any of that in the harbor there anymore because of that. For instance, I believe it was the Enterprise nuclear aircraft carrier that had to park out so many miles off the coast that was not allowed to come into our harbor because of the Halifax explosion with special laws. And things like that are part of the reason why I get so angry when people defame Canada's contributions to wars and stuff, because like my entire city was wiped out trying to help with this stuff, but it's always devalued as if we're nothing. You know,
But you're talking about Halifax, like the munitions accident that happened in World War One.
Halifax explosion, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be shitty, but like that was an accident. But that was an accident. That wasn't that wasn't a well, I mean, did you have a high German population and some saboteurs there? I mean,
well, I can tell you that people knew that it was on fire. No evacuation was done. The guy who took the telegraph tried to warn people. Everyone was ignored, right? Whether it was an accident or not, I don't really see how that's relevant.
Because there's a difference between accidents and actual combat losses. Like an accident, something, because like here's the thing, right? One of the worst combat accidents, and this is an outlier, is the reason that we don't store munitions underground in forts anymore in huge ammo dumps is because I believe it was during the American Revolution. British bombardment like absolutely actually like hit the door and went underground and exploded the munitions and destroyed the entire fort for the same reason that so many people died in Halifax, right? When you have these munitions stored underground, it works as a compression chamber, the explosion and discharge of that ammunition to build up force and power to the point that it fucking winds up literally shaking, like destroying parts of the fucking earth. And like when you have an ammunition ship slap full to the brim with munitions, when one of those things go up, it's going to destroy because it's shooting off with the force similar, not in the same strength as a nuclear weapon, but like a big ass fucking bomb hitting the area. And like that's why these accidents, even though they were accidents and not combat related, that's why they influence military practices, because if it can happen to civilians or on accident in combat, it no longer becomes an accident when the enemy starts trying to make it happen on purpose. If you get what I'm saying. Because again, your logistics, that's part of logistics, storing your arms and munitions. And if your enemy can destroy that, they're going to, because it cuts you off from your logistics. And again, I'm not trying to talk shit. I don't understand your point about Canada being demeaned militaristically because of that story. But
no, not because of the story, but just completely as a whole. You know, and then things like Palestine, Ohio happens, and then I go and that was supposedly an accident as well, right? And then when that happened, I did a show where I showed Lamegna Tech. The exact same thing happened approximately 2 decades prior. I don't remember the timeline.
Hit the link, Truism. Welcome to the show. And then
I showed the two disasters side by side in pictures, right? And so if it happened 15 or 20 years prior in Canada, in Quebec, and then happens in Ohio because of the exact same reasons, how can that be called an accident?
Well, the thing about it is, right, I don't, me personally, and the people that I've seen do it, I don't demean Canada for its military contributions to the U.S. as an ally. I demean you Canadian fuckers for try to influence our politics and care more about our politics than yours. That's where my demeaning comes from. Like, if you're not American, I don't care how well you know the Constitution. It's not your place to say anything.
That sounds like Andrew Wilson's argument that the gays are the reason why marriage is failing and population is declining.
I can see an argument for population decline, but for marriage failure, that would be people who are married in general, not just gay folks.
What I'm saying is, American politics have a huge influence in everything that happens in Canada.
I mean, Australians, I would say, are more clutch than anyone, it'd be a fight between Australia and South Korea, is who our greatest ally actually is. Good. So true, though. So true. But what were you saying, Sasquatch? Or not Sasquatch? Dude.
American politics have more influence over Canada
Do you pay
than
taxes to
any
the
other
U.S.
country.
government? Do you pay taxes to the U.S. government?
We pay tariffs, and
That's not
we have
taxes.
trade deals with the U.S. government.
Do you pay taxes directly to the U.S. government? Are you subject to the U.S. government's laws?
Yes.
Are you? What
You know what
laws are you subject
DCMA
to?
is? Digital Millennium Copyright Law.
That is an international treaty, but go on.
Okay. Do you know about how our drug laws were before America's influence on Canada's drug laws?
That's
I don't mean illegal drug laws. I mean prescription drug laws.
That's still your own country changing its policy to be informed with an ally's policy. That is not you being subject to U.S. law.
No, we pretty much have
You're
to
subject.
do what
You're
America
subject.
asks. We
You're
have no choice.
subject to U.S. influence because you benefit from U.S. tax dollars. You benefit from U.S. military protection. You have some benefit that the American empire gives you, and your government aligns itself with U.S. policies because of that. You do not pay taxes to the United States government. Thus, you are not entitled to representation in the United States government. You are not a U.S. citizen. Thus, you do not fall under the jurisdiction of U.S. courts or laws. So, as a Canadian, just because you're infected by the U.S. empire does not mean that you have an automatic say so or we should listen to you. This is not a dress down. This is not an insult. This is my belief and the facts of the matter, any way it goes. And this is not just to you. This is to any foreigner who wants to get involved in American politics.
Does that count for Americans and American government and American military in any other country other than America?
No, because they're still U.S. citizens.
Oh.
They still live under American. They're still subject to American jurisprudence, and they are still represented by their people back home from their home state. So absolutely not. That's a dumb retort. No offense.
No, you didn't. That's not. I said, does how you just said that no other country has any say in what America does, right?
Hold on. Shut up. The Australians really fucking shine. Hell, not even just the Australians. I forget what they call it in the Commonwealth or in the UK or that part of like geopolitics, but Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, like all the colonial nations, like did fucking great in World War I. Like they, unfortunately, they lost a lot of fucking people, but they really put in work for the free world in both world wars. Go ahead, Tim Man.
So what I was trying to say is, if you say that, say for instance, I as a Canadian, where half my family lives in America, has no say in Americans, whatever words you use, policies or government, or so we have no say, right?
Uh-huh. You asked me, does that count for the U.S. military? And I said no.
No, that's not what I said.
U.S. citizens.
No, I didn't say military.
Okay.
I said what? What I said was, so does that count in the opposite perspective that America also has no say in any other country's goings on the same way as you say no other country?
Do those countries benefit from America's presidents? America's not presidents, but presence. Does it benefit from U.S. aid? Does it get military protection from the U.S.? If any of those are true, then yes, they have a right to dictate certain policies and certain terms for those agreements. That's why your government aligns itself politically with the U.S.
So there's been numerous natural disasters, right? One that I can think of, I think, was 1998 or 99. Somewhere in New England or something like that, especially after the sandcastles fell in 2001, we sent aid and relief workers and fire people and all that to come and help, right? So does that count the same as America's resources in other countries? Or no? Because it's not America.
What are you talking about? Say that again.
There's been many times that Canada has sent resources and citizens to come and help during disasters in America, right? For
What's up,
instance,
Jim?
the
Hold on 1 second. Is that you, Jim?
Is it
Going
Australian,
once?
Jim?
Unfortunately, yes.
No, fortunately, I love when you come by, Jim. But go ahead, Tinsman. I'm sorry, I don't mean to
So,
keep interrupting you. I'm not doing it to be mean.
So I don't remember which disaster it is. I can look it up here. Rockefeller.
Did I interfere into your train of thought?
But by the way, Jim, I finally did receive your contribution.
Oh, thank the Lord. There is
My
God after all.
My bank said because it was an international transfer, they had to confirm everything. Basically, they said I'm too poor to be sending that. Be too poor to be receiving that foreign money, and they didn't trust it, so they put it on hold.
Oh fuck! Trust the small hats in America in Wall Street.
They were like, hey, wait a minute, you're too poor to be getting this. You're too poor to be getting this foreign money.
Tel Aviv. Who the fuck is this guy?
But I did get that, and I thank you very much.
Thank you. No. I owe you money. I will.
You don't owe me. You don't owe me anything.
It's a wrong expression. Look, I just want a big case, and you're not the only one. I just gave. I'm bragging. I'm a Catholic. I should fucking shut up. Don't worry. There's you and there's about half a dozen other small YouTubers which I love and I like to contribute.
Well,
all right.
I appreciate and thank you very much, Jim. I need to because and I'm gonna give the floor back to Synth Man because again this is interrupting.
Go ahead. I'm just listening. I'll mute myself.
Well, I'm gonna say this because you are a contributor. I got to get with all my contributors. I'm working on doing a supporter appreciation stream in the next couple months. I'm going to be writing a handwritten letter, sending out a metal placard.
Oh wow!
With the channel, with like the channel logo, the original channel logo, which is this one.
Right.
Which is this one, and a handwritten thank you letter to everyone who supported. And then past that, based on the amount that people supported, they're gonna get even more gifts. I'm gonna go over the tiers and everything.
Although I've never been to mainland America, but I can feel that southern spirit.
Well, for you specifically, Jim, I'm thinking.
Howdy, partner.
Well, I'm gonna ask you. I'm gonna ask you on stream because I don't know if it'll get you in trouble. For you specifically, for your love of the South, I'm thinking about sending you a Confederate battle flag.
Oh, mate, please.
Would that get you? Would that get you in trouble?
No fucking way. No. Well, no. The answer is no.
Okay.
The answer.
The answer is no. Don't send it, or no. It won't get
send
you in trouble.
Send it, and you shall get duly rewarded.
No. This is the gifts that I'm sending you guys.
No.
I don't want any compensation for this. Is literally my appreciation.
You're misreading me, mate. I just won a big fucking case. I just given a lot of money just to the other stream.
Okay.
You and all that, and not a lot of money. About $200-$300 It's not much anyway, because I won the matter. If I didn't win, I would not be so generous. There you are. All right.
Thank you,
I'm
Jim.
not gonna brag. Fuck. Please. This is pride is a sin. I'm a Catholic. For crying
I
out
feel
loud.
you.
Yeah, you're fucking. Oh, I detest
I'm
you,
gonna
mate.
I'm gonna say this, and then I'm
I
gonna
have
give
to
the
wait
I'm gonna
for the
say
sound to pick up.
I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna give the floor back to 10th Man because he didn't get to finish his thought. And I gotta
Sorry.
cap.
The
Oh
10th
no,
man,
I'm
I
done.
apologize. The 10th man, I
No, you're
apologize.
fine.
I interjected.
No, I actually
Go
want to
ahead.
have this. I actually want to have this conversation with a foreigner because there are some caveats, right?
Yeah.
Unless you are a U.S. citizen, you pay taxes and are subject to its laws directly. No one takes your opinion on laws and military strategy seriously. I tend to agree with that, but there is a caveat. Canadians, South Koreans, Australians, they have been with us for the majority of our wars. I do care about their opinions, but when it comes to complaining about U.S. policy and only complaining about U.S. policy and then trying to tell us what we should be doing and what our Constitution means, that's when I shut down and I don't care because you're not American. You're not subject
Exactly.
to our Constitution.
Our Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, is an old boy of my school. Do you know that? I think I mentioned that many a time.
Yes.
And exactly. St. Mary's Cathedral Christian Brothers, Sydney. And I know him quite well. He's 2-3 years behind me, and his nickname was Anthony Albanese. And he's a Marxist. I'm not proud of the bugger, but he's our Prime Minister slash. And I've actually, not me, there's a reunion, and we cordially invited him to attend our old boys reunion of Catholic Christian brothers in a spirit of Edmund Rice. And we got a letter saying, thanks, we're too busy. Anyway, I won't go down that road, but I know the bastard, and I'm not proud, and I'm mentioning him because I know him. I was playing in a playground and on a football field, etc., etc., and he was always a odd man out. I will shut up before I get myself in trouble.
No problem, Jim. Ooh, Gorilla Biscuits. The reason I don't mention France or the UK is while France and the UK have helped us because we both shared the status of great power. We were quite frequently at odds and in conflict with, maybe not war, but we were in competition with those two nations. The UK, the War of 1812, specifically, again, like the UK, we were not on good terms with them for a while.
You're talking about Napoleonic 1812, Napoleon and Wellington and all that shit, are you?
Yeah, well, I mean, even up until like the First World War, we were pretty much in economic and other competition with the UK and France. It's only at the advent of World War One and World War Two that we typically aligned ourselves with the UK and France.
Well, can I enlighten you on that point? The inventors of concentration camps was Winston Churchill in the Boer
Yeah, with the
War.
Boer. Yeah, with the Boer. What was that?
1899, 1902, 3 wars. And he's the inventor of what he did with all the Protestant Boers, which were basically Dutch people. All their women and children were put into a concentration camp. In other words, barbed wire around them, so their fellow men fighting the British didn't have the source of not income but the source of food. Thus, this is the first invention of the. It's not Stalin or Hitler or Mao Zedong who invented that, but nobody wants to talk about the true history.
Yeah, but Jim, They weren't
go.
the right kind of Americans, so they didn't have any right to complain.
Well, the American
Well,
version
that
of
had nothing to do with Americans at all.
the American version of a concentration camp was the bombing of Pearl Harbor. What happened to the American Japanese?
The Japan. Well, the thing is, like, there actually isn't.
We
there
don't
actually-
call it. Hold on. We don't call them. We call them. Let's concentrate them in one space, but we shan't call them concentration camp.
No, I mean, I agree. I agree with you. It was a concentration camp,
Hmm.
but there's unknown history that led to the fear of why they were put there. And a lot of people don't know this is during the bombings of Pearl Harbor, there were Japanese pilots shot down over privately owned islands by families and former nobles and like rich families that were of Hawaiian descent. And a lot of people don't realize that Japanese immigration had been a huge thing into Hawaii.
It was Sunday. It was Sunday morning, 6th of December, as I recall. I could be mistaken. 1941. Yeah.
Well, these Japanese pilots, when they got shot down, there were 2 of them. And there were 9 people on this island. 6 of them were Japanese, and then the rest of them were the native Hawaiian family that owned that island, and then the people who worked for them that were Japanese. Well, the pilots encouraged half of the Japanese to imprison those Hawaiian landowners and try to set up a safe haven and a beachhead for an invasion of Hawaii. And they feared that the Japanese population in the U.S. mainland would do the same thing for the operate as a 5th column based on the actions of those Japanese. And the thing is, not all those Japanese that turned against the U.S. were new immigrants. There had been like one particular, like two of the 4 Japanese people that turned against the U.S. They were like 6th or 7th generation American. That family had immigrated over here in like the early 1800s.
Same replica in Australia. There were Japanese who were at the same time interned in Cowra in New South Wales, and I was in a Cowra local court, which is about 400 miles, about 4 or 5 hours drive out of Sydney. 3 months ago, Cowra, there was an encampment of Italians, Germans, and Japanese.
I second this motion. Lauren is correct. If anybody wants to scream and yell at me, I'm not a pussy. I can take it. But I say all that to say this because like I'm gonna play Lauren's video in a second. But
Go ahead.
I believe Gorilla Biscuits posted the Civil War clips from that movie, The Civil War. But since 10th Man just said this, I'm gonna play this because I feel like it's funny. And it's what kind of American are you? I better not play it because it takes place beside a masquerade. Mind. All right, we'll play this part of it. This is my mentality when foreigners be like America should listen.
A show me state, right?
Yes.
Isn't that what they call it?
Yes.
Why do they call it the show me state?
I don't know.
You don't know? It's American. It is American. 100%.
If they actually show him pew-pewing, you might not want to show that part.
You can show movies. You can show pew-pewing from movies and video games.
All right.
On stream.
What about you? Where are you from?
Colorado.
Colorado, Missouri. That's what I'm talking about. It's American.
You get why he has the glasses on that he has on?
No, why?
Rose-colored glasses.
Symbolism, crazy symbolism there.
What's the symbolism? I'm sorry.
Rose-colored glasses. Rose-colored glasses.
All right.
Nostalgia, that sort of thing.
All right. Yeah.
But I think we get the point because this gentleman is from Hong Kong, and this gentleman is from, I believe, Mexico. So we get the point if you've seen the movie. Badass scene. He looks like Paul. If everything is red, you don't see blood. I wasn't gonna show it again. Calm down, lady. See, Lauren is very protective over the channel because she enjoys the channel. That's why she helps out as much as she does. So I have to listen to Lauren or she'll beat me again. So we're gonna play Lauren's video and then I'm gonna play some opening scenes from that from the movie to the scenes that Gorilla Biscuit showed. I think it was Gorilla Biscuits. Let me get that correct. Yes, it was Gorilla Biscuits.
You stole my purse with my passport in it. Police!
Oh, yeah.
Little girl, I have 8 kids. You're not getting to me. Call them. Okay. You're the one speaking. That's right. Let's get the police. And maybe I'll get my passport back. I don't even care if you keep the cash. I don't even care if you keep the cash. Thank you, sir.
For those of you that saw this video here of my mom, this is the story time behind how she stopped the pickpocketers that stole her purse. Okay, so my mom and stepdad were going on a trip to Venice to jump on a cruise ship and do a Mediterranean cruise. They're currently on that cruise, and my mom sent me some text messages that'll pop up here and just to explain the story of how she stood on 10 toes and stood business against these girls. So they arrive in Venice and they leave the airport, they go to their Airbnb, and as they're crossing the bridge to get to their Airbnb door, these 3 girls crowd my mom, and she has an idea of what's going on. Like, she knows to look out for pickpocketers, and then as she finally makes it to the Airbnb door, she's realized.
Yeah, because she knows that tourism is a big thing, and like these foreign cities that rely on tourism, like Venice, will prosecute the fuck out of their citizens for doing shit like pickpocketing. That's why she went from yelling in her face when she's, yeah, call the police. Maybe I'll get my passport back, to calm down. It's not that serious, lady.
Is that her book bag that was on her back was unzipped, and they stole her purse and her water bottle. This is important to note. Her water bottle was a metal water bottle that was stolen out of her bag, and then her purse that had her passport, her credit cards, cash, her AirPods. So she was frantic trying to get this back. Her and my stepdad immediately started tracking her purse through her AirPods on Find My Friends, and they were able to track it.
Yeah, but see, Charles Darwin, that's fun. That's fun.
Down back to those 3 girls because my mom already knew like these people must have been it, and then she saw them with like the bag. So she goes and chases them down, and she grabs one of the girls by her ponytail and does not let go. So 2 of the girls stay. One of the girls runs away with my mom's purse. So my mom stays with the girls, still holding her ponytail, waiting for the police to arrive. The Airbnb host was really kind and supportive of like helping my mom get her stuff back, calling the police. Apparently these girls were pretty well known for being pickpocketers, and people that lived there in Venice knew of who they were, and they were causing a lot of trouble. So then my stepdad went and followed the Find My Friends of like where the AirPods were going throughout the city. So my mom in the video, as you saw, was relentless on getting her stuff back. She wanted at least her passport. She said she didn't care about any of the other stuff in the bag, but she just at least wanted her passport so she could get home. And
it's also why my balls
so
are
kind.
freezing.
The Airbnb host, the owners of the jewelry shop next door were kind enough to stand there and help her ensure that she was able to get her stuff back and hold these girls accountable.
And that's what happens when a community stands against thievery and bullshit. And I appreciate that. And these people know where their money comes from. They know that tourists bring good business, and they don't want them disturbed. They don't want them harmed. They like their money. They like their patronage. They like having tourists and sharing their culture with the world. And they want to put a stop to it. And I have a lot of respect for those people within that nation that helped those tourists. That is kind of awesome. You don't hear a lot of these stories. A lot of times you just hear the bad about tourist destinations where the people try to rip you off, or they'll try to pickpocket you. But here you see a good group of folks from that area helping somebody recover their stuff, and that is very fucking awesome.
Police officers came and they were about to arrest these girls when the girl that had the bag over her shoulder went and swung it and hit my mom in the head.
It's interesting because at first look, you would instantly think, why is this grown woman snatching this gun girl up like this? Yeah, I mean, that's true. And you also, because of the propaganda and media, you would also be like, well, this is just a Karen screaming in a foreign country, send her home, get rid of her, lock her up. But then when you actually get the full story and you see why there's people from that area helping her and like talking to the girls, telling them to calm down, like you seem to understand.
And in the bag was that metal water bottle that they took from my mom. So my mom had a massive like gash on her head and it was bleeding everywhere. She got a black eye from it and the girls were arrested. And then my mom had to go to the hospital and get some stitches. Meanwhile, my stepdad was still chasing down the AirPods. That last girl hopped on a train and went right back to the airport where they then left the purse at the U.S. liaison office. They were able to contact the local police in North Carolina and have a police officer actually go to their house where the neighbors were there just like by luck, and ended up calling and like notifying my parents that the U.S. like passport that she had was there at the airport. So my stepdad got her passport back and her credit card. They did take the AirPods and the cash, unfortunately, but my mom didn't care about any of that as long as she was able to get home at the end of the day. So then he met my mom at the hospital where she got some stitches, and then they made their way back to where their Airbnb was to finally get a good night's rest before they were supposed to go out on their cruise. So when they made it back to their Airbnb host was so kind, making sure that she got back okay. The jewelry shop owner next door ended up gifting my mom this really beautiful.
Again, that's kind of why I tell foreigners, even whether they're Canadian or Australian or South Korean, like allies, people that stuck with us, again, that's why I say, like, even if people don't like America, they benefit from American tax dollars or American policy. So, like, while I am receptive to hearing critique, I'm not going to listen to you when it comes to who we should choose as a president, to what national policies we should support as Americans, because you're not American. You don't know what we need. And I don't care what your ideologies or beliefs are. If you're not American, you have no say-so. And I feel the same way. I do not give a fuck if a libertarian agrees with a Canadian because that Canadian is also libertarian, or if a communist or socialist agrees with a person from Mexico because they are a communist or a Marxist or a socialist. If you are listening to foreign influence about how to run your country, you're a traitor to me, plain and simple.
Necklace, as you can see here. And yeah, she just continued to emphasize how generous and kind people were of Venice that stayed like to help her. And amongst like the frustration she had for these girls that stole from her, everyone else in the community there was still just so kind and like trying to help her get her stuff back. So yeah, that's a little bit about my parents' story, but here's a picture of them they wanted to share with everyone. So yeah, let us know if you have any.
Nobody likes a PDF, an abuser, a thief, or a thief. And that seems to be very, very common human traits among everyone. Those three groups of people are routinely disliked.
I'm going to have to start writing down my questions.
Okay. That's Linda B. Johnson, Democrat. Fair enough. Fair enough, Shadow. Fair enough.
What makes a person a traitor again?
If you side with a foreigner over ideology,
yeah,
is what I was getting at.
States have seceded. The United States.
Like, for instance, you see a bunch of liberals saying, bring in the foreigner, deport the racist, that type of shit. If you would give up your fellow citizens' sovereignty just to agree with someone on along ideological lines.
Army ramps up activity. The White House issued warnings to the Western forces as well as the Florida Alliance.
The three-term president assures the uprising will be dealt with swiftly.
Let me know if you want to try anything on.
Are you guys aware there's like a pretty huge civil war going on all across America?
We just try to stay out. With what we see on the news, seems like it's for the best.
Citizens of America, the so-called Western forces of Texas and California.
Never would happen in a civil war, by the way. I like this movie. But just putting it out there, this movie was literally made by journalists for journalists to like puff them up. Like at the end of the day, because like the entire movie is you follow a photojournalist through the Second American Civil War. Great movie, retarded premise. At no point in time would California and Texas be on the same side of a civil war. They are too ideologically opposed.
Can I contribute
I
my
disagree.
Again, not American. You don't know the internal politics, and if you don't understand what I'm saying from that proves my point right then and there.
Can I, as an outsider?
Why would you? Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, all right. Thanks. My 2 bobs worth, as the Australians say, is as follows. America, 1945, after the Second World War, 92%, and I'm talking facts, statistics, was white. America in 2025, white. It's not being sexist or racist. Please don't misunderstand me. It's facts. It's demography. That's what I'm talking about.
And that's my point.
At the moment, as I understand, please correct me, is 58 or 59%, and the projection of of the statistics is that whites in America, now America's got about 340 million people, counting the illegals, which is about 18, not 20 million people who are illegal, but leaving them aside. It's a big country, and in about 15 years, that's 2025, 2030, the whites will be less than 50%. Now, stop there. You're going to be a majority. Whites will still be a majority, but a minority overall. And this is called, as good old Donald Trump, which I loved him, I hate him and detest him at the moment, as an outsider, as a non-American, you are a shithole country comparable to Brazil, where the whites in Brazil are majority, but yes, they are less than 50%. Now, what's happening to that situation? Let's look at South Africa, where the racist white people, so-called Protestant Dutch, before Mandela came, which was about 25, 30 years ago, was with an iron fist ruling the country. Rand, that's their currency, was more powerful than American dollar or English pounds. Look at South Africa now, where the reins of power, political power, economic power, is in blacks. Again, it sounds very sexist, racist, whatever, I'm not like that. I'm just looking at the world.
Well, South African affirmative action dictates that you can't even.
Yeah,
Well, you can't even start a business without a majority black partner.
I'm trying to get back. I'm an old fart, and I'll be out the way. Thank the Lord. But you boys and girls, not only you boys and girls in America, but my boys and girls and grandkids in Australia will be in the same position.
Well, wait one second. 10th man, you can come back and say what you want to say, dude. Like,
I'm not being. I hope I think I'm.
We can
I'm saying,
we can disagree and still be friends.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
Yeah, exactly. I'm not saying I'm the gospel truth. I could be totally wrong and I hope I'm wrong. I really, genuinely hope I'm wrong. But the way I see America, you're fucked. As Australia is. I'm not saying, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at myself.
Hold on one
My
second, Jim.
kids.
Hold on one second, Jim. Palomino, IDK why people from other places can't give us opinions. In my opinion, it's a way to discredit a third-party critical perspective that at times more accurate than ours. We read the same sites from a different seat. The simple fact of the matter is, when you have criticism from some place like Canada or the UK, their situation is far worse than ours.
I
In
agree.
every metric, and this criticism is not
I'm not
typically
criticizing. I'm not
no,
putting down
I'm not talking.
America.
I'm not talking
Yeah.
about you. I'm talking about most other people.
Yeah.
Their criticism is not criticism for the U.S. It's self-criticism that they can't get away with saying to their own governments. By and large,
Absolutely right.
and
Because
again,
you got the First and Second Amendment, and you should get the fucking 19th Amendment. Out
then
of your
you
fucking
just got
way.
people like Not Laws who love what their government's doing because they're leftists and they have this leftist Marxist tint, and they just love what their government's doing and hate America because capitalism or something.
Whatever. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So, like, I'm gonna tell Not Laws more so than I told 10th Man. I don't care about a foreigner's opinions about my government or what we as Americans should be doing, whether I agree with them or not. Just like I told 10th Man that if a libertarian or a anarcho-capitalist in America takes the side of a foreigner, that's just as treacherous as a Marxist taking the side of a foreigner just because they're a Marxist. Ideological subversion and foreign influence is treason, like it or fucking not. That's why when these people pearl clutch and justify listening to foreigners because they agree with them, it's retarded to me. We as Americans need to come together and discuss compromise to make our country better instead of just listening to some foreign asshat that we agree with. Because they, at the end of the day, those foreigners do not have America's best interest at heart. They have what their interest at heart is. And the foreign interest is to keep siphoning away American tax dollars in aid, letting American young boys and girls go die for them in wars. That is always the foreign perspective. At the end of the day, that is what every nation wants from America, our blood and our treasure.
Let's start from Israel. I agree what you just said. You are the person who wrote that or who made that statement is absolutely right. It's not Australia. It's not Britain. It is Israel. You boys,
we don't talk about them over here no more.
Oh, the small hats. All right, the circumcised one. I understand what you're saying. And our beloved inalienable allies, and mind boggles as to why a superpower, 330, 40, 50 million people called the US of A, and this little tiny country on the other side of the world or the globe, which is 4, 5, 6, 7 million people. What's the nexus? What's the connection?
Why? Hold on. Why should we listen? Why should we care? Prove to me why we should care. Prove to me why we should care about foreigners' opinions about our country.
Well,
not you, Jim. Palomino, come up on panel and prove to me, give me an actual reason why we should care when the end of the day, even our greatest allies' perspective is to benefit from American tax dollars, American business, American influence, but not allow the American empire to justify policy changes within their country. Because that's what 10th Man tried to do. He tried to ask me, well, I may not be subject to American law or taxation, but I should still have an opinion because my government aligns with the U.S. Well, why shouldn't your government align from the U.S. when you benefit from our protection, our tax dollars, our influence?
as an outsider, what's so funny about watching America? No, look, I
hold
love
on a second, Jim.
America. I love America.
The point in that clip of what is American that I played from that Civil War is you are listening to all sides when you listen to Americans. There isn't a side for the foreigner. They're irrelevant. What matters is the sides within the U.S.
Exactly. You are the master. You are the empire, not Australia.
Yeah,
you know what the
America may be a joke in the eyes of the world until they want
No,
the tax
it's not.
dollars or someone to go die.
No, it's not. No, the problem is you got Ukraine, you got Gaza. You know what the third problem will be is Taiwan. And that's too close to my comfort as an Australian. And my question to you, Americans, boys and girls, and those who are fucking transitioning is, will you or will you not honour our allegiance, our Australian allegiance to you, Americans? We were in the Korean War. We were in Vietnam fucking War. Shoulder to shoulder. And that's the question I'm fucking asking from you. We're irrelevant. We're the arse end of the fucking world.
But that's the type of acceptable questions from a foreigner, Jim. Because you Australians, you shed blood with us in almost every fucking war we fought since you existed as a nation. Same thing with South Korea. That is a fair fucking question. Are you going to honor our allegiance and the alliances and the bloodshed that we shared? What Australians by and large don't do is they don't do like Canadians and Mexicans. They don't sit there and try to critique and influence American policy. Now, I'm pretty sure if we're having a general discussion about ideology and the way our countries in general should be ran, that's different than when you're outright critiquing American policy and bitching about America.
My gripe is you Americans, since JFK was assassinated, killed in 1962, 63, I should say, 62 on the 29th of November, is this Christian Zionist.
One second, Jim. Womp womp. Don't take the money or the benefit. You guys want to take the benefit and then bitch about it. Just don't take the benefit. Don't agree to the deal. If you truly believe that, position your government to not take the deal. Set up austerity measures and autarky.
So, we are in a sort of a dilemma, I suppose, as far as Australia geopolitics is concerned. We're up the creek without a fucking paddle, putting it simply in vernacular. And this is a frightening thing for me. Forget about me, I'm an old fart, but I'm talking about my kids and my grandkids.
But that's a fair question. You're not bitching about your government or my government.
No. I've got no right to meddle my things as much as the small hats meddling into your internal fucking politics. It's so obvious. It's open. That's my gripe.
Let's separate from that.
Fuck.
Right?
That's the only guy I love is Thomas Massey. That's my hero. All the other ones are
let's separate from that because I don't typically talk about the small hats over here anymore. So let's separate from that.
All right.
What I'm saying is the questions that you yourself have, and many Australians and South Koreans, and I've noticed this from our better allies, is their really only concern and question is the U.S. going to honor those treaties? Are they going to help protect our soil? Because we know for a fact the Australians and the South Koreans will fight. They fought with us in almost every fucking war that we've had since they've existed as nations.
All of them. Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
The simple fact of the matter is, and that's the only concern. That's the only concern of our Pacific allies. It seems that every other ally wants to critique what we do as national policy and the agreements that we make because of other nations getting our tax dollars and our benefits as a nation. That's what annoys the fuck out of me. And no, I'm gonna tell you, and I would tell you, Jim, if you were critiquing the U.S. government's policy or telling me how I should vote or how I should try, or how we should run our country, I'd tell you the same thing I tell 10th Man.
Yeah,
You're not
fuck off.
American. You don't have a say so.
Exactly. Fuck off.
But it is completely fair for you as a foreigner to say, well, how do you as an American, do you think you should honor those alliances? And absolutely, yes, I do. Specifically with Australia and South Korea, because again, they fought in every fucking war beside us since they've existed as a nation. So we should honor those protection agreements. Just like I feel like we should honor Japan's protection agreement because we disarmed them as a nation and we cucked them as a nation. We're the reason they don't have a military. We're the reason that they are a feminized nation. It's our duty to protect them.
Pussified. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It was a matter of U.S.
You know about
policy.
the AUKUS agreement? What's going on now? You probably not. Well,
no.
One of my friends, I sound like I'm fucking boasting, is an Australian ambassador to Washington, and is replaced. And I'm quite shit. I'll shut up. Don't worry.
Not laws. You deny every problem that Canada has. You outright deny it.
What I'm trying to say, basically, is I'm frightened for my country, Aussie land. If shit's gonna happen, which will happen the next year, couple of years with China and Taiwan, where does America stand vis-a-vis Australia? That's all I'm asking. And I expect America to defend us against China. The question is, will they defend China? And the way I look at the Middle East, an American influence and connection with Middle Eastern country, which will not be named now. I don't want to, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Anyway, everybody knows what I'm saying, and I'm not gonna, get you or your channel in trouble.
That's the only reason I moved away from it.
There's no benefit. Australia's got bauxite. Australia's got gold. It's got Australia. I'd love to be a colony and a beach to America, rather than China or anybody else.
Well,
What benefit do you have from that little tiny, teeny weeny, beanie bikini country? I won't name it. It's got foreskins missing. Nothing. Zero. Nada. Nicht.
Why, Vanta, why do I listen to the opinions of Australians and South Koreans over other people? Because historically speaking, right, I don't want Americans to die for Taiwan, right? I could care less if Taiwan, because to me, Taiwan is rightful territory of the CCP or of China. That's the current government. Hold on one second.
Vanta Black, can I answer this lady? Oh, Vanta Black.
Hold on one second.
Yeah,
I'm answering.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
What I do find acceptable is us fighting for Australia, the sovereignty of Australia and South Korea, because again, they have served the U.S. interest and they have served alongside U.S. soldiers in every conflict that we have ever had since they were existed as a nation. Australia and South Korea are the U.S. two greatest allies. Their contributions are on par. I don't care about Taiwan. What I do care about is defending the nations that sent their sons to die with our sons. That's what I care about. And like people go, well, why don't you extend that to Canada? I do. The difference between Australia and South Korea and any other ally is those people, by and large, in my experience, do not bitch about the U.S. government. They could care less. All they want is America to honor the blood that was shed from their country on American interests and to help defend their lands. They don't bitch about the U.S. They don't try to influence American politicians, or not American politicians, but they don't try to tell me about the Constitution. They don't try to tell me what laws we should have and who we should have in office. If they have an opinion, they state who they like and why, and that's it. This is evident by Jim talking.
Can I add to Vanta one more fact?
Well, Vanta's being evil. He's being dark, Vanta.
Can I say one thing? There are 2,000 Americans in Pine Gap, middle of Simpson Desert. Google it. Every American nuclear sub, North Pole, South Pole, Pacific, Atlantic, you name the ocean, Black Sea, whatever the fucking mothers are, 20, 30, 50, 100, they're not, the command is fire the nuclear weapons from the subs, is from not America, not San Diego or Seattle. It is from Pine Gap, middle of fucking Australia. There, as we speak, there are 2,000 American incognito soldiers, personnel, call them whatever you motherfucking want, CIA, FBI, whatever, in Australia permanently. And God forbid, if ever American president, says fire, it will
come from
Australia.
Pine Gap. It will come
Pine
from
Gap. Google
Gap.
it. Don't believe Jimmy. Google it, motherfuckers.
That's the fight.
Google it.
That's the.
When American in 1969, Neil Armstrong landed on the moon. Guess what?
The radio transmissions went through Pine Gap.
Went to Pine Gap, and then it went to Cape Canaveral. You were late. We got it in first, about 5 minutes before you motherfuckers got it.
That just shows
nobody knows that. This is the irony of history.
But that just shows you that Australia specifically is a pivotal ally and necessary.
But the other thing is Australia's crown in the jewel. Like India was crown in the jewel. We have the reason, and America is not stupid. Look, we have the second biggest uranium, not America. It's in Australia. Gold, bauxite, iron ore. Every Chinese missile, every Chinese sub, everything is iron ore from Australia. That's what we export for the last 30 fucking years. So the ships, the iron.
Well, we're gonna move. We're gonna.
Australian.
I'm gonna push it along past this topic because I think I hurt Tim Man's feelings. And
is he a poofter? Is he American poofter by any chance?
10th Man?
Yeah.
What does poofter mean again?
Homosexual.
He's not American. He's Canadian, and yes.
Well, I suppose that's his bad fucking luck. Is he a Canadian homosexual? I'm not trying to be demeaning. I mean, is he?
Yeah, no, I don't want that to happen because I actually like 10th Man. I think I just upset him.
He's a nice guy.
Because I don't care.
Yeah, no,
he's smart. He's smart too, and he's valuable.
Very
to talk
smart.
To, and he's funny.
Yes, I think I'm not being disparaging. I apologize for,
But I'm gonna push it. I'm gonna push it along because we've spent too much time on it. I'm gonna say this: not all allies are created equal. Some are better than others. Some claim to be better than others while being the worst. And I think we know who I'm talking about.
I'll shut up. I'm taking fucking too much fucking ranting on. I'll shut up.
But the U.S. does have great allies out there, and I do sometimes think that it is unfair that we try to push liberal policies on them. Because America is actually directly responsible for the liberalization of the world, and that is showing to be a very big negative.
Can I say, in Australia, generally speaking, we're in panic because our greatest ally was not Israel, it's America. And apparently, America.
Oh, wait, hold on. A $2 million bridge to where? Doesn't that $2 billion bridge, doesn't that connect to Canada? I'm sorry, Jim. Go ahead.
No, that's why we're frightened. We're just only 27. We're a huge country. The country we are the fifth continent. Only 27 million people. It's nothing. It's less than California. California's got about 35, 40 million people, as I understand. We're so small.
You can't sit there and do something for your own benefit and claim that you're doing it to benefit the American people. You're not the Soviet Union. You know, the Soviet Union was prepared to come in and build a bridge because capitalism left a West Virginia town cut off from the rest of the country. And it showed the shame that capitalism brings in some cases, and it put a boot in the ass of the US government, which then they built that bridge. So the Soviet Union can get credit for a bridge being built because they were going to come in and do it for humanitarian aid, where you Canadians do not get credit because that infrastructure project directly benefits your country for nothing more than economic value. And then you want to be like, thank you. That would be Australia and or South Korea. Now, if you're talking about wildfires or natural disasters like 10th Man was about to bring in, you help America because it will spread to your borders if you don't. It's not something that's done out of altruism and love for your fellow man. It's done because it benefits you. And that's the difference between Australia and South Korea and some other allies that we have unfortunately mistreated. I think that we've mistreated Australia and South Korea. Don't think we've done enough to be appreciative for the blood that they sent. Like the whole forget the actual battalion of South Koreans that were fucking feared by the Vietnamese commies. Like an entire battalion of South Koreans were feared. And then look at the Australian contribution to Vietnam. The vast majority of tunnel rats were the fucking Aussies in their fucking boy shorts and fucking funny fucking boonie hats crawling in tunnels with a fucking pistol and being bit by fucking snakes or stabbed in the fucking throat. So I don't care what you say or what anyone says. Allies like Australia and South Korea come first in my mind. Their opinions matter more.
I agree, and this is the frightening thing about most.
Well, you would. You're Australian.
we are shitting in our pants. I'm being honest. It's reality. It's fact. Look. If America deserts Australia, we're fucked. That's all I gotta say.
No, I'm not a commie, but there are some things I like about the Soviet Union. 9/11, once again, terrorism. Terrorism affected the economies of Canada and America the most out of anybody, because our economies, whether we like it or not, are linked because of just how close we are. Like 9/11 was a tragedy for you guys as well, because didn't y'all lose several fucking citizens in the towers falling? If you have an international community within the US, such as the UN, such as the international, like the World Trade Center, like you're gonna have an outpouring of support. That doesn't. I mean, Russia helped us during 9/11. They helped us in the global war on terror. Look at what we're doing now. We're purposely funding Ukraine to kill Russians all the time. America mistreats South America. It's not our duty to build up these countries. If they have something we need, it's our duty to get it for our citizens and our allies to trade. Plain and simple. It's not our duty to build these places up. many nations within these geographic locations that you mentioned are not our allies and actively go against U.S. interests. That's kind of why we're having the issues with Venezuela that we're having now. Defined contributions I already have. I mean, like, I don't really see the UK as too much of a ally to the US. Our interests just align. Like, are they a quote unquote ally? Sure. But they believe that anywhere that was a former colony of the UK should fight and die for the UK. And that includes America. And as an American, I say fuck that and fuck them. I mean, like I said, Darwin, South Korea and Australia have been allies with the US and have fought with them in every major conflict and been like basically little brothers and close family since they existed as countries as independent countries. I don't know what you mean by that. I couldn't live there with their mutated wildlife. We could easily outproduce anyone with oil. It's not stealing. It's not stealing if you buy something, not laws. Buying something is not theft.
Exactly.
Yeah, that I have to say that that's true. We won we lost World War. We lost World War II. If you really think the good guys won, look around you. But I digress.
Well,
It didn't go over my head. I already did clarify the contributions they made. The US gives more than anyone else in financial aid and other aid services. Try again. Exactly. But let me play some more of this video because I do like this movie.
Have suffered a very great defeat at the hands of the United States military.
Mr. President, do you regret the use of airstrikes against American citizens? We're moving to D.C. today.
You need to go down there.
They shoot journalists on sight in the Capitol.
Let's not pretend that because they're trying to portray this president in this movie as an evil fascist, wannabe dictator. Let's not pretend that leftists wouldn't celebrate using airstrikes on U.S. citizens that they disagree with. Let's not pretend for a fucking moment that they would speak out against that.
Every instinct in me says this is death.
Every time I survived the war zone, I thought I was sending a warning home. Don't do this. But here we are.
There's some kind of misunderstanding here. What? We're American, okay? Okay.
Let me check this real quick. Okay, we can play the rest of that. The simple fact of the matter is this movie, while I do enjoy it because it's a good action flick, it is literally just a puff piece for journalists by journalists.
What kind of American are you?
You don't know?
Oh Lord, that's the scene that I want to get. That's the scene I want to get for like the what kind of American are you? I feel like that would be funny. What are you for fuck's sake now, Lauren? Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, it's a legit journo movie. Like, it's for journalists by journalists. But I like it because it's a good action flick. We might do a yeah, but because it's a good action movie, but the premise is stupid, and I like action, especially over the top action flicks for the sake of action. And if you look at it like that, it becomes a great movie. I can't get the what kind of American clip are you? No, he's not. What the fuck? That never came up in that scene at all. That I don't know where you got that from at all. Yeah, no, like that's the thing, and they also align Texas and California, and then like the Florida Alliance, which is basically like the Neo Confederacy. The Show Me State. It's because she said she was from Missouri. Or not, yeah, Missouri. Missouri's literally the Show Me State. He was not trying to see her chest. He was literally asking. He asked the American people, "What kind of American are you?" He was meaning talking about foreigners. He says, "Well, the Missouri. So the Show Me State. Do you know why it's called that?" He was talking about how she didn't know her history, where she was from, and he was painting a dichotomy between people born in the U.S. who say they're American and people who are born in foreign countries that say they're American. The fuck are you talking about? You're getting mad about something that you're perceiving that is absolutely not. I will fight you on this. Like, you're getting mad about something that is not absolutely true at all. Like, you're perceiving something that is not there. And if it's there, I don't see it. And when I watched the movie, it damn sure wasn't there. Like, at no point in time was that chick about to get raped or anything. If anything, she was going to be shot if she answered the questions wrong. Like the two dudes who were from not America. It's always a civil war because Lauren beats me. She oppresses me. I have to be subversive to the ruling class. Lauren's teaching me to be a better communist. We're gonna have to do a watch party of Civil War so that you can see that you were wrong. Well, no, I'm saying like I'm saying that sexual abuse was at no point a theme in that part. In that part of the film, from what I remember watching, is what I'm trying to say. Like the dude was trying to paint no, she is not. Lauren is not a communist. What I'm trying to tell Lauren is like there was no abuse of that nature there. Oh, of course we can have a palate cleanser. I got you. In fact, I got the perfect palate cleanser. The video that you sent, I think you sent earlier in the stream. Just calm down, lady, because you know I am not for that, and I would not like that movie if that was actually a theme in the movie.
Hey, you want to go for a ride? You set? Set? Yeah. Oh, you ready to go for a ride?
I need to get one of these for Tucker. That would be awesome.
Let's go get some toys.
Lauren beats me all over. I can't show you on the doll. She just fucking takes a switch and randomly starts hitting me.
No, we don't need to. It's too early for this. Do we like this? No. Anything down here? No. Maybe? No. Oh, we have a winner. Don't.
Hey, how you doing? Thank you. Thank you. Really love it.
Yay! Shake it out.
Yummy, yummy, yummy. Is it yummy?
It found its forever home. That's beautiful.
Also,
yeah, no, we're definitely going to do a watch party soon about
I gotta
the
go.
Civil War movie.
Thank you for having me. I gotta go and I will contribute, or what's the word? Not contribute. What's the word?
Oh, if you do want to
Donate.
contribute, if you do want to donate, Jim,
Donate.
if you do want to donate,
Yeah,
let me post a link in the back chat, because this is much more convenient, and it is international.
Good man.
And that way
Please.
we don't that way we don't have to
No,
that
I
way we don't
really
have to deal
do.
with the bank.
Yeah, fuck the bank.
It's in the back chat. They do take a fee. They do take a fee. I'm fine with paying that because it's easy. But this is the Ko-fi. This is the
eh?
Ko-fi. Yeah.
All right, mate. I will take that on board.
Yeah, Vanta, you should come up. I do better when I talk to people instead of just ramble. But thank you for coming up, Jim. Thank you for your perspective.
Thank you. See you later, mate. I have to
Thank
go.
you, sir. Be safe. Have a good one.
Good night.
That dog probably gets him a lot of pussy. Probably. It's a good dog. No, Lauren's doing it for the love of the game. She just likes to beat me. It's okay. Is this the guy that goes on team? I don't know. I'm not kicking you because you're not welcome, Jim. I'm kicking you because you said you were leaving. Thank you for coming up, good sir. But because we can't have an adult conversation about the movie Civil War, we're moving on from that topic. I like Jim as well. Jim is a good guy. Oh, well, the dog's probably not sedentary. He's probably, because it's a rescue and like an adopted dog, he's probably putting in that harness backpack so that he can train it to be around people without being skittish and potentially minimizing the risk of an incident. Namaste. Welcome. I am not a sweetie. I'm evil. Thank you. Namaste. No, it's not sexual in nature. She's just very violent and mean. Please help me. I'm a terrible streamer. Yeah, no, like, I'm just fucking with you for the main part, but like, if you know me, like, I don't like American History X because of certain scenes in that movie. Like, if I picked up, I could be wrong, but if I picked up there was any type of abuse like that, I would not watch that movie. Like, that's just something I can't handle. Personally. Nah, you know what? Lauren called me a fucking baby thug in NPC stream last night, which really hurt my ego. I messaged her. I'm like, I'm not a baby thug! Exclamation point. Like 50 of them bad boys. I mean, there's some funny scenes, don't get me wrong. But like anything with grape in it or like sexual abuse, like I don't tolerate, I don't like. And like I said, that dude was just setting up a dichotomy between people born in the US, from the US, and like American citizens, and foreigners who claim to be American. Is that's all he was doing. But no, like the movie Civil War is pretty fucking peak, to be fair. Like it is very awesome. We just gotta hold on one second, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, well, what have we got here? That's the poor box. It sure is.
Let me see. Thank you, Namaste. Thank you very much. I can't remember if you are a contributor that likes the wholesome clips or the degen clips, so I will play both. Yeah, time flies when you're having fun. I hope that I didn't upset 10th man. That's my only thing. So Namaste, I'm gonna give you 2 clips, one dirty, one wholesome, because I can't remember what type you like. Unless you want to stay in chat real quick, I'll give you a few seconds to type in chat if you prefer wholesome or degen. or both. I'm not past playing both for the ladies. We are women. We are woman appreciators here. We are not simps, but we are woman appreciators here. Now, y'all women outright bully me sometimes. I'm just sitting here behind stream like, oh no, oh no, oh no. What are they gonna do? We might do that tonight. Let me see. We might do that tonight, Vanta. Hey man, look, I'm gonna be real with you. Just sharing and liking the video and having you in chat to bounce off of and talk to is enough support. I like money, and if I didn't make money, I would still stream. Maybe for not as long as I do. Might be 30 minutes to at most 2 hours. But I appreciate the thought and I appreciate you being here just as much as I appreciate donos. There's a reason I don't say how much I get because I am appreciative for every dime that people send. It's not about collecting the most coins. It's about entertaining and building a community. You want both. I got you. I got you. Dirty clips, braces. All right, gentlemen, this is a red alert. All right. This is red alert, even, red alert. All right. Men, avert your. I mean, I think he's a good guy, but I don't, like I told him, I'm not going to bend over backwards to make sure his feelings aren't hurt. I think he's awesome and he's wonderful to talk to, and he's free to speak his mind. Like Lauren and I agreed with what Lauren said. Like, you can yell at me and you can say what you want on this panel. Like, there's as long as you don't break TOS coming at me, that's fine. And 10th Man isn't going to threaten my mods or the community, so I don't even have to worry about that. But breaking TOS is the only thing that would potentially be a problem with 10th Man. And he don't even do that. So I just wish he would stop trying to be a victim a lot, because like I don't appreciate that, like I told him. But here's the wholesome dono clips. Look at that big boy. Look at him. Oh shit, look. Swiggle, swiggle, swiggle. I'm so glad Imperious or Vanta isn't here. Look at that chunker munker. I usually have better seal clips than that, but that is part of the wholesome donos. And the reason we're still playing them on YouTube is I'm switching StreamYards. God damn, is it that fucking out in the open? That's crazy. I gotta get better hiding it. I gotta get better hiding. Foursome is my cup of tea. That's crazy, Vanta. You went blind. The gas station clip. I need to go to church tomorrow. I felt something. Sean, no. Oh Lord, that's crazy. That is fucking wild. Oh shit, you were showering. You have a meeting. What kind of meeting? People were speculating that I upset you. So that's the only reason we were talking about you. He's running from a killer whale. You want to see more East African women twerking? Well, you got to donate more. Those are reward clips. Oh yeah, no. When it comes to me showing seals, y'all are definitely synonymous, because y'all be like, I would love to hit that seal with a baseball bat. And I'm just like, I will beat you. I will beat you. Stop it. Get help. Stop. I don't have any. I don't have any interesting stuff pulled up today. I do, but I feel like it'd be boring for you guys. Like I feel like it would be very boring for y'all. So we'll hit one of the old school shit. Let me see. Yeah, I'm not playing that one. Never mind, we're not going old school. Actually, you know what? We might just go old school. Y'all remember those clips where I would show the 50 states and what it'd be like? Well, this is illegal immigration. Illegal immigrants be like.
I come here before the last election. El President Trump says now go back.
What the fuck was that?
Bro, relax. They're only catching criminals. You'll be fine. Relax, Quartz. They're woke. You're Russian. You'll be fine.
Can't believe I got to graduate Harvard despite being a Russian. Wait, why are you staring?
No worries. They're random students. You're a femboy refugee.
I can finally be myself in America.
Deportito. You always come in here to say.
Relax, Quartz. There.
Whoa, there's a better version of America, and they elected liberals 4 times in a row. I'm in heaven.
Fuck Canada. Well, my homies hate Canada. Let's invade it and make it 51st state.
At least Trump won't get me here.
Climate change isn't fucking real. We're bringing the factories back. Fuck this planet.
All right, where did I end up this time?
Welcome back to Russia, comrade. You're going to Gulag for... Is this a fucking femboy?
That's crazy. What's up, 10th man? Well, apparently it's Canada's better America because liberals, not laws.
Okay, so I missed what you said. Apparently something.
Oh no! Apparently,
I've been listening the whole time. I was getting ready to get that.
Apparently, according to this creator, Canada's a better America because it elects liberals. Apparently.
About that.
So, eventually we have to talk. I'm doing well. Eventually we have to talk about what's going on. This is going to take a little bit, not current events in the U.S. So, apparently we're gonna have to talk about what's going on. So, this is your trigger warning. It's gonna get a little bit heavy. Everybody's
going into a video.
Yes, but I'm using a creator that is both easily mockable and kind of funny.
Okay. I came up to address some of the things you said, but that's okay. Go ahead. We can do that. No, I'd rather do it on my channel at a later date, and then that way it can just be you and I.
Well, I mean, it can until we address it. It can just be you and me up here.
But I don't want to do that to your show. Then it seems like I'm like, oh.
So, no, dude. If you have problems that happen on my show, I'm the type of guy I want to address them immediately and get them over with.
No, it's not that.
And that is a secret I will take to my grave. Namaste.
I have 50 minutes till I gotta leave to go meet Jason for the first time in 6 years.
Well, so what's the main issue? We'll talk about the main issue and then we'll cover the rest on your channel.
Well, let's do what we can do. So, if somebody, say for instance, is an advocate and they're out there speaking for women with cervical cancer. All right, let's say it's a man and he's out there saying, we need to look at cervical cancer. we need to address this, but one of the things that you said there, I think I was in the shower, was that you wish that I wouldn't act like a victim, right?
Yes.
So would that cervical cancer man be a victim?
No, not at
Okay,
all.
so then if I'm speaking out about, like, I'm not talking about you specifically, right? All I'm doing is talking about the encompassing situation. How does that make me a victim?
It's not you. It's not about what you talk about. It's how you talk about it and the way you project yourself as being a victim. It's like, for instance, when you were talking about, even though I agree with you about getting involved when people are doing stupid shit, that it's our civic duty. It's like when you're talking about how you would just outright hurt some or kill somebody because you're disabled. That's still trying to be the victim while being the aggressor, right?
No.
Your duty
Not even close.
your duty is to de-escalate the situation to the best of your ability, unless lives are in immediate danger. Then you drop the motherfucker. If you see somebody acting a fool and you're disabled and you go get involved and you get hurt, that's on you. And if you outright just murder somebody or kill somebody because they're disruptive or they're causing a problem, then you should deal with those repercussions. You trying to say, because I'm disabled, I would just shoot them. That's still you trying to be the victim.
No, not
while
shoot, because we
victimizing
don't have
someone else.
guns.
Well, kill them. All right, kill them.
But were we on here or on my show? I thought we were on here.
We were on here.
When we watched the video of the dudes who unalived the guy in the bar. That was here, right?
Yep.
Right. So that was done with bare hands.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So I never said shoot. Never said anything like that.
Yeah, well, if you kill them, if you escalate the situation and kill them, and then you're like, and I did that because I'm disabled, and they were acting a fool, that doesn't make you in the right. That means that you got involved and you escalated the situation. There was a death. That makes you a murderer, and you're trying.
Okay, but that guy threw a chair, right?
Sympathy. No, he smacked the fuck out of the manager.
No, first he threw a chair. We saw it on the video. So he used a weapon, right? And then I just walk up, punch him in the throat, and he dies, right? So you're saying that that's murder, even though he was using a weapon to attack people, and I just, rather than trying to wrestle with him on the ground, he used a chair.
Why would you get involved if you're disabled? Why would you get involved if you're disabled?
Why did the other guy get involved?
Because he was fully able-bodied and they were trying to help the manager. Because the manager, and he didn't use a weapon on the manager, he used his fists.
So I should run away?
Yes, if you're disabled, yes, you should let able-bodied people handle it, yes. Because you being disabled, and that makes you get in the way. There's a chance that you will not be able to help the situation. In fact, you will make it harder to deal with. And I'm going to address Lauren's question, and I would like an answer from you. Not to be a dick, but how can you kill someone with your bare hands if you're disabled? Humbly and respectfully. She's not trying to be rude. If you're disabled the way that you claim, how could you even get involved in a meaningful way? Let's say this dude was just beating the fuck out of people with chairs using a weapon. If you're disabled and you don't have an automatic door puncher or even a knife, how can you help the situation? What's up, Blue Jay?
I'm not going to get into what I know I can do. So it's very hard for me to have a conversation when all I hear is myself or my opinions being devalued, and then when I say this, then you say see, there we go.
I'm not devaluing your opinions or yourself.
See, I shouldn't be able to prompt you to say things like you just said by just saying what I said. right?
10th man, you
Like,
are
you're,
trying to be a victim.
no,
This
you're
is
not
what you're
attempting to
doing.
see things. I just don't see you attempting to see things from the other side at all. And then you devalue me when I say things, right? And I don't want to do the same to you, right? So it puts me in an adversarial position where I can't win because you have this steadfast ideal system that people respect because you hold your ground, right? And so then the debate is automatically won by you because I'm not willing to cross those lines. But in reality, that is not true. It's the same as the Trump Kamala debate. I had to listen to everybody say that Trump got decimated, but that's because he wasn't willing to cross the same lines that she was. So the general populace, for the most part that I saw, believed that she won the debate.
I
But
don't
she
know
did not win the
anybody that
debate.
actively believes that she won that debate.
That's what most mainstream media said, including a lot of Trump supporters said the exact same thing.
Yes, because there's a leftist bias even in places like Fox.
Right. Right. So, for instance, and this is victim again, right?
It very well can be having a steadfast belief system. It very well can be.
Yeah, but so, and if people are in the basement, that's fine. I got to
No,
go
there's
get
nobody
ready
in the
here eventually
basement.
anyway. So okay.
10th
So,
minute, while me and you're talking about this, I don't care if there are people in the basement. I want to address at least the major issue, because I do see, and I'm going to call you out on it, and I'm not doing it to be mean. Whenever I see you trying to play the victim, I'm going to call you out because I'm your friend, and I don't tolerate that from my friends.
I understand. Yeah, but
we're not victims. We're men who have opinions. Just because we disagree does not mean that I am devaluing you. It means that I disagree wholeheartedly with your course of action.
So I find it insulting when you say play the victim and things like that, because that's automatically devaluing everything that I said.
No, it's not.
That's how I see it. Well, that's how I see it.
You shouldn't see it that way. It's me telling you that when you say something
But
like
that's your perception,
devaluing my opinion, I'm telling you that is you trying to be a victim, and I'm not going to let you do that. I'm telling you when I say you're playing a victim, I'm telling you, don't say shit like you're devaluing my opinion. Tell me your opinion. Stick to your opinion. Say it, spit it out.
So, for instance, I had that interaction with Andrew Wilson, right? And I thought it went pretty well. I was just trying to tap in or tag in or whatever and say, hey, I'll take a few minutes while Sarah tries to work out getting that other lady over there. Go ahead.
1 second, 10 minutes. This type of shit will not be tolerated. This is the final warning.
No, that's actually funny. No,
It may be funny, but
I'll
it's a
tell you
direct
why.
insult while we're having a serious question.
No, but hold on.
Conversation.
So that person is probably familiar with the 10th man lore, which was 5 years ago or whatever. I made a sandwich for my husband, and then he screamed at me, and everybody could hear in the background him screaming. And people are like, what is he screaming at you like that for? And it's because I cut his sandwich horizontally instead of diagonally, and it became a bit. So it's not anything that you're thinking.
Well, it's when we're in direct conversation about something that is semi-serious or serious.
But don't worry, that's actually hilarious, right? Because it became a bit.
This means a lot. I understand a lot more about people that y'all don't know now, because I did not know that means to bind. That's crazy. That's crazy, even. And I have to say this, 10th man, I agree with this wholeheartedly. Nobody's responsible for your feelings except for you. So if you feel a certain way, I'm not sorry that I made you feel that way, but I hope that we can come to an understanding.
Yeah, I'm not asking you to have feelings. So,
I mean, namaste.
Andrew,
It's completely normal to be a woman and be conflict avoidant. By the way, you're unlike Lauren. Unlike Lauren. Lauren, be like, I'm conflict avoidant. Get over here so I can beat you. Go ahead, 10th man. I'm sorry.
yes. So the Andrew Wilson situation. I wish I never had to talk about it again, but it's a reference that people will get. I thought we had a good interaction. Then I got put in chat, and I was in chat for a little while. Then I came back. And nobody understood how funny it was to me to have people in chat say, yeah, you're doing it wrong, 10th man, by trying to argue with Andrew's wife in the chat. You're not supposed to address her directly. You're supposed to address her husband because that's how their faith works. So I was in chat saying things such as, I don't know why you would be saying these things to me. I, don't have any issue with you or your husband. And ironically enough, I had done a video about the Thorpes and stuff and the horrible things that they had done to the Wilsons literally less than a week before that, right? I have no animosity whatsoever towards these people. Yet they were calling me a sodomite and an abomination and all these horrible things, right? And I moved on from it for the most part. I get it. It's a stage show. Do what you do, right? And then I'm here. I leave because I had to go get ready, and also because I just didn't feel like the conversation was going to go very well. And then Jim says, is he an American poofta? Right? And now he can say whatever he wants. Awesome possum. Right? But if I say things against him, people will see me as weak. But people see him as strong for saying that. Right?
Again,
Because it's his freedom.
this is the victimization.
Then,
People don't see you as weak when you say something bad.
But then his country, Germany, Canada, the UK, start instituting laws for hate speech that him saying something like that is illegal. So then that anger towards gay people is only amplified, right? Because now it's, oh, they're trying to keep us down and take our free speech rights away. But the gay people weren't the ones that actually went around attacking the straight people, right? The laws were put in place to try to protect the gay people from that type of abuse. I disagree with it 100%. I disagree with any hate speech laws. But the same people that will use these terms and this type of vitriol towards gay people will be the same ones that say, you're taking away my right to free speech. But they caused it, right? So then you're going to say, I'm playing the victim. But then when they're the ones that see that they're being victimized, then they get to hate me even more. So I'd like to understand how in anything that I just said there, I'm the victim, when I actually had no input in any of that whatsoever that was negative. Explain it.
What are you talking about? I didn't say you were the victim because you come on and you talked about Jim calling you a name or asking if you were something. Because poofta is just a slang term for gay from Australia, from my understanding. He was
Okay.
asking if you were homosexual. So am
Hate
I
to have
supposed
this
to say yes
conversation.
or no?
So I'm Canadian, so I don't know all your guys' racist words, right? I was on flows. I had heard numerous times Glenn referred to himself as a jet black, but different words for Mexican people, right?
We actually discussed anarcho tyranny the other day, Doomerang. Go ahead, Tinthman.
I accidentally said that without really thinking, sleeping pills, whatever, irrelevant. I didn't think that that was that bad. I thought it was the same thing as cracker or whatever. No idea. Some people didn't like that I said that. Right? So, was I the victim there or Glenn?
What, that you used a racial slur on somebody's stream who don't allow any racial slurs and you got
That
booted?
I was not even aware that that was a racial slur because there was actually a bill proposed in America that was called Project Jet Black, right? So I remember when that was put through. Like I thought that that was just like calling someone black or something like that, right? I don't know. I don't know all the feels that people have about words, right? But the point is was I the victim there or Glenn?
There was no victim there.
Oh.
Nobody was a victim. You got booted or whatever happened, the repercussions because you accidentally used the word ignorance. I'm gonna say this: ignorance of the law or ignorance of the rules is no excuse to break them. You got the repercussions dealt with, and nobody is a victim just because you said a word.
Okay. So was I a victim when Rachel Wilson called me a bunch of names in Tomatoes chat?
No, because you can't be victimized by words.
Okay.
Were you assaulted? Were you assaulted? Were you harmed physically, financially, or mentally?
Financially.
How were you harmed financially by that?
By that person attacking me in chat like that, then rather than me having a back and forth with Andrew and possibly getting a sub or maybe even a donation or a little bit of attention to my channel, all those people would just automatically go, sodomite, F him.
And they would have done that once you mentioned you having a husband then, so you weren't harmed at all.
That's mental gymnastics, sir.
That's not mental gymnastics. If the same people who are calling you a sodomite and abomination because of their religious beliefs, right? JG Wentworth, 877 cash now. It's my money and I need it now. But no, that's not how that works. Those people, they may have went to your show. Sure, you may have got a little bit of views. You may even got a donation from them. But if those people would have found out you were gay or known from the get-go, they never would have went. So you didn't lose out on anything. So no, you were still not victimized.
You think that people who have 100 times the amount of subs as me, infinitesimal amount more money than me, a tremendous amount more social status than me, punching down on me is completely acceptable. When I was there in good faith.
Morally, it's wrong.
Oh.
Criminally, there's nothing wrong with it. And if those people that agree with Andrew and his wife about homosexuals to that extreme, they were never going to watch your stuff. They were never going to do. For instance, I actually met up with Be Brave and I told him about the troll I was thinking about doing, about sending you over there. Because I wanted to hear his reaction. When you mentioned your husband. And he was all game for talking to you until I mentioned you were gay. And he said,
Yeah.
if you would mention your husband, he's like, I would
Yeah.
ask him to either leave or to not mention it again. Probably leave. He's like, I wouldn't explode on him. You're right. I would treat him with respect and kindness, but I see that as a mental illness, and I don't engage in mental illness. Does that make you a victim? Because that's Be Brave's, like, is that Be Brave victimizing you because he doesn't believe homosexuality is a legitimate thing?
Oh, I don't see you're the one that's saying I see myself as a victim or whatever.
No,
I don't see that.
I'm asking you, would you see yourself as a victim? Does that
Nope.
victimize you? So why then
Nope.
does it that victimize you when Andrew and his wife does it?
No, I'm asking you questions. I didn't say I was victimized. I'm just trying to understand where your mindset comes from.
You said that they hurt you financially. That would make you a victim.
When you asked if they had hurt me in any way, and I said hypothetically, yes, that's a way that they could have hurt me. Just to give you an idea as to where my mindset might be.
I mean, I'm asking because 10th man, you quite frequently do play the victim, like saying when I'm talking to you and I disagree with you, and you said that I devalue your opinion.
Yes, by saying you're playing the victim, right? Rather than engaging in the conversation, you completely devalue.
I always engage in the conversation with you regardless.
Okay. So the way that I see it is when I present a situation, and then rather than engage in that topic or conversation that we're having, your response is, I can't tolerate you putting yourself in a victim position.
I can't.
Right? Then at that point, we're not actually having a conversation about that. You've now said nothing that you just said has any relevance whatsoever, and I'm not even going to engage in this. That's what I hear you say. Are you saying that there's something different? Like you're just throwing that out there to give your opinion, and then you're going to follow up by actually engaging in the conversation? Because that's not what I've seen.
Well, you and I have never actually had this conversation regarding how you play the victim or attempt to play the victim. So
Okay.
I've always given you the opportunity to speak. I've always engaged with you.
Yep.
I've never really said anything about it. I've always engaged. You just say things like, because I disagree with you, or I make certain statements and I stand 10 toes down on them, and I devalue your opinion. That would be you playing the victim. And then you got people like Palomero in the chat that doesn't understand what being a victim, what being pulling the victim card is. He's like, well, if 10th man was attacked by a bear, that's not the fucking same thing. Pulling the victim card, saying somebody like myself who engages with you in conversation, engages with you in good faith, just because we disagree, you saying that I devalue your opinion.
Yes.
That is pulling the victim card.
Almost every time I speak to you. And I just take it because I'm not here to have an argument with you. I'm here to hang out with some people, have a little bit of fun, throw out some alternative ideas. Right? That's all I'm here for. That's it.
Well, I mean, my thing is, I want to know how I devalue your opinion. Because if you don't have an explanation, yeah, you have to explain it in detail for me to get it. Because if you can't, or you don't, to me, that's just pulling the victim card. There's a poll in chat, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Please vote.
So, for instance, we were having a conversation about American exceptionalism, or whatever we were talking about when Jim came up. And you said America is the superpower. It protects Canada. So that's the only reason that we even help, right? And I would like to understand how, if America is the superpower and everybody has to do what they're told, if America has any hand in it whatsoever, that then those same people don't have a right to an opinion of how America operates.
That is vastly deconstructing what I said. This is why I don't like deconstructionism.
Okay,
What
let's go to an easier one.
For the audience and yourself, let me repeat what I said
Okay.
as verbatim as I can. What I said was, I do not care, as an American, if you are not subject to American law, taxation, or do not live in the United States, permanent resident, even. I do not care about your opinions of how we should run this country, and you should stay out of them. And any person who is an American that agrees with a foreigner over ideology, whether it be libertarianism, National Socialism, fascism, communism, market liberalism, whatever the ideology, is a traitor because they are attempting to cut off the sovereignty of their own country and denying their own citizens, their own fellow citizens, on ideological grounds.
Gotcha.
It makes
All right,
them
so
a traitor.
when George Bush Jr. got up in front of the world and said, "You are with us or against us," you don't see that as a threat.
No, because either you are with us or you are not.
So I saw that as a threat.
You should take it as one, because either you are with
Yep.
us or you are against us. We
Yep.
give the world more money and more financial aid than anyone else.
Mhm.
We help every nation. We defend world trade to the benefit of everyone.
Okay.
If you are not, the foreigners want to reap the benefit of America while then complaining and critiquing the way America does things, and that is my issue.
Okay. So you think that it's okay to threaten Canada and other countries
Yes, I'm literally a fascist.
to attack countries that had nothing to do with the event that actually happened?
You know what
Right?
country?
When
You know what country?
sandcastles fell.
You know what countries obediently and blindly helped us because they love us and they're our allies, and why I value their opinions? South Korea
Canada?
and Australia. No, South Korea and Australia. Without having citizens that bitch and complain and question America and its judgment, South Korea and Australia. That's why I say there are two greatest allies, and they are equal in that being allies. They never, as far as I know, they never, by and large, critique America. Now, when it comes to us honoring the alliances and the bloodshed that their sons gave for the protection of America and American citizens, they say, "Hey, are you going to defend us against China?" And that I don't care about Taiwan, but when it comes to Japan, because we're the reason that they are cucked and they are pussified and they have no military, that's our fault. We have a duty to protect them. But because of the bloodshed in the name of American ideals and the American empire that South Korea and Australia have sent their sons to die alongside Americans for those ideals, we absolutely should protect them because they are two of our greatest allies. They follow America's lead without question, without bitching, without trying to subvert. Canada does not. Mexico does not. Our European allies do not. At every turn, the Canadian government and many of our allies try to subvert the U.S. economy. They try to manipulate the aid that we send. And the argument that you had against that was when the sandcastles fail, or when there's a natural disasters, the Canada sends aid. Okay, look at everything America does for you guys. It's a mutual benefit.
next to nothing. We give our resources to America for nothing, but we're not going to get onto that.
No,
So-
we're going to get onto that because that's an outright falsehood.
It's not. It's not. Please. I know way too much about American and Canadian trade, and so you believe that it was perfectly acceptable to completely carpet bomb and kill millions of people in Iraq and Afghanistan.
We were at war with them. Yes.
And no, you weren't. And you think that either of those countries had anything to do with the sandcastles falling?
It's amazing you want to talk about 9/11, but we can't even talk about U.S.-Canadian trade.
Because that's going to be a much...
The deficit in tariffs that are put on U.S. goods in Canada.
Mm-hmm.
On top of the deficit,
because otherwise we wouldn't have an economy because of the trade deals that we have with America, and then American industries would be able to completely overwhelm all Canadian industries, and then we would have no Canadian industries whatsoever.
Thank you for proving my point. The foreigner wants the benefit of American help, American technology, American blood and treasure. They are not willing to be good on the deals that they've signed. You just said it. Even though we have these trade deals where there's not supposed to be these tariffs, we still impose them because America, in its good gracious, lets its allies fuck them over.
Mm-hmm. Untrue. But so I really don't want to get off the what we were talking about, because you tried to switch it to trade deals, right? What we were talking about is Afghanistan and Iraq.
I'm talking about in general.
So, do you believe that Afghanistan and Iraq in some way were related to the sandcastles falling, and that justified what happened in those two countries?
We were at war with those two countries. Do I believe
war was never declared?
A special military operation. Our president has the authorization to use the military as he sees fit.
And carpet bomb two entire countries.
When they sponsor terrorism around the world, yeah, I'm okay with that. Because we were at war with terrorists, and these two countries financed terrorists heavily.
You mean the terrorists that were financed by the American government and put there? Osama bin Laden and Saddam Hussein, the two people that America supported when it was convenient to fight against Russia.
Saddam Hussein invaded his neighbor Kuwait, who is a staunch U.S. ally, similar to Korea and Australia. It doesn't matter. U.S.
Why
ally.
did he?
We backed up an ally, and we
the same U.S. allies that are now, when they had millions of dollars worth of a bounty on their head, but now America put that same guy in charge of Syria, something like that. Like that, you can't understand that America is the number one proliferator of disinformation.
Oh no,
number two,
I understand.
That they're the ones that prop up these terrorists in these countries for decades.
Prove it.
And then,
beyond conspiracy theories, prove it. Bring me the documentation.
Look up the bounty on the guy who's now the president of Syria.
Do I think over the course of 20 years, things change? The situation on the grounds changes? Yes. Just like Osama bin Laden
was a terrorist, but now he's not.
Just like Osama bin Laden was an ally during the Cold War because he was being used to fight the Russians.
Yeah. And then they used him as a proxy for the sandcastles falling, which probably isn't true, right?
And then he using Saudi Arabia, which Saudi Arabia is not an ally to the U.S. I've said this 1,001 times. For the same reasons I say we shouldn't listen to Canadians, but worse. Then he used his connections to Saudi Arabia to be able to target the U.S.
You say?
No, that's fact. Want to say people like you want to say the CIA? People like you want to say the CIA and whatnot was involved. Yeah, they funded the man for years because he fought the Russians, and he used that money to then stab them in the back and target Americans. Sure.
Okay, so since we can't establish an agreement on the sandcastles, can we establish an agreement that if somebody has a multi-million-dollar bounty and is a known T word, that then when America puts them in a position of power in Syria and takes that bounty away, that anything that happens in that country from that, that anything.
You understand that people get added to and removed to the terrorist watch list, and they get bounties put on their head and removed quite frequently depending on the situation on the ground. See, one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. That is a fact.
So that's not manipulation of foreign governments?
Absolutely not.
By America?
It's US interests. Every
Right.
government does this.
So what you're saying is that
Or
America,
every government that has the ability to do it does it.
but what I'm hearing here is that no one has any right to say.
You've unsuccessfully moved the goalpost to us talking about our Western allies who bicker and bitch at us.
Yeah.
Try to tell us how to run our country, to the U.S. funding of groups based on their ever-evolving interests and who's in power. This is a chessboard.
Not only allow them, but help them commit these T acts, and then America is completely absolved of any responsibility, correct?
Nobody is commanding terrorists to be terrorists.
Wrong.
First and foremost, let me be very clear. I despise terrorism, but it is a fact that terrorism is just a tactic being used.
But OG.
And first and foremost, the loyalty of these terrorist groups do not belong to the CIA or the US or the people that give them money for whatever reason. Their loyalty lies to the funders of terrorists in the Middle East, because countries like Iraq and Iran, terrorist groups are their special forces. There is no difference between terrorist groups and Delta Force, other than one is allowed to use terror tactics and target civilians. That is that is Iran's national equivalent to special forces and special military operations. Pakistan used terrorist tactics against India recently because that is their special forces. Let's make no mistake. Now, these groups operate semi-independently, and because that's beneficial to places like the US and Russia, who wish to use them as mercenaries against their enemies in the region. Is it dirty work? Abso-fucking-lutely. Is it something that we can change? Absolutely not. Even if I were to take power tomorrow, even if I were to take power tomorrow, there would be an apparatus in the government that I would run that would still do these things, because it is advantageous for my national interests and it benefits my citizens.
And so you don't know that the people that Saddam Hussein was fighting are the same people with the squiggly line flags?
Yes,
and those were the people that America tried to say that he had ethnically cleansed or whatever. And then America went in there for 20 years, tried to fight the people that he was fighting, did an even worse job at holding everything together than he did. And then America just leaves on a whim, lets their own people die, leaves all their allies holding the bag. But that's American excellence? Or is that just a mistake we all have to forgive?
You don't have to forgive shit. I genuinely do not give a fuck about the opinions of foreigners when it comes to U.S. interests.
Right. So this is the problem. And see, because I thought I was American until I was about 9 or 10 years old. Right? I didn't know the difference.
You should be. Canada's not a real country. You should be.
I didn't know there was a difference, right?
Well, that's because you were a child and ignorant. We all are ignorant as children.
Mm-hmm. So when I see what I've seen over the past 25 years, that puts my country in danger, right? Americans' actions put my country in danger. And we're going to leave out the political influence that America has over Canada. That don't even matter.
No,
That's expected. That's expected.
No, if you what your liberal government and the embracement of butt sex in Uganda is what puts your country at danger, not the U.S. These terrorist groups in these Iran and Iraq, they hate you on an ideological level. Because to you, when they say America, death to America, they mean death to the West. Because of what the West is liberal, it is secular. They are religious extremists. And what you're attempting
Americans,
to do,
a large majority of Americans are religious extremists. These are two different religious extremist groups fighting.
Is to divide and conquer and manipulate Americans against the Middle East to your own benefit because of what you believe in your national security. But at the end of the day, if America didn't exist or it collapsed, places like Iran and these terrorist groups would still target the West because of butt sex in Botswana. Because the biggest export from Western countries is not the goods and services, it is ass sex and degeneracy to the Middle East and to Africa. Because what comes along in those poorer regions with the aid that they get is our belief system. They have to embrace our belief system to get that aid.
So as I was saying,
and because because Iran and other large Muslim majority countries like Saudi Arabia despise our belief system on an ideological level, they fund and allow terrorist organizations to operate inside their country. And the best way to fuck over terrorist organizations is to throw a bunch of fucking money at them and make them a bunch of swines that fight over fucking money and influence. And then you can manipulate and use them as you see fit, and it causes a bunch of fucking problems. Because if the Muslim nations like Iraq, Iran, and Saudi Arabia had their way, they would do what Syria did and what Iraq did. Iraq and Iran took these tribal groups and these terrorist groups, and they put them in a caste system and divided resources among their society, and it kept those people in control, firm control, and under the opportunity and under state control. And what the U.S. did was fund them and finance them and take them out of state control. There was a little bit of ideological belief and agreement because they were still Muslims. They were still Muslim extremists. If you really want to know the reasoning behind the U.S. giving them money, is because it took away that state control from Muslim countries. And it actually prevented a lot more terrorist attacks because those terrorist organizations were scrambling and fighting for money. And that's a fact. When you look at these black side or these dark political maneuvers, they're done for specific reasons. And people like yourself don't want to look at that. You want to look at, oh, well, America's bad because America told my country what to do and I disagree. But yet you want all the benefit that America
No, you're not hearing. No, you just it's very, very hard for you to have me to have this conversation with you. So, I don't know if you ever saw the way that this is all planned out. Like this has been planned out for a very, very long time. And I played it on my show years ago of how all of this is already planned to happen, right? And Canada is in between all the bad guys and America. All right? Americans' actions has put a peacekeeping nation that they were before the sandcastles fell now into a combat role. We were not before that. That's not something that we wanted to do.
I hate to tell you, but we're headed towards World War III. So all of our allies in the
because of what we're discussing right now.
No, because of the petrodollar, because of the petrodollar and the American influence with China and Russia.
No,
because China is rapidly improving, and whenever a new superpower enters the fray, there always leads to a war with the old powers.
Why are they doing that?
Because that's the mark of a nation. They will all nations will compete. Yes, that is what's happening. It is human nature,
America. Because America.
Why did Germany form? Why did Germany form?
Because
to
America
counteract English influence, English and French influence in the Prussian principalities. Same fucking reason that China's growing.
Because America uses the petrodollar to enforce sanctions on other countries. That's the reason why the petrodollar is failing.
Yeah, and I've said that.
Yep. But that's not what you said.
Because my brother in Christ.
You said, "Oh, that's just a symptom of another superpower." You're absolving America.
That is a symptom of another superpower. That's what superpowers do. They use their economy and influence as weapons.
You're absolving America of any responsibility of the situation when you say,
"No, I'm not."
That's what happens when another superpower.
I'm saying they're directly responsible for it, and it's what superpowers do. That we don't bitch and complain about it. It's a way of human nature. Just like the example I just gave you.
Is directly responsible.
Why did Prussia form the North German Federation and then ultimately form Germany? To combat the influence in the Prussia and the German principalities against France and England. They created a superpower, and that led to two world wars to destroy that competing superpower. Guess what? America is the sole superpower after the collapse of the Soviet Union. China is rapidly increasing its economic leverage, its political influence around the world, and it is happening again. And it does the method in which it happens is irrelevant. The simple fact it is human nature. Any nation with the ability to use its economy and political and cultural influence as a weapon will do so. Japan, even in its limited state, uses anime and its culture as a cultural bludgeon to distract people from its sins in World War II. Germany.
And what about America's sins since 2001?
Germany uses its economic system to make up for its supposed sins in World War II. Yeah, too bad. America's the superpower. Unless we lose, we don't have to account for shit. If you want our money and our aid, you will say, yes, sir, yes, daddy, please and thank you. And if you don't like that, that's the way of the world. Create your own superpower. Make the sacrifices necessary.
See, but these types of conversations that I've had for over 6 years.
You don't grasp it because you're a libertarian. You are ideologically, just like communists, you are ideologically opposed to the natural reality.
Hold on. Are you saying me?
Yes, you're a libertarian. You're an anarcho-capitalist. You said it on Teriox. You like a communist.
No,
you like a communist are ideologically opposed to human nature.
No, none of that's true.
I think it's kind of funny, to be honest, Kev.
During this conversation, not one time did I turn it around on you specifically.
You have though.
No, I have never said you.
You said that I devalue your opinion.
Yes, like you just did just 2 seconds ago. Same thing, right? You say, "Oh, you're communist. You're this. You're that." That's what these are. I'm not sure if you do it on purpose.
You are a libertarian. You are a libertarian. You've said as much. You said that you're an anarcho-capitalist, and you and Terry said on my panel that you and him want an anarcho-capitalist utopia. That is libertarian. And if you are libertarian-minded, you do not see the human element. You do not see the natural human causes. Just like communists, your ideology is adverse to human nature.
Okay, I don't know how to have a conversation with you. See, because when I'm the joke guy,
we're having
we get along great. No, when I'm the joke guy, we get along great, right? because that's what I was until I started doing shows. So when I'm just sitting on your panel, making jokes, hanging out, having fun, right?
Hold on
Everything's
one
fine.
second, hold on. Agriopolis, I think he was pointing out to the U.S. still being majority white. I don't think he was saying the U.S. is a single racial nation.
I didn't
And
say
that no, not you. I'm talking to somebody in the comment. I was talking about someone in the comment. Anyway, I don't think he was talking about the U.S. being a singular racial nation, but he was talking about whites being a majority and people in the U.S. choosing to support politicians that send aid everywhere. That's what that person was. Yeah, no, that's what I was telling 10th Man. It wasn't him. It was someone in chat.
I got you. So anyway, as I was saying, when I'm the joke guy, we get along great. When I try to have a discussion with you about things that you feel strongly about, I don't really feel that it's a conversation. Right? I mean, that's why I didn't want to do this. Right?
No, it's still a conversation, but it's an adversarial
when I
conversation.
say 5 or 8, 10 words, and then you explain your position for 3 to 5 minutes, that's not a conversation. I mean, you do what you want to do. I don't care, right? It does not affect me in real life in any way. I just don't see us as being like I don't think that you see me as an equal, right? I think you see
because
me
I
as
don't believe in
lesser.
equality.
Right,
I don't
you see me as lesser.
I don't see you
And
as
that's
lesser.
why
I see you as
don't give
competition.
my words the same weight
That's the victim mentality, Tim Pham.
as you would somebody else who you see as an equal, right?
No, that's the
why
victim mentality. That's the victim
speak
mentality.
over me.
I speak over Flo.
Not sure if you have
unless I'm on his
lag.
show.
I get you, but I'm not sure if you have lag
I
or not.
speak over Sasquatch unless I'm on his show.
Mm-hmm.
I do not see anybody as lesser than myself because I don't believe in that bullshit. I don't believe in inherent superiority because nobody's perfect. The only way anybody can be inherently superior, whether it be racial or individual superiority, is to be perfect. No one is that. And no, I do not see us as equal because we are not equal. Equality is a lie. It is a false god.
But when you're on my panel, right, you're equal to me. Your voice has just as much weight as mine. I respect anything that you say just as much as I would anybody else's, right? I don't believe that we will ever reach a resolution of anything unless all voices can be heard.
All voices should not be heard.
Right.
There are some there are some people that think minor attracted persons are a legitimate thing. Those voices
but I would
should
rather
not be
them
heard.
be able to I would rather them be able to tell you that so that you know who you're dealing with, rather than have a serpent rather than have a serpent laying in wait. Right? But the way that you look at it is for those people to be silenced, and then bad things happen.
I'm not posting this comment to make fun of you, but this man right here, for one, I have to do a shout out. I woke up and I saw what you created. I added it to the banner and I showed it off. Crab, you are an amazing person. I want to say thank you for this and the song that you made. He won't even let me pay him. Thank you very much, good sir. This shit was awesome. And I'm glad Crab's here because if I say something he disagrees with, or he says I see something I'm not being ideologically consistent, not only does he create shit like this, but he keeps my feet to the fire on my beliefs, and he is not afraid to call me or anyone else out, and I appreciate that type of person. So thank you, Crab, for being here, and do your thing, Brewski. But anyway, go ahead, Tin Man.
This is the discussion that I had with somebody. I can't remember, was Teriak? No, it was Ike. and he was giving me advice on how I could have won an argument. And I don't even remember what argument it was. I think it was me versus Paul. I really don't remember. And he said, the way that you win a debate like that is to go full God mode. Right? And I'm seeing that that is the only way that I would ever be able to be perceived by your chat or by you as having any footing in this conversation whatsoever.
Yeah,
because
because you'd
people
be
are
saying what you believe and
programmed.
standing by it.
No, because people are programmed to stand behind somebody that will be steadfast with their beliefs, even if they are horrible. Right? So, because of that, I have no choice but to respond at this point in a way where I will either I walk away with everybody saying, oh yeah, 10th man, all he does is play the victim, when all I'm trying to do is have a conversation with you about the situation. And every time I do, you go God mode, right? So
Because I
have
think
no
you're
choice
wrong.
but to I have no choice but to either go God mode with you or walk away with a perceived loss, right? But that's how you guys perceive it, because I've not actually been able to wrap anything up with a bow in this conversation at all because of the way that you respond to it, which
Because
is
you're doing
shut up,
no.
F
I
word
never told you.
Canadian,
I
I'm
never called you. I
American,
never called you a
and
faggot, and I never
no,
will.
but that's what but I was
I've
called a poofter. So this is the thing: is all I hear is the same thing I've been hearing for 6 years, and technically a lot longer than
Well, never say never. I
is
take the never part back.
if America wanted to come take Canada's resources, then they'll just come take it. Right? And that's pretty much what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
I'm pretty much
Yeah.
just hearing
That is
you guys
ideologically
are under
consistent with everything I said.
your country is under imminent threat from America, and you have no choice but to bow to us. That's what I hear.
Yes. That is
Okay.
logically.
So then, as I've said, so then now I'll go God mode. Is this? See, I thought of you guys as my brothers and sisters.
You can try.
I thought of you guys as my brothers and sisters. But at this point, and I won't even get into that. But at this point, I'm just going to keep saying the same thing because a lot of Americans agree with me as well. Right? Is I would have no choice.
A lot of traders. I didn't mean to pull that.
I would
one up.
have
I
no
was pulling up the
choice
video.
at this point. If
Hold on. Austin,
this
everyone, please refrain from saying things like that. I didn't mean to pull that comment up. I was pulling up a video to be funny. Please refrain from saying things like that when I'm talking to somebody on a personal, like one-to-one thing.
I'm so used to it.
That's just
so.
but that's just for me. But before we continue,
okay, I got to go after. I say this.
If you want to know my opinions on Canada,
When you are all alone.
logically consistent. Either you obey and you support your allies without critique, who have given you a lot in return, or you just get annexed. And when you rebel, you be dealt with as rebels.
Untrue. So last thing I had to say is this. This is not the way I want it to be. This is just the way that it is. What I want is for Americans to have respect for other people that are their actual brothers and sisters.
You want equality. You want equality because you're on the weaker footing. That is why only the weak want equality.
I want them to respect the fact
respect and equality.
We give them resources as a loss, right? We give you guys resources at a loss a lot of times, right?
But you don't. But you don't. You have tariffs.
Well, we do.
You have tariffs when you have fucking free trade agreement signed with us. You don't. You don't give
I
shit
don't
to
think
the
you
US.
understand how tariffs
No,
work. So.
Bruh. When you have a free trade agreement, it is an agreement that you do not tariff goods from one side to the other. You have free movement, free economic movement. You Canadians agreed to free economic movement, and then you impose tariffs. And you bitch now that we're doing it back to you.
It's
for the
way
same
more
fucking reasons y'all claim. No, it's not. It's not. It's not that complicated. It's not
So do
that
you
deep.
think we
It's a
should
mile
just
wide
allow
and an inch
American industry to just take over Canada completely, and we just don't have any say in what happens within our own country because you guys are so special?
You
Should
do
work?
because
The
you're a
whole world?
libertarian. You're a libertarian. You don't see what you have to fight that. You have the ability to regulate within your nation. So if American industry comes in your country and they dominate, they still play by your rules. They still hire Canadians if that is what your government wishes.
Yeah,
So
no,
yes,
that's not.
yeah, no, you should be economically dominated by us because you want the benefit of American protection and American blood and American treasure, but you don't want the sacrifice.
But
that comes
before the
along with it.
sandcastles fell, we didn't need any protection.
You always needed protection.
No,
because before the
we were beloved.
before the sandcastles fell, you were quite frequently the target of the Soviet Union.
No, that's not true.
Yes,
So then
that is implicitly true.
Tell me why before, during, and after the sandcastles fell.
Bro, let's talk about the Cold
Americans,
War. Let's go even further.
No,
you're not
Why
controlling the
did
narrative. Let's go even
Americans?
further.
Why did Americans?
Why during the Cold War was Canada a complete bulwark in NORAD?
Why did Americans after the I gotta go after this. After the sandcastles fell, why did Americans wear Canadian, or before, during, and after the sandcastles fell? Why did Americans wear Canadian flags to try to shield themselves from the hate for America?
Because there are ungrateful shitbags who target Americans outside of America when they go on tour.
So it's okay to use Canadian camouflage to shield yourselves from your own.
I think it's bitch. I think it's
then
bitch
after
made.
the fact.
Okay,
then
so
after the fact,
is every citizen responsible for the actions of their government?
Yes.
Okay. 10th man, why did you ban the truckers from being able to access their money when Americans sent them money?
I fought against it tooth and nail.
No, but
that's the last thing I'm going to say.
But you're responsible for the actions of your government. I'm going to tell you the truth of
what's going on. So when all that stuff was going down, I called one of my local representatives, and I have it still recorded somewhere here, I think. Right? I may not have, actually, because I think they rolled over. I didn't realize they were deleting as they.
By the way, if I was president and you allowed your citizens to attack American citizens who were there giving U.S. dollars in tourism to your country, that would be an automatic war, and you'd be annexed.
Yeah. So, fuck. Oh yeah. So, I got to go because I got to do this meeting. Fuck, I lost it again. 1 second. Oh yeah, so I called one of my local representatives about some of the lockdown stuff and the trucker stuff and all that stuff. And when I had a discussion with him, he said, yeah, no, I understand. I understand your concerns about this. But just to let you know, a lot of this, just like you're saying, beyond.
This is a rare ale for you. I've only seen you ever take 3.
No, that's because I refuse to engage you guys on your own battlefield.
No, but what you
guys can have all the wins that you want, but you're actually losing.
But what I saw you do with Paul was make veiled threats and then act like the victim in certain cases. Then you made veiled threats about real life. You don't do that with me because we're friends.
I didn't make any veiled threats about real life. So,
and Paul reciprocated by making the same dumbass veiled threats.
When I spoke to this local government representative, right, that's in New Brunswick, Then he said, well, just same thing as what you're saying. You just don't understand because you're not smart like us. And by the way, 10th man, my government representative said, who I had a previous relationship with and I've never spoken to since this day, right? Like I actually saw him as a friend. Like he was a MLA or whatever, member of legislative assembly. And I saw him as like a friend. Like I've had good conversations with him. And then he goes, but just to let you know, after saying that, I just don't understand. I am actually personal friends and went to school with Justin Trudeau. That's what he told me. And my mind exploded and I went, all the things they said were true. These people go to special schools that we're not even privy to. They don't have to have a agreement between each other. They have mutual interests, right? So to say the things that you're saying, like, oh, well, we could do this, we could do that. No, because these are elite groups of people that have a investment in the ideology that they have, and they don't care about anybody below them. So as for the truckers, that was already almost everything that happened after what was previously referred to as the War Measures Act, when Justin Trudeau's father used it, and then it was changed to the Emergency Act from the War Measures Act, which is martial law. The Canadian federal court said that it was illegal. It was illegal what they had done. And when the investigation was done publicly, and Trudeau was asked, what was the information that you acted on? He said that communications or anything to do with that between him and the Attorney General of Canada are covered under attorney-client privilege. So even though the federal court decided that what he did was illegal, nothing was ever done, nothing ever will be done. So to act like we have any control over our systems whatsoever is adorable. And listen, I got to go. And I don't have any hard feelings towards you.
Yeah,
it's cute that you think that this is an L, right? Because anyway, I don't want to throw insults like you have at me. I want to be able to respect you and have a friendship, like an online friendship.
Have a friendship, or don't. It is
How?
what it is.
I'm
not gonna acquiesce to you.
I'm not asking you to acquiesce to anything. That's what I mean. Even just that right there, right?
The simple fact of the matter is not lost. I'm not regurgitating nationalistic propaganda. I'm creating nationalistic propaganda, and propaganda is not a bad thing. Propaganda can be truthful. It literally just means information in favor of.
See, I used to think like you. I did. When
Speak your mind and say your piece.
That a citizen had any power whatsoever. But you're literally
no, we can take over countries. There's a difference. It's the
even though it's illegal as per international law, right?
Fuck international law.
Right.
International law is only a law because nations agreed to it. No, there's not.
Right.
There's not.
Right.
Nations agree. Right. Nations agree and disagree all the time. The right to conquest is a thing, and it will never not be. Again, you're a liberal. You are a right-wing liberal, a libertarian. You your ideology stems. You are liberal. You literally said that you want a anarcho-capitalist society. You said it on. You agreed with Teriak, and you said you wanted that. That
Nope.
is a part of liberalism. It just happens to be right-wing liberalism, just like not laws is a left-wing liberal. It all stems from the French Revolution, who are all a bunch of cowards and fucking retards who the entire liberal ideology, whether it is left-wing or right-wing, is antithetical to human nature, and that is why humanity is stagnating and suffering under 300 years of it. Plain and simple.
This was so I have no choice but to go God mode here.
Yeah, go ahead.
What I truly believe will happen in the not too distant future.
Say what you mean and stand what you say. What you mean and stand.
What I truly believe.
Friends with the disagreements.
What I truly believe that will happen in the not too distant future is because of the ideology that you are presenting, and I would love to be able to watch your chat. I got to get going. Is that the whole world is going to turn against you, right? And it's all fine and dandy if you guys think you can. If you think that 400 million people can win against 7.5 billion people, then okay.
Who are you going to align with? The Chinese, the Russians?
No, the entire world is about to turn against America.
Who are
the
you?
Entire world.
Why? Why? Because we don't want illegals in our country.
Nope.
Because we don't want illegals in our country, and we're doing what's best for us.
No, because
who are you going to align with? The Russians who can't be reasoned with, who are currently invading Ukraine. The Chinese who can't be reasoned with, who have dreams of colonizing Africa and invading Taiwan.
See, you don't see the truth, right?
I do see the truth. Your reasoning is antithetical to human nature.
You think that America can make agreements with countries and then violate those because they have the power to do so. But the whole world is wise to that game now. The whole world. The whole entire world knows now that any deal you make with America, they will turn on you 100% of the time. 100% of, and that's not the way I want it to be, but it's because of this discussion here right now, right? Is there will be no reasoning with you. You just said you will not acquiesce, right? So therein lies the problem, is America thinks that they can tell the entire world what they're going to do and then threaten them at gunpoint, right? And I'm still battling in my head.
Or the real thing they're threatening them with is what's pissing people off, is they're threatening to cut off the spigot of American tax dollars.
No,
it's not at gunpoint.
You guys threatening to cut you off. Money. No, you guys have nothing. Nothing. It's all fictitious.
If we had nothing, we wouldn't be having this argument. You know who don't have this argument? Africans. Southeast Asians. They don't have this argument with each other because they truly have nothing. Europeans don't have this argument with one another. You know who does have this argument?
Every time.
People who are weaker than the U.S. and or their neighbors. That is what it is. You are trying to negotiate with America from a position of weakness. You do not negotiate from a position of strength. You do as you are told, or you get cut off and have to do it on your own. And that's what you people are mad about.
And that's what's going to happen to America. That is what will happen. So this is the thing.
In the hinterlands of America, we have access to every resource available to wage 100-year war against the rest of the world. We had talked about this. We have 2 mountain ranges that defend us from invasion. We have weaker neighbors to the north and the south that we can occupy and re-strengthen those fucking mountain ranges.
Yeah, I know. I saw the AI translated World War II tiny mustache guy speech. Yep, I've heard all
that.
That
has absolutely nothing to do with it. The U.S.
exactly
is that guy. Fuck around and find out.
No, that's exactly how you sound. So I have this battle in my head, right, is if Russia and China invaded Canada tomorrow, right? Let's say let's say what I think is going to happen happens, right? And the whole world just goes, all right, we can't allow this to happen anymore. America, you guys can think whatever you want. You want to be isolationists, awesome possum.
That's
and
why
then
you're
the
mad
whole
about
world just, and no, and then the whole world just goes, okay, you guys stay there, just like North Korea, right? And you guys stay in your little spot, and you're good to go. And
the fact that you and Notloss are telling me I don't know. Well, the fact that you and Notloss are telling me I don't know how things work when you don't realize without the American Navy, there is no international trade because piracy would run rampant.
Good.
Or you would be fucking, or you would be fucked by China's tolls in their fucking sea lanes. It's because American battleships force the legs open on the woman that is international trade is why you have cheap goods like you have. And then you as a Canadian get even more fucked because if America goes isolationist and the world turns against America, you end up with that actual trailer from the actual intro scene from Fallout that I played actually happening. Because then you get annexed, Mexico gets annexed, and we put a fucking lockdown on the Western Hemisphere.
Do you mind if I jump in here quickly? I've gone to another room.
I gotta go. So last thing is
well, 10th man, I want to address what you're saying basically. Because,
I know, but I gotta get. All right, I'll give you a minute. Go ahead, Joe.
Okay, so 10th man and his ilk, and I do mean it. I don't mean it as an insult, but it comes across disrespectfully because it's authentic.
But when you use the word ilk, that's quite nice.
That's right. That's right. So when I say ilk, I mean that 10th man and those who hold his political viewpoints are very common where I come from, and it's unfortunate. Let me define American exceptionalism as a Canadian as I see it. The freedom to make poor choices, the free market, this led to something called wealth creation. It led to, before this happened, there was a finite amount of wealth in the world. It was held by rich families, by aristocracies, and it could only be exchanged. When a free market, a free land, a new way of thinking was opened up, this allowed people to have both good ideas and bad ideas. Some people failed, but some people succeeded, and the rest of the world got to watch, the rest of the culture got to watch as those successes were emulated. This is American exceptionalism. It allowed freedom to try things. But it leads to another thing that 10th man and his political people hate, and that's inequality, because the truth is some people are more capable than others. In a free world, you will have some people that are stronger than others, and you'll have some countries that are stronger than others. You hear 10th man lament, oh, well, you're bullying everybody. That's because you can, because of the free market system that's embraced in your country. And he and his people would take it down if they could, not because it doesn't work, but because it doesn't seem fair to them. So that I would ask 10th man, my hero Thomas Sowell has 3 questions for leftists like you. You call yourself an anarcho-capitalist, you're not, you're a leftist. You're saying that America doesn't work well, you're criticizing it. I ask you, compared to what? With that, I drop down, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Really? I'm not even dignifying that. I gotta go, OG. I'll talk to you soon. All right? No hard feelings.
I appreciate you coming up. No hard feelings, but I think
it's just I think it's weird that a guy would come up here, ask me to wait, throw a whole bunch of shade, and then drop.
I don't see where he threw shade. You do sound like an anti-Western leftist.
See, and that's what that. So, I can't even believe that I even came back up here today. I'm already a half hour late behind schedule because I stayed here to try to have a conversation with it.
Jason's at least in the chat.
And then to have that happen, to have that just happen right now,
10th
was
man, what
so
did he say that
insulting. Almost every word that he said was a literal defamation.
No, I'm back again, 10th man. The reason is
no, I'm not. I'm going.
Yeah, well,
I already said I was going to leave a half hour ago.
I'm just saying that
you had your opportunity.
Obligations. Now I drop because I have obligations.
No, you said, and I'm going to go, and then you went.
To respond.
No, you said, and then I'm going to go, and then
Okay.
you left.
Then I'll
right?
stay here.
See,
Compared to what?
no, I have to go.
Of course you do.
So
And I would
I'm
go
going
if
to
I
give
was
you.
you.
I'm going to give you the. I'm going to give you the respect of not doing what you just did, even though I really, really want to. Right?
Then do it. Then do it. Stand 10 toes down on what you believe, 10th man. Don't play the victim.
No, I'm saying
even if you have to
rather
protect
than
me,
just
do it.
leave. Oh my God.
I
mean, I
give you
get
3
you have to
minutes,
go
then I
meet
gotta
Jason.
go.
I get you have to go meet Jason because you have prior engagements. I respect and understand that. But you're
So,
here
old Joe,
now, and you have a question come up.
I would love to be able to engage you with this, but I don't really have a lot of time. But what I'll say to you is this. I have no problem with the American system as it is, other than one simple thing, which I got into an argument with OG previously, and I do not have time to address it right now, which is government representatives in America and Canada have pretty much absolute immunity if they are acting with what a court would deem as within their official acts. In which case, you guys can all band together, decide that gay people is a mental illness, like I already had to endure listening to up here, but it wasn't the opinion of people up here, I don't think, but I had to listen to it, right? And then you guys can all band together, write it down on a piece of paper, like it was the year after I was born, and say, being gay is a mental illness, and we're going to put you into a mental institution and give you electroshock therapy to cure your mental illness. And every word that either one of every word
Canadian flag on your backpack when you travel, 10th man?
every word that either of you are saying,
what's up, Jason,
is literally
and friend
100% that if that's what those people write down and they put it on a piece of paper, that is right and just, and I deserve that treatment. And
You
that's
mentioned
what
the
I hear
Canadian
right
flag on the backpack when we were traveling. I did that too, eh? Did you?
Yep.
Why?
We're not talking about that.
Yeah, we
That's
are.
not what we're talking about.
Exactly what we're talking about. You're saying you have no problem with Americans. Why differentiate yourself from them?
You're moving the goalposts.
It's not moving the goalpost.
You're moving the goalposts.
I'm saying you have
yes,
an
you are, 'cause we're talking
anti-West-
about a specific thing.
Anti-West
We're talking about a
narrative which is
specific thing.
manifested in your
See, you can't,
anti-American
you can't, you can't engage on what I just said, so you have to change it.
I'm saying what you said. No, I don't have to change
No,
it. I don't think
you're
anyone.
going to a completely different thing than we're even talking about, or what I just said.
You didn't mention the Canadian flag on the backpacks?
You know I'm right.
Did you mention the Canadian
know
flag
I'm
on the backpacks or not? Was that you that brought it up? Or
Talk
me?
about what I was talking about.
I am. You
talk
talked
about what I was
Canadian
talking
flags
about.
thrown on the
Nope.
backpacks. In
Nope.
fact, you told
Nope,
Orthodox
that's not.
Guy
That's what you
had to
came
do
up
that
here to
when
talk
we were
about.
traveling. Why?
That's not what you came up here to talk about.
I'm asking you why you made that statement. It's your statement, not
Where? No. Where in anything that you said, or I said since you came back up here, was that anything to do with what you're talking about?
Because it's bound into an
It wasn't.
anti-West, anti-American
No, it wasn't.
sentiment.
No, it wasn't.
It's very
So
clear.
that's the thing.
Very clear.
I can't have a discussion with somebody who refuses to engage in the conversation that we're having. You are now changing it to a completely different conversation that is not the conversation that you and I were having.
Who decides that?
You're grasping at straws.
Who decides that, 10th man?
You're grasping at straws,
I
Joe.
asked you a question. Who decides what the conversation is about?
The two people that are having the conversation.
Am I one of those two people?
Is that what we were talking about?
You just said the two people that are having the conversation. Am I one of them?
To be fair, 10th man, you have moved the goalpost from America to the Middle East. From
No.
purely about America
Joe
to actions
came
in the
up.
Middle East. Like the conversation has rightfully gone in every direction.
Well, this is
and thank you,
because
Kev. I did fix the audio. I am sorry,
Bye.
ladies and
Now
gentlemen.
I'm done. I got stuff to do. Peace.
Yeah. So I'll just finish off by saying this
Um,
last thing, and I
To be
apologize.
fair,
Go ahead.
what? I guess 10th man left. I didn't hear what he said.
Okay,
I
so
had
let
the
me
tab
just
muted.
finish off by just illustrating what just happened with 10th man. So this is another Canadian phenomenon. The same-sex marriage, this issue is very hot button in Canada. And if you express anything other than one side of the issue, you could be taking real risks with your employment, with your reputation. So rather than engage with the topic, he knows to drag the conversation into that particular arena, because he knows as a Canadian, if I hold a particular type of job and don't express the correct opinion, I could be taking real risks, which gives him an advantage. It's a sneaky tactic used by the left. Basically, it's my belief that he is a leftist from what he expresses. I mean, he can say what he thinks he is, but I think he expresses leftist tendencies. I think that, like I say, the power of individual freedom has never been experienced before like it has in the United States. And think we saw a corresponding boom in the quality of life. My grandmother's generation went from horse and buggy to the moon in one generation. That happened at the same time as personal freedom was being experienced to a far higher degree. This is my opinion, and it's what defines the West. What makes you as Americans and us with our shared culture special. But it is also unfair. And this is why leftists, academics reject it so vehemently, but they don't want to say so. Hey, Orthodox Guy, keep up the good work, man. And thanks a lot for, it looks like your channel's really going. You got good viewership, 40 or 50 a live stream. So that's awesome.
Yeah, and I appreciate all of them, and I appreciate the growth. I also have some of the best chatters, and I do love the diverse opinions. Believe it or not, I know that is antithetical to what it's supposed to be antithetical to what I believe if you listen to leftists. But I do like hearing other people. I just don't like hearing criticisms from foreigners about my country when their country is just as bad, if not worse.
Well, can I leave you with Thomas Sowell's 3 questions for the left? I bounced one of them on 10th Man, which he couldn't answer. Thomas Sowell, my
Sure.
hero. He's an economist. Do you know who he is?
I'm familiar with Thomas Sowell. Not that familiar, but I know who he is.
He suggested that you engage the left with 3 questions, when I've deployed, you saw it happen in 1 question. But the 3, when I've deployed them, have been almost unanswerable in every circumstance. The first one is compared to what? Like I asked 10th Man. The second one is at what cost? So let's say a leftist advocates for a certain type of government, a certain type of intervention, or a certain type of policy. You ask them at what cost? What will this cost us? The third question Thomas Sowell suggests we ask the leftist is, what hard evidence do you have? So they will say, this will make a difference in your, let's take some of these leftist policies that have been instituted. Thomas Sowell was smacking down lefties when I was in diapers. I mean, it's awesome watching his debates with the huge afro that he has. And anyways, his last question was, what hard evidence do you have for the policies you're advocating for? I suggest you deploy those in any debate. They bring it almost to a halt immediately. Well, I really got to go though. Hey, thanks a lot for having me up, man. I really appreciate that.
Thanks a lot for bringing your own brand of wisdom and intelligence. I appreciate it. And you
See you
did
later.
just give me some ammunition against leftists. I appreciate it.
Okay, we'll talk to you later.
See you later. Not lost. Counterpoint to this Marxist psychobabble.
America, fuck yeah! Coming again to save the motherfucking day, yeah, America, fuck yeah! Freedom is the only way, yeah. Terrorists, your game is through, 'cause now you have to answer to America, fuck yeah! So lick my blood and suck on my balls, America, fuck yeah! What you gonna do when we come for you now? It's the dream that we all share. It's the hope for tomorrow. Fuck yeah! McDonald's. Fuck yeah! Walmart. Fuck yeah! The Gap. Fuck yeah! Baseball. Fuck yeah! NFL. Fuck yeah! Rock and roll. Fuck yeah! The internet. Fuck yeah! Slave World. Fuck yeah. Porno. Fuck yeah. Valium. Fuck yeah. Reeboks. Fuck yeah. Fake tits. Fuck yeah. Sushi. Fuck yeah. Taco Bell. Fuck yeah. Rodeos. Fuck yeah. Bed Bath and Beyond. Liberty. Fuck yeah. White Slips. Fuck yeah. The Alamo. Fuck yeah. Band-Aid. Fuck yeah. Las Vegas. Fuck yeah. Christmas. Fuck yeah. Immigrants. Fuck yeah. Popeye. Fuck yeah. Democrats. Fuck yeah. Republicans. Sportsmanship. Books.
I think that is a valid counterpoint to any criticism of the U.S. But not like, okay, so I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be 100% real, even though it doesn't sound like it from all the things that I talk about. I would rather live under the social Darwinistic American capitalism of now and the Gilded Age than live under communism, because at least there's a chance at prosperity in this system. What is our job as Americans is to make that system better, or the system that we have better, because it is far from perfect. And does it sometimes hurt Americans? Yes. But that's why it's our job to stand up for our fellow citizens. That's my only point. You know what I'm saying? Like, is it perfect? No. But this is what Lauren posted, and I also love this. So also counterpoint. Oh, hold on, I gotta add it. I forgot to change some settings around.
Terrorists, your game is through. 'Cause now you have some answer to America. Fuck yeah. So lick my butt and suck on my mouth, America. Fuck yeah. What you gonna do when we come for you now? It's the dream that we all share. It's the hope for tomorrow. Fuck yeah.
He pulled out 2 whips.
Disney World. Porno. Valium. Reeboks. Fake tits. Sushi. Taco Bell. Rodeos. Bed Bath and Beyond. Liberty. White Slips. The Alamo. Band-Aid. Las Vegas. Christmas. Immigrants. Popeye. Democrats. Republicans. Sportsmanship. Books.
You know what? I'm gonna save that clip, and whenever foreigners start shitting on America, that's just gonna be played on repeat until they bow to submission. The balloons is fake tits is peak. Double whip, bro. That shit was foul. Agriopolis, it is in the Discord. If you want to join the Discord, I can post it to you. I can send it to you. You don't have to join the Discord. You can just hop in, look up breast milk bandit, and then I can send it to you. Or actually, here you go. Or just posted the link. But so yeah, he pulled out. He said sushi pulled out a hot dog. That was quite humorous. So we're gonna touch on a topic that's gonna take it away. I'm glad we had that palate cleanser, and I wish 10th Man was here so I get his take on it. And the reason I want his take is because he told him and Kazumi told Mel that the T in LGBT is why a lot of people are starting to despise the LGB. And I tend to agree with that. But so we're gonna watch the quartering because he's easy to make fun of and he's also funny. But oh, and this is the wrong video. We're obviously going to talk about the unaliving and the school thing if you haven't got it. Yeah, what I'm putting down, and I don't really want to talk a lot about it, but it's something that needs to be talked about because we're seeing more and more radical trans attacking Christians, and right now, like, leftists have been making shirts with this person's face on it saying "Protect trans kids." And it is my opinion that when it comes to the sexualization of children, and I don't necessarily mean like trafficking or anything done to children, I mean talking about children in the context of reproduction or sex in general is a bad thing. Like, you shouldn't do that. Let children be innocent. There are no such thing as gay children. There are no such thing as straight children. There is no such thing as trans children. There are children. And you've got these people trying to talk to kids about things that they should not talk to children about. And the simple fact of the matter is, because they feel attacked by Christianity or whatnot, they have attacked and murdered children in Christian schools quite a few times now. And the left reacts by saying protect trans rights, protect trans this, that, and the third. What's up, Ike? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, how's it going? I heard trans, so I had to run up here real quick.
But and I have some stuff from Twitter, from my Twitter that I bookmarked, and we'll go over that. I'm not gonna watch all of it, but this is a 13-minute video from the quartering. I'm probably gonna speed it up because he talks on the motive behind it. But like, the leftist community has gone way out of pocket with this particular shooting in general. That's why I'm even talking about it.
Now we know why they didn't release his or them's name in a completely unshocking turn of events. We now have the identity.
This is a non sequitur, my friend. Completely irrelevant to what I'm telling Canadians like 10th Man, because they are ideologically opposed to the US. I'm not going to listen to their slander. Can people give advice based on life experiences? Absolutely. But is their experience valid? Does it matter, or is it irrelevant? That's up to the debate and conversation. That's why I give 10th Man the respect and let him talk. He refused. Here's my issue with 10th Man. He claims the victim and refuses to stand 10 toes down on what he believes and actually have the conversation. There was a bunch of goalposts moving and a bunch of natural questions about certain activities the U.S. has done. Sure enough, fair enough. But the ultimate playing the victim and looking at me as saying I don't see us as equals. I don't see myself as equals with anyone. There are people that are better than me. There are people that are worse than me. Equality does not exist. So I'm going to play this video. And Ike, if you want to say anything, just tell me to pause it and I got you.
Of the lunatic who carried out this horrible act today. We also know, we also have his writings and a long unhinged video that he uploaded to YouTube, essentially showing off, his arsenal.
I'm going to turn my speaker up. I got to step away and grab something. So again, Ike, if you want to talk, let me know and I'll pause it. I'll come back and pause it.
And his plans. His name was Robert Westman. Now you might be thinking, well, that's not a big reveal. Oh, I mean, oops. Robin Westman, previously Robert Westman. is the man who identifies as a woman who carried out today's attack, clearly inspired by the Nashville incident as well. Now we know why the Minnesota PD didn't want to say anything about it. Also, weirdly, name dropping Brandon Herrera multiple times. I think that is a troll. This person appears to be like a, just a weird troll individual too. You can't trust everything that comes out of their mouth because it's not always congruent. But also we have we have his message to, he said, end Donald Trump on one of his magazines. This is the most information we've ever had on any one of these people, and we got it within an hour, but only because they told on themselves. Make no mistake about it, Minnesota would not have released any of this. Let's get into this. By the way, I'd say we need to talk about LGBTQ weapon control. I'm just saying. What is this, like 9 out of the last 10? It's more than a coincidence now. His name was Robert Westman until 2020 when he legally changed his name to Robin. You can see here the court documents. Application good faith, order granting name change. His parents supported it, by the way. Mary and Robert, his parents, supported his name change to become a woman, Robin M. Westman, previously Robert Westman. Identifying as a female and wants her name and whatever and regular identification to match that. Parents. Now, I wonder, perhaps the parents should be charged in this because they clearly were participating in a lot of the insanity. We saw a lot of things written on his weapons, like end Donald Trump, rip and tear. There were a lot of video game references. There was a lot of Zoomer references. You can see on their notebook, they have their trans defend equality thing with the weapon. You see, obviously, the picture. Again, it's very, very, very. So you see here, Champagne Joshi was probably one of the first to break the story. I'm not going to play their video because screw them. But they had this screenshots. Went by Robin W1312. I can almost guarantee the channel's been deleted. I would certainly imagine because he uploaded all of this. What did I say? Let's just see. Let's see if it's deleted. I also have his manifesto here. Robin W1312. Let's see. Robin W1312. Yeah, that's gone. Of course, that's gone. Some of the other pictures here. Here's a 20-minute video of him flipping through the manifesto while whispering, "I know you exactly what I know you exactly what I'm doing." Exactly what other disturbing phrases. He had writing on all of his magazines and all of his weapons and everything like that. Finally, he also posted a YouTube short of him flipping through the manifesto and talking to himself maniacally while pointing at it with his weapons. Here's another post 4 years ago of him reading a dryer manual, and YouTube deleted it. Also, there's a tip here that his mom used to work at that church. Here's a screenshot announcing her retirement. Here we have, on Sunday, we honor Mary Grace Westman, who is retiring from Annunciation. She has provided such wonderful hospitality. So there's his mom. Yeah, here we have the mind of Mega at work, right? This is, again, here's his manifesto. I'm not going to read the whole thing here. I will on the live stream. If you tune in live over on Quartering Live or on Rumble, after you see this video, we'll be going through it more in depth. But he's just like, I love you and truly appreciate the time I've spent with you. I have such an amazing family, and it hurts me to throw a wrench in the works for you good people. So I didn't have any issue with his parents. I feel hope when with you. I cherish our time together. I appreciate all that you've taught me. I feel inspired like you when you grew up. I hope you're able to move on and continue your lives without being forever followed, forever haunted by my actions. Forget me and all that I am. hold onto yourselves and your loved ones. I love all of you. To my friends, I trust you all to give your memory of me however you see fit. I'm sorry for the confusion and heartbreak that this will bring. I truly appreciate all of you for showing me a good life and helping me through the dark times. So had good friends, had good family, but was trans. I wanted this for so long. I am not well. I am not right. I'm a sad person, haunted by these thoughts that don't go away. I know this is wrong, but I can't seem to stop myself. I'm severely depressed and have had self-harm thoughts for years. Only recently have I lost all hope and decided to perform my final action against this world. I don't want to kneel down for the injustices of this world. I want to pass away. I'd rather pass away on my feet than live on my knees. That's a cringe line that has nothing to do with what he wanted to do. They say, I think I'm dying of cancer. Oh, wait, think I'm dying of cancer. It's a tragic end, as it's entirely self-inflicted. I did this to myself, and I cannot control myself, and I've been destroying my body through vaping and other means. I think I have lung cancer. I have felt it seems unlikely that you have lung cancer at like 20. I do not want to recover. I don't want to throw my life away rotting in a hospital bed. Blah, blah, blah. I want to fulfill a final act that has been in the back of my mind for years. Really? Are you sure you weren't inspired by the Nashville person who did the exact same thing? Whether you accept my apologies or not, I hope you can all move past this. I mean, no, obviously, nobody accepts him. But I love you all. And remind P.S. Get T. Oh, P.S. T, whoever T is. Get over yourself and make up with mom. Oh, it must be a brother or sister. She loves you. You need to grow up and accept that time just keeps on effing moving. You either will stay in the past and rot, wasting your life on happiness way, or you can grow up and move on from things. We all love you. PPS, I wouldn't recommend any of you read my journals unless you really want to, but be warned.
All right, I am back. Chuck, I was just about to bring you back up. Oh. You don't have to tell people I'm pooping. Jesus Christ. But Chuck, Mike, if y'all want to hit the panel, here's the link. I saw you in the back chat. Chuck, I was just about to bring you up because I just got back to my computer. Oh Lord. But you see this person 2002 to 2025. I foresee more of these things happening, these mass pew-pews. I see more of them happening with each passing year, ideologically caused, because you're going to have, the longer you allow mentally ill people to run the asylum, you're going to have this issue with the trans. And then the political violence, the mass pew-pews based on political violence, the longer you have a side being suppressed while you live in anarcho-tyranny, the harder that people are going to fight against it. And unfortunately, there are always going to be soft targets and innocent people caught in the crossfire. And it's an unfortunate thing. And those people, regardless, even the people who have been on quote unquote my side or my ideology, I revile them. I hate them because it takes us a step back. The issue that we're having in the US is every side is doing it. Because make no mistake, we're already in a soft civil war because we're not coming together as a nation and having these discussions. We're shutting down every side possible that's not the corporate status quo. And we're going to keep having more and more of these issues the more and more we do that, and the more and more we allow the mentally ill to run the asylum.
So I'm sure this is another person that journaled, by the way, too. This is a person who very.
Oh, well, what have we got here? That's the poor box. It sure is.
Oh, thank you, Miss D3. Miss D3 says, for your teepee. These ladies, man, they're so mean. They're so mean. Oh, Lord.
Something
Why
happened
are
to
you
your
guys-
television?
TP.
Oh, gotcha. For some reason, it seems like that one is a. Okay, go ahead. Was there some? Does this harken back to a stream from the past? Has there been some toilet paper conversation prior? Why do I think that there has been? Or just because of when there's any kind of apocalyptic thing, TP comes up? But anyways, go ahead.
It's because anytime I leave, because like sometimes I go to the restroom and I go poop. Lauren always announced to the chat when I leave that I'm pooping, and she's always talking about he needs TP.
Yeah. So let me. You said something though about you see this thing increasing. You said 2002, 2025, and
I was referencing their age.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. So when you say you see this thing increasing, if you look backwards, is it the case that there is a trend in the upward direction? Whether
Yeah,
it's just
yes.
there is. Okay.
Unfortunately, yes. And it's the trend. If you, I'm not trying to be that guy, but if you check for crime and self deletion, right, and you X those out, right, and you look purely mass shootings at for ideological reasons, there is an upward trend. And it is not a white problem, it is not a black problem, it is not a leftist problem, it's not a right problem, it's not a trans or gay problem. It is, you are having sporadic ideological conflicts and skirmishes break out within the United States because on the left you have people that are constantly propagandized, that their ideologies, their beliefs are being suppressed, even though they're agreed with by every institution, because most of the left who are doing this are mentally ill. So they're picking the strings constantly to have that issue. And then on the right, you have a little bit of a complete difference. Right on the right, you're by and large shut down. You're like, they shout, if you don't have the exact right Republican belief, the Republican Party and the right wing denounces you. You have censorship and hate crime laws, and it really only goes one way. And the trans community are just mentally ill, and they're told that they're under threat every day, every waking second of the day. So you're gonna have these ideological clashes more and more and more and more, and there's no conspiracy there. It's just human fucking nature. More and more. Like me and 10th Man's whole argument is the more that, like, me and 10th Man's whole argument was an ideologically based argument. He wasn't willing to admit that. And because people aren't willing to be open and honest and stand 10 toes down on what they believe and come to a compromise in the West and in America specifically, that's why we're having the issues we're having. And no amount of not saying the killer's name, no amount of anything is going to stop that. These people, yes, some of these people do want attention. But why do they want attention? They want attention because the system is broken for them. And they don't care if their name is echoed through history. They know they're going to get that attention regardless if you say their name or not, regardless if you argue over their manifesto or not. And it's sickening to me that instead of addressing why these things happen, The first goddamn thing anybody wants to do, was it trans? Were they black? Were they white? Were they a Republican? Were they a Trump supporter? Were they a Democrat? Were they a communist? Who? Why? Instead of saying why, they go who, like a bunch of fucking owls.
Yep.
If I could say something, if that's okay. By the way, hey, hello everyone. Oh,
what's up, Mike?
What's up,
Mike?
Hope everyone is doing great. That's the first thing. So I do agree with you, Orthodox. The only thing OG. Sorry. The only thing I don't agree is, to a certain degree, yes, the system can be broken, but I don't think that's entirely like. I think people are just so using their own emotions, and they're just like fucking stuck in their own emotions. We need to get out of that shit out of our head. And obviously the world doesn't revolve around anyone, and we need to accept that sometimes life is just not fair. Even when the trans movement, look, even New York City, they have an entire month. They have places that, like fucking places that they could go, and all this shit that's going on. Even for me as a heterosexual, it becomes very difficult. But am I complaining about it? No. It becomes very difficult because sometimes I go to these places and then I've gotten criticized. Oh no, forget you. Like, and then like if example, I went to a bar, had an argument with someone, and she called me all sorts of names. I was being respectful, and she's like, you know what? Men like you are the ones that make everything difficult, make everything evil. You're just an evil guy. I'm like, how the fuck are you gonna tell me I'm evil? I mean, how can you determine that I'm an evil person? How can you determine that? I think it's just that people just are more emotional. Like they just want everything to be about them, and that's what's going on right now. They would just
In
want
the
everything.
West, we have destroyed emotional regulation in favor of identity politics. But let me play this video. Miss D3, it took a minute for me to find you a dono video because I was looking through the wholesome clips that Lauren posts for donos, and I hope you enjoyed this one. I wanted to play one that hadn't been played either much or at all on the channel for you. Remember, ladies who stay strapped, stay safe. But y'all go ahead. I also didn't want to harm the conversation as well.
Oh, good. Yeah, I think Mike makes some good points there. Now, while you were saying what you said, OG, because I had asked the question about the increased ideologically driven clashes and whatnot, and you say, okay, well, it's going to happen, and then you give some systemic, if you will, reasons, right? Reasons which seem structural, they're systemic, and they're largely political, and that will cause dissatisfaction. One of the things that did come to mind was something which you ended up mentioning as a reaction to what Mike said, being in the West, right? Emotional regulation being replaced with, in other words, the religious space is changing, and depending on the kind of religion people are practicing, it affects things. And right now they're practicing identity politics as the religion, as a way of kind of seeing identity, blah, blah, blah. And you can then say the things that are wrong generally with that. It's not a complete mythology. It does tend to narrow life down a little bit more than, in other words, the concern with identity to begin with could be considered to be a narrowing of the human focus, right? And a certain kind of a navel-gazing, self-centered, ridiculous manner, and so on. So prior to you even, before Mike came in, I was gonna ask about that thing regarding, well, is it the religious space? And by that, I'm sure you know what I mean, Mr. OG, and or anyone can kind of react to that. Whereby, well, obviously, yes, the religion is declining, and regardless of how you feel about it, right? And yeah, regardless of how you feel about both religion and the fact that it is declining in the West, but also is this new religion that they've taken up, and it does have certain kind of many similarities to a religion. There's a certain kind of a creed. There's a notion of original sin. There's some people whom are whom are the oppressors, right? And then there's the guilty. There's a Christianized kind of valorization of or celebration of victimhood, but in a rather distorted way. So there is all that kind of stuff going on there. But what the fuck am I saying, right? What I'm saying is, what do you think about this religious aspect here? Dovetails exactly with what Mike is saying. Mike says, "Hey, we need to get these things out of our people are acting out their own emotions. They need to get that shit out of their head, right?" So, what are your thoughts, OG, or anyone else, regarding a spiritual crisis, a crisis within fucking religious spaces? What we're seeing here, and but also, by the way, people then turn politics into their religion if in the absence of certain kinds of alternatives, right?
If I could say something quickly as well. So here in New York City, specifically in New York, I don't know. Yes, I've been to other states. I'm not aware. I entirely know the rules of other states, but I'm talking about here in New York City. When it comes to like gay movement, trans movement, I mean, look, they have 1 month. They have like the streets, the flags and everything. I mean, they have a lot of entitlement. What else do you want? What exactly? I mean, like, are we like going to say no? They're not treated fairly. They are. I mean, they. I mean, what more? I mean, the fact that you want the whole world to become you and you want everything to be as you want it to be, that's not happening. It's just people need to also respect other people. We need to understand that there's other. You want to be who you are, go ahead, be. We want to cut your. Sorry, you have to put it like that, but you want to do whatever you want with your body. It's your body. I don't give a shit. But don't put it on other people and then try to program someone else so they could think like you. We have to like respect other people. I hope that makes sense. That's all. Sorry, I'm Orthodox.
No. No, this is what we're here for, to have this discussion and conversation.
I just think that we just need to respect one another, and not violate anyone's beliefs. And then like you live your life, and then let live and let live. And stop like trying to program these thoughts and think that other people need to think like you. It doesn't work like that. And I've seen that a couple of times. It's just that is what's happening right now, and that is the problem. People get so emotional about these shit. Like, get out of your fucking head. Of course, I could tell you my belief system, but am I going to put it on someone else? No. That's what's going on in our country. Like, the people just want to like reprogram someone else into their beliefs. No, that's not. Who the fuck are you to do that? Like, just. You want to be trans? That's you. Okay? You be trans. You be whatever you want.
We'll let you try it out first, Mike, and report back to us.
Someone said about orgy and having orgy with 10th men, and I'm like, hey, you want to join in? Obviously, I was fucking around. They took it very serious.
Well, people today, this day and age, people are substituting what used to be a religious holdings that they've idolized everything. Like you said, right wing, left wing, it doesn't matter. When you make politics or viewpoints your basis of a religious living, where you eat, breathe, sleep, think it 24/7, my God, you've lost touch with reality. Nothing in the world is that damn important.
Nothing in our everyday lives in the West East is worth harming another human being over, especially children.
Exactly.
And Now, I understand self-defense. I don't think that self-defense is actually harming, even when it literally does harm somebody if you're defending yourself. Because if they didn't put you in that situation, there would have been nothing done to them. And that's why the trans community, that actual doctrine, I think most Americans and most people believe that. I believe this. That's why the trans community tries to justify it by saying we're just defending ourselves. They're trying to genocide trans children. There's no such thing as trans children. Such thing as gay children. There's no such thing as straight children. Stop sexualizing children. Let them be innocent. Let them be children.
I agree, 1000%. That's another point that I'm trying to make. They're trying to reprogram everyone to have this belief that, oh, you know what, like you're 5 years old, but you could be trans, and that you're trying to fucking brainwash like the kids. I mean, I'm not saying everyone. I'm just saying that, but that's the point that I'm trying to make. If you want to become who you want to become as an adult, you have that's your given right. But don't try to brainwash little kids or try to basically, like, if you go to a fucking restaurant, just because you don't have a bathroom for yourself, don't ruin it for other people. Don't try to make it about you, and then everyone has to be, and you have to be the crown king. You know what I mean? Like, live your fucking life and just live and let live. You know, without ruining anyone's, like, everyone they're entitled to believe whatever they want to believe, whether you're leftist or right, whatever the fuck, you support Trump, you don't, all right, whatever. But just be about you and just live it and let other people live. Don't violate other people's belief system. We could have an argument and we could have a discussion. That's actually I think that's actually something very beautiful. We live in a country, we have voice, we could actually voice our opinion. In other countries, they'll kill you, they'll hang you for that. You know, we have that privilege. We could take advantage of that. We could actually be productive in that sort of way, but without hurting or violating other people's right in terms of like what their belief system is. I hope that makes sense.
It does. Not laws. Like, nobody's pretending to care. I do care in my country when there is a mass shooting involving children. I do care when it's a trans. I do care. But, I mean, honestly, I care when it's an unhinged person of any ideology. Right now, we're experiencing more and more trans mass shooters targeting Christian schools, and then we're seeing shit like this happen in response. Pulling up my Twitter now. Mark some of the most egregious shit.
If I were to draw attention back to something you mentioned
ahead,
regarding people's tendency to go look for some kind of identity of some perpetrator of something, right? Or it could be whatever it is, because I think on this very channel as well, I use the analogy of, I think it was child abuse, let's say it's happening. And then someone is like, well, you know, it happens in baseball fields. It doesn't happen in football. I'm a football fan. You see, hey, what's up, OG? What's up with you and your baseball people? You guys need to clean house. And it's like, and then you were at that time were like saying, because it was about, you know, child abuse, where does it occur more? Is it in the public schools or is it in the Catholic Church? Right? That kind of thing. And you mentioned, well, it doesn't matter where it is happening. That's all. I just want it not to happen anywhere. And I think that it does. Pausing there and stopping there and realizing that that is the end of one particular aspect of the conversation, and then everything else is besides that point. You know what I mean? So you don't want the kids to be killed. That is the end of one particular aspect of the conversation. And if you really do care about that and all that kind of stuff, then, you know, their efforts and their directions, one could go either via words or other means to make sure that that is mitigated or that problem is solved, right? Everything else, including, well, trans people or this or who did it, all that stuff is now a separate kind of a conversation, which is, as you mentioned, prone to identity politics games, or just generally speaking, the whole team sports shit that human beings tend to do, right? Which is in the forefront of most human brains when they hop into conversations, is to fucking do that team sports shit.
Is to assign blame and scapegoat.
Exactly. Assign blame, scapegoat, this, that, is a black this, is that, the whole thing. Just all that kind of shit. And the thing is, these two conversations sometimes get blurred such that not laws, and this is not about not laws really. It's just that aspect of pretending to care about the children while then. So I think that you mentioned caring about the children, and I think that it is effective, good, useful to say yes, and this is like about 100% of what this shit is about, right? And that everything else, okay, it's a political conversation which you and I can then resume, and not laws can say what he says, and OG's gonna say what he says about it, but the things get mixed up a lot, dare I say, because this shit is obvious, right? This kind of a particular mixing up and the using of these kinds of things as political footballs that perpetuate even more violence and whatnot down the line is key, right? And that's why I was, asking earlier about like, okay, like the religious aspect, the environmental aspect. So recently, someone whose intellect I respect very much kind of called my attention to something which is trivial and obvious, which is the environment. You swim in it, so you tend to forget it, and you forget its significance. And she mentioned something about the diet. I think it was an article or something like that. American diet versus the diet of outside people. In other words, the obesity problem, right? People just say, well, Americans are eating too much. They need to choose this or choose that or whatever. But it tends to be, it is by some anecdotal evidence that actually people don't change their habits. They don't become all of a sudden Iron Man. They travel to Europe. They're there for a week. They're there for like a month. They fucking lose weight. They come back to America and they start gaining weight. And they're like, well, I didn't change anything. What's going on, right? There's a general environment. Obviously, there's an aspect which is the food, and there are other things, subtle things that are affecting you, which is making you perhaps more lethargic and less, and whatever the hell it is. But there's something in the environment which is toxic, you might say, right? And if you then also notice things such as this mass shooting, blah, 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 yes, there is something toxic in the environment as well, and it will definitely encompass everything from the kinds of political manifestations, whether they be just simply manifestations and the downstream emergent effects of some things that are more structural and systemic, and so on. Again, I'm just not saying anything new other than to give a kind of a big description of it's about the kids, right? And then everything else should be separate from that, right? So the questioning of Mr. Orthodox Guy's sincerity regarding caring for the kids, that should not come up if he starts then talking about trans people, right? It's a separate conversation, right? He's not just using the kids as an excuse to talk about trans people. That's number one thing. But then the other thing is, yes, the environment is because it's typically my way to be like, oh, well, so what if there's this thing here and that thing there and this rainbow flag over there? So whatever, it doesn't fucking matter. There's, life and development and even as children is more than that. But then I forget, okay, even if this were true, it's going to be true only for a tiny percentage of people, right? Right? The masses are going to be swayed by the environment, right? It's just like with my exercise analogy, there are some people who can, develop themselves such that, that they're quite disciplined in the United States and don't get fat, right? That kind of a thing. But no, for the majority, that's not going to be the case. In the same way, these things which maybe an Orthodox guy may say or Mike may say is polluting the environment, or Chuck, like he's like, hey, this thing is over here on Sesame Street and that thing is over on there. I think it behooves people like myself to listen more closely to stuff like that. Because I tend to think, I float over it and I'll just float over it and kids can float over it too, right? And but obviously that's foolish. I'll shut up now. Hopefully some of that made sense.
And I just want to point out, the same people who make this shirt are the same people who make the shirt with the hand holding a knife that says protect trans rights. This is not some fake thing.
It's ridiculous.
If you can read it, you can read it. If you can't, you can't. I just think that this little joke to the side is funny. It does come in as an added bonus.
and
hold on. As further proof, and I want to point this out. Right. The minute I add any National Socialist symbolism or racism or sexism on a T-shirt and try to sell it, get smacked down. Even if I own my own website, payment processor stop. all sort of things. You can sell this shit. There's entire activist websites dedicated to making sure that the market that is demanded by these things are sold. So whenever I argue with Flo about we living in a free market, I tell quite simply say no, because every time there's a market for people who want racist things or things that revolve around white ring or national socialist, it gets clamped down and shut down. And there is a market for that out there.
You were gonna say something, Mike?
Yeah, no, I was going to ask you a question. Because
ahead.
you seem like you've been to Europe. Have you been to Monaco? No, I'm just trying to make a point.
No, go ahead.
Oh God, man! If you go to Monaco, you go to have you been to Barcelona? Just you probably
No.
Oh, okay. Well, if you go to these places in Europe, you mentioned Europe about people losing weight and all that. You know, in Europe, no one gives a fuck. Everybody's living their life. No one gives a shit. It's like in our country, like, why is it that we're putting so much emphasis in these trends and trends right and all this shit and all this bullshit? Like, over there, people are just living their life. I mean, if you want to be fucking gay, people are more conservative, actually, especially in Italy. Italy is not like you know, you won't see guys holding hand. Italy is a totally different ballpark, but we're very clear that there are gay people in Italy, but they just to themselves. They don't affect other people. They do their shit. They go out wherever they want to fucking fuck. Excuse my language. And that's it. The end of story. I don't understand why is it that we have to make this to the point where we have to affect little kids. We have to affect everyone else. And then once again, it just comes to emotions, because we're letting our emotions get the best of us. And we want to program other people to believe that this is like, you want to create a world where it's just about you. And no. And obviously the world doesn't revolve around none of us. And it doesn't give a fuck. That's it. I hope I made sense. If you guys
Yeah, you did. And since you started by asking me a question, maybe I'll just react to what you said.
Thank you.
Because you're noticing that, you know, there's a difference in America in one way or the other. Other than the obvious fact that, yeah, different things are different, right? But how and why is the question, right? And in addition to, or different framing from everything that I said earlier regarding maybe, you know, it was partly a question to like this kind of spiritual crisis or whatever the hell it may be. One kind of simple through line, in other words, something that's kind of it's tangible. You can look at it. You can look at the history of this particular institution. And then you can attribute certain kinds of things that tend to happen there. And maybe it's a place whereby you can control certain things. Is that obvious place called the education system? And as a matter of fact, people also complain about the education system, rather, you know, being the location for some of the things that they don't like happening. But within the universities, if we take it up there, in other words, the intellectual culture and whatnot, I think that there was something that happened with there was a crisis in knowledge, right? We all know about the crisis in social sciences, for example, right? With the non-duplicatability of certain experiments and certain other kinds of things like that. But there was a whole bunch of BS that kind of came downstream of postmodernism, if you will. But really, there's this book called The Closing of the American Mind, which kind of really, it was written back in the day, but it really kind of just shows, you know, how the university capitulated to a particular kind of thing and the way to describe it maybe in one simple sentence, and it's nothing profound, but when politics really completely entered into philosophy meaning the whole idea of what the university, to at least epistemological philosophy regarding what it is the university should be doing. What is the knowledge? Is this knowledge for the good of humanity? Should we be looking to the world and saying, should we be activists, in other words, right? And that particular penchant to be activist when it comes to knowledge dispensation, research, all that kind of stuff, which will obviously then, you know, be in the social sciences, and it does go hand in hand with the social science kind of crisis. But This is a place that you can point to, you can name names, you can look at history, you can look at documents and all this other kinds of shit as how this stuff started happening from like the 50s and whatnot, right? And what is funny is that it was the digestion of a certain kind of European philosophy that was not made for American stomachs, though, right? That's what led to all this postmodernist bullshit, right? And it will affect the American stomach in the way in which it actually is right now. And there was a lot of I'll say this last piece, and I'll shut up here, right? There was a lot of, when you have the quote unquote, the democratic ideal, right? Libertarian or liberty or liberal democracy, right? That idea of one man, one vote, and a market where we can transact, individuals making decisions for themselves, leading to the betterment of all, blah, blah, blah. That whole kind of democratic ideal, and the liberal ethos. It, like any other kind of thought, you can become a prejudice in the sense that you forget your John Stuart Mill and maybe other silly little philosophers that justified and made the arguments as to, well, why democracy, and it just then becomes a prejudice, right? It simply becomes like, well, you just have to have the democratic vibes, man, because it's good, right? It becomes like something you just say because it's, because truth is relative. Why? Well, because that's live and let live, right? Let them do what they do and I do what I do. So it becomes a complete erosion of the philosophical undergirding of these particular kinds of things. It's just so pointing to the schools, the institutions of higher learning, and the way in which this kind of infectious virus of activism got into the spirit of quote unquote knowledge in its most abstract and socially relevant forms. And that's why I mentioned philosophy first, but we know where all these kinds of things come out of: the psychology department, the English department, and all these other kinds of departments. They took a particular kind of turn, and it was a real thing that they did. One last thing I'll say on this is that I don't necessarily think that it's a causal node that they actually caused stuff to happen, because I don't think that's how history works. History's not waiting for some people to write some stuff in the university before things change. I think that there's structural things that happen, right? There's structural things that happened, technological things that happened, but then when you get to the node of, let's say, the education, right, which looks back and it records things and it interprets things and it says, here's how people should feel about it, right? Here's how the masses should feel about it. At that particular node, there are things that can be done, like say, there are problems economically, globalization, technologically, with this, that, and the other, whatever, right? We understand, but should we make it worse? Should we become activists about it? And it's very tempting for people to become fucking activists about shit, as we know. And a lot of it kind of got into the university setting and ruined things. And that's it for now.
I like that for now. And just because I'm stirring up nationalistic propaganda, as Not Laws like to say, I feel obligated to play this piece of nationalistic propaganda just to mess with him.
Yeah.
I'm so sick of this, y'all. This shouldn't happen. There's no excuse for this. And it seems like school pew-pewing season starts earlier and earlier every year. And we just allow it. I feel terrible for the kids. I feel so bad for not just the victims, but the people who witnessed it and will now have to live with that for the rest of their lives. I don't feel bad for their parents.
And that's how you know that that this man does not give a fuck about the kids.
I gotta say, this is a dude.
This happened at a Catholic school. There should have been no children there at all. We know what the church does to kids, so I feel terrible for the kids. May the universe protect them from their Catholic parents.
Oh, Lord.
And the church.
Again, why shouldn't I see these people as my enemy? Public schools and people with this ideology, this liberal ideology, harm children at higher rates than the Catholic schools or Catholic Church. That's a fact. Does it happen in Catholic Church? Absolutely. Did the church try to cover it up? Absolutely. Should they be mocked and ridiculed? Should they face repercussions? Absolutely. The U.S. government should have prosecuted those priests so harshly and so quickly that the Catholic Church didn't have time to move them to somewhere else. Millstones. Our Christ, if you're a Christian, told us millstones for these people. Millstones in the ocean.
Y'all can shove your thoughts and prayers right where the brightest of the suns don't shine. Self like holy doors that even your God can't see them or hear them. Because I'm all out of compassion for Christian nationalists. Fuck.
And by Christian nationalist, this thing means anyone who's Christian. Even if you're a Christian liberal. This thing, you're a Christian nationalist.
Y'all. You did this. I'm so sick.
Absolutely blaming the victims for something that they had no control over. Just saying. You know my reaction to this thing? Trample upon the serpent, all right? Trample upon the serpent. Saint Michael. So I'm to the point where I can't really talk about this anymore without breaking TOS. So I'm going to move us along into an equally bad topic, but something that is more palatable to the average human. And it's this young lady here. They're trying to say that this incident is not what we've seen or what we've seen with our own eyes. We didn't see an immigrant man following this young Scottish lady and her sister around, trying to say that they harassed the immigrants first and that there's CCTV footage that proves it, but somehow the CCTV footage doesn't exist anymore. It was deleted after the police looked at it. Which makes no sense, but I digress. In the UK, all this shit's popping off. People are mad. They've since arrested this young lady for having a knife and an axe because that is illegal in the UK, crazily enough. And we got to remember, too, the UK is dealing with rape gangs that are filled with Pakistani, Afghanis, and Muslims. So the simple fact of the matter is, this young lady was arrested for brandishing a weapon, and the whole UK is pissed about it. And they're like, hold on, let me see if I can find the actual video. Because I'm trying to find a video for her. We're not going to watch the whole video of this, but we're going to watch the young lady. We're going to watch the interaction with the young lady. So that's the majority of the video. You see, all that we get to see from the Muslim guy's perspective is him approaching teenage girls and them saying, "Don't touch my sister. Don't touch my sister. She's 12."
We didn't see anything.
Ah, shite.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I got you. Hold on. No, I just feel stupid. I might have to reactivate that setting where shit just pops up.
Throw the knife. Throw the knife. Throw the knife. That's it. That's it. Throw the knife. Throw the knife. That's it.
This is. So we're seeing a man approach young ladies saying, show the knife, like, I've got you, you're going to get in trouble. And we know that part of England has a problem with Muslim rape gangs. And they're trying to say now, after the whole of the UK has gotten pissed off about them arresting that young lady, that these teen girls approached the Muslim guy and his family, and they were harassing the family, right? But when people demanded to see the evidence and the CCTV footage was apparently destroyed, which leads many people to believe that it didn't exist to begin with and is a false narrative. But the government is acting as if it does exist and they did see it. They even have a copy of it. And the simple fact of the matter is we may never actually know the truth.
Correct.
But the problem that I see here is that you have a grown-ass man approaching teenage girls between 10 and 15. And not backing away, trying to be antagonistic to these teenage girls in a part of the country that they are in that has extensive problems with his demographic involved in rape gangs of minor women or minor girls, whatever you want to call them, of minor females. Simple fact of the matter is, why doesn't this man just leave them alone and call the authorities? There is something nefarious in nature about what is going on in that video, regardless of the facts or the lacks of evidence. If anybody disagrees, feel free to let me know. And please give me a good example. No, the grooming gang thing did not happen 25 years ago. It's still ongoing. It has been a problem for 25 years. And that's why people are pissed about it. You're talking about you're talking about Rotterdam specifically, but Rotterdam never got rid of the grape gangs. And even then, they have arrested young women for describing their rapists as Pakistani. Where are all the feminists saying this is a feminist icon standing up for women's rights? Is what I want to know. Personally.
Very good point.
Is Banta involved in any of this?
No. He actually stands with the young woman, actually. Let's see, I think I found I'm trying to find the entire video because you can see the dude like harassing the young lady. And I'm trying to find like an actual full footage thing without people's opinions, but I can't find one. Like the best I can do is a quartering video because at least he shows the whole fucking video while talking over it. That's also not laws. That's why I show the quartering, because even if you disagree with him, at least he shows the whole fucking video.
This is already the status quo near you. Your kids will not even be able to defend themselves from being culturally enriched by foreign invaders. This is already the status quo in many Europe.
Send me a Ko-fi donation, not laws, and I'll stop torturing you with them.
European nations, except Poland. Now,
I don't disagree. I don't like the quartering. Me and him still have beef because he banned me on his Discord for talking the same talking points that he's using now several years later.
And for some reason, I don't know, maybe it's because they closed their borders and they said they weren't going to take in endless invaders. I don't know. I am not smart enough to connect these dots, but I think you are. This story will enrage you and hopefully inspire you, because this is coming everywhere. It's not just a thing that is happening in the UK and Americans can say like, ha 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 ha, UK got conquered. Let's see what happens when Mamdani wins his election in New York. Look at how Somalians have taken over Minnesota, how their entire Arabic Muslim cities in Michigan, in Dearborn, Michigan, where the signs aren't even in English, they're in Arabic, or in Texas. This has been happening in the United States, and we have a similar reaction to it. I know this is an unfortunate story, but I hope you'll leave a like on it in solidarity for this young girl who should be freed immediately. Now, the video that's kind of going around the internet is essentially what you have, from what I've gathered, is a 14-year-old and a 12-year-old who are defending themselves from a 32-year-old immigrant who is following them and allegedly soliciting them for, exactly what these people do. An incident occurred in Dundee, Scotland, near St. Anne's Lane. A 14-year-old dual-wielding bad BA girl was arrested for possessing a bladed weapon after allegedly using it to defend her younger sister, who is 12. I thought that was too old for these people. Her younger sister from a migrant accused of attempting to molest her. The warrior girl was charged with possession of an offensive weapon. She has been released on bail pending further investigation. Now, I hope the people of Dundee, Scotland peacefully assemble outside that police station and demand that these charges be dropped. This is what this police action has indicated. And I'm going to show you the video because it's terrifying. Let them culturally enrich your children, lest ye go to jail. It's going to be happening here in the United States. It basically already does. We can look at the Lake and Riley case and how politicized that became, and just how
I feel like that's a shot.
It's a different culture, and I'm supposed to respect that. We look at what happens in Minnesota or Michigan, or where they have their own little pockets of Sharia law. We just let it be. Let it be, America. This is our future, by the way. The Crown Office and prosecutor is reviewing the case, considering
pause for 1 second there.
You aren't allowed to protect yourself, even if you're a child.
And it's a question for you about what he just mentioned, right? And it's a question of degrees, right? He said this is our future. And he's talking about Dearborn, Michigan and places like that where you have so I generally know, and there's an argument out there, and I think it makes sense, that America assimilates people way better. So even if you say in the question of absolutes, yes, everybody's going down this hill and that's it, but still there's a question of degree and a question of perhaps a situation being amenable to fixing and correction versus one where it's like it's already far gone and or done for. I tend to think that America is quite different, and for several reasons, which we know, partly due to geography, the whole kind of history of the nation, and there's many other kinds of things, and you can become an American and all these other kinds of things. Nation of immigrants, as some people tend to say, even though I know that particular statement is kind of fraught with issues. But Orthodox Guy, what do you think about him and the equivalence, right? Equivalence of, hey, next thing you know, we're gonna be taken hostage like this other place. I just don't see that happening in America. Not in the same way at all. But anyways, go ahead.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
fear mongering.
I don't agree with that, Chuck. And
Really?
Here's the caveat, right? While I agree with you, Ike, that America is or was better at assimilating people, over the past, I would say 10 to 15 years, assimilation all over the West, before even, let's just stick to America. I'm sorry for that. Over the past 15 years, in America specifically, assimilation is at a standstill. Because for decades, we have taken in 1 million legal immigrants a year and an untold amount of illegal immigrants. And there has been amnesty after amnesty, things like sanctuary cities. And we have allowed people in our largest cities to create ethnic and racial and national enclaves where they don't assimilate. And we don't force them to assimilate. So,
Correct.
in the history of America, up until about 15, 20 years ago, I agree absolutely with you. 100%. But for 20 years at a minimum, if not 40 from the 1965 Immigration Act, but for 20 years at a minimum, we've taken in 1 million legal immigrants and probably double or triple that illegal immigrants a year. You cannot assimilate that many people per year. Impossible. You cannot assimilate. Assimilation is at a standstill. And when we allow specifically Muslim nations to be brought in for whatever reason, whether it be, they served as interpreters and their families need to come here because they're unsafe, When you bring in so many different people from different backgrounds, especially Muslims, where these things happen in their culture and society, you're going to have the same issues. And this unrepented, like, mass immigration, mass replacement of the voting bloc and working class in America, if we do not get a hold of things, the quartering is completely correct. But Mr. brought up a good point. Mr. brought up a really good point about, hold on, I'm going to lower my mic because apparently Lauren and Kev are saying that it's picking up background noise.
Your
Just going to
mic?
put it on. Yeah.
They were saying
but,
Ike's mic. Sorry.
Oh, Ike's mic?
Yeah. Kev.
He was flipping.
His mic might be.
Yeah, am I clippy still?
No, there's a fix for that real quick. In your mic settings on StreamYards, if you click echo cancellation and automatically adjust volume, it'll stop clipping. And I think in the StreamYard you sound fine, but in the video you're probably clipping because that's what was happening to 10th Man. He was clipping really bad, and when one person does it on the StreamYard, it causes it for everyone.
All right, I've done both of those things that you said. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Now, Mr. And this is where I agree with Mr. Says that's doomer mentality. We can fix it in regards what the quartering said. And like, I do agree with you about assimilation and about people who possess that hustler mindset of the original American mentality, who come over here and they don't want to be part of the welfare state. They want to make their own living and they want to do what's necessary to provide for themselves and be productive for the nation. Now, there are subsect of immigrants that do come over here to be a part of the welfare state and that expect something to be given to them. But is that all of them? No. There's always going to be that subsect of parasite that goes somewhere and expects something. It's human nature. By and large, I want to agree with you because I look at history and I see that it is correct. But the course over the past 15 to 20 years says that the quartering is correct because, in my opinion, and from what I've witnessed with the ethnic, racial, and national enclaves, and even religious enclaves being set up in places like Dearborn, and the mass importation of Somalis and other non-Americans into rural areas that then change the culture of that area and change the voting demographics, I do see where if it has not stopped completely, it has severely stagnated assimilating these people into our nation. Okay, I see. That should be taken care of now. Yes, let's do it. Let's do a grift break. Let's break up some of this because we're tackling topics that are very, very sad, in my opinion. Because
and emotionally charged topics.
Exactly. So let's do a short grift break. If you guys like the show, and y'all support the conversations that we're having here, please donate to the show so we can keep it going. And thank you very much for everyone's support, everyone joining in on the conversation, and everyone giving their takes and beliefs and their contributions to the conversation. And I appreciate everyone for being here. And I even appreciate 10th Man being here with that whole me and his personal conversation on chat.
I missed that. I mean, I wasn't here.
What happened with that? I only caught a piece of
here.
it.
Yeah, what happened?
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
For the poor.
You too can earn some booty if you wish, or get your wholesome clip, or if you have a request for a video to be played, you can either come on panel, drop it in the back chat, send it to me or Lauren in the Discord, or if you have a wrench, make your request in chat. What happened with me and 10th Man? Me and 10th Man got in a minor argument about America and its place in world policy. And I make the argument that people like Canada, there are some exceptions like Australia and South Korea that are like our perfect allies. They're willing junior partners. They know what's up, and all they ask in return for any deals or anything that we do is we honor that blood that they shed in the name of the American empire by protecting them from people like China. I'm completely fine with that. I don't give a fuck about Taiwan. I understand the national importance of Taiwan, like the microchips and whatnot, but like I'm more concerned with us defending South Korea and Australia. However, 10th Man comes on and he talks about Canada and what the US is doing with Canada and how we have agreement bring up, and then like how America turn over Canada, and I bring up, you have a trade agreement that means reciprocal free trade between nations, and then you turn around and put tariffs on us because it'll destroy our industry. It'll destroy our industry. Okay, you still broke the trade agreement. You want American money, American influence, American protection, but you want to be able to negotiate that from a position of weakness and make demands. And we now have a president and an administration that does not allow that. And then it shouldn't. I don't like Trump all that often, but it shouldn't. The simple fact of the matter is America is standing up for its own interests, throwing its dick in the air 10 toes down, because China and other nations are rising to prominence, and they will be great powers that can challenge the U.S.
Yeah.
This whole thing is, well, the whole world's going to turn on America. No, it's not, because China's not going to give you the economic freedom, the freedoms that you like. Everything that's clamping down on your freedom, that's your government's doing. It's not the U.S. doing. We protect your rights. We protect your trade. We protect a lot, and we lose a lot doing so. But there is also benefits to doing that. And 10th Man did not like that, and IJ's basically went full American imperial fascism and was like messing with him about it. And I'm like, no, bro, either you take the help. For one, we got a little personal because I'm like, 10th Man, the only thing that I don't like about you is you play the victim. And I tried to give him examples of how he plays the victim, and he didn't want to hear it. And he got a little upset with me.
So I had a dream. I'm not trying to sound like.
Be careful there, Mike. Be careful.
I'm not well, I had a dream that
one second. We got some donos while I was explaining the 10th Man situation.
All right.
Oh, well, what have we got here? That's the poor blocks. It sure is.
Thank you for the donos, ladies and gentlemen. Let me see here if they sent a message. Mr. wants the booty clip.
All right, let's go.
And Kev says, "What's up, my nigga? Griff vid. I got you. So, I don't know which booty clip Mr. says.
Maybe he likes the juicy one, the fat booty. Sorry.
I think Mike likes the fat booty one, but that's what I was gonna play because that's what I always start out with. So I got you, Mr. Thank you, sir.
My money don't jiggle jiggle, it folds. I'd like to see you wiggle wiggle, for sure. And maybe wanna dribble. You know, without it in my beer, you really have to see it. 6'2" in a compact, no slack. But luckily the things go back. I got a knack to relax my mind, sipping some red wine.
I sit bruised from chalices, holding my palaces. Goodness so grant me sucker suffer from paralysis. Rhymes, I write them in the.
So also, I think Kev was telling me to play the Griff video. I need to make better use of that. Since I'm moving StreamYard soon, I'm going to be clipping all this stuff and actually adding it to the StreamYard so I don't have to ghettoify it, so I have easier access to stuff. So thank you again, Kev, for this awesome clip, and I will play it now, good sir. Thank you for the dono.
Wonder if I can sit in word. Wait, can I really sit in word? What up, my niggas? What up, my niggas? Big ups, my niggas. We are my niggas. You pussy ass niggas. Man, fuck y'all niggas. Cause I'm that nigga. I'm that nigga.
If you meant you wanted me to play something else, let me know in the chat, Kev. But I love that video. It's funny. I'm glad you brought it up and reminded me.
You know,
Cornfield.
can you play one more video, like, if you want to? I mean, that video with the girl with the red hair. You know, talking about. I mean, if you want to.
The twerking girl with red hair. Yeah.
The one with the red hair. She's bouncing on a ball.
Mm-hmm.
I got you. I got you.
Good video. Good video.
Yeah, I got you, Mike.
Also, Orthodox, send me that Chris Brown AI music. That was fire. That was funny.
What's up, Logical Spark? Do you want a thumbs up if you want to come up, cammed up, or cam down if you want to come up? Okay. What's up?
Oh, nothing.
What's good, man?
I have a funny TikTok video to show you. It deals with the thing you just showed earlier.
Well, I can't play TikToks. So, and I don't. I gotta maintain some level of control. So I can't just let people play things on there. That's why I was laughing, Mike. Lauren despises the redhead video.
I was just like,
if you want it played, the only way to keep her from being angry, since that's your request, drop like
Yeah, if you
$1
want to.
dono, and I got you.
Don't
I don't mind.
got
I just
two
don't
on
want to
the,
piss people off.
No. I'll say it.
worries.
Orthodox. I'll say it. Drop a donut to piss off Lauren. Keep making
No, it's not to piss off Lauren. I'm just not gonna play.
That's fine.
The
Don't
video
play it.
she doesn't like without a dono, because she is the producer lady and she does a lot of work around here.
So wait, she anti.
Oh, Mr. wanted the cornfield. I got you, Mr.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
You good, bro?
Damn.
Something dropped.
That's good. But Mike, I will.
And he got excited.
I will do you a solid, because you are a solid supporter. Check DMs. I have the redhead video saved in my computer. So
all right, cool.
I will send it to you in DMs because you were a solid supporter, and I don't like saying no to the supporters.
But Orthodox, can you play it right now? I want to see the redhead too. I want to see her.
Send some donos.
You gotta send donos, man.
Yeah, send anything you want, like $10, $20.
It can be literally $1. Just make the request, and I'll send it. I'll play.
I'll think about it.
But Mr. Lauren said, "Go ahead, for fuck's sake."
Yeah, she's like, you know what? Fuck it, just play it. Get it over with it.
let me get what Mr. wanted played first, and then we will watch the redhead video in all her beauty.
My favorite Orthodox. That's my favorite. That's my favorite.
That is a fan favorite.
Yeah. And I say this because, again, like I told you, Orthodox, I'm from East Africa. This is common to us. We see this in weddings, in functions. That's how women move. It's coming to us. So yeah, man, I'm telling you, guys, if you're gonna move to Africa, go to East Africa. That's what you're gonna end up seeing every single day.
Well, without further ado, here you go, Mike. Here you go, Vanta.
I can genuinely smell her thoughts while she's working.
It's so exciting. Let me stop.
I love it. I can
Vance would be
sniff
like,
it.
Vance would be like, I would sniff her fart through a
Yeah,
garden.
goddamn right, Orthodox. Goddamn right.
That's crazy.
Abe Jenkins says you're all perverts.
I was gonna say
Yo.
something real quick. Before I forget, like I had a dream. I really slept really late. I had a couple of things. Anyway, I had a dream that we worked out a deal. I can generally smell the
Oh. Lauren's a hater, man. Lauren, what's wrong with you, Lauren? What's wrong with you?
leave Lauren alone, Vanta. Remember, she has
I know,
the power
but
to kick you.
goddamn, she's
She has the
hating
power
hard.
to destroy. She has the power to destroy you.
You love Lauren. Lauren.
I read this in Kansas. Well, what's gonorrhea smell like, Lauren?
I wonder what it smells like, though. Very good point, Kev. Like, how would you like how that?
She's just making jokes. I can smell.
I mean, you know what? Now I'm
you gotta
intrigued.
be
Also,
fine.
now I'm intrigued. I need to know, what does gonorrhea smell like exactly? Because I don't know. Tell me. What is gonorrhea? I need to
The
know.
only thing I know is, well, knock on wood. Oh shit. And all I know by reading, STDs, that obviously you piss, it burns. That's all. Smelling
Yeah.
Your dicks look like a pickle. Like that's
Yes. Oh no, I know the physicality element, but I'm fascinated. Like, what does gonorrhea smell like? I'm curious. Lauren. Yeah.
Are you Canadian, Palomino? Did I hurt you with me saying I don't care about opinions of people that are not under the jurisdiction of America, who don't pay taxes to America, who are not American citizens? Because you have been on my ass today. Did you, Vanta? Did you?
Wait. What did it say? Did you see the video I posted on chat? Oh, wait, you mean Discord, Lauren? I'll double check. Yeah, I'll go check. Carry on.
If you haven't smelled it, consider yourself lucky. It's not a joke.
Yeah, I'm curious, man. Like Lauren just said, it smells like gonorrhea. Now my brain is activated. I need to know. What is?
I'm gonna get off these trans and these grape gang topics because they ruin my mood and make me angry.
So
I don't blame you.
I want to say something real quick. I had a dream that that United States, we came into the agreement with China, and everything is like we won the trade war, and then now we basically have the upper hand where the economy is actually boosting. And that it was a dream. I don't know if I was, because like sometimes I have the tendencies to leave the phone on with a lot of the reports that's going on through the country, and I don't know if maybe perhaps it's just it was just me like dreaming it, because that's what I want to believe. But
Well, what about this dream in particular?
Oh, this
made it
dream was like
noteworthy to. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Mike. Forgive me. Go ahead.
No, it's a question to you, right? So I'm like, because you had mentioned, okay, yes, sometimes I leave my phone by blah blah blah. Dreams like that happen. So I'm sure you have examples of that kind of thing. And in general, people dream all kinds of things. But what about this dream makes it such that you think that what is there anything special about it? And it may be the content itself. Maybe you're particularly concerned about U.S.-China relations and the possibility of XYZ happening. But what about it makes it different from any other dream? Right.
Well, good question. The thing is, it's not, well, in terms of, let's just say me personally, my life is amazing. My life is good. Thank God. Like, and well, thank goodness. But it's just like sometimes I kind of worry about the future of this country, because I am an American at the end. I know that it might sound cheesy, but I do plan on having a family one day. I want to raise my kids. I want to be able to teach my kids but how are we going to be able to, how am I going to be able to, like, I could give my kids security, but we also need a country for that. And I worry about United States. Of course I do. I want, but, um, and then obviously, because the mind basically, you know how like you're wishing for something and then you dream about it and then it's like it's coming reality in your dream. It's all just a dream. I had a dream that we actually won the trade war and then basically we had the upper hand and the economy started more even boosting. And it's just like now we able to control the outcome of the economy, which we don't have, by the way. We don't have that right now. Unfortunately, we don't. And the one thing I have to say is that I have to say it, but are we going to win the trade war with China? I don't know, man. I just don't know. I don't see it happening, but I could be mistaken, and I hope I'm mistaken by saying this. But winning the trade war with China, I don't see it. China might beat us in the trade war.
One thing to say is, and your question may be rhetorical, right? And it's not necessary that one answers that, right? It's an open question. An empirical question, it's a historical question. Things can go one way or the other. However, if I were to blend a couple of things that you said together, I think that, you could lose the trade war, or you could lose it pretty badly and still have a country and still do just fine, right? Because it depends on what you do as a result of losing a trade war that may determine whether or not you have a country, right? England still exists. Now England starts doing some stupid shit after the empire disappeared. That's on them, right? It's not because the empire. You don't have to screw yourself just because you get knocked down the peg by just natural circumstances and the order of things. So that is one thing in general that maybe concerned about the future, but there are many ways to still be okay, even if you're not top dog regarding the economic and such. Secondly, yes, there is a possibility, or at least if we're still talking about within the existence of United States, for which everything comes to a natural end, right? So if we're not talking about that natural end, I think there's a few more cycles of good stuff that could happen, right? And I think that because there are a couple of ways to look at what we're talking about right now, right? There's a particular game being played by the United States and China vis-a-vis the economy, and not one side didn't choose I don't know who chose which side, right? But it just naturally fell that someone's going to have a surplus in terms of production capacity, and the other person is going to have a deficit in that regard, but they're going to have the ability to print money, print debt, and blah blah blah. So, and these two things go hand in hand, right? It's not like China could just be like, "Oh, U.S., screw you," and then they continue to be on top, if you will, in this kind of a setup, because a lot of their particular success right now is dependent upon this particular setup, right? Now, yes, they can find markets elsewhere, find markets in Africa, find markets in Europe and whatnot, but the American market is still super strong, large and whatnot, and the dollar there's still that dollar hegemony that's going on, right? So I think that, there's going to be some technological events that spark certain kinds of acuteness in the conflict, right? For example, now we're talking about AI, people are talking about the AI race, who has to come on top on that one, and so other kinds of things like that, right? And those are fine, but I think that before everything comes to a head and explodes, there's no reason why economically anything has to it has to end right now, right? That this particular game of surplus deficit has many more decades and many more rounds of going back and forth. So the outcome of your dream is possible in one way, shape, or form, whereby it's like, and I don't obviously what does winning mean, but not a complete loss for the foreseeable future, and a lot of kind of gains that could be gained from either the technological efficiencies from AI, for example, or whatever it may be. I think that's quite possible.
So England So first of all, I want to make the analogy with England. England is about to lose this country. If they keep it up in the next 20 years, it's no longer going to be England. It's going to be called some other Muslim name. And then the other thing is, you're right. But in the process, see, I don't agree with the fact that we do have the obviously we're the number one consumer in the world, but I don't think that we have the capacity. When I say don't have the capacity, I don't mean like we can't do it. I just mean that right now China is dominating. China is actually it's dominating the market.
Yes, it is.
And China in the next, well, obviously it's very powerful. China is very powerful. And obviously we have to think. You see, if it's us, United States, yes, we gave that power away. We did. Yes, I'm not saying that, but let's just say, for instance, my parents, even my mom talks about it. There was a time where you could fucking work in McDonald's and be able to buy a house. The American dream has died. The American dream in terms of buying a house. Now, like if let's say an Orthodox, I mean, Chuck already, thankfully he's retired, but I'm just saying, like, for instance, Orthodox, like people like young that want to be able to, like invest or businesses. It's getting to the point where it's going to be nearly impossible. They're making it to the point. Do I blame China entirely? No, I don't blame China.
No.
But if we were to, because the idea, and then Flo actually made a very interesting point as well. Like because the tariff idea is to try to like bring back these companies, and very, very clearly we're the creators of these companies. Like we're the creators. We created the first car. We created jeans. We created everything that basically the privilege that other countries are enjoying is the creation of our country. And so you have China that's basically the manufacturer, and they're manufacturing all these products. But in the process of that, we're trying to upraise our economy. And I have to be sincere with you, it doesn't look right. It looks really bad.
Mike?
I'm just being sincerely. I'm not, it's not that I wish, but at the very moment, who knows what the outcome is tomorrow. But, I just want everybody to have the opportunity to be able to have ideas. I mean, very clearly, this is one of the greatest country. I always say that, and I still stand by that. We have the privilege to speak. Sorry if I'm talking too much.
No. That was good. That was good.
I'm gonna lighten the topic because we're going into general conversation.
I was
so
trying to
I'm
go back
gonna,
at him, but god damn.
we're gonna do some 4 funny videos based on this channel I just found, and it's all based off the most interesting man in the world type Jones. We're kind of getting off the heavier stuff and entering the general conversation part of the stream.
Very good.
His first words were, "Let's split this." His morning wood is just putting on his shoes. He worries that if everyone in Germany flushed at the same time, his house would be flooded. He commutes everywhere by bike, but has no idea how he got there, because he is high as a kite. He split the bill on a first date, then invoiced her for his half. He's banned from 5 hostels for excessive ruddering in the common room. He once Dutch ovened himself to recycle body heat to save on the heating bill. He speaks 5 languages and still pretends not to understand when asked for help. His last gift was a reusable bag with a receipt in case you want to return it. He's so direct, he makes German engineers uncomfortable. He invented copper wire by fighting over a penny with another Dutchman. He spends €3.50 in fuel to avoid a €1 toll. He voted to legalize prostitution, but he tells his wife he is going out to pick up some mushrooms. He was born at home, not for tradition, but to avoid hospital fees. He doesn't ghost, he just sends a breakup invoice for wasted time. He uses a miniature windmill as an electric fan. He is the most Dutch man in the world.
I don't always drink, but when I do, I make sure someone else pays. Stay frugal, my friends, and never pay full price.
Goldfinger.
The Dutchman. So we've got a couple more of these. I found it funny. If you guys don't find it funny, let me know and I'll find something else.
No, it's funny because I was in Netherlands a couple of months ago, and the Dutch are the most upfront Europeans you'll ever meet. Way upfront. They'll tell you like it is. They don't hold back.
Well, let's see what y'all feel about this one.
He once got stolen by a dingo as a baby. He's never worn shoes on purpose. When he stirs his drink, it always swirls counterclockwise. He tells tourists to watch out for drop bears with a straight face. His ute drives itself to the bottle when it's low on stubbies. He boxes kangaroos in his spare time. His sister is a professional breakdancer. He's never opened a beer with his hands. He has a pet spider the size of a small dog. He greets his nan with,
"Oh, hell
"G'day,
no."
you old cunt," and she laughs it off. He says, "No worries, mate," during actual emergencies. He brings his own esky to weddings and funerals. He corrects waiters at restaurants on what a real knife is. He considers 200 miles to be next door. His best man speech ended with a shooey. He reaches for his gun, forgetting he turned his in. He doesn't always cause international incidents, but when he does, he prefers Bali. When he goes to the zookeepers try to tame him. He is the most Aussie bloke in the world.
I don't always drink wine, but when I do, it's from a goddamn sack of goon. Stay true blue, my friends.
Is that Jim Orthodox? Is that Jim?
That was Jim, and that was Jim when he was in his 20s. To be fair. So I have two that may be a bit controversial, but this one is hilarious. This is hilarious to me.
He negotiates at the ATM.
Oh no.
Then asks for change. He doesn't celebrate Christmas, but he installs a parking meter on his roof, just in case. After his meal arrives, the waiter comes over and asks, "Is anything all right?" He still clips the ridges off coins, just to stay up on his skill set. He's already suing this channel. When his son asked to borrow $20, he accepted and lent him $10. His favorite movie is a few dollars more. He's never seen it, he just likes the title. His hands have been rubbing together for so long, he started a fire and a lawsuit. He causes traffic jams when there is loose change on the street. When he goes shopping, companies write IOUs to him for his purchases. Around other Jews, he's Jewish. Around everyone else, he's white. When he loses a debate with another person, he calls them an anti-Semite. He's been kicked out of 109 bars and still blames the bars. He eats his bagels before slicing and debates you on which schmear is kosher. He is the most Jewish man in the world.
I don't always drink, but when I do, I keep the glass, the napkin, and the receipt for tax reasons. Stay frugal, stay suspicious, stay kosher.
Stay frugal, stay suspicious. Yo!
Stay frugal.
That was me on the highway picking up change.
That was diabolical as hell.
They were given your job before they were even born. Their pronouns are a 12-word manifesto you're forced to memorize or get canceled. They got promoted for checking every identity box except qualified. Their therapy dog is queer, vegan, undocumented, and identifies as a squirrel. They've sued a more qualified man who was hired instead of them and won. They lost track of their actual gender nearly a decade ago, but it's always the opposite of what a person assumes it is. They have absolutely no real-world experience in manufacturing, maintenance, or production, but still get hired on as an engineer. They're the lead runner in a track team despite being in a wheelchair. They talk about the importance of diversity, despite only repeating the same ideas as everyone else. When they talk to you, they are mentally ticking boxes to see if you meet their criteria before responding. They never show up to work and still get promoted. Their work always flops, but Hollywood keeps hiring them for some reason. Their race and gender is so ambiguous, Sherlock Holmes died trying to solve it. They work from home and still complain about the work conditions. They still think black people built the pyramids. They is the most DEI person in the world.
I don't always drink, but when I do, it's on the job and I never get fired. Stay incompetent, my friends.
That's some shit.
Also, I was laughing at
I would like
the black woman hitting the computer.
that would never get fired.
Oh, dude, here's one. Here, oh my God.
That was nasty. That was nasty.
Oh no, here's one. Here's one. This flies in the face of everything. Hold on.
I swear, my neighbors can hear me laughing. This is Orthodox. This is amazing, man. Good content.
Oh yeah, no, wait until you see the one I'm trying to play. Hold on.
He thinks portion control is communism. He's never heard of other countries unless they've lost a war to the U.S. He waters his lawn with Mountain Dew. His idea of an exotic vacation is visiting Disneyland instead of Disney World. When he has a heart attack, he insists on driving himself to the hospital to avoid paying for the ambulance. Foreign countries are always begging for his help. He has 3 kids and they're all trans. His plan for financial independence is taking out payday loans to invest in Fartcoin. He already supports his country's next war. He calls insulin a luxury, but Bud Light a necessity. He thinks European football is gay, because it is. He once won a hot dog eating contest by accident. He actually thinks that the NFL and pro wrestling are real. He makes fun of Canada unless he's traveling, then he's from Canada. He shot down a drone for flying over his barbecue. He uses Ford F-150s as a unit of measurement and doesn't know what a kilometer is. He sleeps with a pillow under his gun. He once deep-fried a bald eagle by accident, called it justice anyway. He is the most American man in the world.
I don't always drink, but when I do, it's domestic, lukewarm, and wrapped in an American flag. Stay free, stay armed, stay medically uninsured, my patriots.
Stay medically uninsured.
All right, I got two more we'll play, and then I'll stop.
Also, I think I'm gonna die. I can't do it. I'm gonna die. I still think I'm gonna die.
His first words were, hiya, hiya, hiya. His feathers are earned, not bought from Etsy like yours. He gets mad when you ask what % Native American he is. He doesn't mow his lawn because the grass spirits told him it's sacred, and he's too lazy to argue. He once tried to start a business, but it went bankrupt from too many smoke breaks and zero ambition. He will not accept blankets as a gift. When people ask what kind of Indian he is, he sighs and says, Casino. He's 41 years old, but still can't grow a beard. He gets the smallpox vaccine 6 times a year, just in case. His aunt was on a box of butter. They got rid of her and kept the land. His ancestors ate human flesh, but only on holidays. His 24 cousins all work at the casino that he owns. He says it's his people's land because his ancestors rightfully earned it by conquering the tribe that was there before them. He says his only drinking problem is when there's nothing left to drink.
Agreed.
His retirement plan is spending his government checks on slot machines. He votes liberal, then gets confused when all trace of his heritage is removed from professional sports. When he gives a gift, he takes it back. He is the most Native American man in the world.
I always drink, and when I do, it's to forget the fact that I live on a reservation.
With coffee. He yells, "Let's rock and roll," before taking out the trash. All of his kids are named Hungry. He's the envy of neighborhood barbecues he hasn't even been to. He tells the waiter, "Guess it's free then," every time the card machine takes more than 2 seconds. He buys gas 3 cents cheaper across town and spends $15 getting there. He spends 45 minutes fixing something, then calls a professional. He tightens jars for sport. He claps when the plane lands and expects you to join in. He can hear the thermostat being turned up from a block away. He shows up 6 hours early to the airport just to dominate the seating near Gate 39. He owns 17 flashlights and still can't find one when the power goes out. He knows no good jokes, just 586 bad ones. He complains about the family having a dog and says they're not getting one. Then they get one, and he becomes the dog's best friend. He saves old batteries in case they recharge themselves. He has a whole other family still waiting for him to return home with the milk he left to get 10 years ago. He is the most dad man in the world.
I don't always drink, but when I do, it's in my recliner with the remote in hand.
The most dad man. I love it. I love that term. The most dad man.
All right, for those of you interested, I'll post the channel link. This man has like a shit ton of these videos on his channel.
God.
It ranges from like Irish to Russian. The most tremendous man in the world. All right, not lost. I gotta play this one for you, and then we're done. Because Lauren sent me a video about cats, and I know everyone on the internet loves cats.
I hate cats. I despise them. I think they belong in hell. Dirty bastard.
Jesus.
He calls his reflection fake news. He tried to pardon himself from Monopoly jail. He once tried to buy the moon. Great real estate, nobody lives there. He autographs subpoenas before reading them. He holds rallies in front of mirrors so the crowd is always double tremendous. His hair has its own non-disclosure agreement. He insists, if I was on Mount Rushmore, it would be called Trumpmore. So many people are saying this. His skin tone was invented in a Doritos lab. He hires people to clap when he walks into the bathroom. He calls his golf game unbeatable, absolutely perfect. Some say even the balls are impressed. He says, nobody tweets better than me. Other presidents tried, but frankly, they just didn't have the thumbs. He became president 3 times. He owns all of Atlantic City, but hasn't been there in 25 years. He tried to rename the son Trump Light. His hands dwarf those of an average newborn baby. He didn't release the Epstein files, but at least we got involved in another war for Israel. He is the most tremendous man in the world.
I don't always drink, but when I do, I prefer Diet Coke 12 times a day. Stay tremendous, my friends.
Oh, this guy, bro. Whoever this person is behind the AI videos are fucking hilarious.
Orthodox, it's too realistic, man. The AI tech is getting too real, man. It's scary. It's getting scary right now. That's some scary level content. God damn. I keep laughing at that Nigerian woman hitting that computer, just slamming it. God.
Thrown off when Andrew Wilson fact-checked her.
Women didn't have the right to vote until 1920.
When did men get the right to vote?
The right to vote was guaranteed to all people in 1920, according to the 19th Amendment.
Before 1920, were all men allowed to vote?
No.
Okay, great. Are you aware that men only got any rights to vote about a decade before women?
The founding fathers were all men, so I have no idea what you're talking
What
about.
does that have to do with the right to vote?
The right to vote was historically withheld from men of color. It was a
It was also withheld from
Listen to
the
me.
general population.
Do not cut me off. Do not cut me off. I am in the middle of speaking.
I don't care if you're in the middle of speaking. You're in the middle of a debate.
The right to vote.
You don't have your TikTok mute button, sweetheart?
I did not go to school for 4 years and build a platform to be talked to like this. So I will be walking away from the microphone right now. And I would encourage you to get your guest under control. I'm going to take 2 minutes so you can ask him questions if you'd like. And I will be right back.
Because you run the show?
I just won't be back. And
I don't give a what do I care? I'm here to have a debate, not listen to your whining. Do you want to have a debate or not?
All right. I'm not going to be talked to like this.
That's fucking wild. Andrew Wilson clip of the year.
I think he enjoys it. I think he enjoys it, Orthodox. I think he enjoys it for fun. Like, he just goes up there talking to some humans, talking crazy, and listen to him. He was laughing. That's a man. That's a man who's having fun.
Wait, hold on. Wait a minute. Is there a gayest man in the world? Post that link. Before we move on, we have to watch that one.
I can't do it. I swear I'm gonna die. Also, I'm gonna die. I can't do one more. This is diabolical.
She is suing the podcast? Are you serious, Mike?
For real. See, women.
How is she? On what grounds? Mike, are you there?
Yeah, she's basically saying that because she decided that she's like, okay, I'm leaving in 5 minutes because that's part of your agreement. And Brian mentioned, okay, there is no agreement. And she's like, listen, I suffer from I forgot the name of the disease that she has apparently. And so it's like half of her face turns into, it's just like, you know how like when you have a stroke kind of thing and then half of your face turns.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? Like, I don't even know how to.
No, you're right. Stroke affects half your face. Yeah. It kind of.
And so like, basically, she said that because of the embarrassment and everything else, and she was affected. Basically, her health was affected by the podcast, and Andrew basically talks about that. Though, Kevin has it.
Cerebral palsy.
That's what you call it. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. So Kev has it correctly.
All right, we got this one.
He was born with a California Valley girl accent. Prostate exam into a second date. He has such good fashion sense because he spent so much time in the closet. He once rode a bike without a seat and didn't even notice it was missing. He can tell the flavor of a popsicle by sitting on it. He has a skincare routine longer than his relationships. When the doctor asked for a semen sample, he farted in the cup. The BBC hired him to play the Doctor in the next 18 seasons of Doctor Who. He carries a small poodle in his Leatherman bag. His gag reflex quit in 2018 and filed for workers' comp. His Grindr inbox looks like a CDC case study. He was first in line to see Barbie. He makes cucumbers nervous. He says he's a vegetarian, but still eats meat. He calls hemorrhoids speed bumps. He is the gayest man in the world.
I don't always drink, but when I do, I prefer Bud Light. Stay fabulous, my friends.
Also, Orthodox, all I heard was hemorrhoids and speed bump. Did I hit that right? Hemorrhoids is a speed bump. That's diabolical, man. I'm gonna faint. I'm gonna faint.
My God.
And wasn't about farting in boxes? What? What's going on? He farted in a box.
It was the doctor wanted a semen sample, hence being gay. Yeah, it's not a.
That was heavy.
Oh my Lord. Hold on. We gotta do this one. We gotta do this one for sure. It's the opposite.
There's got to be a southern redneck one in there.
I'll look and see.
He once got ghosted by a chatbot. He once visited Paris, Texas. His idea of adventure is switching to a different brand of floss. His small talk has been used to sedate bears. He played Spin the Bottle alone and lost. He once read an entire book about staplers. He once went viral at the local pharmacy. He tried stand-up comedy. They asked him to sit back down. He once got excited then apologized. He's never been out of his comfort zone and has no plans to. His ringtone is silence. His autobiography is just his grocery list, twice. He puts mayonnaise on white rice and calls it fusion cuisine. He named his goldfish Goldfish. He once took a personality test. It came back blank. He is the least interesting man in the world.
I don't always drink milk, but when I do, I check the expiration date 3 times.
Why did he look like a chimpanzee with a blonde hair? I'm confused.
Because everybody gets it. Everybody gets it. That's fucking funny.
Also, I'm scared of AI, man. I'm scared of it. You know, AI is a legit. You know what? Actually, no, I'm not scared. I love it because AI has become the most fun content on YouTube lately. I enjoy more AI content than real life content. Straight up, just saying. Even music, AI music is being superior to real music. If I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong, chat. Tell me I'm wrong with AI. I'm sorry, Orthodox.
I mean, I don't think you're wrong.
I mean, also, have you seen some of these songs from
And
AI?
still apologizes. He irons his socks. He believes fun should be scheduled and capped at 47 minutes. His first steps were goose steps. He wears socks with sandals to assert dominance. He files his taxes with such precision, the government owes him interest. He waits at red lights at 3 a.m., even when the street is empty. He has to fight off 100 immigrants just to get out of his neighborhood. He has a grandfather in Argentina, but he doesn't like to talk about him. He owns 6 identical gray sweaters for efficiency. He makes reservations at food stalls in Bangkok. He wrote a 48-page guide to assembling IKEA furniture for fun. He explains engine efficiency to people who didn't ask. He builds model trains that run more efficiently than national railways. He proposed to his wife via PowerPoint. He's never smiled in a photo and considers that a strength. He is the most German man in the world.
I don't always drink, but when I do, it's precisely 1 beer measured in milliliters. Stay serious, my friends. Fun is inefficient.
That's very German. That's
Fun
very
is
German.
inefficient.
That's very German.
This man said fun is inefficient. That is fucking wild.
That's so German. Germans, Orthodox. I went to Berlin, right? They don't understand humor, Orthodox. They don't understand it.
Well, South Park did them in good. Did them in good when they wrote the South Park episode about German comedy.
Yeah, they're like robots. Mm.
The happier he gets, the less he sees. He was born with 20/20 vision, then ruined it studying. He wore a mask to a Zoom call, just in case. He brings his own rice cooker to Airbnbs. His driving instructor retired immediately after teaching him. He can be blindfolded with dental floss. He mastered calculus before kindergarten. His karaoke sessions last longer than most marriages. He took a gap year to study more. He aged all at once on his 61st birthday. Even his rice cooker didn't recognize him. When pots and pans fall on the floor, he answers. His idea of rebelling was getting an A-. He was born with a face mask. His mom once called him handsome by accident. His face mask collection is larger than his wardrobe. He doesn't use a dishwasher. He is the dishwasher. He considers eye contact a form of assault. He won an Olympic medal in badminton without ever training. He is the most Asian man in the world.
I don't always drink when going out, but when I do, it's bubble tea. Stay allergic to public affection, my friends.
Stay allergic to public affection. They're There actually is a redneck one, but it's not specifically rednecks, Chuck.
I'm surprised.
Yeah, no, I can't find a redneck one.
The story you're about to hear is completely true, which means we should all be very worried. Welcome to Florida. He once got arrested for feeding bagels to a wild alligator named Hank.
He's a good boy, and he loves bagels.
His biggest score ever was robbing a pharmacy of $320,000 worth of pills. They would have gotten away with it too, had they not littered the whole way home, leaving police a breadcrumb trail of evidence straight to their front door. He once ran naked through a Chick-fil-A parking lot, yelling that anyone who looked at him was gay. For him, that's just a Tuesday.
Ha! You looked! You're gay!
After Chicago officials failed to catch an alligator for over a week, they called him in. Less than 24 hours later, the gator was in cuffs. Two of his favorite pastimes are windsurfing in hurricanes and shooting at storms that are acting up. He once tried paying his bar tab with a rock. After being rudely refused, he returned with something far more impressive.
Hey, can I get everyone's attention for a second? Anyone touch this, and they will die.
He then proceeded to defuse the situation by doing handstands and left the police more confused than ever.
I am my own master. I answer to myself, maybe it's a bomb, or maybe it's a baby.
He once found out he wasn't the father, but somehow he's still paying child support.
But sir, how can I give up a third of my paycheck when I'm not even the father? That's $83.
He once committed grand theft auto, but realized when he got home his phone was missing. So he did the only logical thing and drove back to the scene of the crime in his new car to ask around.
Hey, you guys see my phone?
Hey, buddy, did you just drive up in that car over there?
He once got arrested for practicing karate by roundhouse kicking swans in the head. In his mind, they were enemy combatants. The real question is, who hasn't gotten a DUI riding their John Deere down the highway at 8:30 a.m. on a Friday? He once threatened to kill his college professor for scheduling a final exam at 7 a.m., which, to be fair, is totally understandable.
This is my confession to premeditated murder.
He was a therapist until he lost his license for hitting on a 19-year-old rape survivor.
I'm just glad I can help you heal. Did I mention you're extremely hot?
He once tried to drop his own charges by impersonating not one, but two federal prosecutors. It might have worked had he not filed the wrong document. He was once unjustly pulled over for the crime of recording police on public property. So naturally, he wore a "F*** the police" shirt to court, and somehow got the ticket dropped.
Yep, that's me. And you're probably wondering how I ended up here. First, I held a knife to Granny's throat. She wasn't cooperating. Then my family ignored me, so I sent them a strongly worded letter with lyrics from a Coldplay song. Lights will guide you home and ignite your bones, and I will try to fix you. Now here I am, with only one thing left to do.
Hey, listen to me. Nobody has to get hurt tonight. Put the gun down and we can talk.
Here's what you're gonna do. You're gonna bring me a pepperoni pizza and make sure it has extra cheese. Drive a hard bargain. Tell you what, best I can do is Hungry Howie's. Fuck, you got a deal.
He is the most Florida man in the world.
I don't always drink, but when I do, I usually get arrested. Stay Floridian, my friends.
Do not stay Floridian. That was wild. And we had a song request played, so let me get that song queued up. Here we go.
You might feel fatigue, but it's not from the heat. You see the news every day about the crime in the streets. Tired of being shamed just because you're white. No more feeling guilt because we're partying tonight. It's white boy summer. It's white boy summer. It's white boy summer. It's white boy summer.
This song is gay.
Everything is gay. Everything's gay right now.
We'll play golf in the morning and some tennis after that. The clubhouse I belong to doesn't allow any blacks. We'll eat lunch at White Castle because the sign says white. Then dinner at Cracker Barrel. I'll see you crackers there tonight. It's white boy summer. It's white boy summer. It's white boy summer. It's white boy summer. All you niggas better run for cover, cause this is white boy summer.
I tried to get AI to make a rap song, and I can't get them to say the
Also,
hard R or the soft R. How the hell did they do this?
Also, as I'm telling you, lately I just found AI music to be a banger, man. AI music is goddamn fire. I'm sorry, I'll say it. AI music, I welcome it.
Yeah, but you're Norwegian. That don't count.
Wait. What?
You're Norwegian.
What? I'm Norwegian. Orthodox. Never in my life did anyone call me Norwegian. This is the first time I'm Norwegian.
You're a Norwegian pirate.
Okay. I accept the terms and the race. I am Norwegian.
No, you're still black. You're still black.
No, I'm not black. No. See, now you're violating. I'm a Somalian.
Well, you know that washes off, OG.
There's a good divide between Africans and blacks. Orthodox. Remember that. Good
Fair
divide.
enough. Fair enough.
Go ahead.
It's white boy summer. I'm ready for summer, everything just feels right. I can't wait until it's July, cause July just feels white. From the summer on, things are gonna be different. We should all end this year with the whites only Christmas. It's white boy summer. It's white boy summer. It's white boy summer. It's white boy summer. All you niggas better run for cover, cause this is white boy summer. It's white boy summer. It's white boy summer. It's white boy summer. It's white boy summer. All you niggas better run for cover, cause this is white boy summer. It's white boy summer.
All right, that was quite humorous. That was enjoyable. Oh, hold on. If I can find it, I will play it. Hold on, because that seems interesting to me. They said that they have Trump singing NWA songs with AI. Is that right? Have you ever heard any, Vanta? Did you listen to a lot of AI?
Yes, Orthodox. Yeah, I can send you some videos. There's one. There was a one AI song saying they love saying the N word with a hard R. You know.
Oh Lord.
So, and that's a banger. That track is a banger. I love saying. You know what? It's YouTube. I can't say it. God damn it. I'll send on the Discord, Orthodox. I'll find the track. I'm just saying, chat. There are some great, funny ass AI tracks, better than what you're getting from pop music, hip hop, current 2025 music. Trash, garbage. Like I Orthodox. I stopped listening to hip hop in 2015. I just gave up, and I was a hardcore hip hop head, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I started to realize that the quality was getting lower and lower. And you know what? I feel good. I retired from hip hop because I see the current music. I'm like, ugh, disgusting. This is what the Gen Z are listening to, really? Garbage ass mumble rap and all these, these heifers, sleeping rap. No. I'd rather listen to AI. AI is king. Yeah, I said it. Go ahead, Orthodox. My bad.
Let's see the quality of this one. This is the best one I could find.
Somebody put a title down there for you to search to find it.
Okay, that's what I did.
Right about now, NWA court is in full effect. Judge Trump presiding in the case of African.
No, that's not good. That's not a good one.
No.
Let me gaggle it real quick. Cause this shit, I'm having fun with y'all watching these. If this gets boring, let me know and we will move right along. This shit is so fucking hilarious to me right now.
Orthodox, this is funny. Keep going, man. Keep going. Don't hold back. Keep going. This is amazing. I'm telling you, people, AI is the future of comedy, of just anything. AI
Well, what's gonna happen the day that the television and the radio come on and somebody is declaring war against another nation?
Everybody will say it's fake and gay and not believe it. I mean, they'll do that now, but still.
Right about now, NWA court is in full effect. Judge Drake presiding. In the case of NWA versus the police department, prosecuting attorneys are MC Renner, Ice Cube, and Easy motherfucking E.
Order. Ice Cube, take the motherfucking stick. You swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help your black ass.
You goddamn right.
Well, why don't you tell everybody what the fuck you gotta say?
Fuck the police, coming straight from the underground. The young nigga got it bad because I'm brown, and not the other cowards. So police think they have the authority to kill a minority. Fuck that shit goes I into one, for a punk motherfucker with a badge and a gun to be beating on, thrown in jail. We can go to the two in the middle of a cell. Fucking with me, cause I'm a teenager, with a little bit of gold and a pager. Searching my car, looking for the product. Thinking every nigga's selling narcotics. You'd rather see me in the pen than me at Lawrence or rolling in a Benz. Bit of police out of shape. And when I'm finished, bring the yellow tape. The tape off the scene of the slaughter, still getting swole off bread and water. I don't know if they fags or what. Search a nigga down and grabbing his nuts. And on the other hand, without a gun, they can't get none. But don't let it be a black and a white one, cause they'll slam it down to the street cop. Black police showing out to the white cop. Ice Cube will swarm on any motherfucker in a blue uniform. Just cause I'm from the CPT, punk police are afraid of me. No young nigga on the work band. And when I'm finished, it's gonna be a bloodbath. Of cops dying in LA. You, Dre, I got something to say. Fuck the police. Fuck the police. Fuck the police. Fuck the police. Who you got?
Oh no, you're fine. If you got a music request, by all means, and a link, send it. I'll play it. I got the next one queued up already.
Damn it right now. Because I feel like it. Just stick your ass on the curb and shut the fuck.
Man, fuck this shit.
I'd spotted some taking your black ass to jail.
MC Ren, will you please give your testimony to the jury about this fucking thing?
Fuck the police and Ren said it with authority because the niggas on the street is a majority. The gang is pulverized again, and the motherfucking weapons captain of pain.
Look at Woodrow Wilson. Woodrow Wilson looks crazy, man.
Blind spot flashing behind me, but they are scared of the nigger, so they make me to blind me. But that shit don't work, I just laugh. Because it gives someone not to step in my face. For police, I'm saying fuck you, punk. Really,
that's funny.
This is
But I can't.
Woodrow Wilson looks like the most evil ass president, but you know what? His image makes me laugh, man. What an evil president! Diabolical. Oh my God. White man with soul, chat. White man with soul. That's the white man with soul.
I thought that was Ike.
This is Ike. This is Ike.
Hey, stop it. Don't
No,
do
this
that.
is Ike.
This is
Yeah.
No, because
Ike sings in a reggae band.
I saw Icon CTs, and is he like Caribbean African? Or he's too light?
No, he's an albino from Nigeria.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, he's that's him. That's him.
Yeah, that's Ike. He's in a reggae band. This was a requested song that we play. So Hirsch. So, correction, Ike corrected me. That was not his band. That was just a freestyle session. And if that's just a freestyle session,
I don't care.
I really want to hear you and your band. I ain't even gonna lie, Ike.
Orthodox, are you trolling me, man? Is that Ike from the albino Nigeria?
That's Ike. Check the back chat.
Wow.
That's the guy right here.
Yeah,
wow.
Ike corrected me that was him, but it was not.
Oh,
his
I
band.
can see it.
That
I'm
was just
sorry.
a free session.
I'm doing too many things at once. Ike, my bad, man. if you're quiet.
And Mike, here was your clip that you asked me to play, Mike.
Blood gas smoking at the air. Fucking at the kitchen, she was fucking at the chair. Fucking at the bathroom, cock it up on the stairs. And when me stepping at the club, every gal a draw near. Every gal a go on bad. Me have the style and pattern to make the gal go on bad. Pussy have to happy, pussy not fi sad. Pussy have to climax, tight pussy you fi have. Shiggity wickedy slam. Look up me Tyler Watt and pan it long. If you're looking for your 1 minute, man. God damn, she get it wrong. Big bomber class before busting on me head. A sexy gal say she want to give me head. When me fuck pussy turn red. Gymnastic, now the pussy dead. When me day I put more down on Agos head. West Cumberland, Waterford, 3 West. Wake up in the morning, you know what's up, be blessed. Smoke so much weed, them think I'm not dread. Every guy select, big up yourself. Boy, yo, you don't know the things that matter. Wally.
Is that
This-
the rare white Jamaican dude who was like born in Jamaica and
this
has
one
the
wanted
accent,
to
or was
UK,
that like,
man.
or was that like a fake?
I think he was born in Jamaica.
Yeah. That's the Yardie. He's a Yardie in London, just banging it out, being a bad man, rude boy. Get me, fam. You get me, fam. Listen, Orthodox, this is why I want to leave London, man. I'm surrounded by that kind of nonsense, and I'm tired of it. What do you say?
You don't like
What do you
them?
say?
You don't like them rude boys?
No, but he's a big pussy red. Yeah, pussy dead.
So as you guys know,
pussy turned red.
as you guys
Pussy
know,
dead.
I am into short sci-fi stories. So I got one pulled up for us. I also like the genre called humanity. Fuck yeah.
Cadets scaled, the training hall hummed with quiet anticipation. Rows of cadets scaled, feathered, plated, and cloaked in shimmering hides waited as the instructor strode to the center. Today, he said, voice sharp enough to cut steel, you will prove your worth. Build a weapon. Use only what is in this room. The aliens exchanged confident glances, claws flexing, eyes flickering, pupils adjusting to every light change. To them, it was a simple challenge, an exercise in shaping energy, bending alloys, summoning symbiotes. A ripple of laughter spread toward the back row. Someone whispered just loud enough to carry, "What can a human do? Wave a spoon at us." Jason McCree sat 3 seats back from the speaker, elbows on his knees, hands quiet, head slightly bowed. He didn't respond. He didn't need to. The instructor didn't smile. He only gestured for them to begin. The room erupted with movement. One Silvix cadet hissed and spread its claws over the floor, drawing glowing arcs in the air as its species' natural electrokinetic ability condensed plasma into a blade that shimmered with lethal beauty. The edges crackled, occasionally popping with silent blue flashes that danced across the walls. To its left, a Talrin cadet crouched low, whispering to a fist-sized seed it retrieved from its personal kit. Within seconds, it bloomed into a coiled bioform, its stem writhing and expanding until it hardened into a dark green stinger, pulsing with reactive toxin sacs. Its arm pulsed as the creature latched onto the Talrin's limb, biologically syncing. Another cadet, a massive quadruped from the Komari region, pulled apart the instructor's bench with careful reverence, using its rear limbs to shape the reinforced alloy into a wide hammerhead. Vibrational nodes activated along the sides, causing a low thrum that could be felt through the floor tiles.
Just
The
in case you
room
were not
shimmered with
aware, I am a nerd.
danger. Energy twisted in ornate curves, stingers hissed with biochemical precision, blades hissed like whispers from ancient war gods. Each cadet added something: ceremony, tradition, memory. Their weapons were more than tools. They were identities. Jason still hadn't moved. His arms remained on his knees, a single finger tapping lightly against the seam of his uniform. His eyes tracked each cadet, but he gave no reaction. It was only when the last alien had stepped back, weapon held high or humming at their side, that he stood. Several turned to watch. One chuckled. Another murmured something in their dialect that translated, loosely, to, "He's surrendering." Jason walked to the front, empty-handed. He paused before a chair, simple, regulation-made wood composite with steel support bars. He crouched beside it. Some of the aliens lost interest. Their weapons, glowing and humming, needed fine-tuning and admiration. But a few still watched, curious now. Jason gripped the front leg of the chair. Then he yanked. The dry crack echoed across the training hall like a gunshot. Several cadets flinched. One dropped a tool. The Komari's hammer paused mid-vibration. Jason held the broken leg in one hand, the jagged end pointing away from him. He sat down cross-legged and lowered the tip to the floor tile. He began scraping. Long, smooth pulls. The sound was unpleasant wood grating against ceramic surface. Back and forth, calm and deliberate, not rushed, not showy. The instructor had turned toward him, silent, eyes narrowed. "What is he doing?" whispered one of the Silvics. "Sharpening," replied the Talrin, like a predator." Jason didn't stop until the jagged edge was thinner, cleaner, still crude, but honed. The tip wouldn't pass a military inspection, but it would pass through flesh. He stood, chair leg in hand, stance loose, weapon held low. He didn't look proud or defiant, just ready. Without a word, he turned and faced the reinforced training dummy set in the back of the room. It was made of hardened plastic steel alloy, resistant to plasma, bioacids, and impact. The Komari's hammer had left a scuff earlier, no more than that. Jason adjusted his grip, feet shoulder-width apart. Then he hurled the spear. It spun once in the air, twice. Then struck. A thunderous thud echoed. Splinters rained down. The broken leg buried itself nearly a quarter-meter deep into the dummy's chest. It groaned against the impact, the metal frame inside shuddering under the force. No one laughed now. The sound had stopped most of them mid-motion. Some were still holding their weapons. Others had unconsciously lowered theirs. All eyes were on the splintered spear vibrating slightly where it had embedded itself. The instructor walked forward. He didn't say anything at first, just examined the dummy, then Jason, then the spear. He tapped something on his datapad. "Note," he said aloud, "humans don't need technology. Anything can become a weapon." Silence returned, heavier this time. The kind that pressed against your skin and made the air taste different. One of the Silvix cadets, the same who had formed the plasma blade, walked stiffly to the dummy. He gripped the protruding spear with both hands and tugged. Nothing. He tried again. Nothing. A third attempt, using his lower pair of arms for leverage. Still nothing. Jason finally spoke, voice low. "Angle's wrong. It splintered on entry." The Silvix froze, then stepped back. The instructor turned to Jason. "What do you call that?" Jason shrugged. "A spear. Back home, kids make these when they're bored." No one dared speak. The bioweapons pulsed a little dimmer. The plasma blades wavered. The hammer was placed gently on the floor. And the chair spear stayed stuck in the dummy's chest for the rest of the day. Later that evening, well after curfew, a security drone hovering near Dormitory Hall C2 captured silent footage. Jason McCree sat on his bed, barefoot, humming softly. In his hands, the post of his bunk bed. He was carving it. Slowly, carefully, sharpening it against a flattened steel cup. When he tested the edge with his thumb and nodded in approval, the drone hovered closer, recording everything. The footage would be reviewed later. But the spear? That would remain in the dummy, untouched, until the end of the semester. The chair spear became a problem. At first, it was just a curiosity, an unexpected trick from a soft-world species. A spectacle, no doubt, but harmless in the grand scope of things. Then the instructors stopped removing it. 3 days passed. 4. The dummy remained in the center of the room, still hunched slightly from the force of impact, the wooden shaft jutting out like an accusation. Each time the training hall lights powered up in the morning, the splinters glittered faintly, catching in the artificial sunlight. No one had volunteered to try pulling it out again, not after the Silvix cadet had nearly dislocated a joint trying. By the end of the week, cadets took longer to enter the hall. Some averted their eyes, others watched it too long, forgetting why they'd come in the first place. On the 7th day, the Talrinyakai stood outside the hall for several minutes before stepping in. His bioweapon, now dormant and coiled around his wrist, pulsed faintly as if sensing his hesitation. Jason was already inside, seated near the back, notebook in hand. He wasn't scribbling, just thinking. His eyes flicked up once at Yakai, and then returned to the page. It wasn't just the weapon that lingered anymore. It was what it meant. Most cadets came from species where weapons were earned through ritual or developed with high-level neural implants. The idea that someone could just make one by breaking a chair was deeply uncomfortable. Worse, Jason hadn't performed it like a boast or challenge. He'd done it like someone brushing dust off his sleeve. So when the instructor announced the next task, a team exercise, there was tension. "You will form triads," he said. "Mixed species, mixed backgrounds, and in a real scenario, you wouldn't choose your squad mates." Jason was grouped with Yekai and a Komari cadet named Theron. Neither looked thrilled. The task: breach and clear a simulation chamber as a hostile threat team. They were handed dummy weapons this time, soft plastic stand-ins for their usual loadouts. Jason's was a training baton. It didn't bother him. The chambers inside was a maze of synthetic walls, dim light, echoing corridors. The goal was simple: reach the center and retrieve the hostage beacon. But the instructor, ever fond of unpredictability, had programmed in shifting walls, noise traps, and 2 other cadet teams competing for the same goal. "Stick close," Jason said as they entered. He checked corners instinctively, baton low. "Don't wait to be told what to see. Watch everything." Theron grunted but followed. Yakai flicked out a tiny sensor vine from his wrist, letting it taste the air. Jason moved faster than they expected. Less fluid, more purposeful. No wasted energy. It was halfway through the chamber when they ran into another team, one of the scaled insectoids with dual-wield stunners and a feathered Lascari who'd managed to scale the inner wall. The fight wasn't real. No injuries, just tagged hits and scoreboard penalties. Theron swung too wide, got flanked, and was out in under 10 seconds. Yakai held up better, his symbiote spitting pulses of paint markers that scored a few hits before he was cornered. Jason didn't retreat. Instead, he slammed into a sidewall, disappeared for 3 seconds, and came back wielding part of a snapped panel. He didn't use it like a weapon. He used it like leverage. A deflection here, a feint there. One of the stunner wielders turned to aim, and Jason launched the panel like a discus, knocking the cadet's arm back and throwing off the shot. He closed the distance and tagged both of them out before they could recover. At the end of the round, the instructor marked their team as low survival, high disruption value. Jason sat in the debriefing room afterward, wiping his arms with a cloth. Yakai sat across from him, watching. "Why didn't you just use the baton?" he asked. Jason looked up. "It's not about the weapon. It's about the timing. I didn't need the baton for that." Yakai frowned, mandibles shifting subtly in thought. "You weren't trained for this kind of environment. You're an off-worlder. Your planet doesn't even use neural sync tech." Jason shrugged. "We've had war. Maybe not with tech like yours, but plenty of war." He stood and stretched. One of his ribs popped audibly. "You all right?" Yakai asked, startled. Jason winced, exhaled. "Yeah, just bruised. Theron clipped me during the breach. I'll get it checked." He did. The medbay scanned him that evening. A mild intercostal strain from the impact and a developing hematoma on his right side. "You need rest," the medtech said, passing him a gel pack and compression wrap. "No intense activity for at least 5 days. Possibly more." Jason nodded, took the treatment without complaint, and returned to his dorm. Later that night, someone passed by his room and heard tapping again. Not the fast clicking of fingers on a console. Slow, deliberate scrapes. He was sitting at his desk. The bedpost had been reattached. Poorly. The screws hadn't fit back the way they came. In his lap, another piece of wood. The tapping paused only when someone knocked on the door. It was Yakai. "You're carving again." "Yeah." "Even with the injury?" Jason nodded. "I'm just shaping it. Won't throw it or anything." "Why do you do it?" Jason considered the question, then placed the almost finished spear beside him. "Because if I can shape something with my hands, I'm not helpless." Yakai stood in silence for a while, watching the flicker of desk light off the jagged edge. "Your kind," he said finally, "turn survival into an instinct. The rest of us train for it." Jason didn't respond. He didn't need to. The next day, a notice was posted to the cadet hub. Reminder: unauthorized alteration of academy furnishings is prohibited. No names were attached. But everyone knew who it was for. The chair spear wasn't the only thing that stayed. After the breach simulation, the dynamic between cadets shifted in small, almost invisible ways. They still trained, still compared specs and battle readiness metrics, but the casual arrogance that had once marked interactions with Jason began to falter. They watched him more. He noticed it. The extra seconds of silence when he entered a room. The way conversations dipped whenever he passed. He wasn't feared, not exactly, but no one quite knew where to place him anymore. He wasn't flashy. He wasn't wired into their networks. He didn't use phase blades or morph symbiotes. But somehow, he was dangerous. Not overtly, not by posture or strength, but by mindset. especially now. 3 days after the breach exercise, the Komari cadet Theron was hospitalized. Non-combat related, he'd fallen awkwardly during a gravity drill and fractured 2 of his carapace plates. The Academy medtechs treated him, but realignment therapy meant he'd be out for at least 2 weeks. Jason visited him. He wasn't close with Theron. They'd barely spoken outside the simulation, but he still came. Brought broth, even though Komari taste receptors couldn't process the flavor. Saturday there, just quiet company. When Jason left the med bay, one of the younger cadets, a feathered Lascari named Miri, stopped him near the corridor junction. "Why do you bother?" she asked. "Theron never even thanked you. He still thinks you're reckless." Jason shrugged. "I don't need thanks." "But he mocked you, after the spear thing, said you were unstable, primitive." Jason nodded slowly. "People say things when they're scared." Miri blinked, crest feathers tightening. "Scared? Of you?" He looked past her to the training hall down the corridor. "Number of what I represent." The Academy's directorate began taking notice. Jason's profile had been updated 6 times in 2 weeks. There were more psych evaluations. Monitoring logs flagged his spear-making activity as habitual behavior of potential strategic concern. He wasn't disciplined, just watched. Then came the mid-semester rotation. Real-time drills in open terrain, multi-species squads, no simulations. Jason was paired with Miri and a cold-blooded Dranaki scout named Vosht. They were dropped into the Rixus Range harsh cliffs, sharp winds, low-gravity pockets from ancient tectonic disruptions. Their objective: locate a signal beacon, extract a dummy payload, and return undetected by the scout drones patrolling the zone. They moved fast. Vosh took the lead, his biolenses sweeping wide arcs through the terrain. Miri flew short hops between cliffs, her feathers catching thermals. Jason ran point on the ground. Not the fastest, not the lightest, but the most aware. Halfway to the signal beacon, a fault line shifted, unscheduled, unexpected. The cliff under Jason gave out. He didn't scream. There wasn't time. The earth opened beneath him like a trapdoor, and then he was gone. Vosht dove after him instantly, catching only loose debris. Miri flared her wings and circled the opening, scanning furiously. Jason hit a slope first, then another. The terrain broke his fall in increments, but the last drop was vertical, a sharp impact that knocked the breath out of him and twisted his left ankle at a grotesque angle. He stayed down, eyes swimming, hands clutched to his side. It took 6 minutes for the pain to break through the adrenaline. Then it hit in waves. He couldn't stand. The leg was useless. He ran a quick self-check, nothing obviously broken in the ribs, but his breathing was shallow, and his left wrist throbbed from the fall. He lay back against the stone. And then he laughed. Not because it was funny, but because of course it had to be cliffs. Above him, Miri's voice crackled faintly through the comms. "Jason, do you copy? Jason?" He pressed his wrist. "Still breathing," he rasped. "Ankle's gone. Might be a hairline in the wrist too. Can't move." "Hold position," Vosht snapped in. "We're descending. Deploying anchor cables." Jason coughed once. "Negative. You go for the beacon. I'll slow you down." There was a pause. Miri came back on. "You're hurt." "I'm injured," he corrected. "There's a difference. Now go." They hesitated. He heard it in their silence. He didn't blame them. When the line went quiet, Jason exhaled and looked around the narrow crevice he'd fallen into. It wasn't deep, but steep enough that he couldn't climb with one leg. The slope above had scattered debris, broken stone, half-sunk mineral rods, an old surveillance post that had been rusted through and buried by time. He pulled himself toward it. Inch by inch, using his good leg to pivot, the injured one dragging behind. His wrist screamed with every motion, but he gritted his teeth and kept moving. At the post, he scavenged. The outer panel gave him a strip of metal. The rusted interior offered twisted wire. He found a fractured antenna, snapped it clean, and began wrapping it with cordage from his survival pouch. Not a weapon. Not yet. But a brace. He wrapped the makeshift frame around his ankle, braced it with 2 snapped rods, and cinched it until the pain became a dull roar instead of a sharp scream. Then he sat still. 10 minutes. No more. After that, he began climbing. It wasn't heroic. It was brutal. He used his arms to haul upward, his bad leg dangling like dead weight. His wrist burned. Every grip of the rock tore at his palms. Blood mixed with dust, but he climbed. He reached the ledge an hour later. Vosht was waiting. "You shouldn't have moved," the Dranaki said, pulling him over the edge. "Wasn't planning on dying down there," Jason said through clenched teeth. They found shelter near a thermal vent. Jason's leg was stabilized. His wrist was wrapped tight. The medkit Vosht carried included a temporary numbing agent, but the swelling had already begun. He wouldn't walk for a week. Maybe 2. Back at the academy, the recovery was slow. The academy med staff diagnosed a torn ligament in the ankle, a hairline fracture in the wrist, and heavy bruising along the ribs. 2 weeks minimum off duty, 4 before full weight bearing. Jason didn't argue. He followed every instruction, took every scan. By the 5th day, he'd started using a crutch. He didn't go near the training hall. But one evening, passing by, he saw something new. A small marker had been placed under the target dummy. It wasn't official. Just a handwritten note taped on with plastibond. It said, "Nothing in human hands is ever harmless." Jason stared at it for a long time, then turned and limped back to his room. He didn't carve that night. He just sat quietly. The chair remained intact. The pain taught him patience. Jason didn't rush recovery. He followed the rehab protocol like gospel ankle elevated, wrist supported, mobility sessions twice daily with a stern-eyed medical tech who didn't tolerate shortcuts. The first week, he couldn't put weight on the leg. The second, he could hobble between parallel bars with a slow, limping gait. By the third, he ditched the crutch for short distances. Word had already spread across the academy. Not about the injury that barely made a ripple, but about how he got back up. Alien cadets, even ones who had scoffed at him during the first weapon drill, watched him now with wary curiosity. Not because he was impressive, but because he refused to stay down. They had grown up believing battle was won with firepower, implants, technique. Jason had bled and climbed his way out of a canyon without any of those. When he returned to the training hall, most stopped what they were doing. He moved slower. His limp hadn't vanished. His wrist bore a support wrap still, and the instructor narrowed his eyes the moment he stepped through the door. "You cleared re-entry?" Jason nodded. "Cleared yesterday. No restrictions except sprinting and prolonged wait." The instructor didn't comment further. He simply gestured to the far end of the room toward a row of inert combat dummies. Jason didn't pick up a weapon. He walked past the rack of energy sticks, bypassed the plasma batons, ignored the bioadhesive packs. Instead, he reached down and detached a loose bench slat from the repair pile. Everyone froze. Even the instructor didn't speak. He brought it over to the edge of the room, knelt, and began sharpening one end against the flooring. The scrape was softer this time, slower. The edge came together in a more practiced shape cleaner, more balanced. He wasn't in a hurry. When he finished, he didn't throw it. He turned and faced the dummy. He held the makeshift spear loosely in one hand, weight shifted to the good leg. Then he stepped forward and jabbed not hard, not fast, just a straight lunge. The wood embedded maybe 2 inches. No splinters, no echo, just a quiet thunk. Jason leaned his shoulder into the shaft and whispered to himself, "Good enough." Later, after the hall cleared, Yekai approached him at the water unit. "You're not trying to prove anything anymore." Jason sipped, then replied, "Wasn't trying before." Yekai's bioluminescent eyes flickered. "Then why do it again?" Jason looked down at the spear still in the dummy. "You ever hear of a kid named Joseph Blewett?" he asked. Yekai shook his head. "American rural Kansas, about 150 years ago. Got lost during a hike, 12 years old. No comms, no equipment. Spent 5 days in the wild. Survived on beetles, boiled bark for tea, carved a spear from a fence post to scare off coyotes." Yekai's mandibles twitched with skepticism. "Sounds like myth." Jason smiled faintly. "It might be. Doesn't matter. We grow up with stories like that. Not always heroic, just relentless. The point isn't glory, it's persistence. It's figuring out what hurts, then figuring out how to keep going anyway. Yakai watched him for a moment. You're still limping. Jason nodded. For a while, yeah. The next week, the Academy hosted a guest seminar, an open review of interspecies combat tactics. Each cadet had the option to present one technique or theory from their homeworld. Jason didn't volunteer. But on the third day, the instructor called his name anyway. McCree, up front. Jason stood slowly, ankle still wrapped beneath his boot. He limped to the platform, took a long moment to scan the room. Then he picked up a standard drill chair, the same type as the one from that first day. The moment his hands gripped the frame, a hush fell over the room. Jason set it down gently. Then he sat in it. Where I come from, he began, we don't always have the best tools. Sometimes we don't even have decent ones. But we're taught early. Adaptation beats equipment. He looked up. You don't need to like discomfort. But if you can't work through it, you won't last. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't pace. He just told the room about wilderness scouts, coal miners, emergency field medics, and flood volunteers. About people who made stretchers from fence rails and tarps, who boiled water in soda cans, who splinted arms with broomsticks and ran triage on kitchen tables. Then, without ceremony, he stood, snapped a leg off the chair. And this time, instead of sharpening it, he passed it around. Each cadet who touched it held it a little differently. Some looked confused, some hesitant. Miri handed it back last. Still not as sharp as your first one. Jason smirked. Didn't need to be. The room didn't applaud. They just sat there, thinking. That night, a different chair went missing from the mess hall. The next day, an overall cadet was spotted carving its leg behind the Arboretum dome, mimicking the same motion Jason had made on the training floor. He wasn't alone after that. When his limp faded, when the wrist brace came off, when he ran a full lap without stopping, no one commented. But they watched. Weeks later, a final simulation drill pitted all cadets in an open-field mock siege. Teams scrambled for resources. Energy weapons went dry. Symbiotes fled when they sensed danger. Jason's team used broken tent poles and tarp hooks. They passed the scenario. Not because they won, but because they didn't break. The dummy in the training hall, the one with the spear, it was eventually retired. But the spear stayed, mounted in a case near the Academy's entrance. The placard underneath read, improvised, effective, human. Jason didn't visit it often. But sometimes, on quiet nights, he'd stop and look. Not to remember the moment, but to remind himself there was always something you could use, even if it was just a broken chair.
Sorry, I'm just a nerd and like sci-fi. And Lauren, it doesn't have to be transformative because it's AI and it's a stolen story anyway from Reddit. So they let you use it for free if you want. I thought that was cool. What did you guys think about that story? Was it long-winded and boring?
I wouldn't say that. A couple of things of note.
Hi.
And this would just be basically kind of a restatement of the themes which were already there. I mean, there's generally kind of like a theme of being adaptive, having your wits about you as opposed to depending on the tool, the technology, right? And what is preferred, being able to go out there and encounter that which you do not expect or which has not been plotted, mapped, tooled, and already kind of foreseen by your technological kind of solutions, right? Even that little portion where he was telling someone about something that could possibly be a myth, and they were talking about the veracity of it, like, is it true, is it not, that kind of thing. This also points to that dichotomy of you have a scientific kind of a literal view of the world, but there's another view which says, okay, well, there's spirit, for example, and it's not all about math, preparation in terms of, and it cannot be prepared for everything in terms of your technology or whatnot. and all those other kinds of themes were there. So, but it's a good little clip, I thought, anyways. For what it's worth, and being AI and all that kind of stuff. I mean, I'm like not expecting Dostoevsky here, but it's good.
Yeah, I enjoy that type of sci-fi, and you've seen like a huge push in these sci-fi stories even before AI got big. And that genre is called humanity fuck yeah. And one of the common tropes is people are like, yeah, the aliens got introduced to the abominable spirit of the abominable human spirit, which means we can't be broken, and when you push us, we're like dogs and we will bite you in the throat and we will not give up. And I like the themes of humanity fuck yeah, even though it may be unrealistic about us being able to take on aliens if we ever run into it. I like the themes of it and the overall story. But here's the video Lauren was posting that she wanted us to play. Hold on, my screen. And this is about cats.
Cats. Cats have been alongside us for as long as we've been human, as shadows in the dark, predators to be feared, inspiration for legends painted on cave walls. At some point this shifted, and cats became known to us as symbols. Tiny cats became companions, obsessions, and some became our gods. I'm gonna introduce you to how this obsession with cats unfolded. So, without further ado, my name is Lindsay Nicole, and this is the history of cats that we know of. Before we get into it, I have a very exciting announcement. That's right, bitch, an items announcement, a new round of merch, and a book. Fuck, wait, I gotta go get the book. First off, the merch. Pow! Can you read it? We've been due for some Cambrian apparel. So, we have a hallucigenia tee. Cool on the front, even cooler on the back. Like, barely. And it was on their terms. Cats essentially domesticated themselves. Extremely on brand for them, I know. Let's rewind to about 10,000 years ago. Oh, but on screen. No, it's not mirrored on. Wait. This looks like going into the past. This looks like going to the future. So I can still do it this way. Okay, let's rewind to about 10,000 years ago, to the rise of agriculture in the Fertile Crescent, which we know today as Iraq, Syria, and Turkey, Mesopotamia, and more. By the Euphrates River. Early humans were starting to store their grains. You know what stored grains do? Attract rats. These little bitches hit the jackpot. An all-you-can-eat buffet all the time. Not ideal for humans. With the grains attracting rats, the rats attracted cats. Suddenly, the cats found access to an all-you-can-eat buffet as well. This was a multi-level all-you-can-eat buffet, an MLAYCEB. You know what they say? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. So boom. Suddenly, a commensal relationship was born. Cats get to dine on the rodent buffet, and the humans have fewer rats fucking up their crops. It's a win-win for everyone, except the rats. As the relationship progressed, farmers recognized that communities with more cats had fewer grain losses, so cats earned their spot as effective pest controllers, and eventually as companions in our home. When I first started making content, I made a skit about the domestication of cats that I think sums up this relationship pretty well. What the fuck is that? I don't know. Are you sure you saw the rats coming from here? Yes, dude, they must like respawn from here. Hold up, is that Kenny? Kenny. Oh, shit. Hey, guys, what are you doing here? We came don't answer that. Kenny, what are you doing here? I came looking for rats. And then one of those things found me, and I just froze up and laid down. They started petting me. I'm sorry, you let it touch you? You just laid down in the face of danger? God, you're such a pussy. Well, hold on, you didn't even let me finish. After it pet me, it gave me food. So I've just been chilling. You're a disgrace. Well, hold on. What kind of food are we talking about here? All kinds, dude. I don't even know. They just make it. What do you mean they make it? Like, they just make it. Are they making the rats? Maybe. This seems hella sus. I don't know, dude. I'm kind of down with it. Are you serious? You know, whatever. You both enjoy being touched by those bags of flesh. Oh, we will. And it turns out that as I've been working on this series, The History of Cats, for a few months now, the Natural History Museum was getting together their cats exhibit. Literally perfect timing. It was crazy. They had the opening, and I was like, what the fuck? They had seen my cat series, I had seen their cats exhibit, and we decided to team up, and they invited me to come to the exhibit for this episode. Testing, 1, 2, check. Testing, 1, 2, now it's done, and I'm probably not gonna do that anyway.
Well, Mike, you bring up a good point about cultures treating cats as neighbors. Like, we have in my area, we have wild cats.
Are you fucking nuts?
Yes, we have wild cats, and like they keep the squirrel and rodent population in check, and we have like some of the lowest levels in the state for rats and a particular area.
Yeah, like Turkey, basically, they take care of the cats, and like they treat them with so much respect. They sleep in the stores, they sleep in the subways. But you're right, they keep a lot of rodents in check. Anything that can infest the, food and all that.
They are murder machines. I will give them.
Yeah, and they're very loving.
We're here at the Natural History Museum in the cats exhibit with paleontologist Laura. You might remember her from the tar pits. She's going to teach us about the domestication of cats, how they became so culturally significant. So, from my understanding, cats kind of domesticated themselves multiple times because humans started creating trash, trash attracted rats, and rats attracted cats. And then humans just kind of liked having them around. Would you say that's kind of what happens?
Absolutely, and especially as we have more like agriculture and that kind of thing, we're harvesting more plants, so storing more grains.
Yep.
That's basically ringing a dinner bell.
Yes.
These smaller rodents.
Yeah.
As cats kind of are a nice partner for us, being like, hey, we're ringing a lunch bell for you, and you help protect our food.
Yeah, exactly. Cats domesticated themselves at multiple different times and multiple different places. Was Egypt and Africa, I guess, as a whole, was that kind of the first area? Do we know kind of the timing of when cats became domesticated?
So the records that we have available, it looks like that kind of Fertile Crescent, Middle Eastern area is one of the main hubs of that domestication of cats. Again, we're also looking at hubs of agriculture and those kinds of things, so it really makes sense.
Okay.
There are also environments that already have small cats that tend to be more solo hunters of these rodents. So again, kind of like all of those pieces coming together in a really synergistic way.
Okay. So I think typically we think of the domestic cat as its own species. Does that kind of get muddy because of this? Like,
I mean, species is always kind of muddy.
Species is always muddy, yeah.
We like organizing the world into tiny little boxes.
Yeah.
But it's not actually organized that way.
Yes, so true.
You
Yeah.
very much understand.
Yes, nature never gives shit to you straight.
Yeah.
Well, it's clearly very obvious that cats are an important part of our lives today. It's a bit more difficult to figure out when exactly this happened in the past. We didn't start making tiny outfits for cats immediately, that we know of. But we did start spoiling them almost immediately. Recently, scientists have turned to stable isotope analysis.
They are controlling our minds with toxoplasmosis. So true.
By looking at ratios of carbon and nitrogen in ancient cat bones, they can figure out what was on the menu in detail. Not just rats, but grain-fed rats. Because another thing they say, you are what you eat. And that shit's going to show up in your isotopic signatures. Different cats in different areas also had different human-influenced diets. Some cats had the pleasure of dining on meat scraps and fish waste. Delicious. And of course, the cat obsession got stronger and stronger over time. There's a grave site in Cyprus dated to about 9,500 years old. A cat and their owner buried together. The ancestors of domestic cats, Felis sylvestris, did not naturally exist in Cyprus. So boom, not only do you have cats living alongside humans, but also cats traveling with humans to new areas. For a while, this was thought to have happened passively. Humans moved around and cats followed behind. But 2 studies announced this year examined thousands of cat bones from over 200 archaeological sites, with cultural and religious practices already established around the supreme felines. As we've been going through this domestication process so far, there's probably another domestic animal that has come to mind. The dog. So many similarities. Both carnivores. Matter of fact, both carnivorous. Both found in homes everywhere. Both get dressed up in little outfits. But one thing stands out as a striking difference between the two. Do you know what I'm thinking of? Can you guess it already? Cats. All got the same thing going on, generally. Dogs? These are the same fucking species. So, why do dogs have such massive morphological variations while cats are just cats? Well, the difference in the ways they were domesticated is as drastic as the end result. First off, dogs were actually domesticated, while cats were domesticated. They domesticated themselves. Dogs were domesticated through active, deliberate selection. Early humans bred wolves for specific jobs, like herding livestock, guarding camps, hunting game, pulling sleds. Things dogs still do today. This shapes their size, body proportions, coat types, and even temperament to fit each role. This also took place over a much longer time frame than cats, like 15 to 30,000 years, depending on the area. The cats weren't designed for human purposes at all. They slipped into human settlements on their own, taking advantage of rat feast. Humans mostly let them stay as long as they controlled pests. That meant far less targeted breeding from the start, because they were already perfect. They were doing what they needed to do already, so nothing to change. Maybe in the last 150 years, humans started creating actual cat breeds, but that's mostly focused on coat patterns or facial features. Very little variation in body size or hunting ability. Like, Maine Coons are the biggest, and they're fucking huge, but they're not Great Dane huge. But like I said, cats were already perfect, so it made it easy for them to be seen as supreme, divine, omnipotent, which brings us to one of the best known and most dramatic examples of cat obsession, ancient Egypt. By 2000 BCE, Egyptians were living in a world built for, and sometimes by, cats. At first, cats were just pest control, staking out grain stores and earning their keep by munching on rats and cobras. But it didn't take long for the Egyptians to notice the cat's more mysterious attributes, how they move so quietly, elusive, see in the dark, and even seen to live more than one life. Suddenly, cats...
You know, that brings a good point with the toxoplasmosis. I can't say it right. Makes my tongue numb. Yo, what's up? How you doing, Vividness? There are no K's in Ireland, Catholic. Yeah, no, I've seen that clip before. But the toxoplasmosis gondii, I wonder if people in Egypt were suffering from that severely.
Went from mere Charlie work to sacred symbols of grace, fertility, protection, and even divinity. While I was at the Natural History Museum, I also had the pleasure of talking to Alyssa, who told me more about the divine Egyptian felines.
I would love to know more about Bastet.
Well, first we have to actually start with Sekhmet.
All right.
So Sekhmet, who we have here, is our lion-headed goddess. Lions are very powerful in Egypt. In fact, like the hieroglyph for power, pet is a lion butt.
Wow.
So how you
That's
remember
awesome.
pet the lion butt.
Wow. Okay. That's cool.
Obviously, ancient Egypt wasn't the only culture obsessed with cats. Looking at the broader picture of cats, you probably immediately think of lions. Everyone's obsessed with lions. I get it. And have been for thousands of years. Lions at the Colosseum in Rome. Extremely brutal. Culturally very significant. Lion statues on fucking every corner in England. And lions never lived in East Asia, but that didn't stop them from becoming icons of protection and prosperity there. About 2,000 years ago, Chinese legend used the lion's image as a symbol of good luck, strength, and power.
I still see these in front of people's big houses here. Yeah.
And restaurants, that sort of thing.
Yeah, in restaurants. Yeah.
It's definitely one of
Can I
those
say
that
something
the
real
image
quick?
has lasted a very long time.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mike.
Plasnosis is true when it comes to undercooked meat, but believe it or not, cat played a huge part in, because even Black Plague in Europe, and basically a lot of people died. So, which is also important for people to understand that you should cook your fucking pork. Don't ever eat raw pork. It's not a good idea. But I think the cats play an important role in terms of like when it comes to rodents and everything like that. Because even Turkey, they treat them like a neighbor, and they walk around, they sleep anywhere they want. People have so much respect for them. I'm not saying this because I'm a cat owner. I'm just saying that cat, they do play, they have a role to play with it. I mean, I think or even dogs, I think they play a role, but cats do contribute to a lot of the good things. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I don't know that. No, you're fine, bro. Panta, get back on panel.
We had
seemingly unchanged, which is
What's up, Chuck?
Chuck,
I said we had a Chinese restaurant got shut down where I used to live for they were caught serving cat.
Oh yeah, there's been a lot of a lot. If that's what you're referring, Chuck, like eating like cats and all that, right? Like Chinese. It's a good thing that a lot of the restaurants back in the early 90s were getting away with it. Here in New York City, I'm only speaking New York City. I don't know. And no, it's not the case anymore. Like a lot of the
Health department, shut that down. Correct.
Yeah, they did. I mean, sure, like people picking on their asshole and shit, touching the food. There's slightly shit that gets away with it, but it's not. Unfortunately, that's the thing. Like the consequences where you order food. I'm very guilty of that because I order a lot of food. I'm lazy as fuck sometimes. I mean, I know how to fucking cook, but like, but in terms of how it used to
Appreciate
be,
it, not a name.
And then like Taco Bell, one time they found a rat, like a cooking rat. There was a lot of shit that was going on. It's not the case anymore in New York City.
Unfun fact. The likelihood that your favorite restaurant has a rat scurrying in it is not zero. In fact, it is not below 50%.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because as long as you clean up any messes in a very quickly time frame, and you have a professional come out to attempt to get rid of them, you do not get marks on you for having them. Fun fact.
Yeah. Now, my brother lived in China. He said you could get, they would advertise rat as a thing to eat when you went to the restaurant.
Really?
Well, see,
Yeah.
here's the thing. A lot of people go, ew, that's nasty. But the same thing goes for bugs and like cockroaches. Like if you have an infestation within the building, of course they'll knock you, right? But if the health inspector walks in and they see a roach, right? Especially if it's near woods. Like if your restaurant is like a Waffle House off a truck stop exit, right? You're going to have these creatures and these insects find their way inside of your building. But if you present them an environment where they can create an infestation and you do nothing to get rid of them, obviously you get knocked for that. Because presenting them an environment for infestation is bad hygiene for the restaurant overall. Like, if you notice the problem and you immediately call a professional to get rid of them and to track them down, you don't take a hit for that because like that's kind of planned in there. Like we know that these creatures are going to invade human habitats.
Oh yes.
Will you guys also agree that toxic plasmosis is also bring a lot of creatures and a lot of bacteria, also attract a lot of roaches. In my opinion, what are your thoughts? A lot of uncooked meal. That's just what the term means.
I don't know. Like, I know trash, rotten food, sugar, messes, and even standing water can attract bugs and rats and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Small rodents. You got to understand, most of these mammals, like even dogs and cats, most of these mammals are actually scavengers, especially when it comes to things like water. So they're designed to be able to drink dirtier and standing water where humans will get fucked over by it.
True.
Yeah.
So it's like animals are built sturdier than we are.
Yeah.
We got 4 more minutes of the vid, so I'm gonna play the vid and then we can get into the actual general topic, or we can end it if you guys are bored.
Oh, go ahead.
Really cool.
Go ahead.
It's powerful to you. Yeah. Likely to be powerful to others as well.
Yeah, that's true. Possibly inspired by Persian or Indian art and royal gifts. This led to the iconic lion dance, acrobatic performances with flamboyant costumes and hypnotic movements. These dances are typically at big celebrations like weddings, the new year, etc. Anywhere you're trying to get some good luck. The costumes are usually operated by 2 dancers, one for the head, one for the rear, come in all shapes and styles. Southern lions have big, expressive eyes. Northern lions are all shaggy. And this turned into a trend. Vietnam, Japan, and Korea all have their own lion dances. Across the pond in the Americas, ancient Mesoamerican cultures like the Olmec, Maya, and Aztec were, of course, obsessed with the jaguar.
So in Asia, it's mostly power, protection, love cats. And so in South America, this is more bad luck.
Usually more kind of associated with the underworld specifically.
Okay.
And especially a lot of those cats, we're seeing a lot of lions and tigers in Asia. Here we're seeing a lot of jaguars. Again, some of those big cats that are still in those areas today.
Yeah.
And again, just much more deeper connections with what we would phrase as the underworld.
The jaguar's stealth and power inspired a whole theology. In Olmec art, you'll find humans with jaguar traits. Mayan kings sit atop jaguar thrones or wear jaguar pelts. Jaguars were also gods of the underworld for the Mayans, also called the JGU, jaguar god of the underworld. With the Aztecs, the god Tezcatlipoca, that transformed into a jaguar. For the Inca, the feline was a cosmic link between the earth and the sky. Jaguars are found all over temple walls, ceramics, ritual masks, etc. Moving on to the lucky cats in Japan. Cats hit the Japanese scene likely around the 6th century, when Buddhist monks brought them as protectors of precious scrolls against rat munching. Tons of stories exist about cats in Japan, but the biggest one, Maneki Neko, the beckoning cat. This little statue, or sometimes very large.
So here you can see we have a very tiny cat. Small.
I want one. I want one of those. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I want one of those statues. It's so adorable.
Unassuming.
Yeah.
What'd you say, Mike?
No. So I was gonna maybe I'm speaking too soon. I hope that because a lot of the these are Japanese. They're not Chinese, and they are basically it originated in San Francisco. The history behind it.
Really?
It's supposed to bring you good fortune. See when the hands it's going. I don't know if you ever seen it. Rocks back and forth. in the Asian culture, forgive me, in the Asian culture, especially in the Chinese, it's supposed to bring you good fortune.
Mm-hmm.
But it's originated in Japan. It's a Japanese thing. I mean, I'm not sure if that's what the the person. I forgot what you call this. I forgot. I think it starts with an I. But anyway, it originated in Japan and then came into San Francisco, and then most people think it's Chinese. It's not Chinese. It's from Japan.
Ah. Okay, cool.
Very modest, but its raised paw is a staple at shop entrances, shrines, and even train stations. Its origin, murky. The legends tell of a temple cat that saved the Lord from a lightning strike by beckoning him to safety. Or wait, like that. Even in society today, the cat obsession hasn't slowed down. Cats have been icons in TV.
Oh, wait a minute. We're running that back. Look at that boy.
Wait, like that. Even in society today, the cat obsession has...
Look at that boy mean mugging, bro.
Yeah.
Well, he mad as fuck. I'm screenshotting this. Hold on.
That's one of them naked, one of them no hair cats.
Grumpy cat, oh grumpy cat.
I know where you got that from.
Where did I get that from, Chuck?
Stinky Cat, off of
Yeah.
Friends. The girl used to sing it all the time. Oh, stinky cat, oh, stinky cat.
So true. I used to sing that all the time when I was in school. I'd be like, "Oh, stinky cat, oh, stinky cat." break out in song when I'm done through a test, so they wouldn't make me sit in the fucking room all bored.
Throw you out.
Yeah. Feel bad to think about it because I probably like was in the way of other people taking their test.
Mm-hmm.
But honestly, fuck them. All right, need to be a little selfish every now and again. I was bored, damn it.
hasn't slowed down. Cats have been icons in TV since TV was invented. Tom and Jerry, Felix. Don't even get me started on the Aristocats. Hollywood leans into every cat stereotype. Aloofness, unpredictability, elegance.
Unironically, how did you know, Lauren? How did you know? Because I am in the process of actually doing that now.
Mystery and adaptability. They're the ultimate show don't tell characters. A lot of the cats that we have developing in our culture now are kind of coming from Hollywood. Like we're here where cat icons are being created, which is cool.
Yes, absolutely. And it's definitely one of those that, both through memes that we share with each other, videos that we share with each other to cheer each other up, but also just cats being used to help tell stories. Yep. They just show up all of the time. And I really think it speaks to how they speak to us.
Yeah, absolutely. The Aristocats.
That's why I was like, feel like you.
Oh, that's all. That's like my favorite childhood movie, especially the beginning of it. I think I essentially have it memorized in my brain. Like I can play the movie in my brain right now if I wanted to. Yeah, I love it.
And that was part of the reason why we thought it was important to share these types of things while it's here. So much of this exhibit is part of a traveling exhibit. This is making its West Coast debut. But the things in this room were all things that were like, hey, let's celebrate what makes cats in LA specifically.
Right. And then social media. There are cats that are probably in the 1% by now. Grumpy cats, other cats, etc. They have millions of fans and fucking movie deals. We are completely controlled by cats. Always have been and always will be. But why? Is it their independence, their untrainability, the way that, unlike dogs, they're never quite under anyone's thumb? Is it their ability to ask to be pets and then within moments spit and hiss at you? At the end of the day, maybe we all kind of like the toxic relationship, never really knowing where we stand with them, the hot and cold, knowing they love you, but also have one foot out the door. That is the secret formula for obsession. And cats just naturally do it really well. If you like this video, be sure to subscribe so you don't miss the video.
That is crazy. And this, Lauren sent me this because we were talking about rats.
Oh, finally, the white man is gonna school the black man on how to rap.
Yeah.
Word.
Yeah, I guess. How many people here you think?
Shit, I don't know, man. 100, 200 whitey hating, chrome packing, ready to bust a cap in any white boy's ass who ain't bringing that shit.
Yeah, at least. Yeah.
Word. What's wrong, George?
You ever wonder when it's time to stop living up here and start living down here?
Yo, but what if we stop living over here and move over there?
Shit. My aunt Shanika used to live over there, man. But that bitch got evicted though.
Word?
Yeah,
what for?
Mice.
Mice? I thought she had rats.
No, these rats are outside. Mice are inside.
Yo, but what if a mouse goes outside? Does it become a rat? And if a rat is in the house, is it a mouse?
I ain't never seen no mouse outside. That's what I'm saying.
That's because it's a rat, fool.
Hey. Yeah, you might have just made a fact just now. That's some real shit.
That's
My
a
favorite
highly educated society.
My favorite scary movie scene is where they rack the shotgun and or the fucking shovel and the shotgun shell flies out. It's fucking hilarious.
What was the move? I don't remember that part.
Oh, I got you. Hold on.
Been too many years ago.
Follow me.
We're gonna run that one back. That's fucking extra funny.
Follow me.
Oh Lord. This shit's fucking hilarious. Oh, never forget. Hold on, this is gonna be a good one. Oh my god, yes. The toxoplasmosis is kicking in. Oh, you love the Avatar?
Yeah,
Just like the,
my mom
just like
loves those cats. Sorry,
I just like the resting bitch face on the cat.
those cats are expensive.
They are, Jesus.
Oh, yeah.
But she black flipped on. She probably made it. Cats are very athletic, though.
That's crazy. Oh, ooh, there's a raccoon video, but I don't know if that's an actual video. I got something for us to watch for a little bit.
These are the funniest animal videos ever.
Mr. Krabs! Come over here. He looks so cute! Oh my god!
Oh my god.
How about the sheep that screams?
Oh yeah, hold on, I got you. Actually, before we show the sheep that screams, have y'all ever seen a camel race?
I don't think I have.
Sound a little too excited there. Does it involve some racism? You're a little too happy.
No,
I'm
but
telling you, Ike.
no, but it involves human suffering in another way. Oh man, this shit is great. Oh, oh my lord! I feel like I played this video for 1,000 people.
On your marks. Set.
By the way, the human suffering I mentioned is not because they are midgets. It's because that one specific midget lagged so far behind when he had such a huge lead. It must have been humiliating. And then you've got this absolute specimen right here. Look at him go! Look at him go, bro!
Judges are going to be looking for whose chest crossed the finish line first. That will determine the winner.
Oh, I love that video so much. Makes me so happy. Here's the one you're talking about, Mike.
You know, they made an actual toy out of that. That has that sheep cry. You push a button. Yeah.
I'm gonna clip that for when fucking when people are just getting on my nerves. And like they're saying like the most annoying, dumbest shit. And I'm just gonna be like
There's one, I think, a Spanish dude that's interviewing the goat, and he's spitting on him. The goat is spitting on the guy who's asking the question, and then like he screams at him as well.
Can confirm that is the exact sound Lauren makes whenever she calls me on the phone and yells at me. It's just
like
that
a
for
banshee in the wild.
Oh man. The cougars and heat sound like cougars. That's crazy.
Why are you still here? Go away.
The hell was that?
Just coughed and farted.
It was a seagull that just jumped down on
Oh,
me.
okay.
Yeah, pretty much.
I need an egg. Thank you.
Hold on. I gotta run that one back.
Thank you. I need an egg. Thank you.
These people were lost and stopped to ask for directions.
Buenas tardes, perdona, para Bolonia. Vaya, venga, gracias. Qué bueno, tío, ole.
Oh, hell no.
You eat in my car, maybe there's something dead in it.
Yeah, no, that's definitely Lauren with the
This sheep was stuck in a trench and got rescued.
Молодец, Свет. Умничка. Умничка. Все, операция удалась.
Thank you for being so. That was one of Oxycat's sheeps.
Yeah, but OG, I know you've noticed, and everyone else on the panel, you've noticed this particularly gay AI voice, right? Like the one that just did that, right? It's really popular for these videos. Alright, so get the sheep guy rescued.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, okay, good job, guy. You know, it's not particularly annoying. It's like not in your face, obnoxious. You know, he's a good professional faggot AI. But anyways, shout out to him.
This one.
This sheep was stuck in a trench and got rescued.
Yeah, that guy. You know, he's all over the place. I'm sure Chuck has noticed too. Right?
Yeah. Sounds a lot like Mel.
Oh Lord.
Молодец, Света. Умничка. Умничка. Все, операция удалась.
Yoink, just the way he just dives right back in the hole.
Apparently he wants in the hole.
Thank you for being so
I mean, I don't blame him. I wanted all the holes too.
patient. You've been so patient.
Not the other one.
Okay, now. Be good.
He got him good.
This poor little hedgehog deflated. These girls found a squirrel on the side of the road that they thought could use some help.
Oh my god. What
This person tried picking up a frog.
1, 2, 3. You did not. Go, Saskia. Meh. Meh.
He's like, silent, Sharon.
Hey, you almost done?
It's the racist midget's horse.
It's Horace.
Have y'all ever seen that video of the racist midgets? I gotta play it for you. It's crazy. I'm sorry, I am being very autistic right now. Bear with me.
My name's Jeremiah Jones, and I'm proud to be a midget. The only thing more intense than my midget pride is my hate for tall people, or as we like to call them, biggers. Small power! Small power! Small power!
The midget supremacist movement started in the late 30s, protesting and spewing hatred for anyone.
I just can't believe they're riding Shetland ponies in the woods, bro.
Not of their size.
Our ancestors been fighting this battle for years.
Segregation was strictly enforced in public restrooms and at water fountains. Even food was segregated. In 1989, the organization doubled in membership after the cancellation of television's Webster.
This organization is by far the most diabolical we've seen in history.
We're the master race. God made us in his image.
My name's Todd Olson, and I had a run-in with the midget supremacists. It all started when I moved my family into this little town. From the minute we moved here, I noticed that something was just not right.
Oh no, we don't serve your kind. Get your bigger ass out of here.
It seemed like the whole town was against us.
Get out of the car, boy. Get to the back.
What's the problem, officer?
We don't want your kind living around here, boy. Stay right there. I'm gonna have to teach you a lesson.
Bro, this is my favorite part. He slapped the fuck out of that man. He slapped that for living piss out of that dude. He slapped the fuck out of that man. I love that. I love this part. I love that part so much, man.
That was the last straw. I called a meeting with the mayor.
I've been harassed, called names. My wife was called a bigger lover.
Well, that's not as bad as getting hit by a chair.
I hadn't been hit by a chair.
And been hit by a chair. Bah!
Now you have.
Oh, shit. Oh, Lord Almighty.
I send you a link in the private chat if you want to play that.
Oh, I'll play that in just a second. So, y'all have heard me do the goofy voice that says, "Look, I'll do it again." Right? This is where that's from.
Will the suspect please take the stand? Mr. Goofy, is it?
Yeah.
Mr. Goofy, you are here today being charged with mass homicide. And your lawyer is here, present. Am I correct?
Yes, I'm his lawyer, Joe Rosenberg. I'll be representing Goofy today in court.
Now, from what I see here, there is strong evidence supporting the mass shooting. It looks like here you were caught in broad daylight on CCTV holding an AR-7.
Yep.
So you're admitting that the man in this footage is you, correct?
Yep.
So you do admit that this very same footage right here from the very same CCTV of you massacring a public elementary school is you as well? Is that a yes? Can I get a yes, Mr. Goofy?
I object. My client has done nothing wrong.
He killed 27 children and crippled 5.
He's clinically insane, Your Honor. He's crazy.
Mr. Goofy, this is not a laughing matter.
I told you he's insane. His wife miscarried.
Mr. Goofy, what do you have to say for yourself?
Guilty.
Your Honor, my client would like to plead insanity.
No.
Wait, hold on. Mr. Goofy, you're saying that you were conscious?
Yep.
You were conscious and aware of your actions. Is that correct?
Yep.
Goofy, what the fuck are you doing?
Gosh, I did it.
Mr. Rosenberg, looks like your client has decided to come clean.
Holy fucking shit. Your Honor, I'd like to call for a recess. I would like to talk to my client in private.
Fine. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Goofy, get the fuck over here.
I did it.
Goofy, come here. Goofy, come here. Listen to me. Okay. All right, Goofy, you're on thin ice right now. You're on thin ice, buddy. Come on. Shape up.
I did it.
Yeah, I know you did it. Yeah, we all know you fucking did it. Okay, but we can get you off.
I'm a murderer.
We all know you're guilty.
Guilty.
Look, Goofy, I'm Mickey's best lawyer, okay? He wanted me on this case because he cares about you.
I'll fucking do it again.
Okay, Goofy, do you want...
That's the whole point of it. It's like, I'll fucking do it again. That's the craziest shit to me.
That's good stuff.
It's just as funny to me as when I was a teenager. Like, that's the fucked up part. Like, I'll do it again. What did you want played, Mike? Here it is. Oh, no. Oh, no, Mike. Oh, you found it.
Usted, le vamos a preguntar a este vecino, ¿qué cree usted que está pasando en Telde? ¿Qué es lo que está pasando en Telde? ¿Qué es lo que está pasando en Gran Canaria? Oiga, señor, que estoy hablando con usted, no me dé la espalda, hombre. ¿Qué pasa en su corral? Zapatero, ¿qué opina? ¿Opina usted del gobierno de Zapatero? Pues igual que yo. ¿Y qué opina usted? ¿Qué opina usted del gobierno canario? ¿Y de los ayuntamientos de la isla?
I despise salad fingers, man.
Le vamos a preguntar que si reciben alguna subvención del gobierno. ¿Reciben ustedes alguna subvención del gobierno? Vamos a ver, ¿qué es lo que pasa con los alcaldes? ¿Qué es lo que pasa con los alcaldes? ¿Qué está pasando con los alcaldes? ¿Qué está pasando con él? ¿Qué pasa con el presidente del gobierno? ¿Qué pasa con los presidentes? ¿Y qué es lo que pasa con los alcaldes de la isla? ¿Qué es lo que está pasando con los concejales? ¿Qué pasa con los concejales? ¿Qué es lo que pasa? Vamos a ver, mire. Venga para acá, mire, vamos a ver, por favor, no me dé la espalda, hombre, que yo no con usted. Venga para acá, mire. ¿Qué está pasando con el alcalde de Telde? ¿Qué está pasando con los alcaldes de la isla? Parece que dice.
That's Tucker whenever I try to take the tennis ball back from him after we play fetch.
Oh,
Ah.
really?
Yeah, he's like, ah.
Juan,
He's like, "Ah!" He's spitting on him
Yeah.
too.
Well, he's a bulldog, so he drools on everything. He might as well be spitting. Lauren
I-
said something that
I
I
send
thought
you
was funny.
I'll send you another link because of that video with that you just sent so this is a real life situation. And then like Steve and Marty, you guys know the cartoon character Steve and Marty. They decided to basically reenact what happened in court. I mean, it's up to you.
Oh, Rick and Morty.
Rick and Morty,
Yes,
yeah, I'm saying correctly.
yes.
Yeah.
Send that link. I'll play that for
It's funny
sure.
as fuck.
That shit is so funny.
Yeah, I
Lauren
sent you the link.
Lauren sent this to me this morning.
Okay,
I was
let's
like, what
play
the
that.
hell? Funny enough, Mike, I was actually thinking about looking for that clip as well, the Rick and Morty argument in court, because the Goofy
Yeah.
clip.
I
If you find that, if you
sent it to
find
you.
that, oh, you sent it already?
Yeah, I already did.
Okay. By the way, the court case we're talking about, like that we're about to watch, this is an actual transcript of an actual court hearing in Georgia. I used to work night shift at a Waffle House. I'm gonna be honest, this is pretty accurate to what happens around this time at a Waffle House. Waffle House makes the best waffles. It's in the name. Yes, they do. Hey, he's safe. There is no de-escalation strategy strong enough to survive the a Waffle House encounter at 3 a.m. I'll be real with you. But here you go, Mike. This shit is fucking hilarious.
Yeah, and I appreciate you explaining it to the chat. Like, what is the, like, this is actual. This is really something that happened. And
Yeah,
this
they just draw the Rick and Morty characters.
Correct.
Go along with it. But this is like literally somebody talking to a judge in Atlanta. Like this happened in Atlanta.
Okay, okay, Mr. Allen.
Right.
I believe that your case was going to trial not this Monday, but the following Monday. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, I tell you, if you need to tell me something, I'll let you.
Fun fact, Lauren, that was planned.
Come up here to the podium so you can speak into the microphone and I can hear.
This is a real interaction between a dude and a judge. They just took it and did it, and they dramatized it in the voices of Rick and Morty and did this animation to go along with it.
Hear you.
Yes, the attorney here, I'm wanting to fire him. And I don't feel like he's doing any.
Who are you going to hire?
I'm not going to hire nobody. I'm going to try to get a different public defender.
There isn't. You have a right to an attorney.
This lawyer has.
You don't have a right to a specific attorney.
This lawyer has made sexual advances on me. He's misrepresenting my case. He told me if I wanted him to do a good job, I had to let him give me oral sex. He's had doctors at Central State Hospital put a false diagnosis on me.
Okay, I know Mr. Wyatt pretty well, and I don't think he has the ability to make doctors at Central State do anything.
Well, they did it, and he's the one that had me sit down there.
Well, they may have done it, but I don't think that he had anything to do with it.
All right, well, he won't give me the discovery. There's things in discovery he's supposed to give me the incident and told me that it was the discovery.
Okay.
They're alternating documents that I've read.
If you want the indictment, I'll make sure you get a copy of the indictment.
No, I'm saying I got the indictment, but he's not complying with discovery.
Okay.
I'm supposed to get the autopsy report, the coroner report, pictures of the crime scene.
coroner report?
Criminal background records. I want.
Is this a murder?
In the county jail.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm supposed to get the criminal background records, investigational summaries.
Mr. Wyatt, what discovery do you have?
I've given him everything I have.
You've given him everything you have?
Yes, sir.
He's given you everything.
This is a murder case, and you're this is a murder case, and you're telling me the only thing on discovery is a 4-page indictment?
I don't think he's saying that. I think he's saying he's given you everything he has.
He ain't giving me no autopsy report. He ain't giving me no coroner's report. He ain't giving me.
Well, it may be that he doesn't have that. I don't know.
That's what I've been trying to get. He didn't give me pictures of the crime scene. I've seen other people go to trial on murder charges. I've seen what you're supposed to get. I'm not going to work with this attorney.
Well, you know,
it's not gonna happen.
You've got
I'm not going to trial with this attorney.
Well, you've got two choices. One, you can go to trial with them, or two, you can try the case yourself. Now, I definitely completely think that's...
And I've got a right to have...
Wait a minute. Listen to me. That would be the biggest mistake you've ever made in your life.
So basically, you're sitting here telling me...
Now,
you're gonna find me guilty if I go to trial and try to defend myself?
You're probably right. That would be my guess if you try to defend yourself. You don't know anything about selecting a jury, do you?
No.
Do you know anything about cross-examining witnesses?
No.
Do you know anything about criminal procedure?
I know I don't have to let...
Do you know anything?
This guy suck my...
Let me
to get some legal representation.
You know something? I'll be honest, Mr. Allen. I really don't believe that.
Well, I'm not concerned if you believe it or not. I'm supposed to have a right to an attorney, and I'm not gonna work with this attorney.
Well, that's up to you.
So I hold myself in contempt if you try to pull me up here to court with that attorney.
That's fine. I mean, that's up to you. I told you what your choices are. You can go to trial.
I'm just telling you.
Listen to me.
I'll hold myself into contempt.
Listen to me.
You.
Listen to me.
Go yourself. I'm through here. Y'all done?
I'm finding you in contempt of court.
I don't care.
I know you don't, and I sentence you to 20 days for that. And if you say anything else, I'm gonna add 20 days for everything you say.
You.
40 days.
You again.
60.
Go yourself.
A year.
Your mama.
10 years.
Suck my.
You know something? This is gonna be an interesting trial.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
You're not supposed to smile in court. You know that if you smile,
I can smile anytime I want.
It's a violation. Now you're cussing and yelling at me.
I have not cussed.
Yeah, you did.
I am yelling.
Well, go yourself. Suck my.
That's why I'm yelling.
Suck my.
You know something? You are absolutely the rudest person I think I've ever met.
You reckon if I let you suck my that I could get a fair trial here?
Oh, I don't think so.
I got a big now, and if I pull it out,
I don't.
You know what's so amazing? What's so amazing that the judge he's prolonging the conversation.
Oh yeah, no, dude. The judge got down and dirty with him, bro. It's fucking
Yeah, I kind of
hilarious.
noticed that. It's like, well, why didn't the judge let the hammer down right from the beginning? You know, start the whole contempt thing earlier. But I mean, this is great. This is great entertainment.
Because he prolonged it. He just kept. He keeps going and going, and and at the end is like, and then he basically like he says, "I know you want me. I know you're." You know, I'm not gonna tell you because I don't want to like ruin the.
You don't want to ruin it.
I don't want to ruin it. You know,
for
I
those
think
who
that's
haven't
gonna get
seen that.
you a fair trial unless you have
I'm done.
every one of the jurors do it.
I don't think that mouth is big enough, sir. I've got a big old donkey.
You know, I'm sure mine's not.
I've got a big old donkey for that ass.
Good. I'm sure the women love it.
I don't girls.
Oh no. I'm sorry.
I boys.
Oh, I'm sorry. You prefer men.
I boys.
You prefer men, right?
I white boys.
You white or black?
White boys.
Oh, butt boys?
With big butts.
Oh, of course. You know, you look like a queer.
Well, okay, so now you're calling me a queer in the courtroom?
I didn't call you one. I said you looked like one.
You're yelling.
Do you understand the English language?
Wait, you're yelling, you're laughing.
Do you understand the English language?
This is kangaroo court, sir.
Do you know what? No, we're not in Australia.
I mean, if you want to suck my you can do it any time now. We can
Oh,
get this
you're-
court
you're
ordered.
so smart.
Do we have to court order this?
You're so funny. You're so cute.
Can we get a court order to get my sucked, sir?
You're so cute. I know all the inmates just love you to death.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I bet.
All the white butt boys love me to death, too.
Okay, well, I'll bet they do. And I bet all the rest of them do, too.
You ain't supposed to smile in court.
I'll bet everybody enjoys sucking your
You ain't supposed to be smiling in court. That's a violation.
I can smile anytime my dadgum want to.
Now you're yelling at me again.
I am. I'm yelling.
You're getting mad.
Can you hear me?
You're shaking.
I am yelling at you.
Well, reckon you can suck my
Yelling.
Can you take a break?
Yelling.
Can you take a break?
I'm yelling at you.
Can you take a break?
Yelling.
Can I get my sucked?
Can you hear me? Yelling.
Can I get my sucked?
Yelling. Yelling.
Are you ready to suck now? Have you got it all out?
You know something?
You will, but you want me to
Ike, this has to remind you of the conversation that we had with NPC last night about the redneck culture in the South.
And the shit is that. Anyway, go ahead, guys. Sorry.
No, man, I was just saying, like we get real ignorant now.
You in the butt then, right?
Oh my goodness, you've got plenty of that over in jail.
I could see it in you when I came in the courtroom.
Okay, that's fine. You're gonna be here on. Let me tell you how this is gonna work. You're gonna
You
be.
ain't gonna tell me shit.
Listen,
Suck my.
shut up. Listen to me.
Suck my. You man.
Listen,
Suck my.
you will be here in the court on
You'll
Monday.
be here sucking my.
Well, listen to me now.
Go yourself.
Okay, I'm going to tell you how this is gonna work. You either listen or not. I don't care.
I'm through. Can I leave the courtroom?
No.
No, you've got to stay here.
No, I'm not talking to the bastard.
We are going to have the trial Monday week.
No, we are. I ain't going to trial with this lawyer present.
Listen, if you do not
Suck my. You stinking ass cracker.
if you act like this, I will send you out of the courtroom.
Old bitch ass cracker.
And leave you out of the courtroom during the trial.
Horse ass cracker.
Do you understand
Horse
that?
ass sucking ass.
Do you understand
big
that?
butt,
Do you understand
man
that?
ass cracker.
Do you understand that?
Getting mad, ain't you?
Stupid.
Red face.
Listen.
Now you're calling me stupid.
Listen. Yes, I am.
This is kangaroo court.
You know what? You have a constitutional right to be a dumbass.
Why don't you jump up on the stand?
You have a
and jump
constitutional
around
right
like
to be a dumbass.
kangaroo, you dumb bastard.
Well, if you
suck my. I ain't listening to nothing you say.
Come in here Monday
And
weekend.
how about this? I'll kill your whole family. And when I get in this trial, I'll murder your whole family. I'll cut your children up into pieces. I'll knock their brains out with a hammer and feed them to you.
Are you taking this down?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to refer you to the district attorney's office.
I don't give a who you're referring to.
I'm just telling you.
I thought you were referring to my mother man.
Aggravated assault, terroristic threats, and we'll just
I
add
don't give
to
a
it.
I will murder you, your whole family, your kids. I am not supposed to be in jail. I was framed. That motherfucker asked me to eat his ass for a bag of coffee.
Well,
and
you
now
know-
you're telling me that I got to go to trial with this man over here.
You're obviously
He's probably a pedophile.
You're obviously fixated on butts and
Huh? I'm fixated on your mouth.
No, you're fixated on butts and
You got a nasty mouth, sir.
I have an awful mouth.
You have a big old fat mouth.
I do.
You gotta have a big old mouth to get this in it.
I sure do.
All right.
Yep, I'm proud of it.
I'll make sure the next time I come to court, I'll pull it out and jack on you.
Okay, why don't you do that right now?
I jack on white boys.
Well, why don't you do that right now?
Just like I jack on females.
do it right now.
I can't do it now.
Do it now.
I ain't got.
I
butt.
don't care.
Take off the cuffs.
How many hands do you have to do it?
Take off the cuffs.
Come on. No. Jack off.
This is kangaroo court.
Come on, jack off.
This is kangaroo court.
Jack off right now.
Are y'all getting this?
Yeah, they're getting it.
I'm gonna make sure this guy done called me stupid. This motherfucker done told me he was gonna suck my.
I did not say that.
He wanted me to him in the butt.
I did not say that either.
You're a real nasty ass judge.
I am indeed, and you're going to find out
Now-
how nasty I really am.
You'll find out how nasty I am when I murder your whole family, bitch.
Okay, that's fine. You know, you'll be in jail so long you won't have a
The
chance.
babies will be going, Daddy, help me. I'm just going to knock their brains out with the hammer.
Okay, well, you know, if I had any kids, you'd probably be able to do that. But since I don't have any, it doesn't really
Well,
matter.
then I'll get your nieces, your nephews, your
It
sisters.
doesn't really matter. I don't have any of those either.
Grandkids.
I don't have any of those either.
Aunties, aunts.
How can I have grandkids if I don't have any kids?
Brothers, sisters.
Stupid. You know, you're just completely have no idea of the English language.
You're not going to suck my sir. I don't want to be here.
Okay, I've enjoyed this. I hope you have. I know everybody else in the courtroom has enjoyed it, but you can go now. And if,
All right, well,
if on Monday week this happens again, you will not stay in the
suck
courtroom.
my sir.
Okay.
I'm subpoenaing y'all's ass in the courtroom.
The stenographer, by the way, he was stunned. You see how like his face was? Like, what the fuck is going on? And why is it that the judge is entertaining this shit? Like, that's what makes it so funny. It's just like,
You gotta think of the person though, like, because what I was trying to figure out is like, well, is this crazy, or is it crazy like a fox, or is it like, what is this guy doing, right? Because when he first started and he was saying things like, oh, they're swapping out the papers that I'm reading, you know, I need to get the discovery, you know, whatever, right? I know that kind of stuff. It would sound like a little kind of crazy. First of all, when he started out with the, you know, the lawyer wanted, you know, like wants a blowjob or wants the chance to give him a blowjob for discovery papers, and then later on he changed it to like a diss and said, no, it's for a bag of coffee or some shit like that. And I was like, is this guy just fucking around with the judge? Like, I don't know what you guys think about that. Like,
But
is he in the original video? Is he crazy? What the fuck?
The funny thing is that the fucking judge, you know, like immediately the judge would dismiss you and just get you like or postpone the case or whatever the case may be. But he just kept prolonging it, and like this is why it was. And the script was put out there, and then like the characters you guys saw, the cartoon characters, they decided to pick up on it because it's just hilarious. That's something. And that judge, by the way, he actually resigned. No, he didn't resign. He just decided to not proceed. Correct me if I'm wrong, Orthodox. I think he decided not to take the case anymore because he didn't realize how after the fact, after the aftermath is when people were making jokes about it. It's like, oh shit, I fucked up, you know. But correct me if I'm wrong.
Nobody Google it real quick. I want everyone to take the poll, and I'll answer you in just a second, Mike. I want everyone to take this poll because like there's so much more to this case, and you would be very surprised about some things. So, what ethnicity do you think the Denver felon is?
Of course, he's white.
Is that what you think?
Yeah. Well, I could be wrong, but I believe he's white. He called him a crack. He called the judge a cracker, but he's also white. But I could be mistaken.
I'm gonna put the options are Hispanic, white, black, or Hispanic.
So for the perpetrator, right? Okay, so we already know the judge is white. So then the perpetrator, what could he be? Given the way that they were talking to each other, it was, first of all, as Mike has been pointing out, it's kind of crazy that the judge kept it going. I mean, he did say that he enjoyed it at the end. Maybe he actually just likes a good, crazy opportunity for, to get out of the boring routine every once in a while.
But even the stenographer was stunned. And you see like that, do you see like that guy, like the way he was looking and like his bald? He was like, what the fuck am I doing here?
I was gonna play a little game with this and see if how racist and uncaring my audience was, but never mind then.
You know what? Oh, what? You took it off? Okay, well.
Yeah, he is a white guy, and he is severely mentally ill to the point you can tell he's mentally ill.
So I was correct.
Look at this man.
Yeah,
you can tell. You can tell he's got the mentally ill eyes and face, and like fucking gaped open mouth. Like it's fucking hilarious.
I bet you guys thought that he was black or Hispanic. You see, he's a white dude.
Yeah, I was thinking black because if I was like, okay, whatever, coming out here, showing off, having a bad attitude, okay, maybe he's black. But then I was like, why is the judge putting up with it? Will the judge continue this shit? The judge doesn't have black fatigue, whatever, right?
And that's what makes it very hilarious, Ike. The fact that the judge prolonged the conversation, and the guy's like, he just kept, you know what, you just want to suck my dick. You just want to, and he just kept on and on and on.
And he was saying, do it now. Go ahead, check off. Like, you know what? A great video came out of it, and also if I'm reading correctly, when he said, okay, he enjoyed it at the end or whatever, and now it's time to end it, and he was just kind of like trolling along. I don't mind that. What do you think, Mike? Do you think this fucks up this is a disgrace to the American justice system that the judge kept on going, or
absolutely, yes.
Very clearly, like
dumb motherfucker from the court.
Like after this, like by the way, guys, I could be mistaken. Orthodox seems to have more information, and by the way, Orthodox is on the money. Like the thing is, after this, he just decided not. He decided, you know what, I'm not good for the case, and then they reassigned another judge.
Recused himself. Yeah, they recused himself.
Correct.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, because he realized he just.
Well, as you can see from the New York Times article, before he recused himself, this got national notoriety. This is what made Adult Swim, because Adult Swim, what we saw was the storyboard version. If you want, they did a full-on animated version for Rick and Morty. And I'll show y'all that if you want after we watch a little bit about this, because this dude discusses the actual case.
Creation by Rick and Morty co-creator Justin Roiland. Without context, it's a simple animation of Rick and Morty in a mock trial hurling expletives at each other.
You know something? You are absolutely the rudest person I think I've ever met.
You reckon if I let you suck my that I could get a fair trial?
Now, supposedly, Adult Swim paid the judge and put money on the dude's books who were a part of this as rights to be able to use the transcripts for the script. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know if that's true or not, but they did. They supposedly did pay them both.
Yeah,
permission from both parties.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, Orthodox. I heard about that. That before they decided to basically, as we watching, they did sign a check.
I don't know. I don't know how true it is, allegedly. But that's what I heard, and they paid a lot of money.
Oh yeah, they so before this
like
was released,
like $100,000 a pop.
Yeah, and then before this was released, they had to get permission.
Yeah, they had to get permission from the court system. They had to get permission because of Mr. Denver's right to privacy.
Yeah,
it was crazy.
Oh, I don't think so. I got a big now.
But what you have to realize is that the vulgar dialogue in this viral animation, it actually is a word-for-word recitation of a real-life court transcript that resulted from a pissed-off judge getting in an altercation with a schizophrenic murder suspect. And when you come to that realization, that's when a rabbit hole opens up. Who exactly was Denver Fenton Allen? And what were the crimes committed by this clearly deranged man that led to the now infamous courtroom altercation?
I will murder you, your whole family, your kids. I am not supposed to be in jail.
Arkansas, you should hit the link, bro.
And the fact that he basically threatened the judge, and I'm gonna murder you. I'm gonna do you.
They court documents are public, but they can't be used in the way they were used without the defendant's permission and the permission of the court.
Yes. You could actually read them. But you can't reenact the way they're doing it currently. Well,
I think that's how it works, but I don't know.
No, that's how it works.
Because I heard rumors that Adult Swim and the people who created the skit had to pay money to not be subject to litigation for it. So I don't know.
Also lawsuit as well, because basically this is like in a reenactment, and that's. It goes against the rules.
I was framed. That motherfucker asked me to eat his ass for a bag of coffee.
In what might be one of the most bizarre exchanges in the American justice system's history, this is the story of Denver Fenton Allen, the Rick and Morty killer. I want to give a big shout out to Helix Sleep for sponsoring today's video. Helix makes premium mattresses and bedding. Infamy of this court case stems back to San Diego Comic-Con 2016. At a panel, Rick and Morty co-creator and voice actor Justin Roiland would introduce the audience to the previously niche yet remarkable case of the state of Georgia versus Denver Fenton Allen. Roiland had discovered this bizarre case in its transcripts online. Reading the transcripts word for word in Rick and Morty voices, this was the result.
Can we get a court order?
Pause it real quick. Yeah. So I forgot to mention that this shit came on the theaters. So this also obviously validates what Orthodox is saying. Like, these people got paid, because you see how they came out in the theaters. This was 8 years ago.
It was the Comic-Con convention where it was released.
Correct. Yes, Comic-Con.
So
it's not.
This was massive. This was kind of massive.
Fucking very massive.
Get my dick sucked, sir.
You're so cute. I know all the inmates just love you to death.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I bet.
All the white butt boys love you to death.
I bet they do.
I'll kill your whole family. When I get in this trial, I'll murder your whole family. I'll cut your children up into pieces. I'll knock their brains out with a fucking hammer.
This sounds like something that would be on Rick and Morty, to be honest.
Yes.
I'm subpoenaing y'all's ass in the courtroom.
Needless to say, the audience loved this and found it comedic gold. The animatic was officially released a month later on August 4th to Adult Swim's YouTube channel and almost immediately went viral, amassing over 10 million views and generating discussion across the internet. It would become legendary online, and as public awareness of the state of Georgia versus Denver Fenton Allen grew, people began wondering, what exactly did Denver Fenton Allen do? What crime did he commit? And what were the circumstances that led up to the altercation with the judge? This is Georgia man Denver Fenton Allen. Allen has a long and storied criminal history. His record goes back over a decade. False imprisonment, armed robbery, kidnapping, these are just some of the charges the man has faced. But for the purpose of this video, we need only to go back to 2014. In November of this year, Denver Allen was arrested for making terroristic threats. The exact details of these threats aren't publicly available. Allen would be initially jailed at the Bartow County Sheriff's Office in Northwest Georgia. While in jail, custody officers noted a sharp decline in Denver Allen's mental state. And the man would prove to be quite the unstable individual, with Denver Allen reportedly making it a habit to threaten the lives of custody officers and the Bartow County Sheriff on numerous occasions. In August of 2015, Denver Allen, to the delight of everyone at the Sheriff's Office, would be transferred to another jail, a facility more accommodating of his disposition. On August 19th, he was transferred to the Floyd County Jail and given a cell in the O Block, an area of the prison designated for inmates with mental and behavioral issues.
O Block.
But moving Denver Fenton Allen proved to be a
That's the
disastrous
funny
mistake.
part.
As just 5 days after being moved, Denver Allen would kill his cellmate Stephen Rudolph Nally, a man who was much older and smaller in stature than Denver was. According to reports, Denver Allen waited until his cellmate was asleep, then bashed the man's head into his bed rail in order to kill him. Prosecutors allege that Stephen Rudolph Nally was apparently chosen by Allen as an easy kill target, the murder to boost his reputation in jail. In the days following the murder, Allen was said to have bragged about it to prison guards and inmates alike, and sometime later, Denver Allen reportedly mailed out photos of the body that were taken by crime scene analysts. He was a sick individual. Now, naturally, Denver Allen was made to go to trial for the killing of Stephen Rudolph Nally. Denver Allen would then be appointed an attorney. A public defender would aid in his legal representation in the case. Given the erratic behavior showcased by Denver Allen, his public defender questioned the man's mental state and felt he was unfit for trial. By request of counsel, Allen was sent to Central State Hospital in Milledgeville.
And that's why the goofy clip reminded me of it, because like, holy shit, I remember that crazy dude from the Rick and Morty shit, but I didn't think to play it until Mike said something about it.
Yeah.
Whenever I was in college, I visited a courtroom because I was like in like a legal class, and they was like the day most of it was like traffic violations, but one guy gets pulled in from the jail, and it was a Mexican guy, couldn't speak a lick of English, was here illegally, and they found him high on crystal meth in the back of a train, jerking off. So he got like
Jesus
public
Christ.
indecency, which is kind of like public nudity, which I thought was kind of weird because like they opened up the door, right? Like it wasn't exactly public nudity, right? Like he still needs to go to jail. Well, he just should have been deported. That's honestly the solution there. But yeah,
But
but
did
it
he
was.
plead guilty or?
Oh yeah,
I'm
he
sorry.
pled guilty immediately.
Oh,
Yeah.
gotcha.
He didn't put up a fight. He didn't seem like an angry or crazy person. Even he just seemed like because they were like, "Hey, do you want like a Spanish lawyer?" And he's like, "No, no, no, no. Me guilty, me guilty." And because they were like offered him like a Spanish translator, and he was like, "I'm good. Like I waive my right to a translator." And they brought in someone who spoke. They brought in a Spanish speaking lawyer to say like, "Hey, do you want a Spanish speaking lawyer?" And he's like, "No, I'm good." Like, bro just knew he was guilty. I kind of respect that. Like, I respect that a little bit. Just like knowing you're guilty and just being like, "Yep, that's it." You know, like. But it wasn't like he didn't have enough. Like he was trafficking it. It was just enough for him. So, but can you imagine just like buying crystal meth, sneaking into a train, and just smoking crystal meth? Like that's such a different. I don't know. I don't have a. I can't imagine doing
If
that.
you bought crystal meth, where would you smoke it, King of Arkansas?
Where would I? Oh, that's a good question because I've never even smoked pot. I've never even smoked weed. So like this would. I don't know.
Yeah,
Where would I?
bridge too
Where
far.
would,
First of all, you have to figure out, will I smoke? Will I buy stuff
But
before you get to the strange places to smoke it? So yeah, I understand
I
your.
think I would probably, if I was to smoke crystal meth, like I'd want to do it in like a national park, like a really probably like Badlands National Park. That's where I would do it.
You want to go full public?
Yeah, Badlands. I'm not saying I'm not going to jerk off, but I just want to go to Badlands
If I'm
National
going to be charged with public nudity, it's going to be in public. God damn it!
Yeah, no. Well, and then I'm gonna because there's what are they? Bison. There's a bunch of bison at Badlands National Park, so I'd probably like chase a bison while high on crystal meth. I think that sounds like an awesome way to go out.
Bison in Arkansas, we're talking about, right? Correct.
No, they're not in Arkansas. No. These are in like Badlands National Park, North. I think South Dakota. Yeah, South Dakota.
South Dakota.
Yeah.
Is that where you're from, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm from Arkansas, believe it or not.
Oh, okay.
Crazy. This might surprise people, but yeah, I am from Arkansas. But
Yeah, like is sneaking like isn't like you're able just to bring crystal meth and just smoke it. You don't have to sneak through it. Like you just bring it and be like, you know what, shit, fuck it, I'll just smoke it. No.
yeah, sadly, it's not legal in Arkansas yet. You know, I mean, we've really been pushing our state legislature to legalize crystal meth, but you know, the darn liberals don't want us to smoke crystal meth.
I
Believe
mean,
it or not.
it's not supposed to be illegal in any. Well, correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm joking. I'm joking, dude.
I'm just saying,
just
like,
to be
New York
very
City, for
clear.
instance,
Just to be very clear.
And if they want to smoke crack or anything, I mean, obviously they get kicked out eventually, I think. But you know, there's
The thing is, the park is huge, and I don't believe in because I think this is what you're asking, Mike, right? Like, if you can get your hands on some meth or whatever the hell the illegal stuff is, there are a few points with regards to getting into a national park whereby you would need to quote unquote sneak something. It's not like sneaking something through the TSA
Well, yeah,
or
like
something like that,
yeah,
right?
like when you go through like a national public park, they ask you, "Hey, how many people are inside the car?" So then they charge you for how many people are inside your
Yeah,
car, and then they
you
let you
know,
through. Like
yeah,
it's
and
not
you
like a
can
big
have
deal.
your all kinds of shit in your little camp bag, you know. And,
Yeah, no, like whenever I used to, when I used to go camping, I knew guys who were. I mean, we were all like underage, and they'd bring like beer and stuff. Like it wasn't a big deal. They never checked.
Mhm.
Right now, if
Yeah,
you were being drunk,
going in.
if you were being like rowdy, then yeah, they'd probably send a ranger over to your place. But like, unless you're like causing issues, they don't really care.
Well, unless if it's not a national park, right, and it's like say government land where it can be sold to the public, but right now the government just owns, because there's a place near where I live about 15, 20, maybe 30 miles away where we go when we swim, and it's basically government land near a horse trail.
Yeah.
And like it's privately maintained because the horse trail is privately owned, but the rest of the land is government owned,
Well, it's being
especially like the
leased.
waterways. Well,
It's being
the
leased.
water.
That's how federal land works. Is that you typically get like 100-year
Well,
lease.
now the equestrians, like a lot of them will let them have equestrian trails free of charge. So you just have to maintain the trail.
Yeah, and that's pretty reasonable because it adds value to the property, and it allows people to use the government land. So it's actually a good thing.
Well, the thing is, like, it's also a known low class hangout, right? So there's going to be people smoking weed. There's going to be people camping there because it's also a camp thing near the water. So they send out game wardens to patrol that land. And there's still like no checkpoint at national parks or these places where they check your bags or anything. If they catch you, they catch you. If they don't, they don't. 90% of the time, just because they smell weed, they won't fuck with you. Like they have to catch you drinking or smoking. And if you've got a firearm that isn't secure, i.e. in a holster or in a car,
yeah,
then you get in trouble because you're not supposed to have it because it's not hunting land.
Yeah, well, it's not hunting land, and there's no real good reason for you to be having a gun out there.
Because you're not supposed to shoot out there. You're not supposed to hunt. You can have it on you because it's your right to have it, but like, it's
Well,
gotta
yeah,
be secured.
and that's from state to state depending on how your gun laws are, or if you have a conceal and carry in certain states. I mean, it's that's pretty reasonable though. Like, I don't want, unless somebody's got a conceal and carry, I don't want them. Like even when I worked at like Walmart, like there were guys who'd walk in with like not even concealed, just like a massive gun on their hip, and it's like most
Big
of these
old
guys were fine.
357 hanging below their kneecap.
Yeah, no, but they don't know. But it was like open holster, like super obvious. Like they weren't even trying to hide it, and it was like, and I knew they weren't. Most of them
I
weren't
got a
going to do
Western.
anything.
I got a Western belt I carry mine around with. You know, the old gun belt?
Yeah.
I don't try to hide shit. You want it, come take it.
Yeah. I mean, I
Chuck,
get
are
it.
you driving?
I could be.
I think you are, because I can.
Chuck can't drive. He's too old. He thinks cars are the
I hear
devil.
the clicking sound. You know, he's turning a left or right.
He left his blinker.
I was checking my blinker fluid.
Oh Lord.
To receive a psychiatric evaluation. There, he was diagnosed with schizophrenia and delusions, among other things.
Is this
but was deemed cognitively
Milledgeville?
aware enough to stand trial and have involvement in his own defense.
Yes, sir.
Unfortunately for
this
his
is the Denver felon Allen. I'll replay the court thing for you since you just got back after this video.
public defender,
No, I was
the
listening.
erratic man was able to influence his own trial and make decisions on his own behalf, making mistakes and ignoring counsel every step of the way. Against the advice of counsel, Denver Allen would pursue a not guilty verdict, despite there being overwhelming evidence proving that he committed the killing. Now let's meet our judge, the other half of what would become the infamous altercation between the two individuals. This is Superior Court Judge Bryant Durham Jr. This particular judge was well known and respected and had been voted into his position by the public several times over. Durham had a clean record of conduct throughout his career and was known for his civility and level-headedness from the bench. However, this Denver Fenton Allen case that he was presiding over would prove to be quite challenging in the aforementioned regards. In initial court appearances in preparation for the trial, Denver Allen would request a new public defender, claiming that his attorney was requesting sexual favors in exchange for proper legal representation. So during a preliminary hearing on June 16th of 2016, Allen would bring up this concern with the judge. And it was during this 11-minute courtroom appearance that the infamous transcript was born. Allen begins by explaining to the judge a theory that he has. This theory is that his attorney, that he's accusing of being a sexual harasser, also conspired with the doctors at Central Hospital to get a schizophrenia diagnosis landed on him.
His lawyer has made sexual advances on me. He's misrepresenting my case. He told me if I wanted him to do a good job, I had to let him give me oral sex. He's had doctors at Central State Hospital put a false diagnosis on me.
Okay.
But Judge Durham didn't believe these claims and said that if Allen wanted to appoint a new lawyer, he would have to pay for one or represent himself. Swapping public defenders wasn't going to be an option. And he would also go on to remind how risky it would be for Allen to go on trial defending himself.
I'm not going to trial with this attorney.
Well, you've got two choices. One, you can go to trial with them, or two, you can try the case yourself. Now, I definitely completely think that's...
And I've got a right to have...
Wait a minute. Listen to me. That would be the biggest mistake you've ever made in your life.
And it's when Judge Durham questions the man's ability to defend himself in court, that's when the argument starts to get heated.
Listen to me.
Go yourself. I'm through here. Y'all done?
I'm finding you in contempt of court.
I don't care.
I know you don't. And I sentence you to 20 days for that. And if you say anything else, I'm going to add 20 days for everything you say.
You.
40 days.
You again.
60.
Go yourself.
It should be noted that Durham could have ended this hearing at any time. The judge wasn't known for entertaining contemptuous criminals wanting nothing more than to get under his skin. But there was something about Denver Fenton Allen that seemed to strike a nerve with the judge. And what starts as cheeky rebuttals from the judge eventually walks into the realm of compromising the trial. At one point, the judge famously slips up and says that Denver Fenton Allen looked like a queer, which could be grounds for a mistrial under discrimination. Perhaps this is what Denver Allen was looking for.
You prefer men.
I boys.
You prefer men, right?
I white boys.
You know, you look like a queer.
Well, okay, so now you're calling me a queer in the courtroom?
I didn't call you one. I said you look like one.
The argument just gets nastier and nastier, with Denver Allen making threats against the judge's family.
I'll kill your whole family. When I get in this trial, I'll murder your whole family. I'll cut your children up into pieces. I'll knock their brains out with a hammer and feed them to you.
And when Denver brings family into it, the judge just completely loses it.
Gonna work. You're
You ain't gonna tell me shit.
Listen.
Suck my
Shut up. Listen to me.
Suck my you man.
Listen.
Suck my
You will be here in the court on
I'll
Monday.
be here sucking my
Well, listen to me now.
yourself.
Finally, after an 11-minute expletive-filled back and forth, Denver Allen is sent out of the courtroom and the altercation is over. The bizarre exchange was almost immediately publicized. The transcript was first spotlighted by a law blogger on Twitter who posted an Imgur link to scans of the documents produced by the hearing's court reporter. And from there, the transcript went viral. Even mainstream news covered Allen and Durham's war of words.
A North Georgia Superior Court judge is off a murder trial after a vulgar exchange with a defendant. The courtroom comments were laced with expletives and more.
Outside the Floyd County Courthouse, many had already heard what happened inside.
I'm not saying he doesn't have feelings, but don't be personal with it. Don't take it personal.
1 week ago, murder suspect Denver Allen threatened to kill the family of Superior Court Judge Bryant Durham. This official transcript of the court hearing includes every word of what became a vulgar exchange.
Folks in the legal world expressed disappointment on behalf of Judge Bryant Durham, shaming him for his unprofessional behavior in the face of provocation, especially from someone who was known to have mental issues and who wasn't to be reasoned with.
What is really remarkable, and not in a good way, about this case is that the judge engaged in this really sort of deep down in the gutter, trash talking with this defendant.
What started with F-bombs dropped by Allen led to crude sexual references by both defendant and judge.
Using language that I have never in all my years of practicing heard a judge use, let alone a judge on the bench in open court.
Can I say something real quick? But in the process of that, it's true what these guys are saying, but in the process of that, both the judge and obviously the suspect is they got paid. Hey,
I believe so. I believe so.
No, I believe so. Obviously,
I'll fact check my claims after we watch this, or actually during.
All right.
Because it's a Google situation. So let me check real quick. Because I do believe they paid out the ass.
Yes,
on the record, former Fulton County prosecutor Tanya Miller says that
I am too, but we could be wrong.
Judge
So let
had
me
the
fact
authority
check.
to nip it in the bud.
There were deputies in the courtroom when this happened. those deputies would have removed this defendant in a matter of seconds.
But for the majority of people online, they were fixated at just the batshit insanity of Denver Allen's rants.
I will murder you, your whole family, your kids. I am not supposed to be in jail. I was framed. That motherfucker asked me to eat his ass for a bag of coffee.
In the wake of the publicity regarding the case, Judge Durham would deem his own behavior unacceptable. He formally recused himself from the Denver Allen case and reached out with a recounting of events to Georgia's judicial watchdog agency. He would later issue a public apology and refer to his words as improper and intemperate comments. A formal investigation by the Judicial Watchdog Agency revealed that Judge Bryant Durham violated 2 judicial canons of ethics: failure to avoid the appearance of impropriety and failure to discharge his duties impartially, competently, and diligently. The judge was later admonished for his actions and agreed to undergo sensitivity training to better prepare himself for quarrelsome defendants. And what would happen to Denver Fenton Allen? A new judge would be assigned to his trial. Honorable Judge Billy Sparks was set to preside over the case after Durham had stepped away. Unsurprisingly, in this trial, Denver Allen would yet again attempt to provoke, on many occasions threatening to kill Judge Billy Sparks' entire family.
I'll kill your whole family.
But this judge didn't take the bait and would simply dismiss Allen from the courtroom when he tried provocating. Allen's schizo rants weren't going to get him out of this one. In terms of his defense, Denver Allen would eventually admit that he did indeed kill his cellmate, but said that he did it in self-defense as his cellmate was allegedly sexually assaulting him and he was being mistreated in the prison system. But due to Allen not knowing legal protocol and ignoring counsel at every turn, he improperly executed this motion. And because of this, the judge refused to allow him to change his plea, striking down the motion. Upon his self-defense motion being struck, Denver Allen would have an outburst in court, threatening to kill several people present in the courtroom as well as the district attorney. This would prove to be a recurring scene during the time of this trial, with Denver Allen going on a vulgar rant threatening to kill people every time he didn't get something that he wanted. On the day of the trial's conclusion in December of 2017, the jury took just 1 hour to deliberate his verdict. Denver Fenton Allen was sentenced to serve life in prison without any chance of parole. Upon the jury leaving the courtroom, Denver Allen called everyone present trash and claimed that one of the jury members was a pedophile. If there's anything to be learned in this case, it's don't engage in a trash talk battle with a schizophrenic murderer. You're going to lose every time, man, seriously. Had Judge Durham simply dismissed Allen from the courtroom the moment the trouble arose, he would have saved himself from the lowest moment in his career. But of course, if history were different and Judge Durham actually minded his temper during this altercation, we wouldn't have gotten the legendary exchange that would become the Denver Fenton Allen transcripts.
I boys. Oh, I'm sorry. You prefer men. I boys. You prefer.
Now, the sensitivity training aspect of that, I couldn't help but hear that aspect, right? So yes, there was talk about professional decorum and how to handle yourself and all these other kinds of things, which we already highlighted before. However, the whole sensitivity training aspect, which would be because he probably said something, you know, maybe gay, in other words, something that would be deemed offensive to some protected class, right? That part is like, really? We have to go there? But otherwise, good stuff.
Yeah, I feel you on that. Here is we ain't gonna watch the whole thing, but here is the uncensored.
Oh, you found it. I tried to find that, but go ahead.
Is this the one you wanted to watch?
Yeah, that's the one I couldn't find it, but yes, this is perfect.
You are about to enter the courtroom of Judge Morty Durham Jr. The people are real. The cases are real. The rulings are final. This is his courtroom. This is Judge Morty. 60-year-old inmate Rick Allen is being accused of committing murder of a fellow inmate at Georgia Penitentiary. Mr. Allen claims that he is being set up and that his lawyer is requesting sexual favors in exchange for proper legal advice.
Okay, okay, Mr. Allen.
Right.
I believe that your case was going to trial not this Monday, but the following Monday. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, I tell you, if you need to tell me something, I'll let you come up here to the podium so you can speak into the microphone and I can hear you.
Yes, the attorney here, I'm wanting to fire him.
Uh-huh.
And, I don't feel like he's doing any...
Who are you going to hire?
I'm not going to hire nobody. I'm going to try to get a different public defender.
There isn't... You have a right to an attorney.
This lawyer has...
You don't have a right to a specific attorney.
This lawyer has made sexual advances on me. He's misrepresenting my case. He told me if I wanted him to do a good job, I had to let him give me oral sex. He's had doctors at Central State Hospital put a false diagnosis on me.
Okay, I know Mr. Wyatt pretty well, and I don't think he has the ability to make doctors at Central State do anything.
Well, they did it, and he's the one that had me sit down there.
Well, they may have done it, but I don't think that he had anything to do with it.
All right, well, he won't give me the discovery.
There's
things in discovery he's supposed to give me the incident and told me that it was the discovery.
Okay.
They're alternating documents that I've read.
If you want the indictment, I'll make sure you get a copy of the indictment.
No, I'm saying I got the indictment, but he's not complying with discovery.
Okay.
I'm supposed to get the autopsy report, the coroner report, pictures of the crime scene.
coroner report?
Criminal background records. I want.
Is this a murder?
In the county jail.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm supposed to get the criminal background records, investigational summaries.
Mr. Wyatt, what discovery do you have?
I've given him everything I have.
You've given him everything you have?
Yes, sir.
He's given you everything.
This is a murder case, and you're telling me the only thing on discovery is a 4-page indictment.
I don't think he's saying that. I think he's saying he's given you everything he has.
He ain't giving me no autopsy report. He ain't giving me no coroner's report. He ain't giving me.
Well, it may be that he doesn't have that. I don't know.
That's what I've been trying to get. He didn't give me pictures of the crime scene. I've seen other people go to trial on murder charges. I've seen what you're supposed to get. I'm not going to work with this attorney.
Well, you know,
it's not gonna happen.
You've got
I'm not going to trial with this attorney.
Well, you've got two choices. One, you can go to trial with them, or two, you can try the case yourself. Now, I definitely completely think that's...
And I've got a right to have...
Wait a minute. Listen to me. That would be the biggest mistake you've ever made in your life.
So basically, you're sitting here telling me
now
you're gonna find me guilty if I go to trial and try to defend myself?
You're probably right. That would be my guess if you try to defend yourself. You don't know anything about selecting a jury, do you?
No.
Do you know anything about cross-examining witnesses?
No.
Do you know anything about criminal procedure?
I know I don't have to let...
Do you know anything?
This guy suck my dick.
Let me...
To get some legal representation.
You know something? I'll be honest, Mr. Allen. I really...
Bro, he put some bass in his voice when he said dick. That was ear-shattering.
Did they say he was 60? When this started, 60? Holy shit.
No, wait. I think he was 49.
No, the character Rick Sanchez is 60.
Oh, yeah.
They were playing it off.
Oh,
as if
okay.
Yeah, they were playing it off as
Gotcha.
if this was actually part of the TV show.
I'm not
Gotcha.
concerned if you believe it or not. I'm supposed to have a right to an attorney, and I'm not gonna work with this attorney.
Well, that's up to you.
So I hold myself in contempt if you try to pull me up here to court with that attorney.
That's fine. I mean, that's up to you. I told you what your choices are. You can go to trial.
I'm just telling you.
Listen to me.
I'll hold myself into contempt.
Listen to me.
Fuck you.
Listen to me.
Go fuck yourself. I'm through here. Y'all done?
I'm finding you in contempt of court.
I don't care.
I know you don't. And I sentence you to 20 days for that. And if you say anything else, I'm going to add 20 days for everything you say.
Fuck you.
40 days.
Fuck you again.
60.
Go fuck yourself.
A year.
Your mama.
10 years.
Suck my dick.
You know something? This is going to be an interesting trial.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
You're not supposed to smile in court. You know that if you smile...
I can smile anytime I want.
It's a violation. Now you're cussing and yelling at me.
I have not cussed.
Yeah, you did.
I am yelling.
Well, go fuck yourself. Suck my dick.
That's why I'm yelling.
Suck my dick.
You know something? You are absolutely the rudest person I think I've ever met.
You reckon if I let you suck my dick that I could get a fair trial here?
Oh, I don't think so.
I got a big dick now. And if I pull it out...
I don't think that's going to get you a fair trial unless you have
I'm done.
every one of the jurors do it.
I don't think that mouth is big enough, sir. I've got a big old donkey dick.
You know, I'm sure mine's not.
I've got a big old donkey dick for that ass.
That stenographer is shook it.
Sorry, guys. This is true. I was like, what the fuck?
Ladies and gentlemen, if you like the shit we find and the topics we get into, please support the show. The stenographer is fucking shooketh, bro. Look at him.
I'm sure the women love it.
I don't fuck girls.
Oh no. I'm sorry.
I fuck boys.
Oh, I'm sorry. You prefer men.
I fuck boys.
You prefer men, right?
I fuck white boys.
White or black?
White boys.
Oh, butt boys?
With big butts.
Oh, of course. You know, you look like a queer.
Well, okay, so now you're calling me a queer in the courtroom?
I didn't call you one. I said you looked like one.
You're yelling.
Do you understand the English language?
Wait, you're yelling, you're laughing.
Do you understand the English language?
This is kangaroo court, sir.
Do you know what? No, we're not in Australia.
I mean, if you want to suck my dick, you can do it any time now. We can get this court ordered.
You're so smart.
Do we have to court order this?
You're so funny. You're so cute.
Can we get a court order to get my dick sucked, sir?
You're so cute. I know all the inmates just love you to death.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I bet.
All the white butt boys love me to death, too.
Okay, well, I'll bet they do. And I bet all the rest of them do, too.
You ain't supposed to smile in court.
I'll bet everybody enjoys sucking your cock.
You ain't supposed to be smiling in court. That's a violation.
I can smile anytime my dadgum want to.
Now you're yelling yelling at me again.
I am. I'm yelling.
You're getting mad.
Can you hear me?
You're shaking.
I am yelling at you.
Well, reckon you can suck my dick?
Yelling.
Can you take a break?
Yelling.
Can you take a break?
I'm yelling at you.
Can you take a break?
Yelling.
Can I get my dick sucked?
Can you hear me? Yelling.
Can I get my dick sucked?
Yelling.
Are you ready to suck now? Have you got it all out?
You know something?
You will, but you want me to fuck you in the butt then, right?
Oh my goodness. You got plenty of that over in jail.
I could see it in you when I came in the courtroom.
Okay, that's fine. You're gonna.
That man said I could see the faggot in you when I came in the courtroom. That's fucking crazy, bro. Imagine telling the judge that, dog.
And the judge keeps he just keeps going on. And the thing is, like, he just keeps going on, and he doesn't stop. Like, this is why this is classic.
This is why I fucking love Georgia, bro. This is why I love Georgia.
To be here on. Let me tell you how this is gonna work. You're gonna
You
be.
ain't gonna tell me shit.
Listen.
Suck my dick.
Shut up. Listen to me.
Suck my dick, you fuck man.
Listen.
Suck my dick.
You will be here in the court on
You'll
Monday.
be here sucking my dick.
You will listen to me now.
Go fuck yourself.
Okay, I'm going to tell you how this is going to work. You either listen or not. I don't care.
I'm through. Can I leave the courtroom?
No.
No, you've got to stay here.
No, I'm not talking to the bastard.
We are going to have the trial Monday week.
No, the fuck we are. I ain't going to trial with this lawyer present.
Listen, if you do not
Suck my dick, you stinking ass cracker.
if you act like this, I will send you out of the courtroom
Old bitch ass cracker.
and leave you out of the courtroom during the trial.
Horse ass cracker.
Do you understand
Horse
that?
ass dick sucking ass.
Do you understand that?
Big butt,
Do you understand
fuck
that?
man ass cracker.
Do you understand that?
Getting mad, ain't you?
Stupid.
Red face.
Listen.
Now you're calling me stupid.
Listen. Yes, I am.
This is kangaroo court.
You know what? You have a constitutional right to be a dumbass.
Why don't you jump up on the stand?
You have a
and jump
constitutional
around
right
like
to be a
fucking
dumbass.
kangaroo, you dumb bastard.
Well, if you-
suck my dick, I
if
ain't
you-
listening
if you-
to nothing you say.
Come in here Monday
And
weekend.
how about this? I'll kill your whole family. And when I get in this trial, I'll murder your whole family. I'll cut your children up into pieces. I'll knock their brains out with a fucking hammer and feed them to you.
Are you taking this down?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to refer you to the district attorney's office.
I don't give a fuck who you're referring to.
I'm just telling you.
I thought you were referring to my motherfucking dick, fuck man.
Aggravated assault, terroristic threats, and we'll just add
I don't
to
give
it.
a fuck. I will murder you, your whole family, your kids. I am not supposed to be in jail. I was framed. That motherfucker asked me to eat his ass.
I'm not supposed to be in jail. I was framed.
For a
Sound
bag
like
of coffee.
Georgia.
Well, now you're telling.
Yep.
What'd you say?
I've heard this before from some of these prisoners talk like this.
But Chuck, like, where the fuck, like, I correct me if I'm wrong,
State,
guys.
state
There-
prison, and federal.
Listen, in New York City, like, this happens, they just fucking dismiss you, or not dismiss the case. They'll just they'll just basically either put you more in jail and
He hit a nerve with the judge, apparently, at the right time or the right day.
Oh no. This is good old boy judges, bro. In Georgia, I'll tell you, like, it doesn't matter if it's traffic court or if they're the judge that sends you to the fucking chair. They do not have decorum. They'll make jokes in court. They'll talk candidly. It does not matter.
truly, like, but
That's why Georgia judges are really strict on you not having cameras in the courtroom, because they're pieces of shit.
Wow.
They fine upstanding citizens.
Well, I have to be
If you could see some of the transcripts of shit that I've said to judges while fighting tickets, I've literally asked judges, "You gonna pay my bills? I'm a grown ass man. You're not gonna pay my bills. Shut up."
I do have to.
The judge, like, "You don't even pay your own bills." I said, "Sir, I work. What are you talking about?" Like, it's bad, bro. It's really bad.
Very even the judge apologized afterwards, but you know what? Like, they gave us this. This was really fucking funny.
No, so Arkansas, there's a difference when your judge is condescending to everyone that comes up to the stand, regardless. Like, I'm not talking about a down to earth human that's just trying to talk to you man to man. I'm talking about somebody that looks down on everyone.
They're in power, yeah.
Yeah, and like that, because like I'm an asshole. All right, I don't respond well to authority, but when I go talk to a judge, and I've watched them mess with single mothers, mess with black women, mess with women in general, talk down to men who are like, I have a family I'm trying to feed, and have like legitimate reasons, and just be douchebags. And I come up there with a smile on my face, and they say, "Why are you smiling?" I say, "Because you're a fucking asshole, and I can't wait to piss you off." And they want to try to start threatening me with contempt and that, and the third, and finding me. And I just smile at them like, I have nothing but time. I'll just wait it out. You got to let me go sooner or later. I didn't create a felony. And watching their whole world crumble because you don't give a fuck about their authority. To me, that just chef's kiss. It's beautiful. They're broken at that point.
Just add I don't give a fuck. I will murder you, your whole family, your kids. I am not supposed.
I mean, dude, at some point in time, you've got to sack up and just not let these people keep being pieces of shit and fight back in your own way. It's not about the outcome. It's about the fucking principle and message. See, I've gotten such a reputation that the police have realized that it's better for them to ignore me than to deal with me. Tickets don't stay on your record that long anyway, though.
I mean, clearly the judge kind of he reckoned on the mistakes that he did, though. This was a disaster for on his part as a profession judge, meaning like he realized that he's like, oh shit, like I fucked up.
The only time I get a libertarian bone in my body at all, or I start thinking about like the authority of the state being shitty, is when I have to go before small town judges. And the reason that is they put you on probation over tickets. You can't pay them right then and there regardless. And funny enough, who do you think owns the private probation offices that you got to pay all that money to? The fucking judges. Once I figured that out, it was on like Donkey Kong.
Oh, your guys' probation is private?
Yeah.
Almost as bad as Louisiana then.
Oh no, when they roll up on me and they actually have something that they can do something with, they go, "Oh hey, how you been? We missed you." It's on the get on the fucking ground. And if I don't immediately get on the ground, I get fucking tackled and thrown onto a hood or thrown onto the asphalt.
Oh, yeah.
That's the way you like it, ain't it?
Oh yeah, because when I catch him without that badge and not on duty, oh, it's even so much more better that way.
Supposed to be in jail. I was framed. That motherfucker asked me to eat his ass for a bag of coffee. Well, and now you're telling me that I got to go to trial with this fuck man over here.
You're obviously
He's probably a pedophile.
You're obviously fixated on butts and dicks.
Huh? I'm fixated on your mouth.
No, you're fixated on butts and dicks.
You got a nasty mouth, sir.
I have an awful mouth.
You have a big old fat mouth.
I do.
You gotta have a big old mouth to get this dick in it.
I sure do.
All right.
Yep, I'm proud of it.
I'll make sure the next time I come to court, I'll pull it out and jack on you.
Okay, why don't you do that right now?
I jack on white boys.
Well, why don't you do that right now?
Just like I jack on females.
Do it right now.
I can't do it now.
Do it now.
I ain't got.
I don't care.
Take off the cuffs.
How many hands do you have to do it?
Take off the cuffs.
Come on. No. Jack off.
This is kangaroo court.
Come on, jack off.
This is kangaroo court.
Jack off right now.
Are y'all getting this?
Yeah, they're getting it.
I'm gonna make sure this guy done called me stupid. This motherfucker done told me he was gonna suck my dick.
I did not say that.
You wanted me to fuck him in the butt.
I did not say that either.
You're a real nasty ass judge.
I am indeed, and you're going to find out how nasty I really am.
You'll find out how nasty I am when I murder your whole family, bitch.
Okay, that's fine. You know, you'll be in jail so long you won't have a chance.
The babies will be going, Daddy, help me. I'm just going to knock their brains out with a fucking hammer.
Okay, well, you know, if I had any kids, you'd probably be able to do that. But since I don't have any, it doesn't really
Well,
matter.
then I'll get your nieces, your nephews, your
It
sisters.
doesn't really matter. I don't have any of those either.
Grandkids.
I don't have any of those either.
Aunties, aunts.
How can I have grandkids if I don't have any kids?
Brothers, sisters.
Stupid. You know, you're just completely have no idea of the English language.
You're not gonna suck my dick, sir. I don't want to be here.
Okay, I've enjoyed this. I hope you have.
I'm gonna start telling people who annoy me that if you're not gonna suck my dick, I just don't want to be here.
I'm not gonna suck my dick.
I don't want to be here.
And then the judge, imagine telling a judge that, and then the judge gives more explanation.
See, y'all don't understand how free this man was in this moment. It doesn't matter that he's in cuffs.
Real freedom right there. He's showing you the dream, OG. It's like this is what it is.
So what was this man's outcome?
Oh, he went to prison for a long time.
No, but this
Like
guy
a
deserves
long
reward.
time.
No. But this guy, even though he probably is a piece of shit, he deserves no reward. He told the judge, if you don't suck my dick,
I don't want to be here.
You know what? I'm sorry. Just like, oh my god, I'm sorry, guys. I hope you guys don't think I'm stupid. I'm sorry.
No, bro. This is pure joy, Mike. This is pure
But the
joy.
judge keeps going on. The incredible part is he just keeps going on. He doesn't
stop.
Okay, I'm gonna pause myself.
Oh my god. Oh man, it's fucking hilarious. I'm gonna be real with you, brother. What's that movie with fucking Edward Longshanks played by Mel Gibson?
But you know, Orthodox, like, just imagine if you were to tell the judge that, and basically he prolongs the conversation, and you're just like,
Oh, somebody like me would kill for that. Like, maybe that's what I gotta do.
this is just classic. It's just like, and the judge's like, what, you know, like, what? Why do you don't whoop it out? Go ahead, whoop it out. Just whoop it out. You know, he threatened the judge to actually whoop out his dick. He's like,
And it was like the judge said like 4 times, "Jack off right now. Go ahead, jack off." Jack off. That was one of the funniest part because it almost sounded there like, you know, the judge wanted to see it. You know, like,
I don't believe you. Why don't you do it?
no, I don't believe you. I just maybe could it be the fact that maybe the judge was gay?
Kind of gay.
Could it be like the fact that maybe he just like, you know what, finally?
Well, them Georgia boys are strange.
And I never seen the actual footage of the judge. I seen the actual footage of the guy, and he's really round and cherry. Maybe perhaps he's just feeling lonely that day. But this is
lonely.
He's just like, you know what? Maybe I just need a fuck boy.
He was off his rocker.
This is not very common in New York City. I'm not saying that. Listen, not criticizing any state. I'm just saying this is not fucking very common in New York City. If you were to call out a judge and a judge would easily like don't prolong the conversation. I don't know what happened here and how the fuck this happened. But you know what? Should I be fucked up and say thankfully this happened? Because this is entertainment.
Yes.
yeah, of course. It's not like, you know, babies got tortured and killed. Like, it was just a conversation. You know, it's like good on them. I mean, it's done more good than bad, I think.
But before we finish off the animated clip, this was that guy in the courtroom. Oh
You
God.
may die. Run, and you'll live. At least a while. And dying in your beds many years from now.
Jacking
Would you
off
be
for
willing
judges.
To trade all the days from this day to that for one chance, just one chance, to come back here and tell our enemies that they may take our lives but they'll never take our freedom!
There you go.
That was that guy.
He's your leader, OG. I mean, hey.
that guy, as he was telling the judge, "I'll jack off on you." that was what was going through his mind.
Classic. When I first saw this, I was just laughing on my own.
You can go now, and if,
All right, well,
if on Monday week this happens again, you will not stay in the courtroom.
Suck my dick, sir.
Okay.
I'm subpoenaing y'all's ass in the courtroom.
This is fucking like, when I saw this shit and when I realized that this is real, I'm like, oh fuck. And then, you know, in the Comic-Con, they presented it because it like, this is golden, you know. And I'm pretty sure Orthodox, like, these people got they got paid for it.
No, I looked it up. They did not actually get paid.
Really?
Because because it's public. Don't they? I think that was just a rumor that got started, but because it is a transcript and it is verbatim.
Publicly available.
My understanding is that if you were to, if it's public, it's yeah. But if you profit from it, then the people should be paid. I could be mistaken on that.
I'm not sure. I got you, Lauren. Lauren was wondering if this video, if we have any takes or anything to say about this video.
Some kind of coach for online dating.
$1,000.
He has a bachelor's degree. Some things came out about her.
What are you going to do about it? I'll suck it if you have an attitude, and I can do it today if I want to.
So she's talking to a woman because she's fiance.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Go on. I can do it on your wedding day and your birthday.
Okay, well,
and
we'll
the day
see.
after.
Okay.
I've been in situations where he's been with you in a social setting. He'll call me after.
This is the biggest scandal that Sadia Khan doesn't want you to know about her. She preaches on her page and on her content that she's a high-value woman. She can teach you how to attract a high-value woman if you're a man for thousands of dollars for one-on-one coaching. Let's see how much she values herself as a woman.
The main thing I would say to be a high value woman is always you have ability to reject attention.
Babe, when can I have sex with you? You're so long. I need a substitute. Oh, wait. It's mainly me. You just happen to be there.
The third step towards becoming a high value woman, and this is genuinely so important, it's self-awareness. Now,
you're open to choose any man known in Dubai, period. Who else has a side chick on this level? Gives them no stress. Told you I'm such a side chick.
No way. No way. We can't have a normal convo without you talking about hoes, relationship, marriage, cheating, murder. Heal, man.
And then she says, welcome to Sadia. Hey, I appreciate that.
That's crazy.
That's only one thing that all women want.
And just to marinate, all right, won't be long. Get excited. Just FYI, I'm not taking any more 11 p.m. school night appointments. I still haven't caught up on the missed sleep. You had fun, though. You don't know I might have hated it. I'll leave my car running next time, so point switching it off.
What are you going to do about it? I'll suck his dick if you have an attitude, and I can do it today if I want to.
I'm not gonna lie. Well, the first line she said was pretty hot. I'm not gonna, I got a semi-check. I've seen this girl's videos before.
I haven't.
She charges like 8,000 USD for a 1 hour video call with her.
8,000?
Yeah, that much. So she does a lot of coaching.
Wow.
She looked up her website. Video call with Sadia, high value man program, online courses, masculinity mastering. So she tells men how to be men. She got a high.
I got one point there. If a woman's telling you how to be a man, you've already failed.
Yep.
That is correct. I agree with you. But $8,000 to be with her? Like $8,000?
No, that's just a phone call.
Oh, just a phone call.
It's like a consulting thing, by the way.
Yeah, 1 hour phone call.
Something came to mind regarding that. This particular aspect comes up, and yeah, when you do certain things, yeah, whatever stuff is going to be open to scrutiny, right? So that part is fine, right? However, there's this habit people have of like pocket watching. Like, oh, I heard Mike is charging $10,000 per hour for his. It's like, what the fuck? If someone's paying Mike $10,000 to talk to him for an hour for whatever kind of consultation, whatever, that's between the person and Mike. You know, there's actually people like to do that weird shit. Like, oh, well, you're charging, and therefore, since you're charging that, now I got the right to shit on you extra. You know,
It's,
that
ju-
it
it's
tends
just
to go that way, as you
jealousy.
guys know.
It's jealousy.
I want to ask you a question. Like, you know, making the assumption that you go to the rooftop parties, and I've been to rooftop parties, been to exclusive events. I've gotten approached by women like, listen, like, I would love to go with you in your apartment. I'm like, okay, sure. And then, but honey, you know that I'm exclusive. And I'm like, oh, what do you mean? Like, well, I mean, like, if you want me, I could actually, uh, do something very extremely special, but I do charge. I'm like, okay, well, what the fuck? Like, and like, I charge. I forgot what she said. I think it was a 2,000 or 3,000. In New York City, I'm talking about. Like, I don't know if that ever happened to you, like Ike. And I'm like, okay, listen, like, first of all, like, I don't. I find it very boring to. I think it's very fucking boring to pay women. Not saying that someone told me, oh, but you pay them in certain ways. Okay, but it's not the same. I don't know. Ike, what was your opinion on that?
So I'm going to give a broad opinion, generally speaking. Like, let's say, for example, you're someone and you wanted to hire an escort for the night, right? I've never done this, but
Yeah,
the industry I have no issue with, and it goes all the way from whatever the hell it is. Maybe it's just dinner and talking or whatever, or you're just taking them to a particular event or whatever the hell it is, all the way to whatever, right? It's like that's perfectly fine. But personally, no, that's not it's not my bag for sure. I've been to places like that, and also been to places where I'm doing something professionally that night, because I used to tour a lot, right, in these different kinds of bars and whatnot. And whether it's that kind of action that you mentioned or groupie action and whatnot, it does tend to be. You see, I'm a super introvert, right? Meaning once I've done something like done like a performance or whatever, I'm done. I'm out of there, right? I don't want to even be around these fucking highly stimulative kind of environments, anyways. So because of that and the boring aspect that you mentioned, right? It just doesn't interest me at all. It's like I rather the 10,000 things I rather do than let me pay this person to. But I would not rule out like, hey, you want to pay $5,000 to have a nice lady accompany you for a night? Go away. That's
Yeah,
perfectly fine.
Ike, you were one word away from quoting the greatest rap song ever. There's 10 trillion things I'd rather do than be fucking with you. That would have been great. I don't fuck with you. It's too.
I don't fuck with you. I know the song, but like I'm like, okay, the fact is, one time this girl, she's like, oh, but honey, I could be rude. I'm sorry, you got the wrong impression of me, and it's not.
It's not how much she charges. It's the content of what she's doing that I critique. Because I don't like
There
pocket
you go.
watching. Like you said, if motherfuckers are willing to pay, men or women, for that consultation, $8K, that's the price. That's the market rate, bro. It's a unique service. It's a unique skill that she's etched out. That's not what I would talk shit on. Damn sure wouldn't talk shit on the people that are able or willing to pay it, because that's what they're willing to pay for the advice. That's what they value the advice at being.
And like,
It's
if
the
she would have came,
content.
exactly, that's a great point. Like, if she would have came at me and like, like, I just want like to basically get to know you, come to your place, we could have more wine and sit down.
Not even blame the buyers. Mind your business.
Well, I had a fella I was in the service with, and for some
I
reason
didn't mean to cut you off, Mike.
he always paid the wrong.
No, you're good.
He always paid the wrong women, and he always came back with some sort of STD. The next time he was getting ready to go out, I told him, I
Get what
said,
you
go
pay
in that.
for.
I told him, go in that bathroom stall, because he was bitching. I said, go in that bathroom stall, lay that $100 bill on that toilet roll, take care of business, stand up, put that $100 back in your pocket, and you're healthy. I was like, dude,
Oh God.
you got to leave them hoes be hoeing bad. You got to get a healthy one.
Well, my thing is right. It ain't nobody's business what two people decide to do financially together, right? But if somebody's selling something and it's a woman trying to teach men how to be a man, that's worthy of critique. What's not worthy of critique is how much she charges and how much and who all buys it. That's none of your business. A private transaction, financial transaction, it ain't none of your business. And don't matter how much they pay it, don't matter how much that person charges. That's market rate, whatever. But if you got a woman trying to teach a man how to be a man, it's gonna fail. And I'm gonna be real. I don't think she was teaching anybody how to be a man. I think she was teaching people how to not do semen retention. I'm saying I think she's a whore. For those of you who didn't get it.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, and her teaching, and like the one thing a woman can do is teach men what women want and what women like. But as far as teaching them how to be a quote unquote high value man, if your father didn't teach you that, or you didn't learn from trial and error, you're fucked. A woman can't teach you, bro.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, no, go ahead, Mike. Go ahead. You got the floor.
No. With all due respect, I don't want to criticize any. Listen, I'm just a normal human person. I'm
based.
So listen, like, I'm not like justifying anyone. I hope no one gets offended. Any man, if you want to pay for a woman, go ahead. I mean, it's a free country. I mean, me personally, I find it very boring. Why I find it very boring? Not because I'm sorry.
The
Go ahead.
the Orthodox Guy brand does not stand behind buying prostitutes. That is not something the Orthodox Guy brand can stand behind. Each and every panelist is subject to their own beliefs and ideas. But go ahead, Mike. I didn't mean to cut you
No,
off.
it's just like, imagine, like, what is it like? For instance, this person charges 8,000. Let's just say if I were to, contribute to that, it's gonna be within 1 hour. It's like, okay, honey, like, take off your pants. All right, honey, we gotta get this moving. It's boring as fuck. Like,
I only charge 50, Mike.
huh? How much you charge?
He only charges 50, but you know what you're saying, Mike. It does. I agree with you, right? And I already kind of stated that aspect about the boring or not being down for that or whatnot. And then Chuck says something about that friend of his, and then it brings some things to mind, right? Like, you wonder what the nature of certain people's either their drive or their self-control or everything that would lead up to saying yes or no to this kind of thing, right? All the way from the high end to the low end, right? Like low end, like Mike's friend with his STDs, all the way to the high end. You kind of wonder, like, what exactly is it? Like, some people you may say, okay, maybe they have a kink. Okay, some other people they're like, okay, whatever, I pay them to leave. Shout out to Charlie Sheen, whatever. But then you have these people who just seem. It's almost like buying a burrito. It's like they need a burrito. Like, it's like, like, all right, bro.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? Like, it's not. What is this thing? So I often wonder, what is the nature of their either self-control and their desire or whatever. And as we know, with all kinds of crazy things like serial killers and people who do it, there's always like some kind of psychosexual aspect to it. So I know that the sex drive is different for different people, because when you hear some of the descriptions psychologically of these particular people, who are on the extreme end, you're like, bro, this guy is just on or not. Like, it should just rules and controls and just governs. It's just gotta have it, whatever. But yeah, I understand. That's something I always kind of generally had in mind. Because me, for example, right, I already mentioned the introvert thing. Secondly, there's certain environments I don't necessarily like. I may end up there from time to time just because. A lot of times I'll end up there because I'm doing something professionally. or B, just for some other kind of reason. And those kinds of environments don't even stimulate me to begin with, right? And the conversations that could be had there or whatever could be developed in such environments, and then not to mention, paying someone to go to your apartment with you.
Yeah.
It's just like, what the fuck? Like, there's 10,000 again. I'm not going to do the rap song, but
I was
yeah.
curious, so I have to interrupt the conversation. Are you talking about picking me for? Are you talking about picking me for the raid?
I'll be quick. I'll be quick,
Oh,
and then
well, I
I'm gonna
appreciate
leave and listen. Me and you have had our up and downs. We saw you come into the digital experience that I call the DX, and OTW is reading a list of fucktards who are live right now, and me and Mitch were on the panel. Out of every one of those people live right now, we all came to the agreement the one worth the value was Orthodox. Hence, OTW sent his audience here, and I am here on the record saying out of all the people you named, OTW, this was the better choice. So enjoy your shit, continue your show, and fuck all these other cupcakes. But yeah, Orthodox, I'm impressed. I'm impressed because of watching how you came in from when you first started to where you're at now. Keep doing it, Orthodox.
Well, hell, I appreciate it, Snaps.
I appreciate it. Thank
Good
you.
shit. I second that message. Good
Yes,
stuff.
sir. But I want to say something real quick, Orthodox. I get it that you don't like flow. Please
And
be
thank you.
respectful.
And thank you, OTW, for the raid. I like Flo. What are you talking about? Wait a minute. You said
No.
Orthodox.
I'm talking about like people that don't like flow and because they want to punish us. That's what I'm saying. Like Orthodox. Me and you, we like flow, and obviously Chuck is a very supporter. I would say.
I got called out today for that because what's his name got monetized today, so he wanted me to come over there and drop big donation.
Exactly my point. Just because you feel a certain way and you're
Laundry
against, well, don't judge Orthodox. Don't judge me.
Well, there is something
don't
to
judge
there
Ike,
is
don't
something
judge-
to well, there
I'm
is
sorry, go
something to remember, and I don't mean to interrupt you. This is Orthodox Guy's channel. This ain't Flo's channel. This ain't Sasquatch's channel. I might like those guys, and I might pal around with those guys. But if I disagree with anybody, I'm going to speak my mind.
Damn right.
And I only let Snafu up again because the rule that went in place, and Snafu knows why, and we have an understanding. I only let him up because he was like, "We picked you." I'm like, "Pick me for what? Wait, what?"
Like, oh shit!
And I'm
You're our
genuine.
next sacrifice.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, really? Let me address this. And like, I genuinely do like Snafu. I have critiques, and I've told him as close as I can to his face about my critiques, and he's respected that.
Example, like OTW. I don't know OTW. I would never criticize him. I don't know him personally. There's nothing for me. I mean, would he hate me?
I believe in being diplomatic. I believe that every person has value.
Yeah,
right?
like,
and that's all I'm trying to get at.
and it's okay if you don't like someone. You're entitled to it, but that doesn't mean that you can't be like reasonable. And then obviously we come to the understanding as a human person that you become you become a better human person when you actually are able to listen. And even you could have disagreements, and you could even have agreements, especially if you're trying to be a streamer, because otherwise, if you're only looking at one color, then what's the point of being a streamer? Then I guess you'd be boring.
And thank you for everybody who came over in the raid. I appreciate the audience. Thank you guys. Mike,
I hope that makes sense.
You do make sense, but I want to grab the reins a little bit here because as much as I like Flo, I am going to beat the Schmeat rider allegations because I don't ride Schmeat for nobody. Well, unless she's a pretty girl, and it's not actually me riding Schmeat, but her. But no, and I appreciate everyone. I even like OTW because when he comes up, it's good conversation. But I am going to call bullshit out that I see. And I see a lot of bullshit, but at the same time, if it ain't got shit to do with me, I don't really care. So, anybody, I would post a link for anybody new if they want to hop up. Yeah, that almost got it. See, it's called about being a master debater. I mean, master diplomat.
All right.
Wouldn't know about the best chat. I think my chat's pretty great. But here we go. We're gonna watch some more of this Sadia Khan. Again, the take so far, it seems that we're all in agreement that if someone wants a consultation and someone's willing to pay, it doesn't matter. It's none of your business how much it is. What should be critiqued is the content of that consultation or that quote unquote class.
Yeah, the dollar value for what you're receiving.
Yeah, well, I mean, not necessarily the dollar value in general. It's the content of the class. Like a woman cannot teach a man how to be a man.
And a man can't teach a woman the same.
How to be a woman.
But yeah, I agree with that. And
At this point, I think this chick is just a professional side piece or a prostitute, a very expensive side piece.
Very expensive.
$1,000 per hour.
But that pussy better be that pussy better taste like yellow Skittles and be gold plated. I tell you what.
Value man course. Cool. And she unwiped. She was like a permanent side chick. She likes that shit apparently.
Jesus Christ, my God.
You want to know one of the funny parts too?
Lauren, it's called being a hypocrite. That's also something I wanted to point out. Like, this is the female equivalent of a red pillar, and that's kind of why I don't get along with them. They're kind of hypocrites. And they're all, like, kind of mentally ill as well, which I find crazy.
She tells women not to be attention-seeking, to value themselves, to treat themselves well, to not, look for, like, cheap attention online.
And then that's what she does.
No, there's, like, one that's really funny. Look at this shit.
So it's kind of like the mindset of a lot of men. What they don't realize is women
You didn't see it?
anything,
No,
especially
I'll play.
kind of like the mindset of a lot of men. What they don't realize is
You see it?
No, I don't know what to look at.
Look at her midsection.
get a lot of girls. So it's kind of like the mindset of a lot of men. What they don't mindset of a lot of men.
I saw it.
You see it?
Take the banner down.
She uses a body filter.
Yeah,
The waist filter.
it
It's
changed.
literally warping the area.
What?
Look at her midsection.
get a lot of girls. So it's kind of like the mindset of a lot of men. What they don't mindset of a lot of men.
I saw it.
You see it?
All of a sudden, like it changed.
She uses a body filter.
Yeah,
The waist filter.
it changed.
It's literally warping the area.
It changed. But I'm not. Yes, a girl like that. That's exactly what they do.
No, but it's interesting because she's like, women have to present themselves well, do good, you know what I mean? Be presentable, not be attention seeking. But because her audience is men, even though she's selling psychology, she's selling sex. She doubles up as a side piece, little sugar baby, right? But even the men she's attracted to her coaching is because she's hot. And remember there was a video we did a while back about the Wizard Liz?
Yeah.
And how women follow her because she's a hot woman who says a lot of this goofy shit. The same thing with her. If this was an ugly woman, not a single man would listen to her advice or pay $8,000 for her coaching.
Yeah, just like an advertisement for the ab roller. And then he put this chiseled man, like everything chiseled and everything and stuff. And he does the ab roller. If you think the ab roller had anything to do with his chiseled plaque, you don't know what it is.
Yeah.
This is a lot of other things.
I'll say this. I think every single coach I've seen online has turned out to be a scam or somebody who lives a real.
Hey, OG.
And that, go ahead.
Yeah, just real quick, I have to add, and this is something that I mentioned in I was in Gabriel's channel right last night, NPC, and he kind of brought up something about Fatty's panel and started playing some stuff, and I was just like, at some point the disgust gets to a certain level where I'm just like, well, the issues aside, like the issues of critiques of content, this, that, and the other, I just think that dudes who kind of stand around talking about stuff like this, it's bitch ass nigga behavior. Now, also content aside, in other words, go ahead, do what you do, I burn preach, but you're not gonna convince me that it's not bitch ass nigga content, right? You're not gonna convince me that I should watch that stupid shit. Well, you have perfect right to do it, and there's room for stupid shit to flourish, But really, just like you mentioned with like a certain kind of red pillar stuff, and as I mentioned yesterday, if you want to be a scientist and study certain kinds of social phenomenon, great. If you also want to exploit it for content, great as well. But this notion that it is okay to sit down and let me examine this and the filter and the this, that by men especially, it just strikes me aesthetically as bitch ass nigga shit. I just have to add that.
It is.
That's why I don't know if you noticed, but I completely cut it and like stopped sharing it because there comes a time when you're past proving a point, and like you said, it delves into bitch nigga shit. And I don't, like I mentioned earlier today, the culture of critique. I don't like being in a culture of critique where people are constantly critiquing things without providing some type of solution or answer for it.
Yeah.
We can sit here and critique this lady all day long, but if we're not providing a resource or some type of mentorship for the men that like she's scamming, we're doing nothing but bitch nigga shit. We're doing nothing
And
but
you're also
critiquing.
advertising. You're also advertising that shit by doing that. If you're just critiquing, like you're saying, as opposed to a solution.
And
That's
again,
correct, Chuck. And
that's why
go ahead.
Lauren shares it. My bad. I'll hand the floor.
Yeah,
off to you.
yeah,
That's
no,
why Lauren
it
shares
always
it.
sparks things. There's a lot of heat in there, obviously. It's and it, for obvious reasons, right? You know, it sells, if you will, right? Leave it at that. But just one thread to pick up that Abba was doing, and I tend to have my specific beef with Abba just because this guy, he's almost like relishes. Like, I'm gonna fucking pick it apart and be all super judgy about fucking shit. It's like, what the fuck, bro? But anyways, he was saying this whole thing of like
feminine behavior.
No, it's not a question of bitch ass nigga behavior is different from feminine behavior because the way you judge a man, the way I judge a man is different from the way I judge a woman, right? A woman is allowed and perfectly fine, just aesthetically speaking now, right? In other words, you can counter with all kinds of counter examples, but just my particular aesthetics, a woman is fine being more within the social space, working in there, manipulating it even, right? Because that's how they operate. They're not operating in more outward, upfront way. It's a little bit more covert, maybe a little bit more subversive to use a negative connotation to it, right? But that is the world of social space, right? And the more, and I call it being a kitchen nigga. The more you are all up in the kitchen with the aunts, always there freaking gossiping, and you're a dude, what the fuck, right? So it's different from, just saying that feminine behavior is fine when it is done within the feminine realm, right?
Yeah, when
So
it's done by women.
Yeah, exactly. There's nothing wrong to get like, you're just being a female, you're acting feminine. Like, no, that's not necessarily the case. Okay. And a lot of guys like to do that thing too, where they say, oh, you're just acting like a woman. Or you're like, no, that's not what it is. Okay. This is either goalpost shifting or some kind of bullshit, which you would call out a woman for doing or call out a man for doing. But there's this general kind. Anyways, that's just one of my little kind of pet peeves there. But go ahead.
I have a question for you, right? Maybe I'm looking too deep into what you called it, because we in the South, especially, my black family I was adopted by, right? Everybody says bitch ass nigga, right? But you called it a kitchen nigga, right? In the South, I've heard it referred to as a house nigga, like soft hands type shit.
Yeah, fucking going around, flattering around, telling people's fucking news and manipulating fucking the social space and whispering in people's ears. Get the fuck out of here, you know?
My older cousin, my older cousin Brandon, he's adopted black dude. He works as a CNA, right? And my adopted brother Denzel, they got in an argument, and this is like the funniest type of argument, like. My cousin Brandon called my adopted brother Denzel a bitch nigga, and he's like, I'd rather be a bitch nigga than a house nigga with your soft ass hands. I'm like, it took my breath away, bro. It made me laugh so fucking hard.
But the other thing I just wanted to say real quick was ABBA was doing this bullshit of like, oh, she's marketing her appearance. It's like, shut the fuck up. And that's why I like what Preach said, and it was just like, Preach ain't too bright, by the way, but he just kind of came in with this little example of like, oh, ab roller machine is going to use a certain kind of guy. It's like, well, yeah, of course, which kind of neutralizes the whole stupid point that ABBA was making. Of course, you're going to sell certain things that sell, right? And, being looking a particular way or whatever, or if she's selling her the fact that she's actually pretty, or you're pretty, that's why people just pay you money. Fuck you, okay? You use what you have, right? Like it's kind of ridiculous, right? Maybe I have a little personal bone to pick in this particular regard, because I find that some people who actually have not done work kind of want to place a lot of, they want to disparage the success of certain other people by saying, oh, it's just because they're this. Oh, it's just because they're that. Oh, it's, they're 6 foot tall. Yeah. Oh, it's because of like, shut the fuck up. You go use what you've got, okay? And it just shows that you haven't actually done anything if you think that success is sustainable just because of any kind of just thing you can point to like that, right? Luck happens every day. In other words, good luck, bad luck, and whatnot. But to be able to ride it, right, ride it successfully, no, it's not as simple as these fucking idiots think who want to just say, "Oh, these are pretty." It's like, oh yeah, of course, yeah, the pretty aspect helps. Well, get over it. Why fucking bring it up even? It's ridiculous.
So, by the way,
What's that noise?
wait. What's that noise?
I'm trying to
I was
take
like,
Tucker's
Chuck, are
tennis
you
ball
like
from him.
snoring?
Oh, it's the dog fighting over a tennis ball.
Yeah, Tucker found his tennis ball under my desk. And he started
kinda
hitting me in the
cute.
knee with it. He started hitting me in the knee with it.
And
So I
it's
just
fighting with
reached
you.
down and
That's
grabbed
tug of
it.
war.
Yeah.
That's kind of
Yeah, I
like
gotta
when
get-
the
that's
wife
good for
tries to
me.
take YouTube away from it.
So Orthodox, that's good.
Do you
Orthodox.
also put your paws on her arm and push
Orthodox,
down?
buy one of those ropes. So buy one of those ropes that is good for his teeth. By the way, you're doing him a favor. Like like tug of war. Like
Yeah, they're made out of dental floss.
that actually very helps. It's very healthy. You should buy with him and like play with it. You're doing him a huge favor.
He's got a tug of war rope that we use already. And I'm sorry, I thought I was muted, by the way, gentlemen. I apologize.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. I
No,
thought somebody was asleep.
I thought it was Chuck snoring.
Oh, thanks, Mike.
I ain't gonna lie, Chuck. Like, no insult intended. But when we were doing that 12-hour stream and it was
I
like the
know.
middle of the night,
And I fell
said,
out.
let's check in on Grandpa. You was like, like, I was like, he was hitting that, like, damn, bro.
I mean, I hope I
When I crashed hard.
a couple of times too, but yeah.
Yeah, but see, Chuck's got that old man lion snore, bro. You know he's asleep. He's got that warning. If you don't hear that, you better go shake that motherfucker.
That's right.
But Orthodox, like, yeah, that's actually very cute with the dog. And but if you have the rope, just bring it out and just that.
Oh,
just
see.
Yeah.
I have actually, I do have, he does have a rope, but I'm trying to get him one with tennis balls. You know how they'll make the tennis ball into the rope because he likes the tennis ball the most. Right now, it's just a stretchy rope. So I'm gonna see if I can find a stretchy rope with a tennis ball made into it. Because I got pictures of me and him playing tug of war on my porch, and he got mad because I was like lifting him up, so he like laid his body down as flat as he could to try to keep me from taking the rope from him. So I got some I'm gonna be posting on community posts later after I do some editing.
That's cute.
So like he's my good boy. It's about to be getting time to take him outside, so I'm gonna let him go pee pee poo poo. And then throw the ball to him a couple times. I might play a video while we do that if we're still live. But I do want to show this video. It's something that I've had up for 3 days.
By the way, before you show the video, I want to say that I think that this is these people are the enemy with Fresh and Fit. Fresh and Fit is another podcast I have a problem with.
I can't stand that show.
I don't like it either.
Myron Gaines and then the other guy that I forgot his name, and he hired prostitutes. There's been a lot of confirmations about that, and and he wants to play off as if like he's a P Diddy, like he's just, oh yeah, like I have women coming left and right. There's been videos basically.
I got tractor oil for that.
What was that?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. My bad. I'm sorry.
I said I got tractor oil for those that want to play P Diddy.
Right, I was grabbing the tennis ball, and the tennis ball slipped on his fucking fingers. He went to close his mouth around the tennis ball again. He pinched the fuck out of my fucking hand.
Don't you love that?
Oh no, don't you love? Because I was being a dick and I was making him jump for it. He jumped for the ball last night.
Got your hand.
Tug of war. Yeah, and he did that. He did that where the teeth just it don't close on your finger or nothing, but as he's closing his fucking mouth, the teeth get grippier and grippier, and then by the time it reaps, you hear him clap shut. right as your fingertip, it's basically he scraped the skin all the way the fuck off
I'm
the
sorry
finger on the
about
way
Well,
down.
I showed you my arm the other day.
OG got bit. I heard that. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, no, your arm with a dog scratch. Ow, I don't want a fucking bald dickhead. Don't bite my hand.
It went deep.
OG, Lauren really likes you in a good way, and that's nothing wrong with that. Lauren, I think
Well, she won't once she finds out he's white.
What?
I said she won't once she finds out he's white.
Oh shit! I'm sorry, Lauren. Oh, but Lauren, I what the fuck, Mike? I'm sorry. I'm just messing. No, I just said like so. OG, said that Lauren.
Your video is next, Lauren. I'll play your video next. I've gotta pee, and then I have to let Tucker go pee. So
We'll play your video. Don't do that.
I've already watched it. Plus, I'm familiar with the concept. So let me know how you guys feel.
Forget camels. Imagine cruising through the Sahara in a 90-foot-long monster bus with
And it died. There it goes.
complete with lounges for fine dining, portholes like an ocean liner, and enough horsepower to crush dunes into highways. In 1932, someone actually tried to build this, the world's most ridiculous land yacht. What happened, and why did it vanish into the sand?
Oh, I heard about the story, like Chuck. There's supposed to be casinos and everything on that stuff. But
For 100 years, trains ruled the land, crossing nations in speed, comfort, and luxury. But trains need railway tracks. And with the rise of the motor car, engineers had a new idea. What if you could bring the railway to the wild? And just as the car had replaced the horse, now it was the camel's turn. And they called this idea the new ship of the desert. This was ambitiously designed to be 86 feet long, operate at 26 feet high above the desert sands, and be propelled by twin Maybach engines, each with 900 horsepower, able to carry more than 20 tons of freight.
Yeah.
And let's talk about those giant wheels. The idea was that the entire body of the desert ship would be suspended in a cradle of hydraulic springs, with the giant wheels, 15 feet in diameter, carrying it over the dunes. And because of the sheer weight of the craft, the wheels would essentially be acting like giant steamrollers and creating a road behind them. This packed and crushed sand would facilitate travel for the locals or any other vehicles following behind. Imagine some sort of convoy. But let's just pause for a second and talk about the physics. Because whilst the idea was insane and with merit, the desert is not forgiving. This machine could handle the terrain. The problem is the terrain couldn't handle it. Sand doesn't compress and become asphalt. It shifts. Wide wheels help, but they're still heavy and concentrated. A Maybach-powered tank is not light on its feet, and hydraulic suspension sounds futuristic, but imagine trying to service that in a sandstorm in 1932. But the engineers believed that it would be able to move it around 30 miles per hour over the sand dunes with a range of about 6,000 miles with adequate fuel on board, which is very impressive indeed considering normal cars can't do 6,000 miles. This is so impressive that I have to remind you that the Sahara is only 18,000 miles top to bottom, so real range may vary with this actual craft. For shorter trips, and I'll get into the details of how crazy they were later, the speed and range was about half. To control such a large beast, there would be a third, smaller 7.5-litre diesel engine that would power all of the electronics on board, including the hydraulic motor for steering. And there would also be a large, powerful radio to communicate across the desert and to receive weather reports, just like a real ship. Although the vessel would rely on skilled navigators to read the stars to make sure that they didn't get lost in the ever-changing sand dunes. But of course, I bet you're wondering, what exactly would it be like to travel on board? Hello, Nick from Found and Explained here. We've seen what happens when you try to put a ship in the middle of the desert. Let's just say logistics can get complicated. Sand gets everywhere, camels get into your canned lard, and the heat, Boy, it makes an oven seem like an icebox. Running a business without the right tools can feel the same. You're juggling websites, sales, invoices, emails, all in different places, hoping it somehow floats. That's where Odo comes in. It's an all-in-one business management platform with their wide range of 45 applications. It covers all of your needs,
So why
such as
they
website builder,
doing
CRM,
the
invoicing, inventory, dashboards,
Orthodox
and since
not
everything is in
able to
one
skip
platform,
this?
things are integrated and
Yeah, I
automated.
think Orthodox just
No
wanted
more
us to watch
humming between
ads.
clunky,
Yeah,
mismatched
this is
tools.
supposed to be like a
Everything works together
luxury like
seamlessly.
place where
With
you
Odo, you can
gamble,
capture leads instantly from your
like, you know,
website
you're in
using
the
the
Sahara
contact form, which
Desert. You
automatically
know,
brings
it
every
was supposed to
opportunity
be an
to a simple
experience.
CRM pipeline with their contact
It
details,
never
priority
happened.
level, expected revenue, and much more. Within each opportunity, you have the
Like
chatter, with
casinos, like
which
you
your
could
team
sleep
can
in your
send
I
emails,
hotel,
love
notes, and sales quotes
commercials.
in clicks with customer information
like a
built
cruise
in,
line kind
and
of
even
thing.
get paid
You know, like
all
cruise
without
line,
leaving Odo. And the
but in
best
the
part,
desert.
you can start for just $24.90 a month. And if you're looking for one specific app, you can use Odo's first app for free for life.
Ooh,
Manage your whole operation from one
Nice.
dashboard so you can focus on building your empire, not digging your ship out of the sand.
By the way, this guy's
Check out Odo
Australian.
today
Oh,
with the link
empire.
down in the description and help
That's
the channel.
Australian. This guy's definitely
Because this
Australian.
desert ship was so darn tall, there was actually plenty of vertical space for
Nothing wrong
passengers
with that.
with 3 main decks. The lowest deck would have twin engine rooms, one at the front and one at the back, that would roar like steel camels with those Maybach engines, whilst 11 poor souls, or crew, lived in a swaying metal box.
All right, I am back. So I'm familiar. That's why I felt comfortable walking away.
we
So
just
I
watched
love
12 minutes of Odo commercial.
no way.
I just
Yeah.
He's
I was
kidding, but
I was gonna say,
it's part of the
you know
video.
how I know you're lying? You know how I know you're lying? Because I have ad blocker on here.
No, it played the
No,
ad.
there's an ad inside this as part of this video. He kind of sneakily added it, right? Because he's like, you know how these things are difficult. You know, sand ships are difficult. Well, it's also difficult to run a business. Here's this.
He slid that right in.
He's promoting his own
No
business.
lube, no lube and all, huh?
I'm just ragging on you.
Damn.
But
should've
this shit was
pre-watched the
supposed to
video.
be like the fucking cruise line of the sand.
Sahara. Yep.
See,
Sahara.
my Sasquatch sent me this video a couple days ago. One of the times we were streaming, and I was actually quite familiar because there's a Shaw that had like a 1940 style Ford pickup land ship, like a land ship like this, made in the style of a box square body 1940s Ford. So I'm gonna see if I can find. I'm gonna play the video and see if I can find the actual picture.
I'm interested in this.
Between them with portholes to nowhere. On the sides, there would be concave storage recesses that would contain extra cargo, or the multiple Caterpillar motor buses that would be used for short-range trips and excursions.
Half-track.
Unfortunately, I don't have much in the way of the details of the smaller craft. All I know is that they had a Caterpillar and had sort of a half-track design that would see later in the 1940s. Also on this deck, there would be ladders and lifts to access the ground, although I imagine at specific terminals, there would be a scaffolding for the passengers to access the actual passenger decks rather than climbing up and down. The second level would have a lower class passenger quarters because nothing screams luxury travel like swaying hammocks above a rumbling 900 horsepower engine, as well as the cigar lounge and the rear dining saloon, which would be a total vibe as you cruise through the hot desert. There would also be a twin set of recesses here for cargo as well, primarily the food and water. And yes, I do need to talk about the water because this thing also had flushable plumbing. There would be a toilet in the desert in 1932. That's how serious they took the luxury with this idea. And then on the top deck, the only one of which was actually free of the wheel clearance, it had the private first class passenger cabins and a promenade to stroll around for the views. Essentially, this was a deck to walk around and contemplate your life choices as you cross the Sahara in a giant wheeled hotel. I don't know why so many machines back then had promenades. We saw them in the flying boats, but I do wish that they would come back. These first-class cabins were also apparently going to be the pinnacle of opulence, rivaling that of the famous passenger trains like the Orient Express, and I quote, the finest Pullman cars. And it would be somehow artificially cooled to combat the sun's rays. Aircon in 1932, it seems. But I'll explain the science behind that in a moment. In the middle of this entire craft, there was a stairwell, so passengers could climb the decks like a cruise liner, coming up from the engine level all the way to the cigar lounge to the starlit promenade. Then, to really make it a ship of the desert, on the very top there was a poop deck that had the control room and the captain's quarters. Here, the 11 most confused sailors in human history could operate and transport up to 56 passengers across the desert, although for shorter distances, it was possible for the land ship to carry over 100 to 300 third-class passengers in less refined luxury. And because this would be a short, hot 15 miles per hour trip over the desert, I imagine many of those third-class passengers would have rather taken the camel instead. So why did we never get this epic monster of a land ship? So the first question you have to ask yourself, who was mad enough to dream up all of this? Who wakes up one day and says, what if the Orient Express could moonlight as a steamroller? Well, behind every mad idea is a mad inventor, and this story was no different. Meet prolific innovator Christian Bischoff Johannes from Germany, who not only wanted to replace the camel, but change a lot of different things in the 1930s world. And I now realize saying German who wanted to change the world in the 1930s may make you think of a certain other group of German people in perhaps a political group, but believe it or not, the Nazis were not involved in this case. Our humble innovator would actually go on to create many inventions throughout his career, such as a generic advertising speech device, which was essentially an interactive dictation machine that would highlight prices and sales, much like the TVs that we have today. But one of his other inventions was really radical. It was a hat that could cool you down. Actually, it was the idea to cool the body by means of a light, volatile chemical instead of, say, a cool breeze. The idea was that you would put your wrist or head into this device, and a special chemical, which are cool to the touch due to an endothermic reaction, would cool your blood and soon your whole body, but prevented from causing harm by the barrier of the device. Neat. He would then take this idea and apply it to the cabin of a ship, and then he would realize, what if we put it on land? So this would become his magnum opus, the ship of the desert. He was so confident with this concept that he went out of his way to patent it in as many territories and languages as possible, patents for all countries with colonial possessions. And he planned eventual evolutions of this concept, such as an amphibious version that could travel on both land and water, and weirdly also patented the idea for it to travel underwater. Really, this guy saw this project going to the moon, and you could subscribe for my eventual video on what happened to underwater land ships. To seek investors, he actually built a scale model and shopped it around the world for 5 years to see if anyone was keen to build it. It even made the cover of Modern Mechanics and Inventions. It had pure Pulp Fiction energy, with neon green paint, giant headlights, and a captain's tower straight off the Titanic with searchlights. It was less engineering manual and more sci-fi comic for the men who drink gasoline. And in the midst of the Great Depression and rising fascism, this was a dream of progress and peace, almost laughably optimistic. And maybe this wasn't just a vehicle. Maybe it was a symbol, one of colonial ambition, of impossible hope, or one man's glorious rolling fever dream. But with war on the horizon, no one had time for silly ideas like peace, friendship, or giant luxury land ships. And just like that, the idea ended as the world descended to war. Although I do wonder if he had given any thought to sticking some guns on it. The battle for Egypt and North Africa for the Germans would have gone very differently indeed if he had weaponized it. So maybe subscribe to see that story of the world of giant impossible to build land battleships.
If I was a rich man, that would be my vanity project. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
You know,
Tank.
I mean, the few interesting
land.
things that I thought of as I was thinking about this, or in other words, interesting in the sense that I found them interesting in the video, right? First of all, that crazy idea of compacting the sand, I don't know who the fuck thought about that. Like, you can't just compact sand. That's not how it behaves. It'll shift. It moves. Okay, it's not clay where I'm just gonna use ship's feet and stamp the clay, and then it's just gonna become something like what the fuck, right? That was insane. And then that aspect of sand being unforgiving, and things like helicopters and other kinds of things, mechanical things that have to move and with all these moving parts and whatnot, don't do well in the desert. However, that's not a big deal. Okay, so let's say you solve that problem, right? One of the things though that also comes to mind here is, and I don't know if you explained the air conditioning system, but I know that, like, for example, since ancient times, there's this notion of wind capturers, right? You have this big tower, it captures the wind, and as it goes down, you use evaporative cooling or just the fact that it's shading. Basically, you take the heat out of the wind by simply, having it, let's say, pass through wetted surfaces, for example, and that evaporative process takes the heat out of the wind, and then the wind then gets distributed through the. It's a lot cooler distributed through the place. I don't know if that's the same kind of method that was used for their air conditioning system, but there is something about this whole notion of being laughably ambitious and whatnot, right? Which it dovetails with what you said, Orthodox Guy, about it being your pet project, for example. I think that, we tend not to dream as big as we used to when it comes to the future and, mechanical progress and transportation progress, energy progress, whatever, those kinds of things, right? The Concorde is another example, right? The Concorde came and it got shelved, right? So, and we just kind of like, we're literally moving slower, either through New York or through the skies or through many other kinds of, we're moving backwards a lot when it comes to the world of material technology, being, transportation, energy and whatnot. Right? So that's just something that kind of gets highlighted by this. And you can see the snarkiness in the presentation, like, I'm being crazy, like, it's like, but I often use as an example, and I like Peter Thiel regarding these particular ideas, by the way. He's the one that kind of got me into this, looking into things in this particular way. However, I like using it as an example, the Manhattan Project, right? This was something where there was a concerted effort of people. They decided to take some rather interesting ideas in physics, and split the atom. And also the same thing happened with like the DNA. But it seems like we got sidetracked by zeros and ones, right? We got sidetracked by information technology. So yeah, we got sidetracked by information technology, and now tech has become synonymous with zeros and ones, right? Meanwhile, your bridge sucks, your fucking airport sucks, energy is still a fucking problem, and all these kinds of things are a problem. So, but this kind of dreaming where we're gonna go to space, we're gonna conquer whatever, we're gonna do Star Trek shit or Star Wars shit or whatever it is, that kind of optimism in the physical world seems to have gone by the wayside, which also manifests in terms of the lack of the economic growth which we promised ourselves. There's a certain amount of growth that is implied or expected when you're doing an economy whereby there's fiat currency. So you're going to print some money and then hopefully you expand into the future. There was this notion of great expansion, which in fact did happen at post-World War II in the United States, right? And there was a notion that this was going to continue forever. And then there was, as a result, there was a lot of devaluing of the currency, borrowing, if you will, into the future. And this lack of physical progress that we just talked about, the Concorde or this land ship, and the notion that it is laughable to even think about these things, does manifest in terms of the not raising the economic standards of the people. We wrote a check that we could not cash, right? Which then goes back to all the economic problems that we mentioned, including the stuff that we talked about, for example, people being despondent and replacing politics with their religion because they're not economically kind of sound. As sometimes you say, OG, it's all about economics, right? So yes, that Concorde aspect, this aspect of not being able to develop our physical space, the space of atoms, the space of energy, the space of transportation technology and whatnot, where it's actually getting worse, is manifested in lack of economic progress of the sort that was expected, where the checks were written for that stuff, but we're not seeing that stuff. All we're seeing is Google and Facebook, zeros and ones and panelverse. That's really what we now call tech. But your fucking apartment sucks, right?
One second, I called that thought.
Oh, well, what have we got here? That's the poor box. It sure is.
Thank you, Chuck. He says, "All kitty, no diddy. I got you." We got a wholesome
Nice,
cat
nice.
videos coming up for you. And Lauren messaged me and says, we need a grift break. She wants me to use Kev videos. So let me pull up a funny clip of a kitty, and then we'll play that.
Chuck, put
we'll
the
play that.
girl in the red hair. Sorry.
The girl with the red hair. Well, he said no kitty, all diddy. Or no diddy, all kitty. My bad.
No, it's not over there. Maybe it's in the ground here. No. I can feel it. No, it's not over there. Maybe in the ground here. No. I can feel it.
Chuck, the girl in the red hair, like the one.
She's skanky.
Lauren said, "Mike, I will fucking fight you."
Jesus, skank.
Chuck,
Alright,
girl in the red hair.
City and word. Wait, can I really see the N word? What up, my nigga? What up, my nigga? Big ups, my nigga. We up, my nigga. You pussy ass nigga. Man, fuck y'all niggas. Cause I'm that nigga. I'm that nigga.
And once again, let me give credit to the person who made that, as well as everyone who makes anything for the channel. We try to. Marathon Kev made that awesome grift video. Please check out Kev's channel. I'm gonna drop the link. That is awesome. Also, the person who made the new banner that is up is Crab, is a rude cunt crab, rude mud crab. Lauren, if you could find his link for me while I pull up what he made, the banner I'm talking about, as well as the song he made for the channel. Let me pull up real quick.
Yeah.
Crab made this banner here.
Seriously.
Yep.
Why do you keep showing OTW?
Because I got the link sent to me.
Ah.
And I'm trying to zoom in and it keeps clicking off the page.
Gotcha.
Rude Crab he's a cool motherfucker. He's cool as fuck.
Oh, he's a great artist. So Lauren, there's a new channel banner that's crazy. This right here, and it fit perfectly for Crab. Crab made a new banner for the channel. If you click on the outlook of the channel, and
Thank you, Rude.
He also made the song, the AI song that I made. He also made it better and created a background graphic for it. We're not going to watch the whole thing. But this is something that Crab made for the channel as well. And you know what? I actually have his channel right here. So again,
cool.
This is Rude Murder Crab now.
Yeah, he's cool dude.
He did a lot of work. He made the Big Dick Energy song for Flow. He also did the income thing on Flows, and I don't have a channel for this person, but they stream a lot with Abe Dinkus. So again, the person Emmett who streams, he made me some 3D artwork. He did a really good job, and I feel bad about the pricing because I didn't realize how big of a job it was for an animator to take 3 things and animate them. He had to create 3 different pixel arts to make this, when he was only charged me for 1. So please, if you want some pixel art, talk to Emmett. And I like this. I'm trying to find a way to incorporate this into the channel. But Emmett made this as well. And I like showing off all the things that people have done for the channel, whether it's paid or not. And I appreciate everyone who does that. I appreciate everyone who donates. Speaking of, we just got another one. Thank you, Gorilla Biscuits. Let me hit the
Oh, well, what have we got here? That's the poor blocks. It sure is.
I want to ask Orthodox a question, but before after you're done, Orthodox, shout out to the Ray people that donating and
Absolutely. Thank you, Mike's. And Gorilla Biscuit says, hello, smiley face. I know he likes booty videos, and I think he likes the old school booty videos.
Oh, shit. Sorry.
Nothing much. Just giving appreciation for the stuff that you created, as well as Emmett and other people. Crab, that's where we're at. And before you ask me that question, I'm gonna play this booty video, and I'm gonna talk to Ike about the topic we were talking about beforehand. All right, Mike?
All right.
Give me one.
My money don't jiggle jiggle, it folds. I like to see you wiggle wiggle, for sure, and make me want to dribble dribble. You know, riding in my beer, you really have to see it. 6 feet 2 in a compact, no slack, but luckily the feet go back. I got a time to relax in my mind, sipping something red wine.
I sit bruised from chalices, holding my palaces. Crib is so crampy, sucking supper for relatives. Rhymes, I write them in the car.
And Gorilla Biscuits just said that he put Emmett's channel. I got it pulled up. This is Emmett, the creator who did my pixel art. You can find him streaming on his channel or on Abe's, and that's where you can get his contact information if you want your own awesome pixel art. I believe he also did Gorilla Biscuits pixel art there in his profile picture. So again, thank you. And I do want to say, getting back to the conversation at hand that we were having, I think part of the reason that we don't dream as big is not only economics, like we've turned it into what is the most feasible, like the cheapest and most economical, but we also understand engineering more. It's not the wild west like it was from the 1860s to even the 1960s, that 100 years. So like as we've progressed and we've kind of been corporatized, you don't have a bunch of wealthy and middle class people, plus the cost of materials make it insanely expensive to do this random ass R&D, which I think honestly was better for society invention wise, that we were able to have like middle class and wealthy people buying extra materials and doing that research and development and just inventing this wacky wild stuff. But at the same time, there's trade-offs, right? It's a lot more safer that you have it corporatized and regulated. So it's just weird to go by. But if Mike, you can go ahead. My bad.
No, it's. I was going to ask you the space shuttle suit. Like as if like you're going to Mars, or what made you get that? That's your logo. Very interesting. So why that? Not a right or wrong question, by the way. I just want to be creative. I want to understand the idea of the space shuttle because, like, for instance.
So you're talking about this one, right?
Correct.
The OG.
And then the moon and everything. So in my room, I have like a nightlife. I'm sorry, night light. And so I have also like a space shuttle, like moon. And there's been videos sometimes that I watch about like the moon and stars. I've been very fascinated by that. Sorry.
So essentially,
yeah. Sorry.
That was actually the reasoning behind this decision. Because back when I was part of the political group I was a part of with Bumpkin, we had a graphic designer named Halted. He doesn't come around a lot anymore, but he's actually the owner of the Discord that is my Discord, because he set everything up. And like the Ministry of Culture, that is why the Discord is named that, was something that was supposed to be like sci-fi and science and technology based, and it was supposed to be like culturally based, but we could never really get it off the ground for reasons that I won't discuss. So I repurposed it, and it kind of kept the same breath because I love space exploration, astronomy, all this shit that I love it. I love learning about it. I love the conspiracy theories behind it. I love the facts behind it. And that's why I go round and around and around with flat earthers and moon landing deniers, because I absolutely love space and I love that high technology, high fantasy. And like me and Halted was talking about a design for a semi like near futuristic space guy. And if you notice in the Ministry of Culture, our Discord, the avatar for the site is a big ass gas giant, like white gas giant with rings around it. And it's basically this little astronaut. The green orb he's holding is actually a scan of that planet. And he's basically EVAing outside of a spaceship that's off screen in this picture. And he's just like chilling around this is him actually just floating outside, looking at the gas giant, looking at the scan as well.
Yeah.
And like, so Halted made this for me. It's kind of like a show presentation avatar for, because we were trying to get a 3D, like kind of a 3D, one of those 3D VTuber avatar things that move around when you talk and whatnot, kind of like Crab and Mel has. But I never actually got around to doing it before I launched my channel, and I just haven't done it.
Gotcha.
And so, like, that's like, because of my love of space, like a lot of this was going to focus on sci-fi and space, but it just got to being politics and just like a general chill show, which I'm kind of trying to steer it back to sci-fi. And like the whole reason that I don't like terrestrial science and sci-fi is I hate the ocean. Absolutely despise the ocean. If you want to see me scream like a bitch, pay me and I'll play Subnautica and you'll hear me cry like a little girl, because I absolutely hate the ocean. It's not even that I really hate the ocean. I just have what's that fear? The fear of like shit underwater. It's like more bazillion times bigger. And in all logic, I should actually fear space more, because there's probably bigger creatures than could ever be imagined in an ocean, actually in space. But for some reason, I don't fear space nearly as much as I probably should.
So if you ever like come to New York City, like I would love to take you to this place, and they show you, and it's very fascinating. You will love it. The moon, and it's just like a big museum. It's very fascinating, but you know, Orthodox, like you stand out with your very fascinating, by the way. This is who you are. This is what represent you. And in terms of like
well, now, Mike, I'm a kitty cat.
No, you're a kitty cat.
I'm sorry, Mike. I'm sorry,
no,
Mike.
it's cool. It's just like you know, like I have like, you know, a night light in my room, and then like I have like the by the way, I just purchased a watch with Snoopy, like riding around the moon. I actually purchased one for my dad. You know, and Snoopy, you know, Snoopy, Charlie Brown, yeah. So yeah. So you know, basically is 50 years of anniversary, and it's an Omega watch, and so like I'm very fascinated with the stars and the moon, and I'm also I sleep on like looking at the stars and everything. I'm very fascinated with the universe. I love the fact that there's endless possibilities. We're all. I'm not going to bore you guys. I'm sorry. I'm just saying that it fascinates me. But Orthodox, that is who you are, and this is your icon, and very good. There you go.
Absolutely. Like I love space, and I'm glad that you and I share that, because I think the love of space exploration, even deep sea exploration, right? I think it represents the next frontiers in humanity, and it encapsulates the adventurous spirit of man and the desire for exploration and the pursuit of knowledge. And I think we as humanity we're actually, and I don't mean to sound weird, but I think we're moving into the age of Aquarius, which is the age of knowledge, the age of throwing away this corporo type bullshit that we found ourselves in, this age of control. And I think that as we move into the age of Aquarius, I think that we are going to start caring more about exploration and knowledge, even more so than we as humans already have. And it's not even that I really believe in astrology, it's that I think that there are certain cyclical ages and mentalities. Like right now, I think that everybody, all races, all countries, all corporations, all organizations that are human are stagnant right now. Yes, there's a little bit of development, there's a little bit of whatnot, but we're all suffering from population decline. Even Africa, just because just because their numbers are still positive, doesn't mean they're where they should be naturally.
Yeah.
And it's we're all suffering from population collapse, we're all suffering from stagnation, and it's just the zeitgeist of the planet right now. And I don't know if you can smell it yet, but conflict is on the horizon. And once that conflict is over, the rebuilding, the new age that's coming will be greatness, and we will have another period in which humanity
What
explores
conflict
the
are
ocean
you
and stars.
referring to?
At this point in time, Chuck, I don't know. It could be anything. I'll go from unlikely.
Oh, okay. I thought you had some sort of idea in your head.
Oh,
well, I do. Ike, thank you for coming. You can come back at any time. I don't know if you had internet problems or you were just sleeping. Ike's already back.
All right, like
I'll go from lead.
But
no,
girl,
I would not kick you, Ike, or Mike, Chuck. I would not kick
I
either four of
appreciate
these
it.
people. I wouldn't kick Lauren. There are quite a few people I kick, but I like the conversations between us four the most, and I would do nothing to interrupt that because
I
these
appreciate it.
conversations are based. But to answer your question, Ike, or Mike, or Chuck. Sorry, I'm getting tired. I had to go through the whole thing. I'm like my fucking mom and grandma now with names. To answer your question, Chuck, I will answer from least likely to then the last one I say is what I think is most likely going to happen.
Gotcha.
Least likely is in the multi-ethnic nations have multiple race wars or racial civil wars because of conflict and stagnation within their economies and societies, and special interest groups pushing for their own special things. This is likely to happen not even as a result like of it just popping off itself. It's likely to quasi happen because of several other conflicts that I'm going to mention next. It's likely to wind up happening not as a result of it popping off as like the main reason, right? But in like rural areas where there's like 50% of the population and they've been designed to hate each other for so long, there's going to be any conflict is going to boil down to it being that. You get what I'm saying on that aspect?
Yeah. Gotcha.
So the next potential that I see is a full-on American ideological civil war, branching off into more like a World War III type situation because, you know, the king is dead, long live the king, and everybody and every faction around the world is now fighting for supremacy and dominance because nature abhors a vacuum. The reason that this one is almost as unlikely as a race war popping off in the West or anywhere for that matter that is not an industrialized society is the likelihood of America balkanizing is nigh impossible. Each region counts on one another for the economic success of the next. The federal government will put a stop to it, and America is stronger together. Now, what I do think is going to happen, the third one that I think is actually more than likely, is going to be a small-scale nuclear conflict. I don't think this one is likely either, but these two are linked because they're both involved some type of World War III type situation breaking off for various reasons. But I think that it's more likely than a race war or an actual balkanization civil war like Yugoslavia, like a lot of people talk about. I think what will happen is we will get engaged in some conflict with China or Russia. We will get bogged down in urban warfare and hellacious trench combat. And the new technologies that we use, the lack of population, and the shitty logistics systems that we use. Because, like, remember, America is the best logistics in the world, and it's due to palletization and a myriad of other reasons. But the like Russia and China, they don't use that, nor they have the support for it. But even our logistics system, except for the military, but once we go into this type of fighting, this massive worldwide fighting, they would wind up faltering as well and having to commandeer certain civilian elements, which would then further fuck up the logistics for the civilian market, which would cause issues, which would cause problems on the home front. And this is where the next three things deviate, right? The least likely of those is a small scale nuclear conflict where tactical nukes are used by one or the other side, because it will cause the lack of civilian like what I'm trying to say is people are not going to handle rationing that happened. They're not going to handle that well in any country like they did in World War One and World War Two.
Correct.
It's going to cause social strife, and then that's where you get like the race war and these other things popping off because people being jealous or other things. So that's why I say, like, out of all the things, these are the most least likely. Like I said, small scale nuclear conflict to end it quickly is the most likely. Now the other branch off from that I think is unlikely is because of the rationing issue and the civilian problems. There's an ideological civil war. I think it's more likely than like some type of race war conflict based on religion or anything else. I think that we will have an ideological civil war. It'll be either fascism versus communism versus market liberals and Democrats and shit. I think it'll be a multi-faction civil war. I think that's more likely than anything. But the third thing that I think is what's going to happen is we fight a traditional war. We lose a lot of people, and while we win, it's a Pyrrhic victory. World War III is a Pyrrhic victory, and nobody really fucking wins, and we lose a lot of people. We destabilize our nations, and potentially leading to that will be World War IV, kind of like another World War II type situation. And I think from there, after that, either we lead to a fourth world war or we fucking learn our lesson and get better. And from there, I'm optimistic that after this, whoever is the dominant superpower is too weakened to actually exercise force outside of their hemisphere. So it leads to a more evenly distributed rebuilding. So you would have the sphere of influence system that the great powers had before World War I and World War II. And that would actually lead to competition and a more evenly rebuilding and structured world order to where the great powers are competing with one another. There is no more stagnation. There might be even bloodier industrialized conflicts, but we would prioritize having more children, education, and economic development over the bullshit that we're producing now. And that's what I think is the most likely to happen. Whether it leads to a fourth world war, I'm not sure because I can't guess that far into the future. I hope I just didn't talk everybody's ear off. I hope y'all got what I was laying down.
I followed you.
Anyone wants to say about before I speak? Like anyone has an opinion?
Oh, go ahead, Mike.
So you know, very, 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 you know, basically we have all these scenarios and we can project all these scenarios, but like, let's just put it as an example, like even Russia asks for China for help when Russia decided to attack Ukraine, and China was like, nope, we're not helping you. China refused. China has the weapon power, but they just like China right now, they're not focused. I'm not saying that there's not a possibility, and forgive me, Orthodox, I'm not saying that none of that you said is not a possibility. That's obviously, we don't know what the possibility is. We don't know what the future holds.
Actually, Mike, I am the Dr. House of real life, and I don't say that lightly. I've analyzed the reasons behind that, and several of the reasons why China doesn't help Russia is it benefits them for them to either not lose in Ukraine, but not win all of the war as they want to on their terms. Right? China needs Russia to be a junior partner, and for them to be a junior partner, they have to be as weak as possible. So they're letting them grind down, and Russia's keenly aware of this. That's why they are kind of having tense relations right now, and they're going with the North Koreans. The fact that China is even allowing, because North Korea is basically a puppet state of China. The
Yeah.
fact that China is even allowing North Korea to send troops is shocking to me. But nonetheless, China needs Russia to be a junior partner. That means that it is advantageous for them to help Russia win their war, but they need them to win the war on the terms that China allows, not the terms that Russia wants. And that's why China is not in any hurry to help them, because once they invade Taiwan, that's when things are going to pop off with America, and they're going to need the Russians' help. They're going to need every bit that they can have. They're going to have that solid Asian security block. That's why they're working with Iran. That's why, if people didn't notice, China sent a shit ton of equipment and transport planes into Iran while that shit with Israel was going on.
Yes.
Like a lot of covert equipment was sent to Iran, like a lot. And I'm surprised it hasn't been talked about.
Let me just go straight forward with, if China were to try to attack, United States.
Well, they're not going to attack. They're not going to attack the United States. That won't happen.
No, they're not. But
as it stands right now, we can take all four of the new axes on by ourselves and win. Now, how we come out of it at the end, because of all the subversion and demoralization that we've allowed to take place in our society, that's the question. But go ahead, Mike. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to overtalk.
No. I thank you. I appreciate it. Like, the factor is that at this very moment, China's not very focused. Those days of the even though they are communists, the bigger weapons in the Cold War, they're not really. Those days are over. Like, in terms of China is very powerful. They're not focused into bringing the bigger weapons, and they're economically, they're very house powered, and they're more focused and bringing more businesses, and they see more profit in terms of, like, even with USA. They notice that, okay, listen, this is even though we don't have to like each other, but there's business, there's more money being brought. They're not focused at this very moment in terms of war. And China's very smart. Like, Russia has been losing a lot of business. Even that fucking war with Ukraine, they lost a lot of money. And I don't know. I get it with the not that I'm siding with Russia, but they're worried that Ukraine was going to join the UN, and that was their main concern. Russia has lost a lot of power, and they were begging China for help, and then China was like, "No, I'm sorry, I'm not going to help."
No, China did help them. China is helping them. That's the thing.
I mean, how they're helping? You could correct me on that, but as far as I know, China is not involved.
They're helping because they're absolutely buying. They're Russia's largest trading partner. They're buying everything cheaply from Russia. I mean, they're reselling it to they're reselling it to boost their profits. Plus, people are breaking the sanctions on Russia every day. Like, not just people, but nations as well. Like, India is breaking the sanctions, and they from a business perspective, right? I know I'm not a businessman, but hear me out. As long
Yeah.
as the U.S. is the world reserve currency, there is nothing China, Russia, or anyone else can do to destabilize us or to get a fair deal. It's always going to be on America's terms. The only way you're going to dislodge that world reserve currency is through a big war. See, a lot of people thought, and Chuck, you can correct me if I'm wrong, a lot of people thought small scale conflict, because of the increases in technology and the cost of running a war and the rebuilding and the lessons we learned in World War I and World War II. A lot of people thought the future would be small guerrilla tactics like in Vietnam and the global war on terror. But what we're seeing now with the movements in China and Russia is that large mechanized fighting force is still necessary. The combined arms is still necessary for near peer competitors. And we're seeing fifth generational combat, which is a mixture of that large scale conflict and or special forces and small commando guerrilla type conflict.
Yeah.
So we're seeing a war on two fronts, so to speak. And the issue with the currency thing, the global exchange currency, they're not going to be able to peacefully dethrone the U.S. The U.S. will not let them. So the big war is coming. When I can't tell you when.
But also Orthodox is a very profitable because, for instance, we attack Iraq, right? We destroy Iraq. So in other words, even like Russia couldn't do anything. It's the same thing when Russia attacks. Let's say, for instance, in my opinion, Orthodox, if China were to attack Taiwan, and it's going to happen, what's going to happen is that we're going to send more same shit what we're doing with Israel. We're going to send more money and more weapons for them to defend us. It's just more like we're playing a chess game. By the way, it's not profitable for China. For instance, China needs us. Yes, they do, and to a certain degree, we also need them. It's like it's the same thing. Like when you have two people, it's like, you know what, we don't have to like each other, but at least we're making some money. We're living in that kind of world right now. It's like it's not in the 1950s where the bigger weapons and who has the bigger muscle. And obviously, we won the Cold War against Russia, and I think it's more like kind of like we turn the left cheek, like in the Bible with Jesus Christ when he's
China's actually beating us right now.
Oh yeah, they're beating the shit out of us. They are, economically speaking, and then that's going to keep happening, and we could only blame ourselves for that.
Yeah. The thing about it is, they produce more engineers per year. They export more goods than us. They are ripping off the technology from us. Israel is sending them the technology from us. Everything that we have ever given Israel has been given to China to reverse engineer. Has been sold to China, I should say, to reverse engineer.
Yeah. Orthodox, like, if I may ask, making the assumption that your parents are from, they're born in this country, correct?
Yes.
Orthodox. All right. So if you were to ask your parents, like, the refrigerator in 1950s, look how strong it was. Look at the cars, for instance. Everything American made was to perfection, was long lasting. But what happened is, you look at Detroit, like we sold our businesses to other countries, and China actually is one of them. We give it away. And this is the consequence of that. And then you have like how many people died, for instance, making the Tesla? You know how many people had to die to make the Tesla?
So one second.
Okay.
While I don't disagree with you about us selling out our country and our manufacturing,
it's cheaper.
What happened first was planned obsolescence, right? So the shitty goods and service, or the shitty goods that you see, that would have happened regardless if we manufactured everything in the US or not. Because it is more profitable to have people do one of two things. All right? Either they buy repair part, where you retool half your factory to the production of repair parts, or you in the long term you save on retooling your factory, and you just design parts to break after a certain time. Now, is it guaranteed these parts will break after that certain time? No. If you take care and maintain things, they'll last forever. But like this, and you see this with John Deere, they don't want you to have the right to repair your products. They want to be able to indefinitely force you to buy a new product. That's why we see the quote unquote smartification of everything, right? I can fix my refrigerator right now because it's an older refrigerator. If I buy a newer refrigerator that's connected to the internet with Wi-Fi, got all these smartphones and smart screens, the average American will not be able to repair that.
Yeah.
Like with the John Deere tractors. Farmers went and learned how to code and learned computer science to be able to repair their tractors. Well, John Deere didn't like that too much, so it put in the terms of services that if you repair your own tractor, they get to brick your tractor from the factory and it becomes unusable.
Yeah.
That sort of thing is rampant throughout American corporations, and it's not allowed anywhere else in the world, and rightfully so. Once you purchase a product, it is yours to do as you see fit. People have consumer protections everywhere else in the world. Consumer protections are seen as communistic here, which is fucking absolutely bullshit wild to me. Consumer protections should be the building blocks and the foundations of a capitalist society.
Yeah.
But I digress. So the first problem with American industry is not that it sold out. It was planned obsolescence. Now, if you give me planned obsolescence and somebody like myself the right to repair, I'm fine with planned obsolescence. Let the stupid people buy disposable products. I'll just repair what I have because in the long run, it's cheaper to do so than buying like 5 of the same thing throughout your lifetime and having to compete with inflation. But like as far like, and I get you're a businessman, so I'm not questioning you on business. I'm just asking, and like this is mainly an opinion thing when I talk about economics with you. Did you have more experience than I do? It's just my understanding of the mechanisms of business, maybe not the actual doing of business, but the the way economies and business work. In the long term for China, it will be profitable to have this war. It'll be profitable for the US to have this war because that's like going all in at the poker table. He who wins controls the world, at least for a short time.
Yeah.
They can leverage that to massive economic gain, even if it causes people to not be able to maintain the worldwide sphere or worldwide hegemon status that America enjoyed, and it creates a new great power system, which is what I think it would do.
Yeah, but if hypothetically, extremely hypothetical, like it at least not in sort of this lifetime in terms of fighting against China, it would be like it's just like chess. We're nitpicking. Like it's been like that for quite some time. It's not convenient on both sides. China knows that they can't fuck with us, and then China also knows that we cannot fuck with them. It's not convenient. It's just like they know that. Otherwise, it would have been that shit would have been done already. So, what it is like, let's say for example, Taiwan. Taiwan is eventually going to get attacked, and then Taiwan is going to ask for help. They're going to ask like for us to basically help them, and we're going to provide weapons and all this shit. We completely. So one of the countries, for instance, Russia's one of them. China's one of them. We're playing fucking chess with these people. We're balancing everything out, and
before any bullet is fired in anger, you have a years-long economic war in place. And once the economic war is won, it moves to the next stage of the political war or the influence war. And then once the influence war is over, then you see the bullets fly. And that is the last chance that a nation has to win the conflict. Now, typically, historically speaking, when the bullets fly, you've won both the economic and influence war. You win the physical war. Now, there has been a lot of outliers where they won the physical war and were able to survive as nation states and keep their power and keep the status quo. But by and large, the first person that does the first blow in the physical war, the actual war, when we think about war, like people dying and shit, they typically win because once they're confident enough to launch that attack, they've already won the economic and influence.
Yeah.
And right now, China's dominating in the economic war, and they're starting to beat our ass in the influence war.
Yeah, definitely. So I was going to say also, like, there's been slight conflicts, slightly, like where they say accidental, where like a warship from USA is attacked.
Let's get off the war topic. It's making me depressed and manic, if you don't mind.
Okay, we could talk about something else. This is
I'm
in your house. So.
We can get back to it. I just need a small break, is what I say.
It's fine.
You mentioned Snoopy, right? My humor is very dark. And you mentioned Snoopy, and this is the first thing that came to my mind. I think you'll get a kick out of it. After this, we can get back to the topic of war if you want.
No, yeah.
Talking about this type of stuff kind of it just fucks with my head a little bit. So let's watch this and we can get back to it.
Yeah, we could talk about something else. Yeah, it's fine.
All right, Snoopy. We got enemy positions. Let's turn back and report what we saw.
They're sleeping.
What?
The Jerrys! The blankets are on! They're sleeping, Charlie Brown! Get the mustard gas.
The mustard gas?
Did I stutter?
They're asleep!
He looks stressed.
Now, Charlie Brown!
That was wrong! That was wrong!
We're heroes! We're heroes! One! You let them get behind us! Do your goddamn job, Charlie Brown!
190 climbing right wing. That was incredible!
We're not done yet.
What are you doing? He's defenseless!
He's the enemy! You think he's just gonna hit the ground and stop being a soldier? Do you?
Please, Snoopy, please! He's just a kid!
Take it up with the Kaiser.
Oh God, no! No, you can't! Stop it, Snoopy! Stop it! Get off him! Bad! Oh my God, what did you do to him? Oh, it's just a game! Someone help! Where are the adults? Someone! Anyone! For the love of God! Oh, Jesus Christ! Oh, they're gonna have to put you down, Snoopy! You're gonna be dead soon!
Snoopy's a fucking war criminal, bro. Did you know that?
Put down.
Snoopy's a fucking war criminal, man.
He was just having a dream.
See, my humor is very dark, And for once, I'm like the one person that doesn't just mean racist when they say that. Because like typically when you hear that, you hear my humor's dark and it's just racism. Nah, bro, my humor's fucked. Like,
So you say, so your humor is dark, correct?
oh
You
yes,
said the topic of war was making you depressed and manic, and then you proceeded to play some dark humor about war and war criminals. I'm sure you noticed that, right?
the duality of man. Yeah.
Yeah, you may comment on that or not, but it's like it's an interesting question as to, well, how do you reconcile that, or how come you don't bring the dark humor into the whole war topic in the sense that, hey, hey, it's all fucking futility, vanity upon vanity, Ecclesiastes, and we're all going down in ashes. Fuck it.
Well, because if I do that on the specific war topics that we're talking about, I get my channel nukes.
Gotcha.
Because being a white nationalist, right? I had contacts that were in Russia and Ukraine. And I remember the day of the invasion watching on one friend's screen missiles launched from a helicopter pass from a different angle into my other friend's screen who was on the Ukrainian side and them exploding. And the day that happened, I just realized, life is serious. Just because you're not a part of it doesn't mean fuck shit and serious shit happens to the people you know. Like this is real for them. And like I've since lost contact from like both, like all the parties I knew. I think my friends that I had for years are dead. Like I was playing video games with this guy I've been a part of it, but Arkansas can tell you more. There's this Ukrainian guy that we play video games in the Discord, and there's been times before I even met them that you can hear bombs going off from that guy's like mic, and like his power's gone out because of air raids, and all he does is make jokes about it. He's like, after the first week, like you gotta laugh to keep from crying. So yeah, and I get that more than most people with the places I've lived and the life that I've led. That's why I immediately go from wars making manic to depressed to showing war crime videos.
Makes no sense.
No, it doesn't. The human psyche does it.
Yeah, I remember. I
You guys
forget
are
which panel it was. There was a Jewish fella that used to come on, and this was right before the October 7th or whenever the raid was. But literally, you could hear the little rockets that Hamas would send flying over his head, and he's just sitting there like, he said, this happens every day. He said, you get immune to it. And I'm thinking, oh my God, I couldn't imagine having to live like that.
Yeah.
Listening to rockets fly over your head or land in your courtyard or on a regular basis. That's just crazy. That'd make a sane man nuts.
I've never been in the military, but I've been shot at so much when I hear bullets hit the ground next to me.
Yep.
Doesn't bother me at all.
And New York City is very very they're very vulnerable because like we had a situation before where some crazy guy apparently in 23rd Street, and he claimed that he had a bomb. The whole fucking street closed down. I always think that in times of if something were to happen in the city, we're not extremely prepared to basically people will go crazy. People are already crazy enough already. And
Well, I belong to the Rapid Deployment Force. They done changed the name since I got out of the service. And it wasn't by choice, it's just where I got assigned. But any hotspot that you've seen pop up on the news, we were there in some form or fashion, scoping it out, trying to figure out what was going on. and it was crazy.
Yeah, but like New York City is not capable of what. So we had 9/11. We had also another situation. I seen how New York City could easily crumble. This is the worst place to be if we had an attack.
Any major city is. New York might be the worst, but like any major city is bad.
Yeah, this is not the place to. So if we had an attack, like I remember even talking to Laura and I, we took some courses because I told her about this shit. In terms of surviving, and if something were, this is just like, obviously we did it for fun, but the first thing to do if you were like my
Well, yeah,
mom,
you guys got attacked in 1916 by Germany. The
what was
Black
that?
Tom. I said New York got attacked in 1916 by Germany. It's called the Black
Really?
Tom.
1960?
Chuck, does this
16?
take you? Does this take you back?
What is that? A C-130 or C-141? I'm trying to. It's a little bit bigger than that. That's probably a
This is Iraq.
C5.
It's a Globemaster 3, C-17.
Okay,
It should be like Desert
got it.
Storm. This should definitely be Desert Storm. 1916, the New York City got attacked.
Yeah, 1916 by Germany.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Called the Black Tom.
Because
thing
as
was
far
Black
as I know,
Tom.
we were able to, the Manhattan Project. You know about that. You should know that.
Yeah, that was what, the
Manhattan
40s,
Project.
50s.
It was during the Second World War. We were able to obtain a lot of the German scientists. That's the only reason why we were able to basically have Germany lose the war. It's because we were able. A lot of the German scientists, they didn't want any part of it. They were forced. Like, what the fuck? We're and they realized how devastated they thought that they were the devil, because it's like, oh, they had no idea that they had this kind of creation and this power to destroy humanity. And the Manhattan Project, we were able to, like, we got a hold of that shit. And so the first atomic bomb was created from us, which obviously Pearl Harbor. We were the first. And the reason why is because we were able to obtain German scientists. This was created from German scientists. Otherwise, we would be we all be speaking German right now.
You want more video about my rights? Send me the link again in Discord. I forgot.
And you guys can
I
correct
forgot
me.
where it's at.
And also Orthodox, please correct me. I'm not always
You're not. Your time is off. Your timing is off. You're not wrong. Your timing is off. Right.
Okay.
So what happened was, in Germany, a certain ethnic group monopolized certain fields of study, and nuclear engineering, nuclear theory was predominantly that ethnic group in Germany. And when the bad guys from World War II came into power, they fled. Like about half of their nuclear scientists fled and settled in England and the U.S., and they went to work on making the bomb. Well, that only set back German research about a year. Right, Germany's biggest problem and the reason they didn't get the bomb first was their lack of heavy water.
Yep.
They could not produce it. That's why they were actually in Norway. That's where a lot of their secret scientists was. That's why they were in Norway trying to develop heavy water. The Japanese. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, yeah, that's why Norway, they were trying to increase the production of the heavy water facility up there.
And it kind of failed because of the blockade and the convoy raiding of the U.S. and, well, the British Navy, actually.
And the Norwegian
resistance.
rebellion. Yeah, the resistance party.
Here's the thing. Everybody always talks about the French resistance. The French resistance was actually weak and only like a few hundred people.
Weak.
Well,
Yep.
it was only a few hundred people, even like in France. Like people overblow the French resistance. It's the Norwegian resistance. It's actually the resistance forces in countries that kind of sort of aligned with Germany that was actually better than the French resistance. Like the communist and partisans in Yugoslavia and Romania and Norway, in these countries that were aligned with the Axis. Those were the real resistance. The French resistance was le baguette.
Well, I
Wah.
didn't mean to cut you off. You were going to say something about Japan.
No, but
Japan actually could have had the bomb first out of anybody because they had the best scientists working on super weapons. The problem is with their lack of resources, they saw the nuclear bomb as not feasible, not to be able to be put in economic scale. So they actually went the route of microwave technology and tsunami making machines, by the way. And Japan actually did make a tsunami type weapon. It was just never tested. And that's where a lot of Russians actually got their hands on that after the war.
But you guys heard of the Manhattan Project, right? Correct.
Yes, it was those scientists that I mentioned that settled in England and the U.S.
And one of them landed here in the Hudson River, by the way, escaping Germany.
Yeah. I don't know about that, but like
Yeah,
the
that's how we were able to obtain. And then like when we tried to present the nuclear, like with
why
Russia,
was it called the Manhattan Project?
we could actually do more research on that if you like. I don't know why they called it that. I don't know if it was because they landed in the Hudson. The scientists came into the Hudson River. Here
I think it's because they rotated because like the university in New York is where a lot of these nuclear scientists were, and I think that they rotated out nuclear scientists in the universities in New York when they weren't working on the bomb. I think that's why they called it the Manhattan Project, also to throw off spies because they thought it would be in Manhattan.
Yeah.
When in reality it was out west, but yet the nuclear material came from Indiana, like the enriched uranium and heavy water came from Indiana. The scientists came from New York, and they just used the land out west to test the bomb.
But like thankfully for that, because otherwise it would have been a different outcome. But you know, basically, you know, when we actually the first time in history when as far as when it comes to nuclear bomb was by us in Pearl Harbor. There's never been any country that has been, and obviously not every country has it. I mean, Pakistan, they threatened Pakistan, and India was always threatening each other. I mean, they obviously every country has it at this very point. But
so I was partially correct. The Manhattan Project was named after the Manhattan Engineering District of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, which was responsible for the project's construction management. This district was named after Manhattan, New York, where its initial offices were located. So it wasn't that they were rotating the scientists, it was because the people that built up the Manhattan Project were from Manhattan. Makes sense.
You know, if Germany had actually, if they hadn't been running low on resources, the Me-262, the first jet fighter ever built, if they were able to mass produce those, there would have been a totally different outcome.
I actually don't agree with that.
You don't? Why is that?
One simple problem. For all Germany's great scientific achievement, they missed one very important part when it comes to aeronautics. They did not implement air braking systems into the Messerschmitt jet fighters. So quite frequently, because of slower prop engines, the Messerschmitt would overshoot its target when engaging in dogfights. And it quite frequently was able to be shot down by the P-51 Mustang because of that. Now, standard German doctrine was perfect for the jet fighter, if it had air brakes. Because the German standard doctrine was to fly above the enemies and dive down in the sun. So you'd have a perfect time to lock
Oh,
into like engage.
Japanese tactic too. Yeah.
Well, the Japanese tactic, it's very similar, but it's also
Well, everybody knows why Japan attacked Pearl Harbor, right?
because we cut off their oil and we were on the way to attack them.
Well, we had an oil embargo on them. Yes.
Well, we were also there were bombers in the air to bomb Tokyo and force them to attack us. They got recalled. They got recalled when Pearl Harbor was hit. It was literally who could attack who first. Yeah.
What was that operation called?
Let me look
Do
it
you
up.
know?
Let me look it up.
I don't quite remember this piece. That's why.
Oh, and you know, the U.S. was invaded before by Japan, right?
Yes.
Was it?
A lot of people didn't know they invaded Alaska, but the winter came early that year, and it fucked up their invasion of Alaska. Had they got a foothold in Alaska, the war actually could have changed a lot.
I know that Russia basically sold Alaska. I don't know. I forgot. I'm sorry. What year was that? Depending. I mean, you could correct me, Orthodox.
Yeah, they sold it to us.
Yeah, they sold it to us. So, but like Roosevelt at the time, because they were invading. I mean, they beat. So Japan was dominant. They beat the shit out of China. By the way, look at this. At the time, we're talking about the time. China was not very powerful.
China forgets how much we actually helped them.
Yeah.
Oh no,
time.
they're keenly aware. They're just not grateful for it.
Right.
That's why me and 10th Man got into it, because I know my history.
And China
What's up,
was.
Oxycat?
Hey,
what'd you guys actually get into it about?
Before you get into that, I just want to say something real quick. Japan kicked the shit out of China, and they were they were like, you know what? Yes, you do whatever you want, and yes, Japan dominated China. We're talking about that very fucking small island compared to a big at the time. Now it's different. Clearly, go ahead, Orthodox. You could continue. Just wanted to say that.
I cannot remember what that operation was called, and now that I'm looking it up, it's not. It's
I'll find it. I'll find it.
They're trying to say it's the Doolittle raid, but I've done a lot of research
No,
on this.
the Doolittle raid didn't happen before the war. It happened after the war started.
Yeah, it was December 7th, 1941.
But like China was not very powerful at the time.
So what piece of history was you fighting with 10th Man about?
It wasn't history. It was.
Oh,
hold on.
I'm sorry. I thought that's what you said. My mistake.
I could have been confused about the contingency plans we had to go to war with them. Because I know we had a shit ton of contingency plans for Japan, Canada, Mexico, Germany, France, the UK. It could have been just a contingency plan, and I misdid research when I was younger. But I could have sworn there was an operation to bomb Japan that was recalled because of the bombing of Pearl Harbor.
So, like, Japan kept attacking islands of island. I mean, they attacked the Philippines. They were able to conquer the Philippines. They went from after Indonesia. They were able to attack, and then Roosevelt at the time was like,
I was wrong. I was wrong. I'll just say I was wrong because I don't know if I should do. I don't know. So I just admit that I'm wrong. I can't find it anymore. Maybe it's the Mandela effect. Maybe it disappeared from history.
Could be, but
or I could just be wrong.
All I know is that the understanding of it. So that we should be thankful that Uganda didn't get involved. Otherwise, the whole world would be clicking, popping communication.
Instead of speaking German, we'd be speaking Ugandan. That's crazy.
That's some shit. This guy's- this guy's-
Oh
guy
my
is just-
god. You have no understanding of linguistics. And I'll leave it at that.
So
I
we're
mean-
going with the Bantu tribe here.
The whole point of linguistics is not what is efficient. It is to communicate ideas and concepts
Effectively. To
Yeah.
communicate effectively.
over a wide grouping of people and
He said that he
accents
studied
and
it.
things.
I study linguistic. There you go.
Then whoever taught you linguistics is retarded.
I make a mean linguistic with a cream sauce.
Oh man.
That was a bad joke.
No, that was a good one, Chuck. I got it.
Okay. So this was the video I was gonna play, but then the Snoopy one came up in my feed
Oh yeah,
first.
play.
There we go. All finished.
Do I look like a real boy, Papa?
You will, my little wooden boy. One day.
Why is his knuckles on the ground?
No longer, Papa. I must become flesh.
Notice the fucking nose. That means he was telling a lie.
And bone.
Dear God, Pinocchio, what are you doing?
I must consume your soul to become a real boy.
Dear God, where's that fairy? Fairy, take away this puppet boy's life. He's evil. He's nothing but pure evil. Jesus Christ, Lord have mercy on my soul. Please save me. Good Lord, where's a box of matches when I need it? Set this demon ablaze, please, God.
I love the fact that he lied there. It's like, I cannot wait longer. He was just hungry, big hungry. Have y'all watched the new Invincible comic? Or the new Invincible TV show?
No.
Well, Invincible gets his ass beat. Right? I'm doing something very German right now. I'm trying to tell a joke, and in order for it to be funny, and I want you to enjoy my amusement, I want you to know why, and I want you to know the context. So I'm actually going to show you the context. So like, there's a character called Invincible who the TV show's about, and then there's a member of like a super space master race, which Invincible is a half breed in.
Viltrumite.
Yes, Viltrumites. And there is a Viltrumite called Conquest, and the reason he's named Conquest is Viltrumites set upon their whole point is to conquer planets. And like he's so good at conquering planets that his name is literally Conquest. And he fights Invincible, and in between them fighting, they have like a really homoerotic, like Conquest, like I'm so lonely, boy. I'm gonna kiss you on the mouth, type shit. You just got to see. You got to see what I'm talking about.
Yes! Yes!
So, like, throughout this entire fight scene, right, Conquest is telling Mark a little bit about himself, how he got the name. And this is actually how you learn, in the comics, I believe this is how you learn about Conquest as well during the fight scene. He's telling Mark all this about himself. And it's very funny the way it plays out on the TV show. I'm trying to figure out exactly where it's going of him talking to him, because I don't want to play the whole scene. I don't want to risk copyright.
Ike's gotta go.
You gotta go. You wanna find any final thoughts, Ike?
Nah, no final thoughts or overtures or nothing like that. Nah, I'll be watching. Keep doing your Viltrumite thing and whatnot. But
Good
always
night.
a pleasure. Till next time.
Thank you
All
for
right,
coming, Ike.
All right, thank you, Ike.
Believe you have one.
What, I think that this is just the fight scene. Let me actually look up the. Let me actually look up the the actual speech. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. He gets up in the man's ear. He leans in to whisper this shit.
I am so lonely.
I imagine Chuck doing this to somebody after beating him. I'm gonna lie.
It looks
I am so lonely.
yeah.
Scared of me.
Sorry, that lean in and whisper was heard around the world and memed into oblivion, right? Then it culminated in Meat Canyon doing a parody, and this is the parody.
I'm so lonely.
What? What?
I haven't felt a woman's touch in years.
Okay, what are you talking about? What is this? What the hell is this?
I can make you my girlfriend. Get you a nice pair of cotton panties. I'd have you tuck most of the time, and only untuck on special occasions. Be my little switch hitter.
Help!
Help! Oh, you're right. It wouldn't work. It'd be like the time I took estrogen pills to start lactating. Wanted to get my hands on some babies and give them a little milk mustache, you know.
Oh.
A mother's touch.
God, Jesus Christ.
Sometimes I pretend I'm a 14-year-old girl in Roblox chat rooms. Kill me! I can only climax to Fortnite skins. Nothing else will do.
Jesus.
I'm a literal brain rot baby. Total goblin mode.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm gonna tell you the real dirty secrets now.
They haven't been dirty yet?
Shh. I try on women's panties at JCPenney.
What?
I take a little piss in them.
Oh.
Then I put them back on the rack to dry.
Oh, God, Jesus Christ, just fucking kill me already!
I started a pump and dump crypto scam using the likeness of a special needs foundation.
Oh, come on.
I called it slow and steady. Didn't donate a single penny of the profits.
My God, you monster!
I don't believe in wiping. I just let it crust over like a scab. Peel it off in one go, releasing all the poo dandruff into my underwear. Gave myself the nickname Head and Shoulders.
Cecil! Help! Help, Cecil! God, please!
This is so refreshing. I think I'm gonna be able to talk to you all night.
Oh, no! No!
What I'll do next is
No!
Cashapp bottles and I use
No!
This is 10th Man and
You know what?
Orthodox.
This reminds me of oh man. Can I send you a video, Orthodox?
You can.
All right. You keep opening more ideas for me. You know, just like I'll be right back.
So, like, that part where it's like, I let it scab over, call myself Head and Shoulders. That shit is so raunchy. Oh my lord. Chuck, you are Conquest. That's how you said it was me and 10th Man. That's how I feel sometimes when you be doing those devastating gay jokes. I'm like, Cecil, help me. To be fair, I do feel that way when 10th Man is talking about his gay stuff sometimes.
Yeah, because he does get deeper and deeper if you let him go.
That's not how I would have worded it, but okay.
So you said you showed us this for you had a joke to tell.
That was the joke. I showed y'all the actual encounter between Mark or Invincible and Conquest, and then I showed you the parody.
Gotcha.
You had to understand the Conquest because, like, he leans in and he's like, "I'm so lonely."
Oh Lord have mercy.
I had this pulled up to go along with the land ship video because I also really like Zeppelins.
#1 sign that you're in an alternate universe or a Miyazaki movie. Now, while they may seem like a bad idea because they're not as fast as planes or as powerful as freighters, airships actually sit in a Goldilocks zone in between them. There's some interesting benefits that innovators are trying to tap into by applying new technologies to these old machines. Are these giants from a bygone era really ready to make a comeback and impact our lives? Are Zeppelins the first step in the stairway to heaven?
Why he looked like that? I don't even want to watch this video now.
Or is this just another billionaire's pipe dream? I'm Matt Farrell. Welcome to Undecided. This video is brought to you by Incognate, but more on that later. We last talked about airships or lighter-than-air LTA vehicles back in 2021. I'd say it's time to check in and see if there's been any progress or new innovations in the field. But first, are airships even safe? Aren't they floating hydrogen balloons waiting to explode? Well, the short answer, no. Long answer, we've replaced the hydrogen with much more stable helium. Plus, safety standards for all vehicles have improved. I mean,
that was also an option back in the day, helium. I don't know why they chose hydrogen over helium in the Hindenburg.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
Because like the Hindenburg is what destroyed any research and development further into dirigibles or airships. And me personally, if I was a rich man, I'd be cruising around the U.S. in my own personal airship.
Now, the Hindenburg made, I forget how many transatlantic trips before that happened.
That's the thing. That shows you how quickly people in human society is to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Because it could be very economical for rich people to take an air cruise and like have like floating fucking palaces and just chill out in style on a fucking cruise.
I got to chill out in the Goodyear blimp once.
Oh, I've always wanted to go on the Goodyear blimp. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I like the Goodyear blimp. It used to fly over my house, and then the Nickelodeon blimp has flown over my house as well.
The whole time up there, I kept thinking about the Hindenburg.
The humanity!
I couldn't get it out of my mind. I'm waiting for this damn thing to blow up at any time.
I think that'll be stuck in human memory for the rest of our existence, just for the simple fact that was one of the first ever vehicle disasters caught on film.
Yep.
And caught by mass media, meaning the radio as well. Like I think that's why airships kind of got fucked over as well.
Yeah. Now they did continue to use air balloons like to hold up nets so that planes would get hung up in it and shit like that during the war. But no huge ones.
Look at how far cars have come in the past 100 years, or better yet, planes, with the exception of the recent door blowing out. Now, the longer answer, go check out my last video. Then there's this. Planes move people and goods around super fast, but they make up about 2.5% of global carbon emissions by themselves. Now, in comparison, airships are much greener. Why? Well, because planes have to go fast to stay in the air, which necessitates burning a lot of not very green fuel. In terms of sea transport, the mechanics of water travel mean that freighters can carry an awful lot. But it does take a lot of oomph to move them, and that oomph comes from the dirtiest fuels in the world. Now, often the ships are registered in the places with the lowest environmental standards as well. Now, airships may sit in the happy middle ground. They can carry a lot more than planes and move a lot faster than freighters, and by surfing the prevailing winds, such as those that drive the Gulf Stream, they can travel at a respectable speed without burning much fuel at all. In fact, a paper released in 2022 has already calculated the greenest paths for airship travel, routes where they can catch the best wind currents while absorbing the most solar energy. Now, if you caught my last airship video, you probably remember this. I mean, how could you forget? That's the Airlander 10, also known as the Flying Butt, developed by UK-based Hybrid Air Vehicles, or HAV. So what's up with the
Flying Butt? Oh, Lord.
What an ass.
Weird shape of this craft. It actually produces up to half of the vehicle's lift aerodynamically. It's kind of like a plane. Its 4 engines and auxiliary wings help with that. These features allow the Airlander 10 to merge the best qualities of a Zeppelin and a plane.
Oh,
Definitely
Mike,
puts
are you
the hybrid
back?
in hybrid
Are
air.
you back?
Yeah, yeah. Are you
I
able to
can't
play
play
that?
I can't play that video, but I can play that video if you know what I mean.
Oh, okay. If
Like
you,
I can't play it on Instagram, but that's a Meat Canyon video. I can just go back to his channel and play it.
all right, cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you can make that happen.
Yeah, I got you. We'll take a pause from the flying ass.
You know.
You guys, if you like the chill and the hangout that we do, ladies and gentlemen, grift break while I'm looking for this. If y'all like what we do here, the chilling, the showing interesting and fun stuff, and the conversations we have, please like and share the video, subscribe, and please think about donating. I would appreciate it a lot, ladies and gentlemen. And I support you guys being in the chat. If you don't want to donate, just share and support the video. That means a lot as well. What were we saying, Mike?
No, I'm just saying donate. And I myself, I'll contribute, obviously, because it's a lot of fun. We all enjoy Orthodox, and we're having a good time.
I appreciate it, Mike. Here you go. Here's the video.
Dude, when we get done raking these leaves,
Oh, you did find it.
and order a pizza.
You read my mind.
Looking good, boys. Looking very good indeed.
I'm just gonna say this is the reason we need HR departments.
You both have done such a good job today. Don't see why you couldn't give yourself a little reward, right? Like the day off? How about a gumball? I don't think, unless you both think that you haven't been doing a good job. And
look at this, Chuck.
And if that's the case, maybe I should just let you go. I hate to fire you because, in my eyes, you both have been doing so well. We've been trying our best.
Jolly good show. Jolly good show.
Yeah, we've been working hard lately, Benson. I know you boys have. That's why I want to spoil you with a little treat.
Jolly good show.
Go on and get yourself one.
Oh no.
Better spit on those fingers. These old hedges aren't getting any younger.
The fuck are we watching?
Just a little spit.
Blame Mike. This is all Mike.
Oh my god, this gives me creeper vibes.
Looks like somebody got a reward. I'm gonna get back to work. Rigby, you should smile more. You look so much prettier when you smile. Now don't tell anyone I
Oh
told you
my
this.
god.
You're my favorite here. I think you can go a long way in this company if you were just a bit more of a team player. Do you think you can be a team player for me, Rigby? Oh, the cologne is intoxicating. I don't think I want a gumball, Benson. I should probably get back to work. Come on, no one's looking. You've done so well that I think you deserve 2 gumballs. I don't really. If it's good for me, it's good for you.
P. Diddy style.
P. Diddy
I think you have a
style.
great future here.
I'm disturbed.
Too, you know. Hey, but don't tell anyone else that. They'd probably get jealous. Go on and take it. You deserve it.
Take the ball.
Easy now. It's tender.
Oh god.
Easy.
Go on and get it. God, you're good, baby. Go on and get it.
I gotta go take a shower.
Back to work. But hey, can you do me a favor? Can you have a great day for me?
That is disturbing as all shit.
Chuck, that's what it's like. That's what it's like being on panel with you when you're being gay.
Oh, it can't be that bad. I never offered you, tempted you with my gumball machine.
Go on now. Spit on your fingers. Those hinges.
Oh God.
Warner Brothers got super pissed off at Meat Cannon, so he had to delete a video. And I'm gonna play it because it's still on the internet. He just had to delete it, and then he fought it and was able to put it back on. Oh, hold on. This is him mocking them, saying that they legally claim my parody Wabbit season as their own property, thus making it canon. But like it's fucking like you've heard me reference it. You've heard me reference it on flows when I'm like, it stinks.
Yep.
And you've heard me.
Yeah.
You've heard me. Okay.
Yeah.
So like you've heard me reference it, and this is another Meat Cannon video.
Be very, very quiet.
Oh, it's not the full one. Hold on.
That was so quick, I didn't even see it.
That's what she said. Oh Lord. Oh my Lord. Oh, hold on. There's a Ben 10 parody that he made, which is fucking hilarious. Oh man. Damn, I can't find it anymore.
There might be a reason.
No, like it was on here. It was on here all over the place. This might be one of the things I gotta go to my Wasist account for. Oh man. Let me check my racist account, see if I can find it. I found a copy of it, but it's probably gonna be hard to see. But let me see. I showed my little cousin this when it first came out, and we laughed our asses off. Hold on, I gotta pause this one.
Be very, very quiet. I'm hunting wabbits.
What's up, Doc?
You got a tight little man pussy on you, don't you? Nice.
Ow! You're hurting me.
Just rabbits hopping down the old bunny trail.
Please let me go, Mr. Bunny.
Looking like a double-wide surprise. God damn. Bugs, that's enough. Look at
The
you,
way he
son.
cradles
Look at
Elmer
what you've
Fudd.
become. I'm what you made me to be, Father. I'm so happy your mother isn't here to see this. God rest her soul. She would be heartbroken. I want to change, but the temptations, they overcome this little bunny. Be the bigger bunny, Bugs. Let this poor man go. He keeps killing us, Father. He keeps taking and taking. So many lives lost. Be the bigger bunny. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for what I've done. I did it, Martha. I finally got through to him. you can finally rest in peace.
I'm sorry we had to play that one wonky, but that one's the one that's like the most controversial.
Oh,
That one, Chuck's like, no,
it's like, you know what?
we're
Like,
done here.
fuck this shit.
No,
Yeah, fuck this.
Chuck's
Oh,
like, Chuck's like, I need a tolerancy break on that one, Bubba.
left even Chuck.
Makes me feel dirty.
I needed a shower after I watched that one for the first time.
Form. It's hero time. Oh, Jesus Christ!
Oh,
Oh,
God, Ben!
Oh, my arm!
You broke your goddamn
Jesus.
arm! Ben! Ben, you broke your goddamn arm again! You broke your arm!
No, I didn't. I'm just transforming into a creepy, spooky alien.
Oh my God, Grandpa, what happened to Ben?
He brought down the force of God on his 10-year-old little boy wrist and broke his goddamn arm!
Shut the fuck up, Grandpa, or I'll knock your old ass out.
Your bones are weak, Ben! You're only a 10-year-old boy, you know that? You're just a little boy!
Yeah, well, I got a dick on me like a 40-year-old. Is that right, Gwen?
That's right, Ben.
Oh, God, I knew you two were fucking... just grab his legs and let's get him into the van!
It's hero time, goddammit!
Sex with his mom.
10-year-old boy
That
who's
is
gonna
not
save
his mother,
the
that is his
goddamn
cousin.
world.
Oh.
It's his cousin. He brought the hammer.
Therapy is available.
He brought the wrath of God down on his 10-year-old arm.
I just went and got my Bible. It's getting so evil here.
He said, "Be gone, you foul demon." Oh, this one's kind of wholesome.
Now I still have a couple weeks left in the cut, so this is gonna get a whole lot freakier. Oh, ooh. Oh my God! Look at that! Oh no way! This is freaky, freaky pump.
Did you need to use this machine? If you caught me looking at you, I'm sorry. I certainly didn't mean any disrespect by it.
Hey, you want to get big, kid?
Oh my God, yes.
Oh, yeah. That's a good burn.
Oh, God, it hurts!
No, that's good. It's supposed to.
What's happening to me?
You have so much potential inside of you. There's no one solution to fitness. You gotta do what feels right for you.
It hurts! Dear God, it hurts!
The pump can be addicting. Veins expanding, muscles transforming. You become an enhanced version of yourself. Just another lift under the belt.
Everything's expanding!
When I'm at the gym, I don't think, oh, I'm on my cut, I can't eat this or that. I mean, as long as it's in my macros, I mean, I can eat whatever I want. Ooh, looking huge.
Kill me!
Welcome to the club, big man.
No! No! No!
For those of you who don't know the context behind that one, there's a fitness guy who's actually a really good dude who loved this parody. Because like Meat Canyon does like horror parodies of a lot of stuff. That's his whole shtick, is it's all about horror. And like the dude who does it is like a Christian bodybuilder. I think he's a Christian, but he's like a really wholesome bodybuilder. And like that's why he's doing the spiel, because he's a bodybuilder influencer, and like he's our fitness influencer, and he goes and he helps people like get who want to get into shape. He goes and helps them like find out a workout that's good for them. Is like really soft spoken, and he's fucking jacked, like for real. He's about the size that he's depicted in the Meat Cannon stuff. And he really liked the Meat Cannon parody of him, and he's like, that's fucking funny. He took it with humility and grace. So anybody that has a sense of humor on them, I have a lot of respect for.
I'm just coming to realize that just now.
What?
I'm just learning about this just now.
Oh yeah, no, Meat Cannon, like there's creepy elements to Meat Cannon, right? And it may be like it may be uncomfortable for some people because the humor is really, really dark. But just keep in mind that that it's genuinely just parody, and most of the people that he's making fun of take it in jest, and the things that he's making fun of is just like,
not unless kids are watching it.
no, it's not for kids. He makes a YouTube channel. Like he does the same thing about me. He's very explicit that his parodies are for adults. So does this guy Flash Gets.
Here I come.
Now listen here, mister. I don't mean no trouble.
Go back into your own console.
But sir, I doesn't even have my own console. We multi-platform now.
Knuckles? It must be a Mario. He takes racing too seriously.
He takes everything too seriously.
You motherfuckers invite no Nintendo characters onto my track?
Oh, where's this operation?
Holy shit! He's killing all the non-Nintendo racers. What is he? Some kind of racist? You're not Nintendo. You're Pretendo. You're all race traitors.
I've seen this before.
Asshole.
Oh, yeah! Ah! That's like a gun to my ass!
Ah! 23 years of jumping of barrels. 23 fucking years! Oh God! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Luigi!
Coming for you, nigga.
Yeah, I remember this. Yeah, I remember this. Yeah, I've seen this.
Wait, Mario, think of our history. So, you like it to go fast, huh?
He did Sonic dirty.
I got it. Now it's mine, and I can force it to do whatever I want.
Welcome, Brady.
Mario, stop! We're brothers! I have no brother.
Oh, shit. Mario!
Oh,
God of
shit,
War.
it's Kratos! Fuck you, Kratos! You PlayStation characters never learn!
Ninja.
Suck my mushroom tip, you fucking son of a pig! Oh, hey, Mario!
Yeah.
Nintendo!
Uh-oh. Not his eyes. Well, that means he died. That's a nice one.
I can't show the ending to that one because it shows nudity, but it's very funny.
I wish I could.
It's the princess is riding on Kratos's back with their tits out. And it's got a black bar, but then they're all just giggly and shit.
Oh, if it's got a black bar, can't you show it?
Nah.
Right.
I'm already pushing it with the violence.
Okay.
We have 14 minutes.
You're
according to Lauren.
very disturbed individual.
Not just me. Several million other people on the planet as well.
Yep.
I think after 12 minutes, 12 hours. Sorry.
You lose the recording. Yeah.
Yeah, it stops recording.
Hmm.
So I'm probably gonna start a new one if you guys want.
Ooh.
Over the next 14 minutes, let's see if
Chuck
we
says
get any
like, "Oh, yeah." Like,
see if we get any If we get
I
any
didn't
no-nos,
say
I'll start a new
damn
one. Chuck's
thing.
like, I need an OG break today.
I don't mind.
Yeah.
We still have like 13 minutes left, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So if we get some donos in the next 13 minutes, I will start up a new one and we can go live again. If not, I'll just end it here today. We'll come back
Regardless
tomorrow.
whether you decided to end it or not, I'm gonna bless you.
Shit, Mike, I appreciate it. Well,
That's on me.
because of that blessing, I will go ahead and just start up a new stream and move everybody over there. This is going to be a little bit of exclusive. I'm not going to advertise it everywhere because I think tonight people are going to be going live. It's the nighttime, so I don't want to compete or take away views from anywhere from anybody who may be live. Because we're just big chilling, just us and the homies that regular chill. So I'm gonna play this video. I'm gonna use the restroom and then I'll be back and then I'll start up a new stream.
Last time we talked about the Airlander, they had showcased the luxury sightseeing version of their cabin, complete with a bar and lounge. Now HAV has a modular gondola that they can configure to haul cargo, or up to 100 passengers. Now, this version of the Airlander is set to undergo flight testing in 2026 and enter commercial service by 2029. Now, currently, the Airlander uses 4 diesel engines. Now, this diminishes those green benefits that we mentioned a moment ago, but HAV and their partners at Collins Aerospace and the University of Nottingham think that the Airlander will be all-electric as early as 2030. An electric Airlander will produce 90% fewer emissions than other craft, according to HAV. Now, if all goes according to plan, this will make the Airlander the first large zero-carbon regional aircraft on the market. And the big news from HAV is that they're developing an even bigger butt. And the appropriately named Airlander 50 will carry a whopping 50 metric tons of freight or 200 passengers. A fully electric version of the Airlander 50 is on track to debut in 2033. Obviously, that date is really floating out there, but there are some new arrivals to the green airship scene. Before talking about that, there's something else important that I need to float by you, and that's protecting your online privacy with today's sponsor, Incogni. I've mentioned this before, but I signed up for a newsletter from a small online retailer, and after I did, I saw a major increase in the number of promotional emails I was receiving from companies that I had never heard of. That happens because that company sold my information to a data broker. Sometimes they sell your info to pretty shady people, or they can fall victim to data breaches that leak your data to scammers. I'm sure you've experienced this too. Incogni can help you with this. We have the right to request that data brokers delete our information, but it takes a lot of time and effort. I signed up for Incogni, gave them the legal right to work on my behalf, and then just sat back and relaxed. You'll see updates on your account for which data brokers they've sent legal requests to and which ones have complied. Couldn't be easier. I've been letting Incogni stay on top of this for me for quite a while now, and I'm very, very happy with the results. If you want to take back some of the control around who has access to your personal information, give Incogni a try. Take your personal data back with Incogni. Use code UNDECIDED at the link below and get 60% off an annual plan. Thanks to Incogni and to all of you for supporting the channel. Now let's talk about some of the new arrivals to the green airship scene. First up, Google founder Sergey Brin and his California-based company Lighter Than Air Research, or LTA Research. LTA Research may be new to me, but they aren't new to the airship game. It's been working on airships since at least 2015. The team's design was shrouded in secrecy until late last year when the Pathfinder 1 began conducting some early test flights. Now, these were mostly indoors or just a few feet above the ground, but the US Federal Aviation Administration has recently given the Pathfinder 1 the green light to fly near the Palo Alto, California airport and over the southern part of the nearby San Francisco Bay. Even though it's an impressive 400 feet or 121.9 meters in length, it's only half the size of the Hindenburg. Maybe not the best thing to compare it to. Too soon? Still, it's longer than 3 Boeing 737s, making it the biggest aircraft in our modern skies. Size matters, especially when you consider the square cube law. Now, if you don't know what that is, check this out. Planes get their lift aerodynamically, which requires a certain amount of speed. Airships get their lift aerostatically, or from the volume of gas in their balloons. The square cube law states that as an object gets bigger, its volume increases faster than its area. For example, if you were to double the size of a cube, its surface area would quadruple, while its volume would octuple. So as airships get bigger, they quickly get better at lifting things. This makes the idea.
Thank you, Billy Corbin.
That is awesome, Leah. I'm about to end the stream and restart another one, an after party. So let me go ahead and do that. So get this guy. Let me get this guy.
That commercial was disturbing that he played.
What commercial was that?
Incogni.
Oh.
Was Nate? Yeah. Where you surrender your legal rights over to a third party on your behalf.
Oh, I'd like to do that right now. To you.
And then the other part was only if they comply will they remove your info.
Only if they comply. I like my new kitty. I like my new kitty avatar.
You have 20 seconds to comply.
Is that Mr. Bigglesworth?
Yes. No, it's not. It's a random
Look
cat
like Sasquatch is here.
When I get upset, Mr. Bigglesworth gets upset. And when Mr. Bigglesworth gets upset, people die.
Sir.
What?
It's from
Sasquatch. We are shutting her down, but we are about to go to an after party because we're hitting the 12-hour mark.
Woo!
So
yeah.
Does that mean I can take my clothes off then?
Oh, absolutely. You could have took your clothes off for the Diddy party at any time.
My clothes are off. Yeah.
That's hot. But well, I mean, we don't have to restart the stream just because we're past the 12-hour mark.
We don't?
You only lose what's after the 12, right?
Yeah. What's up,
you lose everything before it.
Chilling like a villain. They're cheating, robbing, rhyming, stealing.
Based.
I mean, it's up to you.
It is. I'm glad. I'm drinking. I do apologize.
Oh, Lord.
Okay, that's good.
You
protect your women and children.
Are you drinking some Sapporo?
I wouldn't do that to you, bud. I'm saving all that for you. I got some good old-fashioned Bacardi Gold, just the way God intended.
Ooh.
If it don't come out of the mason jar, that's not how God intended.
Hold up there, son. I mean, I haven't been to see Uncle Oliver in a minute, but I mean,
gotcha.